season is officially over. Draymond Green gets a big hug from LeBron James. They've both been saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks. Your final score in Game 6, the Los Angeles Lakers 122, the Golden State Warriors 101. The Lakers win the Western Conference semifinal series by a count of 4-2.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That was a tough one. That was a tough one, Dub Nation. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning. To everybody at work, if you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Boy, we're going to have one hell of a show. Good morning to all the students, and shout out to all the Oakland teachers out there trying to fight for what's theirs.
Yeah.
It sucks that they have to strike, but come on, Oakland, get together. These teachers are important. They're teaching their kids. Come on, get it right. And the Warriors, they need to figure out a way to get it right this offseason. We're going to start here, Sassy. As I say, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube. Warriors got rolled at Game 6. And to me, the game was over at halftime when Austin Reeves hit the half-court shot. Jordan Poole kind of moves out the way. Olay, go ahead, have a free shot attempt. And now we enter an offseason where we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if Bob Myers is going to be back. We don't know if Steve Kerr is going to be back. We don't know if Draymond Green is going to opt in. We don't know if they're going to trade Jordan Poole or trade anybody. Hell, maybe even Klay Thompson. I don't know. But we're going to talk all about it today. All about it. We're going to start with Game 7. We're going to start with the season. What went wrong? Did they ever get over the punch? Heard around the world. I mean, there's so much to unpack here that I feel like 4 hours is not enough today, Shasky.
No, it's not. And I know everyone's going to immediately jump to, trade this guy, trade that guy, acquire this dude. Like, I want to just unpack the season. It was, on some level, it feels like, maybe they overachieved a little and just like literally beating the Sacramento Kings. On another level, that sounds absurd because you won the championship last year and you have Steph Curry in his prime, right? So I don't want to insult people's intelligence this morning, but at the same time, it's just such a frustrating year. I can't remember a year this frustrating. When they lost to the Raptors, it was like, they gave their all. Injuries happen. We understand that's a part of the game. When they lost to LeBron James, like in 2016, I think a lot of people, they did put themselves in that situation because of some of the Draymond flagrants leading up to that. Guys got hurt. Like that one, that was a good. This year was just like agony all year. I mean, if I said to you, they might have played 3 of their best 5 or 6 games in the Sacramento series, you might listen to that all year.
I'd agree. Here's how frustrated this season was. You think about winning streaks, right? Longest winning streaks this season.
Yeah, give it to me.
And let me go back to 2014-15.
Yeah.
They won 6G straight that season. Obviously, they won the 24 straight to open the season. The next year, 2015-16.
Maybe the greatest individual regular season I've ever seen.
Kevin Durant comes in 2016-17. They win 14 in a row.
Wow.
Longest winning streak in 2017-18. They weren't even trying that season.
18.
They weren't even trying that season.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
They won 11 in a row that year. 2018-19, when they lost to Toronto, they won 11 in a row. And, of course, 2019-20 was a disaster, but they won 4 in a row. Yeah. They won 4 in a row once that year.
They did win 4 in a row.
They won 4 in a row that year.
Wow.
Once.
Wow.
The next season, a play-in tournament, they won 6 in a row.
Okay.
At one time. That came at the end of the season.
I was going to say, the final, after Steph hurt his butt.
Yep. And then last year, they won 9 in a row once. This year, they had 2 5-game winning streaks. 2. Just 2. All right? So you think about it. The Houston, Minnesota, Portland, Clippers, Pelicans, right? They won 5 straight. And then you go back to late December to early January. This team was never able to gain any traction.
No.
It was never able to gain any consistency. And we didn't even talk about the road record yet. Within 11 games, the worst road record for a defending champion in NBA history. NBA history.
A lot of talking points are going to expire. They didn't win a road game in this series against the Lakers.
Well, that snapped the streak of 28 straight series of winning a road game.
That's crazy.
They
Steve lost in the Western Conference.
Right. Steve Kerr's no longer undefeated. They're now 19-1, losing to a Western Conference foe. The first time Steph, Klay, and Draymond have been healthy in the series through the entirety of the series. They were 17-0. That snapped. So a lot of streaks snapped, but the way the season went by, it was a fitting end to me, Shasky.
Why is that?
It was a fitting end because of what happened all season long. There was the punch.
Yeah.
There was Wiggins missing 25 straight games after missing 15 with the right adductor strain. There's Steph Curry getting hurt. There's the cloud hanging over Anthony Lamb in that situation. Then you had the youngsters, Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga. Wiseman gets traded.
Yeah.
Moody's getting DNPs. Kuminga averages 23 minutes a game from February 1st through the end of the regular season. He doesn't play.
The GP2 trade with the injury and the 3 days.
You trade away Wiseman. GP2 doesn't pass the physical.
that feels like an afterthought now.
Michael Green doesn't play. I mean, it was just a mess of a season.
It really was.
And it wasn't a lot of joy.
No.
I felt like a lot of Dub Nation this year just was not happy.
Well,
they're not happy.
I don't think the players were ever really that happy. Did you? Like, when was a moment like where you can remember these guys like, yeah, like all pulling the rope in the same direction?
The 5-game winning streak at home, and then they lost 3 straight in that homestand. 5 straight at home, I should say, on the 8-game homestand. Then they just said,
did they win that 5 games without Curry?
Without Curry, and then they lost the last
crazy.
3. Then they lost the last 3 at that homestand.
Wow.
So, did they enjoy playing with each other? Well, when you go on the road, you're together. You're together like one family. Here, when you play home games, you got your families. You go back home, you lay your head on your pillow, you're happy. But you go on the road, you're away from your families. You're away from the home gym, and you're just together. And that togetherness just never felt like it was there. And you can see it in the road games. You can see it in the road games. And so, you know, when you go on the road, you got to be together as a team. Do you hang out? Do you eat dinner together? Do you? I don't know. I don't know.
The other narrative that not narrative, but like storyline throughout this year has also been like Bob Myers is in a contract year.
Well, you didn't bring that up. Yeah, no doubt.
You know, and like I'm thinking, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but like, you know, Kerr's got 1 year left on his deal. Do they want to do that again with this situation? Like where you've not a lame duck. I hate the whole like lame duck, but there's murmurs, there's chatter. Are you going to be here? Are you not going to be here? What's going to happen? Like, we don't even know if Bob Myers is going to be here. It says, you know, Woj, I saw a video yesterday, Woj saying that he's going to take a couple of days, maybe weeks to determine.
He's got time. Woj just said.
No, but I do think that I'm not saying that that's the end all be all, but like that's another part of this whole thing. Like, do I even want to be here? How can I make decisions as the GM for long term and for the now if I don't even know if I'm going to be here? Not that Bob would compromise the organization. I just think it makes it more difficult.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, so you got the Bob Myers situation. You got the Steve Kerr situation. You got the Draymond Green opt-in. You get Wiggins and Poole who get extensions. And really, Game 7, you've seen everything. And then, I mean, we didn't get to Game 6, excuse me. Game 7 was yesterday in my head. Yeah. I was playing it through my head. It's like, oh, Lakers, Warriors chasing her. Oh, Game 7. Steph Curry walks off the court. Confetti, blah, blah, blah. No, serious. Like, and then you got the Klay Thompson situation where is he going to practice this summer? Did he have his legs? Because he was just completely awful in the last 4 games. I see a lot of rhetoric. I saw a lot of rhetoric was like, move him, put him on the bench, blah, blah, blah. Well, he's going to get wide open shots. But this is why last week we were having a discussion, maybe even 2 weeks ago. In order for the Warriors to go on a deep run, Wiggins would have to be their second best player.
Yes.
And you saw in Game 5, he got 18 field goal attempts.
Yeah.
3 right now, we're begging. Get in the 15 to 19 field goal attempt range because Klay is no longer a number 2 option. He wasn't the number 2 option last year in the postseason.
No.
It may have looked at it at times, but Wiggins was that guy.
Well, you can take turns in a series. Things can flip, and you can have a couple of games, right? Like, so you don't have to be the night in, night out dude. But I'm with you. But I think the rib injury for Wiggins late in that Game 5 clearly hampered him in Game 6. He did not look. Like, the guy looks so like a shell of himself.
He was walking gingerly. He was a shell of himself. That's an injury that takes 6 weeks to recover from.
Well, LeBron,
6 weeks.
LeBron backed him down early, and you could just tell he couldn't hold up. I don't even blame Wiggins. Like,
LeBron was going at him.
What?
LeBron was going at him.
Yeah, he was. I mean, well, LeBron, and I'll give LeBron he deserves his credit. LeBron calculated his minutes brilliantly in the entire series.
Yep.
He picked and chose his spots. He was awesome. But to me, Anthony Davis was the best player in the series. And I can't remember the last time I said that in a Steph Curry series. And that's not a knock on Steph.
No,
I think it's more praising Anthony Davis. Defensively, unbelievable. Owning the glass, unbelievable. Offensively, mid-range, hitting a couple, just enough of the outside shots to open it up. Transition, I couldn't believe how fast he was. And then around the rim offensively, I thought Anthony Davis, this might have been the best series I've seen of Anthony Davis since that bubble.
He's never played better, in my opinion. The deflections in the half court, getting his arms out, switching on to Andrew Wiggins, defending Andrew Wiggins, I thought the key play again. Warriors are down 7. Felt like after all of that happened in the first quarter, they were down 7.
I couldn't believe
Final possession. They miss a shot. DiVincenzo cleans off the glass, tries to put it back up. Anthony Davis comes out of nowhere, rejects it.
Yep.
And then Austin Reeves goes out there. Give Austin Reeves credit.
Oh, he was awesome.
Last 3 games, he figured it out, and he played his ass off. I disrespected him. I don't think he's as good as what the hype is.
Yeah.
But you know what? He fits that team. He fits LeBron. His handle's a lot better than I thought. His mid-range game is good. He gets to the free throw line, and he at least tries on defense.
Well,
he tries hard. And what we watched on Friday night, Game 6, was a more connected team beating down a team that felt like was a bit disjointed all season long.
Wouldn't you also agree that they had clearly defined roles for all of those players?
No doubt. And connection.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a connection.
Exactly.
That goes with connection. When you're not connected, then you get people moping about minutes.
Yes.
Then you get people getting mad about their
Yes.
roles. DiVincenzo, Poole, Kamiga, all had their roles changed at multiple stops of the season. That's what I just said.
But I'm saying, like, DiVincenzo, like, Bonte, he was good in Game 6, but let's be real. He was not the player that was great in the regular season throughout either series. You saw, again, glimpses in Game 6. But he was nowhere near what he was during the regular season. And I'm not crushing DiVincenzo.
Not even close.
But to me, he's a microcosm of everything that was like all off. And I love DiVincenzo. It wasn't for a lack of effort.
Well,
he just
his role changed.
Couldn't hit anything.
Well, his role changed. You don't know when you're getting minutes. You don't know when you're going to get to a rhythm. You don't know when you're going to play. Same thing happened to Kamiga.
Wow.
Same thing happened to GP2 at times. Same thing happened to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was never able to get into a rhythm. Ever.
Well, Jordan Poole, there was a possession. And look, I know he's the easiest person to crush, and a lot of people want to run him out of town. And I hear all that. And look, today it's going to be very difficult to defend Jordan Poole. But my God, there was one possession in Game 6 where he's guarding LeBron James 40 feet away from the hoop, and he's just like all up in his stuff.
Right.
And I'm like, hey, LeBron shooting threes, I want him. Back off him a little. Okay, back off him a little, number one. Number two, what are you doing? Why are you hacking him like that? What are you doing? We're in the bonus. What are you doing? I would just show that on a loop. If he wants to be an NBA player at a high level, you have to show him that and be like, what are you even trying to accomplish defensively here? What are you thinking? And like that, to me, the IQ of the team can be questioned. I think the roles can be questioned. We can question coaching. We can question the assembly. We can question the stars. Because I think also, as much as we talk about the role players, look, man, Draymond was great in a couple games and not good enough in others. Klay Thompson clearly had a bad game in a bad series.
No, Klay Thompson had a horrible series. He had a horrible series.
But if they want to be, quote unquote, the championship core, well, you need that core to play up to their level.
I think you need some tweaks. You need to get some guys who can get easy baskets. I mean, the Laker free throw discrepancy says it all. They're the more physical team. They play bully ball.
Yeah.
They got to the free throw line 160 times in this series. The Warriors got to the line 80 times. They doubled up the Warriors. They made 126 free throws. The Warriors, they made 60. They made 60. They were more physical. They played bully ball. And so when you get guys who are not connected and you're relying on jump shots and you're missing jump shots, it's a recipe for disaster. Klay Thompson, last 4 games in the series, he shot 25% from the floor. He shot 27.8 from 3. He couldn't buy a basket. Couldn't buy it. But I mean, he just couldn't buy it.
He was bad, and I'm not defending Klay. I'm really not. He was horrible in this game in particular, and throughout the series, he was not good.
Well, the last 2 games, he started off 1 for 7.
Well,
he wasn't good in Game 5 either.
But Bonte, and I'm asking you sincerely, and I think this is a bigger, as we look at the team and how it's assembled, who else was and I'm not even trying, because they were bad shot selection, but who else on this team is initiating offense outside of Steph Curry?
Yeah, nobody.
Who else is creating shots? Who else is taking shots on this team? Like that is as much of an issue as Klay's shot selection. Not having a clearly defined number 2 scorer is killing them.
Well, Wiggins was that guy. You would have thought Wiggins was that guy, but he just came back.
Yeah.
You know, he missed 25 straight in the regular season. He's trying to get his legs back in the playoffs. Then finally, he turns a corner at Game 5, 25-7-5. But wait, rib injury. Now he can't move. Now he needs an injection.
Play.
Late in the game when the game was already over.
I know.
So what the Kings and Lakers did, I thought was genius.
What's that?
They made Klay Thompson a ball handler and a dribbler, and that is not his game. That is not his game whatsoever. Maybe it's one dribble pull up to the mid-range, but they took away all his airspace. Both teams, and they made life difficult for it. And that was part of the scouting report. Make Klay dribble. We all know he can't dribble all that well. He's not a dribbler. No. He's not a playmaker. No. He's a guy, if he's going to make plays, it's going to be for himself. Now you can say, well, how come he can't adjust? How come he can't do anything? I don't know, man.
But as bad as he was, Draymond was passive offensively as well.
Right.
And I know he got the foul in the very first play of the game, and maybe that took away some of his aggression on defense. But I don't think Draymond was good enough in this series either. I don't want to give him a pass as well. As I know, because Clay's going to be the easy one, because we're going to look at that stat sheet and we're going to say, oh, he was 3 of 18.
Was Shasky? Nobody's getting a pass for this season. Nobody's getting a pass for Game 6. Nobody's getting a pass. The only one who I thought played his ass off and he got worn down, to give credit to the Lakers. They went at Stephen Curry defensively.
Absolutely.
All day long, and it got to his legs. You look at his three-point shot.
Yes.
Over the last 3 games, it was just not good.
I agree.
4-14 in Game 6. He had to work so hard to get anything going. The Lakers had a great game plan. And again, I look at the connection. D'Lo knows his role.
Yes.
Austin Reeves knows his role. Schroeder knows his role.
Rui.
Lonnie Walker knows his role. Rui knows his role.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt. Hey, I may not play today, but you know what? I know my role, and they look like a great team. Dude, the Lakers look like a more connected team. The Nuggets look like a more connected team. Miami looks more connected. The Warriors look disjointed all season long.
Draymond threw a left-handed pass across the court casually, and Vanderbilt they got a rebound or whatever, and he throws it left-handed into the middle of the court just casually, and Vanderbilt comes flying in, rips it, dunks it. Then Anthony Davis intercepts an inbound pass. Just the utter laziness when it came to some of these turnovers, but that was a microcosm of all year.
It was all it.
All year they were turning it over that sloppily.
Steve, Coach, East Bay Paulie. Now, they've turned it over all throughout the years, the championship years, but the difference is you're a lot older now. And the difference is you don't have role players like Sean Livingston
and
Andre Iguodala who could cut off the water. You don't have those veteran presence. And so the disconnect with the team, the disconnect with the youngsters, it all came to a head in game number 6. And you got roasted. And that's why Game 4, you were off after Game 4. I was legit depressed because in the back of my mind, and I'll admit
Lonnie Walker.
I admit this. Game 4, I thought, that's it. They can't win. A lot of people, can they come back from a 3-1 deficit? Sure, they have the talent to. Sure, they can. I wouldn't bet against it. But this year, with the way this season had gone, I just don't see it happening. The Lakers look like the more connected team, which is why they're going to the Western Conference Finals. And the Warriors we're going to sit here and take our lumps. We're going to talk about what went wrong. Game 6, we'll recap it. We'll recap the series. But also, what's ahead for this team? We have no idea. This is the cloudiest offseason coming up for the Golden State Warriors in over 10 years.
I would say in the Bay Area, in 20? Since
at least.
This feels like it's got a big, salary cap's coming to the NFL. It's 1992. That's what this feels like for the Golden State Warriors. They have crazy decisions to make.
No doubt. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Your phone calls. RJ, Gene, Steve, Coach, East Bay Paula will get you all. That's coming up here on the Morning Roast. Your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Going to be one hell of a show.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
one from midcourt. It's up and good! He hit it from half court. Golden State will go to the locker room down by 10.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What a shot by Austin Reeves. What a shot. Austin Reeves finishes 23 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, 4 or 5 from the three-point line. The Lakers give Darvin Ham credit. He made all the adjustments. Thought the adjustment to go to Schroeder in Game 6 instead of Vanderbilt to get the Lakers off to a faster start. Boy, did they ever. 27-10, they jump out of the gates. 27-10. It looks Schroeder to do much, but he pushed the pace.
I thought he
and
was
it
good.
forced
Yeah.
and it forced the Warriors to have to guard everybody instead of sagging off of Vanderbilt. Schroeder, you have to respect. Reeves, you have to respect. D'Lo, you have to respect.
Lonnie Walker.
So Lonnie Walker coming off the bench, but this is the starting lineup.
Yeah.
The starting lineup to go to Schroeder instead of Vanderbilt was genius by
I
Darvin
thought
Ham.
so too. If we were just ranking guard play, or, I know it's tough because there's so many positionless guys out there, but just guard play in the series, Steph's somewhere in the top, right? But D'Lo, Schroeder, Lonnie Walker, like they all, it felt like had more, and I'm talking about more combined, not individually, had more of a positive impact than DiVincenzo, Klay Thompson, GP2. And so I'm looking like the one thing that I did not see happening, we knew AD was going to get, go off. I didn't know he'd be that good, but he was awesome. I didn't have their guards just out producing the Warrior guards across the board.
Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson.
I didn't even bring up Jordan Poole. Good point.
I mean,
Jordan, what happened to Jordan Poole, Bonte?
Jordan Poole averaged 8 points a game in the series. He shot 25% from three, 34.5 from the field. We'll have some sound later about Jordan Poole at the exit interview Saturday. Somebody finally asked him, what about the punch? And he kind of avoided it and said, hey, man,
What's he gonna say?
you stay strong. But there's no doubt all the attention placed on him, the spotlight, it just was, I don't know, man. He didn't look like a basketball player. He didn't look like an NBA basketball player this year against the LA Lakers. He just didn't.
He was unplayable. I mean, but he scored 21 in game 1 and then 29 the rest of the series.
That's unbelievable.
How?
I don't know. I don't know.
It was such an enigma. And like the thing is, like, defensively he's so bad. It's so bad. But offensively, he was just so erratic. So not in sync with anyone else on the floor. It was like he was doing his own thing. Like, like when someone goes like a guitar solo,
right?
And you're like, dog, you're way off beat and you're doing way too much.
That was him.
It was. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He's one of my favorite players on the team. At least he was last year, and I can't defend him. Like Bonte, I can't defend. He couldn't even meet me halfway and show minimal effort.
Can you blame him?
Yeah, I
After
can,
everything
because you know
that's
what?
happened, after everything that's happened, can you blame him?
On that level, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm going to say is you got to be a professional and you got to find a way to fight through those things.
He's tried.
Right?
He tried.
But he's not the only one. Like, see, I think it's too easy to diagnose. Get Jordan Poole off my team, and everything's going to be fine.
But it also comes
have problems deeper than Jordan Poole.
But it also goes out
problem.
to it also goes out to roles.
Agreed.
You have a role, then all of a sudden you're only getting 10 minutes. And you're saying, well, I can't get enough time to establish myself.
Well, when Curry was out, he started. He averaged 26 points a game as a starter with Curry out.
No doubt.
But I'm not saying that's what we want to do. I'm just saying,
as a starter, period.
He
averaged 25 a game.
I mean,
25 a game as a starter. Is it that simple? I'm not making any excuses for him. You got to be a pro. And you know what? He did not play well at all. His body language, Stan Van Gundy joined us last week, said his body language was awful in game number 4. Awful. And yet this was a winnable series. But when you get Lonnie Walkered, when you blow an 11-point lead in game 3 by turning the ball over, you can't even blame the referees. The referees are who were they? They are who we thought they were. This is just a microcosm of the season. Let's go to the Lions here. Let's open them up. Uncle Gene. We'll start off with Uncle Gene here on the roast. It's going to be a long 4 hours, folks. Long 4 hours. It is. I was not looking forward to this. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, morning, fellas. Calling you from Brooklyn, where I'm visiting my son right now. So, anyway. So, I think... Are you guys there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So, I think the whole playoffs really turned on Game 6 in the Sacramento series, the one we should have won. And when we didn't, then we had to come back and work our butts off for Game 7 and only got a day off while the Lakers got 3. If we had taken care of business in Game 6, I think that we win Game 1 of our series with the Lakers and just hold court, keep winning on our own court, and we win the series. But we didn't, and and I think we were fighting fatigue the entire time, especially in this last game. That's what I think went wrong mostly. But through the season, I think, frankly, you have to call the whole youth movement a failure at this point.
It was.
And
it absolutely was.
Started with the punch. But, you see Poole, who regressed this year. Kuminga, who finally got it together in the second half and then just completely fell apart in the playoffs. So and the Hall of Famers, I mean, I want to keep them together. I want to give it another shot. I think there's still a chance, but they need more help,
Yeah, but here's where it gets difficult, Gene. Here's where it gets difficult. If Draymond opts in, okay, then you're looking at a luxury tax bill, and I don't know if people really understand this, but if Draymond opts in, financially, it is very difficult to build a team around that core. So it's not, do you want to keep, of course everyone wants to keep these guys around, and of course everyone feels like they've earned it. The question now becomes, can you field a competitive enough team around those guys, given the restraints because of the salary cap? You would have $200+ million in luxury tax hits. Does the owner want to do that? Can they find guys? You lose the Dante DiVincenzo mid-level exception, which is what they used to sign him this year. So basically, all you would have is young players and vet minimum players. So,
and how many vets want to come to the Warriors? How many vets will want to come to the Warriors now?
Well, let me ask you.
After watching that season, after watching the core, look, let's be honest. Curry's going to be 36 next year.
That's what I'm saying.
Draymond Clay's going to be 34 next year at some point during the season. What veteran whose ring change is going to say, let me go to the Golden State Warriors? Why wouldn't Denver be more attractive? Why wouldn't Phoenix be more attractive with Devin Booker?
Boston.
Why would Boston, Philly,
Yeah.
or whoever, the Lakers?
Pick whoever you want.
Whoever you want. So when we get to the Draymond Green discussion, and all the reports come right after the game.
I mean, minutes
after the game.
Sharania, minutes had it filed.
The Warriors want to keep him. Are we sure about that? Are we sure about that?
There's two questions within that one, okay? Do you want Draymond is a question.
Right.
And then, if it's yes or no, okay, yes. Okay, if it's yes, do you want him at $27 million next year,
Yeah.
or do you want him to opt out and then re-sign him for less over a 4-year period?
And
That's
what's
a
less?
question all itself.
Right.
Then the other side is, okay, do you want him? No. All right. Well, if he opts in, can you trade him for something else if you don't want him, or do you just let that money slide?
Right.
And then you can't get better because you lose that slot.
You lose that slot.
Within
So
the
trading
one
him.
question of do you want Draymond, yes or no, there's like 4 branches.
So Draymond, let me ask you something
Yeah.
before we hit the break. I saw Looney drop 9 dimes in Game 3 against the Kings. I saw Looney grab multiple games of 20-plus rebounds. Hell, in Game 6, he came off the bench and grabbed 18. Mm-hmm. And the optics, I guess Draymond got hurt in Game 6. But the optics of being down 20, 5 minutes left in the game, you see Steph still out there. Clay still out there. Wiggins is trying to battle, all right? You got Moses Moody trying to battle. You got GP2 trying to – you got Lou Dog out there. Where was Draymond Green at the end of the game? Well, I know after the game they say, well, you had a calf strain, blah, 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 blah. But the optics of a lot of people saying, boy, you're down 18, 20, and it felt like you checked out. Looney was a better forward than Draymond Green this year. Looney was better. And Looney can do a lot of the things Draymond can do at a cheaper rate. And you don't get all the baggage. You don't get all the baggage that comes with Draymond Green.
That's a great
and I get
point.
it. He's a 4-time champ.
Yeah.
But Looney's won 3 himself.
I know. Well, see, you're going Looney or Dre, which is very, very, very fair.
Well,
to me,
I don't think you could start 2 guys who don't look at the basket in your starting lineup ever again. You can't go 3 off 5.
this is the way I'm going to put this. If I want to retain Draymond, he has to almost exclusively play small ball 5. That's number 1. Number 2, just me. This is the way I'm viewing it. I don't think you can have Klay and Dre. It's one or the other. And I'm going to stick with Klay Thompson, and I think he's more of a stretch 4 and can play in some, 3 lineups.
Yeah, at least as a threat from the perimeter.
Absolutely. And so to me, I'm looking at this from positional versatility standpoint, and I think you could put better lineups around a Klay Thompson team than you can a Draymond team, because I think there's a redundancy when Dre plays the 4 and Klay's out there that I don't think they... yes, can they quote-unquote play together? Yes, but you're easily defended when the two of them are out there. And on defense, you're giving stuff up. I think Klay can guard some of the 4s. You're not getting Draymond defensive production from him.
Doubt.
But you're offsetting it offensively.
I get Draymond may take a team all defense. But was his defense that much better than everybody else's this season?
Well, there were games where you're like, wow, lock down Draymond. And then 2 in a row where there's nowhere to be found. Because he's arguing, he's slamming a ball in a guy's face. Again, the way I look at this very simply, if Dre wants to stay, he's playing small ball 5, and he's taking some sort of a slight tick down. He's opting out of the $27 million. We re-sign him for less. And then I don't know. I let Klay Thompson play it out. But I don't think Klay and Dre can play together.
Yeah, I don't know if Dre and Lou can play together.
That's another
I don't know
element.
if Drake and Lou. You can't play 3-on-5. The Lakers sagged off of Draymond and Looney all series long. And when Draymond was in there, you saw Game 6. LeBron was like, I am chilling on defense. I'm not even going to guard you.
And then now he's the ultimate helper because he can go, anyone who gets dribbled by, he's helping.
Now look at all these teams that are left. They all have threats in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
They all have threats.
Yeah.
Sixers, Denver,
Monte.
Eric Gordon will be the guy who gets let. They'll sag off of him, but he'll slash, he'll cut, he'll play his role.
I watched Denver against Phoenix. I went to that game. Denver is so loaded, it's not even funny. They got a guy Brown off the bench. I know
Bruce
you know
Brown from Brooklyn Nets.
He would be an impact player.
X-factor.
KCP was, and I know he only had the one game in the series. He was killing it. And I'm saying to myself, their balance offensively and their size and their length, that's who the Warriors need to be looking at. I know they're looking at it internally.
And another question, sorry to cut you off, and we got to go break, but can Jordan Poole play with Draymond? Can Draymond play with Jordan Poole?
I don't even know.
Jordan Poole was a shell of himself this year. And that was very. He was not good.
Bonte, if
he
you
was not
me,
good this year.
I think both of them might be on the way out the door.
Maybe they both need to change the scenery. Who knows? All right, your phone call's coming up. That's all it's about today. We may have a special guest at 9:20.
Oh,
may have a special guest at 9:20. That's what's coming up in the games. So where does Dub Nation go from here? We talk all about the Warriors aftermath presented by Mara West.
Now I gotta go.
Attention facility professionals.
the first time in their history, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala will walk off a Western Conference playoff floor with a loss, a series loss. And for the first time in 29 series, the Warriors do not get a road victory in a playoff series.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Records don't last forever, right? I mean, I don't know how many teams are going to catch the Warriors when it comes to 28 straight series with a road playoff win. But hell, Steph Curry dropped 50 in Game 7 a couple weeks ago in Sacramento. And 2 weeks later, Jason Tatum drops 51 against Philadelphia in a Game 7. Oh, Philadelphia.
And his game, was it 6? What was the game Thursday night?
For Tatum, Game 6, the 16 in the fourth quarter.
I mean,
come on. 4 threes late in the last 5 minutes.
After being
in Philly.
Awful, the whole game.
When he opened up 0 for 10 in the first half, 1 for 14, up until that
He's
point.
Awesome.
Jason Tatum, man.
I'm a big fan.
That's going to be a fun series. Celtics and Heat. Now you got everybody's making the bubble 3 years ago. They said the bubble doesn't count. Now you got the 4 teams who are in the conference finals. All these teams are completely different. The only constants are the main stars.
Yeah.
LeBron and AD.
Yeah.
Jokic and Murray. Tatum and Brown. And Jimmy Buckets. Oh, Bam Adebayo. Bam Adebayo.
Yeah. And
Tyler Hero's hurt.
He'll be back.
They say he's going to be back this series?
Well, they think if he can get to the end of this series, he might be able to come back. But what's-his-face is playing well. Gabe Vincent.
Gabe Vincent's playing really well.
He's another free agent. You talk about guard play. Like, he's a free agent this upcoming year. What?
The Heat have like 8 undrafted guys on their roster.
Well, they have Duncan Robinson, who was undrafted, who they signed to this big deal, and he doesn't even play.
He played a little bit, but
not what they want.
Not much, but Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, the Martin twin.
Yep.
They got so many undrafted guys. Hell, Lowry was. I don't think Lowry was drafted, or was he a second-round pick with the Rockets way back when? Could have been a second-round pick, but they got a lot of guys who had to work their way up the NBA ladder, and that goes to player development. That goes to coaching. That goes to belief in your youngsters and belief in their process. And that's why I shift gears to the Golden State Warriors to say, do they have belief in their player development? Do they have coaching to get the best out of youngsters and develop them? Now, we see Jordan Poole get developed, but he regressed. Kevon Looney has developed. They did help Curry go to another level, and Draymond go to another level, and Klay Thompson go to another level. But who else? The failure of the youngsters this year, when people write their end of the season stories or whatnot, which is all coming out today and came out over the weekend, one of the top 3 storylines of the season is the failure to develop the youngsters to get them ready for the playoffs. Because now you go to the playoffs, Poole is a shell of himself. Wiseman's in Detroit. Kuminga's not playing. And all of a sudden you got to dust off Moses Moody, but God bless his soul, he's got to go out there and guard LeBron James.
But
that's not fair.
Here's what I don't understand about the Moody thing. Like, we were acting like, and there were times this year where he couldn't even sniff the floor for weeks at end, and then in the playoffs now he's trusted. Like, what I want to legitimately hear what the answer is there. Like, what did he do something in practice that all of a sudden inspired you to play him?
Right.
Like, what was it? Like, because we don't see practice, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't get it. As much as we want to, and look, the coaching staff, whether it's Steve Kerr, Kenny Atkinson, catch-all, whatever, however you want to determine, they deserve a ton of blame. I think some of the youngsters deserve some sort of the blame, whether it be attitude, demeanor, not doing the little things that are necessary that Moses Moody did in a lot of these playoff games, like rebounding and hustling and staying in front of your man. Those are what keep you on the floor, not just scoring. But it's not just that. To me, it's also the veterans. I thought the veterans' attitude toward the young players was really bad culture for a work environment. You need to, now I understand, you see some of them at times as a threat and maybe, they're holding back our championship core. No. They are there to help provide you some level of a fountain of youth. Now I understand that the players need to meet them halfway on some of these things. But if you are giving them an environment to where every little mistake that they make, you're going to chastise them and you don't want to play them, well, then look at your resume, bud, because all the veterans let this team down as much, if not more, than the rooks and the young guys.
Well, especially this season. When you look at the 0-5 road trip, we cited it. The veterans are on the floor at the end of the game against Orlando.
Exactly.
They're on the floor at the end of the game against Miami. They're on the floor at the end of the game against Charlotte when you lose in overtime. They're on the floor in the second half against Detroit with Sadiq Bey and Cade Cunningham are lighting your ass up. I mean, the veterans, it felt like they tried to embrace the youngsters, but the divide came, I hate to say it, it felt like it came with the punch. It felt like it came with the punch. And all of a sudden, the youngsters go in together, whether it's Moody, Kuminga, or Wiseman, and they're not playing well together. Why need some of those youngsters mixed in with the starters? Let Kuminga get a little sniff against
cross-pollinate
with Curry and Clay. Let Wiseman get a little sniff with Clay Thompson and Jordan Poole. Let Moses Moody play with some of the starters a little bit here. And the failure to develop them, the failure to let these lottery picks, because you were supposed to get them ready this regular season so they could be ready for a series against the LA Lakers.
Yes.
And the fact is, we saw Jonathan Kuminga with this size, athleticism, not get one crack at LeBron James.
See, now that was, no, not only that.
Not one crack.
And in game 6, now I understand, maybe he did some stuff behind the scenes that whatever. You can't play him with Wiggins injured?
Not one crack.
You can't give him a look?
Not one crack.
And yet you're letting Clay get bodied by LeBron in the post? Like, what? Come on.
Not one crack.
I don't know, man.
Not one crack. So
on a team that desperately needed a breath of athleticism.
So, you could say we're speculating there. I don't think people are going to know the half of what went on with this Warriors team. It's actually, when I step back and look at where they finished up at, second round, game 6 against the Lakers.
They overachieved.
It's actually remarkable that they made it to that point, considering everything that's happened this season. How many cultures, how many teams crumble, and don't even make the playoffs?
They needed a 50-point game in Game 7 from Steph Curry to keep their season going. They could have, I think, losing to the Lakers in 6, now I'm not to say that there's nobility in that, but had they lost in the first round to the Kings in that Game 7, I think the outrage would be even more cranked up.
It would have been.
I think it would have been even more cranked up. You lost in the first round?
Well, it would have been cranked up if we had a show right after Game 6. But we had a weekend off to kind of sit there and digest everything. And really, in a way, it's like a lot of people I felt like who worked with Dub Nation are like, you know what? Yeah, we lost. And it's not that they're not tripping.
It wasn't our
But
year.
it was a very exhausting season for a lot of people.
That I agree with.
There was how many people were happy this year during the 2-week period? How many people are, they had championship ability? That's why when we played the Kerr sound, and he said we maxed out. We weren't a championship team. Or Draymond Green says we have championship players, but we weren't a championship team. See, I don't like that. And I don't subscribe to it.
Well, that to me, that's putting all the blame on the
youngsters.
And the bench. No, just
And
the
the
bench.
bench.
Just the bench. And to me, I'm like, wait a minute. Was Draymond Green championship caliber all year?
No.
Was Klay Thompson championship
No.
caliber all year?
No.
Wiggins, look, I know no one wants to talk about why he was gone. Forget why. He was gone
For 25
for
straight
months,
games.
not
2
weeks.
months.
Months.
2 months.
Okay?
2 months.
GP2 was injured on arrival.
There was 3 guys. I thought had a great season for the Warriors. It's Stephen Curry.
Yes.
Who played at an MVP level.
Agreed.
Kevon Looney.
Agreed.
Played his ass off. And for most of the year, it was Dante DiVincenzo.
I agree with you. But the final 3 weeks of the year, the playoffs, 3 or 4 weeks of the season, he wasn't good. And now, he was much better in Game 6 early on than he was in the weeks prior. But the guy who was in the regular, and I would like to retain Dante DiVincenzo.
He has a player
feels like a
option.
pipe dream, but I'd like to retain him. But you're right, B. Everybody else
did not have, Klay Thompson did not have a great year.
Yes.
Had a solid year,
No,
not
he
a
had
great
months.
year.
He had a month.
Not a great year at all. Jordan Poole did not have a great year.
No.
Draymond Green did not have a great year. Steve Kerr
Oh, no, not good.
did not have a great year.
No.
This was his worst job.
Anthony
He's had.
Lamb and Ty Jerome played 100-something games and were averaging over 15 minutes a pop each in those games that they played. Like that, and then you don't get any significant minutes from either one of those guys. And then Andre Iguodala, this is another thing, because he's going to skate on this one. No. I'm here for
my
this.
God.
Today.
Oh, my
Andre
gosh.
Iguodala, we spent all year, Joe, you don't get, Iggy brings X, Y, and Z. No, Iggy should have been a coach. You wasted a roster spot on a guy who barely played the year prior after he got hurt and got subbed in the finals ceremoniously, which should have been, quote-unquote, the end of his career. Now, I don't knock the guy for getting another contract. I don't knock it. But shame on the Warriors for thinking he was going to have any impact on this season. Shame on them.
Well, also, I don't know if the optics look good when the guy's not playing and he's coaching people up. I just don't know how ballers react to that. But that's a conversation for another day.
No, but that's a wasted roster spot.
That's
Forget
a conversation
that part.
with another day.
Was it not?
It just did not work out.
Yeah.
It just didn't make any sense.
And look, he was a great warrior. He had an unbelievable career. All of those things are true. I appreciate everything he did for the organization. If we're talking about maximizing this year's team, they failed with that roster spot.
Sure did. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. Coach Hall, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Man, if I had to sum up this season in one word, it'd be mishandled. I think from start to finish. I didn't like the trip that we took overseas. Of course, the Draymond Jordan Poole thing. We just mishandled everything from the youth. And I just couldn't help but look at those games. How many times was Looney, like, wide open, waiting to pass at the elbow? And I'm just thinking to myself, like, Looney, shoot it, man. Like, you got that stroke.
Right.
And us trading away Wiseman, I know Wiseman would have took that shot. It's just little things like that bother me all season. But honestly, man, I was emotionally exhausted watching this team this year and getting it from everybody down here in SoCal. So I'm not glad that it's over, but I'm kind of relieved in a sense. And I think there's only two options for us going into next season. Either we're going to have to run it back, everybody's going to have a come-to-Jesus moment, or we're going to have to either get rid of Draymond or package the young players for some role players. But I think our best option is to run it back because I don't see nobody doing us any favors.
So,
what you guys think?
Yeah, so does anybody want to run it back? Because I don't.
I do not.
I don't.
But Bonte, this is where
I don't think you can run it back.
But I think you have restraints because of the. It's like everyone wants to say, young guys, get me vets. All the young guys suck. Get me vets. Get me vets. Vets make more money. The good ones, like the solid vets, make more money than the rooks. Part of why you have young players, and I think this is so critical. They are so over the cap. The only way to get some impact on the dirt cheap and to try to get some value is you pray to God that one of these drafted guys can hit because now you have value. It's like in the NFL. What are we talking about? You draft a quarterback because it suppresses the contract of the quarterback because he's on a rookie scale, and then you can build around that guy. Well, when you have Klay Thompson making $40+ million and Ed Curry making 50 and Dre making 30 and Wiggins making 30 and now Jordan Poole's going to be making 30. You got to have some cheap value. The problem is they didn't give any of those guys opportunity to blossom and nurture, and now we're stuck with nothing.
And even JaMychal Green doesn't play much.
No.
You bring in that veteran who was supposed to be your Bielitsa or / Otto Porter Jr. Doesn't work out. Doesn't play much. Finally gets a sniff in game 2, balls out. Game 3 gets a quick hook. We don't see him the rest of the series. I mean, there's so many things happening here. I mean, the demise of Jordan. You know, Bully said this. We're watching the game. He goes, man, Bonte, Jordan Poole, what do you think happened? And I was just like, Bully, last year on this set, we were having pool parties. We were wearing sunscreen and wearing floaties.
3 guys were remember 3 guys on the road, Bonte? We're wearing like the swimsuit trunks and the goggles and the swimming outfits.
And we were playing this all the time.
Money time! Money time!
I don't even know if he'll be accepted by Dub Nation anymore. I don't even know if Dub Nation, like I just could not believe the play of Jordan Poole. I couldn't believe it. The ball handling, the defense with his hands down, even the Austin Reeves half-court shot when he just moved out the way.
No, he olayed. He just.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
But Bonte, I was thinking about this. Like, I can't think of another player that this entire region has turned on after embracing so much and turned on. Is Jimmy G like?
It was on a Jimmy Garoppolo level,
right? Wouldn't you agree? Like Jordan Poole was someone like,
it was on a Colin Kaepernick level.
I can't envision a future without him. Now it's like I can't envision a future with him.
Well, especially if Draymond Green comes back. How the hell are they going to play? Come on, man!
Like honestly, if you ask me today, I think both should be gone.
There it is. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, Coach.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. And I just want to say that the playoffs was a microcosm of the whole season.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Up and down, inconsistent, highs and lows. And people drew camps. You know, you were either a Poole fan or you were a Kuminga fan or you were a Draymond fan. And I also think that no one is above criticism, so I think it's fair to be able to criticize Steve Kerr, the way he handled the team, because that's what we do here. Jonathan Kuminga is I felt that he's got a raw deal because he's no worse than his graduating class. He's a basketball player, and everybody wants to play. And he's played LeBron very well last year when he got a chance. He played Lillard. He played Ja Morant. He played those guys. So to not play him just to cut off your nose to spite your face in the playoffs, I think that's a big mistake on Kerr. If you wanted to discipline Kuminga for attitude, do it after the season or do it next year. But that young man should have been out there, and I would have loved to see he and Wiggins on the court at the same time because they needed those high flyers. But that's all I want to say, guys. Thanks a lot, and I'll be listening.
All right, thanks, Coach. Great call. Great call. You're spot on with that one, Coach. Let's go to Steve in Oakland.
Hey, Steve.
What's happening? Steve. He gone. Let's get RJ.
Let's go, RJ.
RJ been on hold since the start of the show. Let's get RJ in here. RJ, what's happening?
Damn, Bonte, you want to start it off like that, huh? Hey, man, I made room for you guys on the couch, but hey, I just want to talk about something, Bonte. Are you saying that you want to let go of Draymond? Because I could guarantee that if there was no Draymond on the Warriors, you guys wouldn't get past Sacramento. He defensively he was a beast in that series. And I thought
Looney was better defensively in that series
than
Draymond.
Looney and Dre were good in that Sacramento series against Sabonis. But it's everything else that comes with Draymond Green. It's everything else, RJ. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, my whole topic was talking about the greatness of LeBron. But, the Warriors fans know that since 2016. But, Bonte, you wanted the smoke? Hey, you called it, man. I'm here for you, dog.
RJ Fairfield, hold on. Keep him on. So the Warriors beat the Kings, your Kings, your Sacramento Kings in 7 games. You don't call the show for 2 weeks. Now all of a sudden you want smoke? Like, come on, man, be better. Like you're a Sacramento King fan rooting for the Lakers. Think about that, RJ. Think about that. You got? I don't even get why Kings fans are talking. You had a cute season. You made the playoffs for the first time in 17 years, and all of a sudden you become Laker fans because the Warriors ruined your night, ruined your dreams.
SOFT.
Whatever.
I don't blame Kings fans for being frustrated, and it was a great series, and we were lucky to get past. Not lucky, but we fortunately got past them, and it could have easily gone the other way though. That's the other thing about this year. And I think a part of me is saying look, it was a disappointing, frustrating, almost aggravating season all year. But we did have some great moments. But this is not when you have a Steph Curry type player, I can't do the moral victory thing because I don't know how many of these prime vintage Steph seasons we have left.
Every time you had a great moment, something happened.
Yeah.
Something happened. Klay Thompson drops 54, right? 54 points. Remember that 8-game homestand? Mm-hmm. Dropped 54. Was that against the Hawks?
Yes.
Dropped 54. And then later on at homestand, you lose 3 in a row to go out on the road. You lose 3 in a row. The back end of that. There's not a lot of joy. There was just not a lot of joy. Just look at the rhetoric all season long, the dialogue. Whether it was Klay, whether it was Dre, whether it was Wiggins, whether it was Jordan Poole. Those 3 things we talked about all season long. Oh, of course, the youngsters. The youngster's not getting any run.
And Bob Myers.
Well, yeah, that was kind of just laying in the cut.
I know, but I do think there's so much uncertainty. I think this year and that's my number one thing. I cannot have this much uncertainty rolling into next year.
So how do we do this? How do we do this?
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm open to a lot. The only
I want to win another ring.
Listen, I want another ring too, but here's my constants. I'm rolling with Steph.
Yes.
I'm rolling with Looney.
Thank you.
I'm rolling with Wiggins.
And everything else is on the table.
Everything else is on the table.
See, I'm open with that.
Everything is on the
table. And if you want to be realistic, you can't keep everyone and get better. You just can't. You have to make tough, bold decisions. And so to me, the other thing too, you have to make a decision on Steve Kerr because I don't think Steve Kerr can go into next year being a lame duck coach. you have to either give him a couple-year extension. Like, I cannot have the same uncertainty rolling into next year. He needs to either be compensated or taken care of or whatever, or like, figure it out. Whatever you're going to do. If he's going to stay with Curry and Curry wants him, then gosh darn it, give him an extra couple of years, tack it on there, and see where it goes. But I can't have him go through a lame duck season either. There's too much chatter. I can't have that stuff again back-to-back years. It's suffocated them this year.
Well, here's what Draymond Green said after he was asked whether or not the team maxed out. Whether or not they maxed out. Here's what Draymond Green had to say.
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it. So, sucks. But that's our reality. That doesn't mean our core changes. That doesn't mean our core can't do it again. They said we couldn't do it again last year. We did it. They said we missed the playoffs this year. We did it, but guess what? We don't do moral victory, so we lost. And this was not a championship group as it stands. But we have champions, and we're made up of champions. And when you are a champion, when you have that mindset, you just go back to the drawing board, retool, refigure it out, and go do it again. And that's what'll be our focus. But it wasn't a championship group. As we can see, we're sitting here and the season's over. So we'll figure it out. This group was maxed. We got what we could get out of it. But this thing isn't maxed. And so we'll get more out of that.
I think it's very easy for him to sit here and say, "Oh, this thing isn't maxed," and blah blah blah, because he's going to have confidence in himself and his teammates. But what I don't, again, maybe they know, maybe they're aware of it, and everyone wants their extensions. But there is a financial element to this that is almost impossible to keep going.
Forget the financial components, because we'll get.
But there's
to
also
that.
father time.
Right? No, there's father time. There's financial. But what bugs me is that this group maxed out. But this core ain't maxed out.
But they were all lesser versions of themselves.
All of them. But also
maybe not Curry, but yes.
To me, it's like, wait a minute. What are you saying about? Let's pick it up on the other side. Because it felt like
that's finger pointing again, and
exactly.
I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that.
It's throwing guys under the bus is where I was getting to.
Like, was Draymond and Clay good enough to win this series? No. Now, they're not exclusive to them. But, like, if you're going to say the championship core is this, the championship core is that, well, then you need to look in the mirror and say, well, I wasn't good enough, consistently enough for us to get past the Lakers. Because if they were going to beat the Lakers, they needed a better version of both Clay and Draymond.
Well, I just have a problem with saying this group maxed out, but we still have champions in this locker room. That's pointing the finger and throwing people under the bus. It just is. It is what it is. So we'll continue to take some calls here. 888-957-9570. We're going to slow play this thing all throughout the weeks, man. This is going to be a fascinating offseason for the Golden State Warriors. A fascinating offseason. I mean, they lose in 6 to the LA Lakers. They got Lonnie Walker to game 4. That's how close it was. But in the end, the Lakers are just a better team. They were more connected. And now we head into the offseason with nothing but questions. Who's going to be back? Who's gone? Is the dynasty over? How do they retool? I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I'm here to figure it out. Try to figure it out with you guys here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth. Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA Bus to 333-161 to apply.
My French toast sticks are back in 3.
late in the regular season, after they had made their trades and sort of reshuffled their deck. I remember walking into the locker room saying, that's a great defensive team. Like, not good, but great. And so I give them credit. I thought, starting Schroeder today on Steph, Schroeder put a lot of pressure on him, made the passing angles a little tougher in pick and roll. And I just think, Davis at the rim is, he's obviously a huge obstacle, and not only shot blocker, but, guy who takes up a lot of space and, cuts down a lot of passing lanes. And so I thought the Lakers defense was great. With that said, I thought we had some open looks early, and to me, we were just in a little bit of a rush. I thought we were forcing the issue in the first quarter and missed a lot of open ones that maybe could have gotten us off to and gotten us into a better rhythm.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Steve Kerr's not lying about how good the Lakers defense was, because they shut down the Splash Brothers, especially from three, down at Crypto.com Arena. Don't forget to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath, presented by Mara West. Download the Odyssey app as we break down what went wrong in game number 6 as the Warriors get eliminated from the playoffs. It's the first series loss for Steve Kerr in the Western Conference. He was 19-0. Now he's 19-1. They had gone through 28 straight series with the road win. That does not get extended because they didn't win on the road in this series against the LA Lakers, going 0-3 at Crypto.com Arena. The Lakers 6-0 at home. And, of course, Dre, Steph, and Clay now dropped to 17-1 when all three are healthy in that playoff series. So a lot of streaks went down, and the season ends for the Golden State Warriors. And it was a bloodbath Friday night at Crypto.com Arena. Didn't start well, didn't end well. Austin Reeves got going. AD was AD. He was snatching rebounds off the top of the glass. And LeBron, he played like Magic Johnson. I mean, LeBron James, he dropped 39-9. He's 38 years old. And he's showing no signs of slowing down.
I thought he did a brilliant job of picking and choosing his spots, of when to sub himself out, when to throttle up, when to throttle down. He was brilliant. And then they got the game that they needed. They got game 1, and they exerted all their energy for that game 1, and it felt like everything kind of cascaded off that. Coming out of game 2 when they did, so that they could conserve energy for game 3. He was brilliant. And then kind of sensing that Wiggins was not 100%, he attacked him over and over and over early on. When he got Clay in the post, what did he do? Backed him down, backed him down, used his size. I mean, he's just such a unique guard. I thought LeBron James was brilliant in game 6.
Well, also the Lakers, they never go any stretch. They don't go any stretches without either AD or LeBron on the floor. One of those guys are always on the floor. And that leads me to second options. So you get Philadelphia. Embiid and Harden, one of those guys are always on the floor. Tatum and Brown, one of those guys are always on the floor for Boston. Lakers, LeBron and AD, always on the floor. Denver, Murray or Jokic is always on the floor. Well, without Steph, doesn't matter who's on the floor for the Golden State Warriors. They need a bona fide, and Jason Battle's been tweeting us this all morning long. Shout out to Jason out there on Twitter. But it's so true. The Warriors need a legit number 2 option. A legit number 2 option. And I thought in order to go on a playoff run, they needed Wiggins to be that guy. But he suffered the injury.
I just don't know if he's that dude, like, in terms of offensive threats, who's going to continue to come at you that way.
I love him as a 3.
I don't think that's in his DNA.
I love him as a 3.
Me too.
And at this stage of his career, I don't mind Klay Thompson as a 4.
But here's where I struggle with the Wiggins thing, Bonte, because if you want to get something back that's a real true difference maker, it does feel like Wiggins is one of those guys that other teams would want to covet. That's like, he's the one guy that, to me, if you're talking about a significant player that you would want to get to pair with Steph Curry, unfortunately, it feels like they're down to so few options to move because of their finances, that Wiggins is one of those guys, and I don't want to lose him.
Right.
He's too good.
No, he's too good. But when we talk about a big 3, and we talk about a number 2 option, the Warriors don't have that right now. They don't. They just don't. It's Curry, and if Curry's not cooking, then you're asking guys to create for themselves when they can't create.
What was their identity when they were winning championships?
Strength of numbers, T-ball, passing.
Well, then they got KD, and it was different. But like last year, what was their identity last year?
Ball movement.
And?
Team ball?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like,
in terms of just,
I'm not. It's not. I mean, rhetorical question. I was asking sincerely.
Well, they were connected.
Yes,
they were connected. Connectivity is what they talked about.
I thought they
defensively and offensively play more team ball.
Yes, team defense,
more rhythm,
team
more
offense.
Flow.
Yes,
even when they got the assist numbers today, it was a bit clunky. But you see the 25 assists against the Lakers on Friday night. Really, it was a lot of one-on-one.
Yes,
it was a ton of one-on-one this year. So teams did a good job of scouting.
I just look at like the Kings' identity, the team that they played in the first round, and this is from my buddy Kevin. It's a great point. The Kings' identity. We're going to be super fast. Everything flows through De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, and we're going to hit threes around those guys. But we're going to play as fast as we possibly can.
With pace,
right? The Lakers, complete opposite. We're going to go slow. We've got guys that are methodical. Anthony Davis is going to eat your lunch in the paint. He's going to make you work defensively. And then LeBron James is obviously going to power through you, right? What will the Warriors' identity be next year? And that's where I go back to Steph Curry. Like, what do they want it to be? What does Steph want the identity to be?
Right. That's a great question.
Who does Steph want to play with?
It's a great question. I don't know. But I want to hear about this championship maxing out, because this one kind of bothers me. It does. Here's Steve Kerr on elaborating about the team maxing out.
How many road games did we win? 11. You go 11-30 on the road during the regular season. That's not what championship teams do. So it felt like all season we were desperately trying to recapture, what we had last year. And we did a pretty damn good job of finding something here over the last month. I think we won our last 5 or 6 regular season games to come back from 2-0 against a hell of a Sacramento team, and to give this Laker team the fight that we did, be in this competition. We came close to recapturing what we had, but we didn't quite get there. So in my mind, we didn't feel like a championship team all year, but we had the guts and the fortitude to still believe, and we made pretty good push. We just couldn't get there.
Well, let's be honest. The West was down this year. Sacramento was a 3 seed with 48 wins. We see 48 wins in the West not even make the playoffs.
This organization has seen that.
We see 48 wins get you a 7 or 6 seed. So it was a down Western Conference. That's why this championship, that one of these teams are going to, whether it's Miami, Boston, Denver, or the Lakers, it is sitting there on the platter. It is anybody's championship. This thing was wide open. And we all knew that. We all knew that all season long, that there wasn't a clear-cut favorite. Nobody really fears Denver like that. That's why a lot of people are picking the Lakers to beat the Nuggets. We'll see. I don't know where that series is going to go. But this season was wide open for them to take. And they could just never flip that switch that they had in previous years. Like last year even. They got out to the hot start, right? 18-2. And they were struggling towards the second half of the season. But to get Curry back, and then 5 games before the regular season, before even getting Curry back, they started to find it. This year it felt like fool's gold, because you play a Portland team who's not trying to win. Sacramento bitched everybody in that game on a Friday night. So you don't even know if they were jelly going into the playoffs. It was just like, hey, we got Wiggins back and a week off. Now let's piecemeal this bad boy together. Some guys can do it, some guys can't. It was a lot to ask for Andrew Wiggins to do it. Hell, we're fortunate that Wiggins played the way he did in the playoffs, considering he missed the last 2 months of the season. But it just never felt like they could flip that switch this year. And I don't know if they got that switch with this unit again. I don't know if they have that.
I'm with you on that one. And I think that for me, if I'm looking, like everyone's go bigs. And look, that might be the only thing that's available via the trade market. And I don't know where you find this guy, because this is the most difficult thing. It feels like, to me, the most difficult thing to find. You need another two-way perimeter player. That's the number one thing. Whether they're slightly tilted a little more toward defense or a little more toward offense, doesn't matter. But you need a two-way player. Too many times we're playing either an offensive-only guy or a defensive-only guy at that 2 spot. And to me, that's the number one thing, because if Steph's going to get hunted over and over and over again in a playoff series like this, you're going to have another early round exit. You need a two-way perimeter player dramatically.
Need also a guy just get easy buckets. Like a guy like Naz Reid, right?
I agree.
Naz Reid is a guy we highlighted all season long. But Coach Hall said this down to San Diego in the first hour. And I saw Looney hit a mid-range jumper in Game 6. I said, damn, I wish he shot it more.
I do too.
You can't have 2 guys on the floor who won't even look at the basket.
Exactly.
You can't have guys out there in today's NBA that are not a threat to score.
And this goes back to the Draymond thing.
And I know like
Steph might be married, and this is it's tough. If Steph wants to play with Dre, it feels like Dre's going to stay.
Right.
But on some level, Steph has to come to the epiphany that like he's making himself and his job much, much more difficult when you're playing with that basically what Dre is on offensively. He's Mark Jackson.
Right.
Dribble at the top of the key. Everyone's sagging off of him.
And his spacing gets clunky.
It's not 1993.
No, and his spacing gets clunky.
Exactly.
You compromise the spacing. So how much can you do that? You can't do that. The Lakers, the one thing when they started Schroeder, they had 5 threats on the floor.
Even if and Schroeder's not even that great offensively.
But you can't leave him.
Exactly. You have to honor him.
You have to honor
him. And I think one of the things, like when you play GP2, which is fine, you have to be very cautious of the other guys that you're pairing him up with, because now you have 2 or 3 non-shooters. And I think this is where, as we go back to the Kuminga conversation, you can't have Kuminga, Draymond, and Looney on the floor together.
No, you can't.
You can't have Looney, GP2, and Kuminga on the floor together, right? So again, I go back to they need another perimeter two-way player, and that is almost the hardest thing to find in the league.
Is that player Kuminga?
Bonte, it feels to me like some of the things that Kuminga has said and done, I don't know where the team is at in terms of can you come back from that?
I think the young man wants out. When you go to the Chronicle, you talk about how it's tough to smile. You see his body. I'm not going to put words into his mouth, but you saw the report right after Game 6 again. Shams Charania, Kuminga's representatives, they want a larger role.
Yeah.
If not, they want out.
Yes.
It was like, damn, game just ended.
I know.
Game just ended, but that's where Kuminga's at. Let's go to the lines, man. Jason in Tampa. Jason, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Hey, man. So, I think the Warriors winning last year was a blessing and a curse at the same time. It was a blessing because obviously they won a championship, but also at the same time, I've watched them over the last couple of years, and I've seen a difference. Last year, all throughout the season, it seemed like the majority of the team was hungry. They had something to prove. They were all going down in the same direction. But this year, it just seemed like everybody was, they weren't as hungry. They weren't as full. They were full, and the ball was sloppy, moving around, this and that and the third. You had people taking, 30-foot shots, with 15 seconds left in the shot clock. And there was a lot of that going on this year. So what I think going forward, what you really need is you need to surround this team with other players that are just as hungry, that want to win the championship, and have that be the goal. Not, hey, we already won a championship and nobody's going to beat us until they prove it. And they did that this year. They proved that, yes, we can beat you. So now get back on your horse, figure this out, and then find that hunger and move forward.
It's a great point, but the problem that I'm coming back to, Bonte, do they have the hubris? Does Clay and Draymond have the hubris to take different roles? I'm not saying lesser roles. I'm saying a different role.
I think,
and I don't want to use the ego word for a
Clay
reason.
would.
You think he would?
I think Clay would. Considering his background, considering how his father played, you got to remember, Michael Thompson was the number 1 overall pick with the Portland Trail Blazers. He got to the Lakers. He had dealt with injuries, dealt with some disappointment. He took a bench role to win championships for the bench. Now, again, it's in a different organization on a different team, so it's a little different. Would Clay do that within this organization? I think he would have to. You need to have the conversation. He cannot be a number 2 option no more. It's not there.
But I think that he views himself that way, and so it's going to take a lot for him. And I understand why he does. Look at. I have been critical of Klay Thompson, and I freely admit it, and maybe too harsh at times. But if you were him, I can understand. I sat out 2 full years as I have worked my butt off trying to get back onto the floor. Everyone said, you'll never play again. I did. No one said, you'll never be able to start again. I did. No, everyone said, you won't be able to be a contributor on a championship team. I did. I understand the level of confidence to get back to where he was. I get all of that. I think it takes a whole nother layer of confidence to be able to be so assured with yourself, to be able to take a different role. And it's easy for me to say. I think it's really hard hard to do. And I'm not trying to say that he can't do it. I'm just saying I think we underestimate how difficult it is to have that conversation.
No, it's not an easy conversation. But you show him the numbers and you say, look, man, you were 14-56, if I'm not mistaken, the last 4 games. Right? 14-56. Think about that. Not only that, from the 3-point line, you go 3-9, 3-9, that's 6 of 18. Then you go 2-6, so that's 8 of 24. Then the elimination game, you go 2 of 12. So you go 8 of 30 from the 3-point line, and you can't do anything off the dribble. You just can't. We saw that in the Sacramento series. It's not his game. Not his game. So with that said, maybe he needs to take a back seat. And those FGAs go from 18, 17, 16 to maybe 13, 12, and he becomes a 3-point specialist. Maybe that's where he's at.
I know, but, the athlete is even more confident than any of us are in our job. Like that, to get to where they're at
No
and
doubt.
to be who he is, the level of confidence, and what my therapist has said to me many a times, you know who's always the last to know, Joe? And I go, who? The mirror.
Right.
Everyone else knows around you what your flaws are. The last one to come to grips with whatever your reality or your flaws or whatever your issues are is you looking at yourself in the mirror. And so I think everyone can have all of these ideas and everything. I think it's really difficult for him to acknowledge it.
Well, that's why when we had the arguments about him coming off the bench, I tried to explain the same thing. You guys just want Clay to come off the bench? You want to have that conversation with him? Hey, you're coming off the bench now. You guys think it's easy. A lot of people called and thought that was easy. Hey, go tell Clay to come off the bench.
No, it's hard.
Thank you.
It took Carmelo 15 years or whatever to accept it. But
you got to understand locker room dynamics.
Using him, I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Don't you think Carmelo, as an example, added some pretty good years to the back end of his career, embracing that role?
But he had to sit out a season.
That's true.
He had to sit out an entire season.
Yeah.
He got cut and had to sit out.
God.
So when it comes to Clay, and again, we had this conversation last season and this season. You think it's easy just telling Clay to come off the bench?
No.
There's a whole locker room dynamic and a locker room psychology to everything. Where Steph and Dre are like, we've rolled with this guy. This guy has bailed us out of some of our most adverse situations. We can't have him come off the bench for Jordan Poole, who we don't know can go through a playoff run yet.
This is a different sport, but I think the analogy applies. I don't think Madison Bumgarner, if the same thing happened, he signs the extension with the Giants and he's as bad as do you think they DFA him?
Hell no.
Because of what he meant to the organization.
Hell no.
Right? So when he goes to the Arizona Diamondbacks and flames out the way he did, it's much easier to say, take a hike or, change your role or you do X, Y, and Z or you're out of here. I think it's much more difficult when this is the organization that you've made all of your winning with. And also I think that and I get it, Bob and Lakeup and Kerr, you owe something to these guys. Like I get feeling that from their perspective as well.
Yeah, at the same time as Clay taking up all those shots, going 3 of 19 in Game 6, started off 1 of 8. He was just awful.
He was bad.
There's no defending. He was just not good.
Yeah, it's no defending.
But I on the flip side, I say, well, Wiggins couldn't shoot. He's got the rib injury.
No one else was.
And you got Draymond and Looney up front. Who else is going to shoot?
None of them. Dre was so bad offensively.
I mean,
he was like a minus 40 or something.
Yeah, mean, at one point he was, and I don't even look at plus.
I know, I don't either, but he was so bad offensively.
But also, I think Clay, he's got to embrace that mid-range jumper. He's got to embrace the mid-range. Embrace it. Let's go to the lines here. Sean in Oakley. Sean, what's happening?
Morning, Roasters. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, just a couple quick points. First off, it has been a roller coaster year emotionally being a Dubs fan this year. So I do think that they did well considering the circumstances. Another thing, though, I think this going out in the second round was good in a way because all these years we had the narrative when the big three plays together, they're good to go, and they have enough. We no longer have enough. So that core is not good enough to move forward. So you got to kind of add and supplement to that. So as long as it's not broke, you don't fix it. So now it's time to fix it. Couple things I just wanted to address, though, in terms of the season. I just think that the Warriors didn't take the regular season seriously, so I'd like them to address that next year. And then as well as with that, you need the young player development because Steph, Clay, and Dre are only going to play 60, 65 games, so you need young folks to get you some other dubs as well. And then lastly, I think you guys just alluded to bringing Clay off the bench. I think I would like to see that. As he moves forward with his team,
so,
I think they need to do so.
Let's stay on the line, Sean. Because I got a lot of tweets. Bring Clay off the bench. Clay's a guy who needs elite players to create for him.
Yes.
He needs Stephen Curry in the worst way. He needs Jordan Poole in the worst way. He needs guys to create. So if you bring him off the bench with guys who are going to be looking to get theirs, what benefit does it do?
Well,
like I
he
see
would have
a value.
to play with a DiVincenzo type.
I see the value of Clay starting as a stretch 4 or stretch 3,
Yes.
where nobody's going to leave him on a 3-point line. He's still going to create spacing because of the threat of his 3-point shot, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that, but I think you can augment that and have him with a combination of starters and folks that can create their own
That
shot
I agree with.
and still bring him off the bench. You know?
So
You
bringing
do
him
have
off the
to be-
bench. So like, let's say, Sean, let's stick with this. What moves are going to make Clay come off the bench? Because on this roster right now, I don't think he's. I don't
Like,
think
if you
anybody's
said-
good enough to start over him.
Let's just say this, like hypothetically, it's hey, we're going to start Kuminga or Moody, and you're going to be coming in 3 minutes into the game. You're going to be coming in. Yeah, I don't think he's willing to accept that either. And I'm talking for him, and that probably doesn't feel fair.
But why would Moody and Kuminga accept that? Wait, 3 minutes? We're going to get subbed out?
Well, maybe they're not the one that gets subbed out. Maybe it's
Draymond?
someone
You want him roared?
I'm throwing out hypotheticals.
Like, let's make some sense here. Let's bench
Well, I don't
Clay.
think-
I'm eager to listen to that conversation. But who are you starting for him? Are you starting Jordan Poole for him right now?
I think Jordan Poole's. I don't think Jordan Poole's going to be back on this team. That's just my feeling.
So Draymond Green,
I don't.
Moody, Kuminga. And who are you going to tell? Hey, you're going to be subbed out in 3 minutes. That's a slap in the face to the starter. You're not really a starter.
Well, that's what they're doing now with guys like Kevon Looney. At times, they're doing that with other people. Like that's not exclusive.
Yeah, Kevon
to them.
Looney.
Kevon
Not
Looney.
Clay.
Right now, if you're asking me who's important for this team moving forward, I think Kevon is higher than Clay. Just for this team right now.
I just want to know who would start for Clay
let me make an argument for
we
Moses.
can't just say we're being a little reckless here by saying, hey, let's just put him on the bench. Look, he's got 1 year, $43 million left. 1 year, $43 million left, and you got to get somebody else to put him on the bench.
Can we acknowledge this?
And
He's
the
not a
spacing that he
two-guard.
creates.
Fonte, can we acknowledge this? He's not a 2. I think that's where we start. He's not a 2 anymore. It's okay. Part of what made him so dynamic alongside Steph Curry was his ability to guard all the elite perimeter defenders so that Steph couldn't get hunted. Yes, he can't do it anymore. So his role does have to change. And I'm not saying start, bench. I'm saying positionally, to me, he's a 3 and a 4. He's not a 2. And so I would start there. That's why I'm trying to identify a 2. Now, do they have that guy on the roster? I don't really know if Moody's a 2.
Right.
But I know this. Defensively on the perimeter, I think Moody's better right now than where Clay's at. But I don't know if Moody's
I don't know
off
about that.
as a perimeter defender.
I don't know about that.
I think he's a little better than him.
Moody was getting chopped up.
Oh, he's not great.
Moody's getting chopped up. I mean, let's.
He's not GP2.
I mean,
but
come
Bonte,
on.
I don't think his offense warrants him playing at the 2 right now.
Who cares
consistently
about
enough.
positions when they're playing positionless basketball
Well,
anyway?
I care because they kept hunting Steph Curry.
But
then you have disadvantages all across the board.
Curry's going to get hunted no matter what.
But that was the beauty of the 2-guard of having Clay there because he could take on the bulk of that.
But you had Wiggins there.
Well, you also
and
had
all
Iggy
you
in
do
years
is call
prior.
for a pick and roll and get the matchup you want. LeBron James waited for the matchup that he wanted against Stephen Curry.
Yes.
They're going to hunt Steph no matter what. If you play Poole, they're going to hunt Poole no matter what.
But it wasn't just Steph getting hunted. Also, Clay was getting hunted. Reeves took Clay off the dribble.
Well,
and then
last 3
LeBron
games.
took Clay into the post and had his way with him. And those are tough matchups. But Austin Reeves, he shouldn't be cooking you in that sense. Like, he had his way. D'Angelo Russell had his way in the mid-range.
Well, Reeves was wide open on a lot of shots. Why? Because you had double AD, and you had to double LeBron James, and they collapsed your defense at will, which created a lot of wide open looks for Austin Reeves, for Lonnie Walker, for Dennis Schroeder. So that's where triple drive penetration on LeBron and AD.
Yes,
you had to double AD because nobody could guard him. Nobody could guard LeBron James. He's getting into the rack, and that's on Andrew Wiggins. But that's why you got Moses Moody guarding LeBron James from a bulk of the last 3 games. That's not going to work.
No,
that's
he's not
gonna
strong
work.
enough.
So when it comes to Klay Thompson, we want to bench a guy who just sank 301 threes?
No, I don't want to bench him. I just want to view him. I think he needs to play a different style of position defensively and then offensively. They need to get a legitimate 2-guard who can guard the perimeter but is not a GP2 type where they're non-effective offensively. You need more balance. You need another 2-way perimeter player.
You do need another 2-way perimeter player.
It's not about Clay being benched or this. It's more like the roles changing.
But and also, I wouldn't get too caught up in the positionless basketball because they're all going to play. They've been playing positionless basketball for the last 8 years.
Except, but Draymond offensively is not positionless. You know what I mean? He plays a true point guard because he's so reluctant to shoot.
Let's get to the lines here. Matthew in the city. Matthew, what's happening?
How you guys doing?
What's up?
So I think we need to start talking about Kerr and what he did to Moody and Kuminga throughout the season. I don't know why Anthony Lamb was playing at all this season. I think Moody was arguably the third or fourth best player in that Lakers series.
Yeah.
He should have got way more minutes. Also, you talk about needing more bodies for LeBron and AD. Kuminga is sitting on the bench. That he could go up with AD. That's how athletic that kid is. And I think Kerr mishandled both of them throughout the whole season. They both should have been playing more, and they both should have got way more minutes throughout the playoffs. Also, with Klay, I don't think Klay needs to come off the bench, but I do think somebody needs to have a conversation with him about his play style. He tried to shoot himself into rhythm and ended up shooting the Warriors in the foot.
But I agree with that. So discernment on his shot selection is absolutely something that he needs to work on. The other part is they didn't have enough firepower to begin with, and so you kind of needed him. Like this year, like I'm not even trying to give him a pass. I'm saying who the hell else on this team was shooting?
Think about Game 6. He was open on a lot of those looks.
Agreed.
He had great looks.
Agreed.
Great looks.
He just clanked the front rim.
No.
Well, and also Bonte, because of the Curry injury, because of Wiggins, because of the inconsistency of the roster, you needed him throughout the regular season. He played a lot in the regular season.
A lot.
So he could talk about mental fatigue. Physically, he must be worn down. At 33 years old, I don't care whether he's coming off of 2 injuries or not. He played a lot this year.
First full season back.
Yeah.
First full season back.
Of course he had dead legs.
So look, Klay, I don't know what you do with him. I don't think you trade him because you need the shooting and the spacing in today's NBA. And I don't think he's that bad of a defender to the point where teams are going to HUD him.
No, I think
but you need to have a conversation because what happened in Game 4 was the shots down the stretch of Game 4 was awful. That was Klay at his worst. You don't get a pass for that. You just don't.
Well, and the thing that frustrates me is everyone's going to point to like Lonnie Walker was cooking. Dude, they were contesting those shots. He hit so many tough shots in that fourth quarter. Wiggins, hand in face, Lonnie Walker was amazing.
Curry
I couldn't get over it.
Curry too, but again, Monty Poole brought this point up Friday.
That?
You brought GP2 in for a reason. Lonnie Walker's cooking. Why not bring GP2 back?
Well, because offensively, he doesn't give you a lot.
Because Moody wasn't cooking offensively.
No.
And actually, GP2 in Game 4 and 5 was actually playing well.
He hit a corner 3.
15 points in Game 4. So rotations.
But would you agree, like, GP2's a nice piece, but they were using him like he was more of an impact player.
Right.
And to me, his offensive skill set doesn't dictate that.
But what about Game 4? He obviously was having his best game.
He was.
That was a gotta-have-it game
I know.
in this series.
Well, I think they thought Wiggins could stay with him, but I agree.
Well, they wrote Wiggins. And Curry was on Lonnie Walker for most of the time. That was Curry.
Well, Curry was getting cooked all series.
So there you
that's
go.
My biggest thing. That's why I'm trying to find a 2-guard who can be a little more balanced offensively, defensively. They need a better 2-way perimeter player on this team.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. Father Time, what's happening?
Hey, how about this autopsy? Let's look backwards. Well, let's state the obvious. Father Time waits for no man, and this team is fractured. It's not broken. Last year was an anomaly. This year, there is no title defense that has looked like this. Last year, Clay's come off the injuries. Incredible. This year, I mean, I hate to say it, hate to be HR guy, you cannot have the icon, heart and soul of the team punch your up-and-coming superstar in the face and think you're going to have a good time on the road when these guys are together all the time. They're the road warriors, dude. They lost 11 games. I mean, they won 11 games. Looking forward, I think you guys have hit, you guys are smart. You've hit a lot of things. They got to find defense that won't foul.
Yes.
And if you think that Klay and Steph, there's 3 or 4 dudes on the floor that are being hunted by the Lakers. The Lakers are a different animal. Sacramento is a little different with who Draymond can defend. But I just think that it's going to be really tough. And the reason Steve Kerr, you just got to realize what happens behind the scenes. The reason Steve Kerr didn't play those young guys is not because of anybody else than the icon, Steph Curry. He wants to roll with his boys. And he may not say that overtly. He may say that through his body language. He may say that behind the scenes. But that's not going to last forever. Klay Thompson is Ray Allen in the future, but they're not going to give him $40 million to be Ray Allen popping from the corner. You're right. He's got to guard people. That's what made him successful. I don't know what's going to happen. I would like to know what coffee you guys drink in the morning. Does Odyssey still give you coffee?
No, they don't. Timeless, though. Hey, by the way, shout out to Timeless Coffee. My mom was at a flea market yesterday in Oakland. Timeless is out there. My boy RJ, boy RJ.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Hooked her up with a bag of beans.
Very cool.
Yeah, so shout out to Timeless out there.
I want to get into espresso. So, anybody that's got some ideas for an espresso machine and certain espressos, I guess the beans are slightly different. They're like double cracked. I'm not really sure, but I would love to get into that. Bonte, there's so much to unpack on the Curry thing because, I agree with what he's saying. Like, if Curry wants to play with Clay and Draymond Green, all right, but I also think individually those guys have to make concessions, whether that means financial or playing time concessions, because fielding a team, I can't get over fielding the team with the guys making what they're making currently, if Draymond opts in, is just going to be very difficult. And so for them to say, we got to play with a bunch of veterans, well, it's very difficult to find vet men guys. JaMychal Green was a vet men guy.
Right. Didn't even
How'd
play
that
him.
work out?
Didn't play him. Didn't work out well.
Iguodala was a vet men guy. How'd that work out?
Didn't work out well.
All right. So you have the young guys that you do have. Now, we can argue about, hey, they should only have 2 young guys as opposed to 5 young guys. That I'll listen to. But you're not picking from a lot of desirable pieces. So if you're not willing to trade the big guys that are making big chunks of salary, then we're really just talking about Wiggins and Poole.
And I don't think
to get you back something of significance.
No doubt.
And I don't think you're in a position to be able to trade Wiggins.
I think Wiggins, you need Wiggins. Jordan Poole, I'm eager to listen to. Maybe Jordan Poole doesn't want to be back.
But here's the thing on Poole. You're selling at the lowest, whereas price point is the highest. And I
don't think we know that. Well, I think another team, you could present another team, hey, this guy is a starter, average 25 a game. Not many players average 25 a game.
To your point, all it takes is one team. I get all that.
Right.
I just don't know what his value. I legitimately don't know what his value is at that price point heading into this offseason, given the year he just had. And then who knows what the murmurs are inside different front offices about attitude and things like that, because you can't ever know those things.
Well, here's what Poole said about the preseason events. Did it impact the whole season?
I mean, we rated to the second round of the playoffs. We had a good season, and guys stepped up. We had a lot of exciting moments. So, I don't think there's anything that was changing any of that.
Differences between this year and last year?
We were two different teams, a couple different players, and a couple different coaches changes. But as you would expect to see a different team when you make different changes. I think that's just how it goes. Obviously, we have our core guys and our core knowledge, and we can definitely always ride with that.
Well, after hearing that, and knowing what happened this season with JP and Draymond and the youngsters, I'm with the 925 here.
What's that?
925, Comcast Business Text Line. Guys, you want to win next year? Everyone is on the table other than Curry and Looney.
I agree.
And I think I'm on that boat.
I'm with
I'm on that boat.
I'm with him on that.
But will they be able to bring back a lot of these guys? They don't know who the GM is. Here's what Woj said yesterday. Adrian Wojnarowski on NBA Countdown. This is what he said yesterday about Bob Myers.
With his contract expiring at the end of June, Bob Myers told me last night that he plans to take a couple of weeks to make a decision about his future running the Golden State Warriors. And it's a decision that he said he is torn about, I think in large part because of his relationships, he said, with the core 3 of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and his coach, Steve Kerr. 4 championships under Bob Myers, and an organization where he just carries a tremendous amount of weight, respect. You heard all the key players, their coach, talk about how badly they want Bob Myers back. He's not there yet on a decision. He has built a Hall of Fame resume in Golden State, and I think very much the future of this organization, a lot of it revolves around his ability to kind of shepherd them through the next phase of it. But right now, Bob Myers is uncertain whether he'll do another contract with the Warriors.
That's going to be the first domino, right? What does Bob Myers do? Does that affect Steve Kerr and his decision?
Well,
does that affect Draymond Green's decision? Does that affect some of the decision-making by the ownership group to maybe pull the plug on this regime? I don't know, but it feels like that has to be the first domino. What does Bob Myers do? What does he do? Does he want to take time off? Does he want to run it back? Does he feel like he owes Steph, Steve, Clay, Dre another opportunity? What does Bob Myers want to do? That's the first domino for the Warriors.
When you're running a business and it's very successful for a long period of time, there are 2 trains of thought. You keep rolling it, right? but you bring in maybe some new people around that number one person to inject some new ideas? Or when you do stumble and you have a bad year, do you bring someone in from the outside, cold turkey, to take a look at your entire operation?
Don't know.
I think it's really hard.
It's really hard.
It's really hard.
It's really hard.
I want Bob to stay. That's me. I'll freely admit it. I like Bob. I mean, who doesn't like
love
Bob? You know, and so I want to see Bob stay. But I do think that there's, part of what makes Pat Riley such a great GM and a runner of a team,
right,
is his boldness and his willingness to just, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win this championship this year. And you look at all his moves over the years, for 30 years running that Heat team, and you say to yourself, that dude's been bold at every single turn. And it's always been about, how can I put my team in a position, not because of feel-goods, to win a championship right now.
Well, speaking of Miami, they've been to 3 conference finals in the last 4 years, and it's a great point because Spoelstra said this after they eliminated the Knicks. We value the regular season. We may not win a lot of games in the regular season, but we value the regular season and the grind through the regular season to get better.
Yeah.
So we're prepped for the playoffs, and we've seen everything. The Warriors this year did not feel like they valued the regular season.
Oh, that I agree with. Everything was a throwaway.
It was like, hey, we're the
mattered.
chaps.
Yes.
We can flip the switch. But yet you admit that this was a different group.
Well, and I put a lot of that on Draymond's attitude. I know a lot of people don't want to admit this. Oh, yeah, Draymond, yeah. Well, when you tell everyone on that team, I don't get up for March.
That's a problem.
How do you think that resonates? Well, on the entire team, vets, you rookies, youngsters, etc.
That's a problem.
I have a problem with that.
I have a huge problem with that. Draymond Green was really good on the court, but we won't talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it because of what happened off the court and the podcasting. And, there's a lot there. There's a lot there when it comes to Draymond Green. And the reports right after Game 6, hey, he's going to opt in. We sure about that?
What would Jerry West do in this situation? We all agree Jerry
West.
What
Bill Walsh do?
What
Eddie D?
Yeah, Eddie D. That's a great point.
What would the great ones do?
They would have the tough decisions, and everything would be on the table outside of Steph.
You know what else they'd do? The injury report.
Boy, the Giants lose 3 out of 4 in the desert. Ross Stripling. Alex Wood was activated, pitched in the 7th inning on Friday. You kidding me?
Yeah, because they went Brebbia starter the other day, and I'm like, I don't even like Brebbia, but like Brebbia is one of your most important bullpen arms, and then you look, and this team just can't. The bullpens just don't.
They're bad.
Ross Stripling.
Brandon Crawford also is back after being sidelined for 2 weeks with the calf injury. Cole Waits and David VR option back to Sacramento. That's your injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up on the roast.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. Right now.
season is officially over. Draymond Green gets a big hug from LeBron James. And Brooklyn saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks. Your final score in Game 6, the Los Angeles Lakers 122, the Golden State Warriors 101. The Lakers win the Western Conference semifinal series by a count of 4 games to 2.
Oh, that was painful. Lakers now improved to 7-1 against the Warriors all-time in playoff series. They smoked the Lakers in 6. Game 6, I mean, Austin Reeves hit the half-court shot at halftime, and they never looked back. And, we cited the numbers for Klay Thompson. 8 of 30 from 3 his last 4 games. Steph Curry wasn't much better, especially down in L.A.
He was bad.
He was 7 of 24 in the first 2 games in L.A. and then 4 of 14 in game number 6. Just not good enough.
And I didn't love some of the shot selection. When the shot's not falling, it felt like he was searching and felt very desperate.
I don't know why the Warriors stopped embracing the mid-range.
Yeah, I don't get it either. B, you went to the break and you were talking about Bob Myers and whatnot. Right. And look, I know you've probably done this exercise, in your own head, and I'm sure you have things that you want to add to this. I just wrote down things that I was thinking about, top to bottom. And forget what does Bob Myers do. Do you want Bob Myers? Do you want him in? Do you want him out? Because I'm sure there are people on both sides. I want him in, but do you want Bob Myers?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, do you want Draymond in or out?
I don't know. I'm indifferent on that right now.
Okay.
I don't know. What does the roster look like? Because the thing with Draymond Green that you have to have the conversation about.
Yeah.
Teams are not going to honor him at all offensively. Can you continue to play 4-on-5/3-on-5 basketball offensively if a guy's not going to be a threat to score? That's the thing. You look at these playoffs. Denver, all 5 guys are going to be a threat to score.
Yes.
All right. The Lakers, when they play Schroeder, all 5 guys are a threat to score. The Celtics, laugh all you want about Derek White. He had a hell of a season.
Yeah, he'll at least shoot it.
They got 5 guys on the floor at one time that are threats to score. Even Marcus Smart, he's respectable from 3. And the Miami Heat, they got 5 guys who are going to be threats offensively. The Warriors, when they go Looney or Draymond, it's not. And is he good enough to be their small ball 5 now at the age of 33, turning 34 next year?
And can he hold up? Can he hold up? Well, and here's the other part. Like, if Draymond stays at $27 million, all right, now there's a salary cap domino. You're hitting $200 million in just taxes. Right. So that means your taxes, not your payroll, your taxes the payroll are higher than every other team's actual payroll.
Right.
Okay? Then, because
of that, want to go through that again.
I know.
If it doesn't guarantee a championship.
No, it doesn't. And then the other part of that is it also restricts adding a player at the mid-level exception. This year you got Dante DiVincenzo on the mid-level exception. So if you hit $200 million in luxury tax, you lose that. So now it's just vet mins and whoever you draft.
Right.
Or trading away somebody. But even then, it's still costing you $200 million. Now you have Kerr entering the final year of his deal. Do you extend him?
Well, they haven't yet. Do
you want him having those questions every single week?
Well, here's the deal, though. Will they ask him every single week? Because Draymond Green had an opt-out. Nobody asked him about it.
That's true. But do you
Draymond
think
Green, like, think about this. And I was thinking about this, actually.
Yeah?
Over the weekend. One thing I was thinking about.
Give it to me.
The biggest thing I said, man, what? So I'm sitting there, and right before I was watching the movie Air with Anna.
Yeah.
You watched the movie Air, by the way, great film. Great film on how Jordan got courted by Nike and how they sealed the deal. Awesome. What if, because we've seen now Draymond Green, and a lot of people have been turned off on Draymond Green because of all the events. The KD episode. Saying that Steve and Bob screwed it all up. Jordan Poole incident. All the everything that comes with Draymond Green. What if the Warriors had chose to say, hey, KD, can we convince you to stay here? We'll move off of Draymond Green. Looking at where we're at now. Yeah, they won the one championship last year. It feels like they would have had one more with Kevin Durant. I mean, like, how much differently does it look with Kevin Durant than Draymond Green? A guy who's not a threat offensively. Now, I know some Warrior fans are so out on Kevin Durant. I don't get it. He's one of the greatest players to ever play this game, and he chose to come to the Golden State Warriors and play in the Bay Area. I will forever be appreciative of that, of Kevin Durant. The guy was a baller, and he decided to spend 3 years of his prime with the Golden State Warriors. I can't knock that, but a lot of people will. Do you really bring back Draymond Green? That everything that happened, everything, because the heart and soul of this team was Stephen Curry. The moral compass of this team, the guy who stabilized everything, was Kevon Looney. Looney had a better year than Draymond Green. And oh, by the way, when he did get starter minutes, oh my God, he could drop dimes too.
Yeah, no, he's very underrated on that aspect. No, you're 100% correct. I don't know about the KD thing. I mean, I went to the Nuggets Suns game Thursday night. I was in Arizona, and I got a firsthand view of Kevin Durant. Now, I know he got hurt. He hurt his foot.
Right.
This year, he looked like a shell of him. Now, it was also maybe the worst half of basketball he's ever played. I mean, I think he had one field goal that he made in the first half. Now, he scored in the second. They got boat raced. That game was over.
It was awful.
But Bonte, he looked so slow and so less explosive. That being said, on a team with someone like Steph Curry, because he has Booker, you're going to get a lot of great looks.
Right.
So,
I don't know. It's a wild hypothetical because knowing how the Draymond Green side,
but they did win last year.
Do fans want to buckle up and re-sign Draymond Green for another 3 years? As all the reports came out right after the game.
Well, you know what it feels
right after
like?
The game.
I don't think people want to accept this, but a part of them, like, hey, we keep the core together. It does have San Francisco Giants feels to it.
Yeah.
This feels like 2016, where it's like, we're really close. Let's keep the band together. And it's like,
And here's the crazy part. On the way to the championship last year, it wasn't the core that helped you. It was Curry for sure.
Absolutely.
But Wiggins was your most consistent player outside of Stephen Curry.
But see, to me, Wiggins is the core. And I think people misphrase it. Oh, the core. And they're right. Like the three guys that have been here since the beginning, winning it all. And I get all that. But like, we're talking about now and moving forward. This isn't about what you've done before.
So you got that aspect of it. Looney had some memorable games last year in the playoff run. Hell, we all say, man, game 2 of the Mavericks series, Draymond Green getting in foul trouble is the best thing to happen to the team.
Yeah.
Game 4 in Boston, he got benched.
They were better with him off the floor. Then he got subbed back in with 3 minutes to go and made a couple of nice defensive plays. But all their best moments in that game 4 were with him off the floor.
Right.
And people misremember it.
So I don't like, somebody else has said the better question is, does Bob want to be back? I don't know if Bob wants to be back.
Well, we can't answer that.
I can't answer
so
that.
That's why
Maybe
I'm asking,
Bob wants a break.
Do Warrior fans want Bob back?
I think Warrior fans want Bob back, but I don't know if Bob wants to be back.
Yeah.
He may need a break. This has been, think about this run.
It's been
stressful. You go through the start of the championship run. You go through the KD years. You got a massage to Draymond Green situation. This year, he's crying at a podium. Knowing that Draymond Green smacked the hell out of Jordan Poole. And how do we defend it?
But I think there is. I've heard from a pocket of Warrior fans saying maybe Bob's too emotionally attached to some of these other guys. Maybe he's not cold and calculated enough to make tough decisions to keep the championship run going. While because you're too close to these guys, and I get that. I think that's a fair point. I don't know if I all the way agree with it, but I think it's a fair point. Like because you got Clay, for example, as where I'm rattling off some of the questions. Clay's in his final year. What do you do there?
Depends how you want to construct this team.
I know. I agree with you.
Got $43 million left. Do you ride it out?
Well, you're going to have to know by October whether because if you want to extend him before the regular season, I believe October 18th or October 20th is the date.
I'm cool with letting it play out.
I kind of am too.
I don't know if I feel comfortable giving. I don't know if I feel comfortable giving Klay Thompson an extension right now.
I am kind of in a wait and see.
Watching that series?
Yeah, I'm wait and see.
I
want to see what his role adjustment and how he can adapt to that is. I want to see that whole thing. Then you got Poole, big jump up in salary coming in this year. Wiggins, a reduction in salary. The young guys, do you separate them? Do you keep them together? Who's in, who's out? Right? And then can they survive 20 games of Curry not playing? Because that's what he's missed the last couple of years.
That's what's going to happen.
What?
Curry's going to miss time.
He's going to miss time.
And it's okay.
But can they survive it? Because this year, they survived it better than they have in years past. And Jordan Poole, who everyone wants for 9-10. And believe me, Jordan is not on my high list of guys I love right now. But like Jordan Poole averaged 26-plus points a game, 6 assists in the games where he missed Steph Curry. And then, are they healthy enough? The core, the Clay, Dre, and Curry, are they healthy enough to warrant being run back?
Again, one thing that derailed the Celtics in the late 80s was when they drafted Lynn Bias. He was supposed to be the guy to carry that torch from Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, and Kevin McHale. The Lakers, obviously, they got Magic Johnson. They were able to reestablish themselves in the mid-'80s with Byron Scott.
Yeah.
They bring in Kurt Rambis, of course. Michael Thompson comes off the bench. They were able to retool.
Yeah.
How would the Warriors retool with an aging group? I don't think this is smart business to bring all three back right now. Right now, how I'm feeling right now at this moment.
You on that.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Are we too raw from the loss?
No, I had a couple days to think about it.
Okay.
I had a couple days to think about it, like thinking about championship teams and thinking about, is Draymond Green's defense that elite to the point where I could go against Jokic? Can he guard Jokic? Well, obviously, AD was a problem, and that's why Draymond Green is here, right? Steve Kerr labeled him the greatest defensive player of all time. And the greatest defensive players of all time, they shut the water off. AD was drinking a lot of water in this series. AD did what he wanted.
AD had his way.
He had his way.
Look, he had his way. I mean, there's no other way around it.
I don't know. I don't know if I feel good about running it back. In moments after the game, just moments. Hey, Draymond Green, the Warriors want to keep him back. Are we sure about that? Or is that just coming from Shams? Or is that coming from Clutch? I have no idea. No idea. But I don't think you can run this back and expect to get to the second round, let alone to the NBA Finals.
Can we acknowledge there was a very real possibility they didn't even get it into the playoffs, let alone win in the first round?
No doubt.
I think Warrior fans need to acknowledge that. I know championship. They were lucky to get where they got on some level. And at the same time, you could still be disappointed.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, both are true. They overachieved and completely underperformed.
I mean, if Shaq had any experience, they win that series. Let's be real. The Sacramento Kings.
Bonte, they cannot. If you want to get one more realistic championship shot with Steph Curry, and I'm saying one is in a minimum, you got to tinker with this thing.
You have to tinker.
You cannot run this back.
And you got to get guys who can get easy buckets at the rim.
Yes.
You can't just be jump shot. You can't be jump shot heavy.
Yes.
Jump shot
and
oriented.
They need somebody who can get free throw line.
Well, you thought Kuminga could step up. He played 24 minutes. We haven't even got to Kuminga.
Well, because you know why we haven't gotten Kuminga? Because he more resembles a non-NBA player than he does someone who deserves heavy minutes.
See, I don't agree with that.
What do you mean?
I disagree with that wholeheartily.
What part?
That he doesn't resemble an
he
NBA
barely
player.
played the series.
Yeah, well, that wasn't on him. That was on Wiggins and GP2 coming back. This guy got 24 minutes a game from February 1st through the end of the season. He played 24 minutes a game. He averaged over 13 points a game, shot over 50% from the floor, and over 45 from three. It was rebounded a little bit better, but was actually playing some lockdown defense. Think about the guys he played.
Why couldn't he play in the playoffs?
Ask Steve Kerr. He guarded Luka Doncic down the stretch. All the top wing players in the NBA, when Wiggins was out, Kuminga got that assignment. How'd he do?
He did good.
Did we think going into the playoffs, boy, you got 8. You got the starting 5. You got Davidson, Poole, and Kuminga.
Yeah, but you're talking about talent, and clearly there was more to this. And what I'm thinking is there has to be attitude, discipline, falling. There's more.
Well, like you told me when we had CJ Holmes on and we talked about the Chronicle article. You felt empathy for the guy because he was 20 years old.
I still do.
I feel empathy, but I knew he couldn't go to the Chronicle because once he went to the Chronicle, that was it for him. He was done in these playoffs. You can't go singing when you haven't established anything. However, you can't find me 10 to 15 minutes for this guy. You're going to just tell me, hey, 4 minutes, he was awful. You had to pull him. Was he really that bad?
Well,
was he really that bad?
In comparison to seeing some bad Jordan Poole minutes,
some bad Klay Thompson minutes, some bad Draymond minutes.
But those guys have earned more leeway than he has.
But these are the playoffs. You got to stop coaching the personality and what you've done for me lately. Kuminga was coming on and ascending. He can't get 2 minutes against LeBron James.
Well,
and use 2 fouls.
That I agree with.
I don't know, man.
No, I agree with you on that level. I'm just trying to think of what there has to be more to this story.
He went from 24 minutes to no minutes.
I know.
He went from somebody you counted on to get to the playoffs to, hey, once we got to the playoffs, you'll get a little cup of coffee here, but you're awful. But 3 minutes enough to determine how bad you are?
Let me ask you this. Was GP2 in the limited amount that you saw him in the 2 series better than Kuminga those final 2 months that you're referencing?
GP2 was really good in game 4 or 5. I'll give him that.
Okay.
But in the Sacramento series, he had moments.
So you would take the 2 months from Kuminga over what you saw from...
I'm just saying GP2.
Okay, I don't know.
GP2 was inconsistent in his minutes.
It's an unfair question.
GP2 admitted, I was never healthy.
Well, that's a whole nother can of worms. I mean, you traded for a guy who's hurt.
I mean, come on. So that's where it is. We'll get to the line in a second. I know a lot of people waiting on hold. But there's some GP2 sound I want to play a little bit later. He discussed how the vibe was different when he got back. The vibe was never there. And we're all in denial. I know I was.
Yeah.
I knew what was going on. But I was like, man, they're going to figure it out. Well, narrator, They didn't figure it out.
Well, I was skeptical. I'll take you behind the scenes. We do this thing where we put out like predictions, and I told me and Guru were talking. I was like, you know how badly I wanted to put Lakers in 7, and I didn't have the guts to do it because I knew I would get flamed on social media.
Yeah, who cares?
I was so worried. Nah, the Lakers. It was like the worst matchup.
But you know what? When it comes to getting flamed on
matchup.
social media, I throw my predictions out there. Warriors in 6, and people, you were wrong. I don't.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying
I don't take it that seriously when it comes to predictions, and like in terms of like the blowback.
Well,
from
no,
them.
I don't care about that. What I'm saying is that like it did feel like to me leading into it. I'm not trying to have revisionist history. I'm being sincere. It's like the worst possible matchup for the Warriors.
Right. It was a
bad
bad
one. It really
was.
was.
It was a bad one. Let's go to Daniel Samarone. Daniel, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I think before the series, I think a lot of us agreed that the Warriors had, before the series, had a better roster than the Lakers. I think a lot of people were saying that. I think we're just overlooking the adjustments that Kerr didn't make. You know, things like Lonnie Walker going off on Game 4.
Well, he made the most of his minutes
on him for that moment, or even AD. I know it was like a chess match about bringing AD out on top of the key. Kerr didn't do anything to make sure that happened. I feel like Darvin Ham totally outcoached Steve Kerr, and he wouldn't do things like when the Lakers were getting blown out, they started playing Lonnie Walker, so he got hot, so he puts him in the next game. Why didn't Kerr do that when they were getting blown out?
No, he did.
Put some guys in.
No, he did play. Real quick. I'll let you finish. He did play some of the young people. He kept going back to Dante DiVincenzo, and Dante didn't have a great series at all. Like on some level, I hear you. There were I didn't love a lot of the rotations and the minutes and things like that. But on some level, we also have to acknowledge their guys played well and ours didn't. Not just the role players, the stars.
Right. Go ahead, Daniel. He's gone. All right, let's go to Robert, San Jose.
Hey,
Robert, San Jose, what's happening?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Shasky keeps saying that the Warriors need another two-way perimeter player. And then, Bonte, when you mentioned your pairings, you mentioned Joel Embiid and Harden, you mentioned AD and LeBron, you mentioned Jamal Murray.
Oh, just basically the top 2 scoring options.
Well, the top 2 scoring, but what those 3 teams have in common is they have an interior guy and a perimeter guy.
Yep.
And the Warriors don't have any perimeter presence whatsoever, someone that you have to pay attention to. I think they have maxed out on the way they play, the style of play, the motion offense. I think Kerr is correct on that. Stan Van Gundy on TNT's last broadcast planned that out also. You need to get easier shots for Steph and Clay, and that's having an inside presence where you can throw the ball in there and have the defense collapse a little bit, or at least make AD or Jokic pay attention, and then toss the ball back out.
Yep. Hey, you know what, Robert? You make a great point. You make a great point. And the fact is, to get the most out of Steph Curry as he turns 36, and he turns 37, and he turns 38, because he has 3 years left on his deal. Don't you want to make it easier for Stephen Curry? What would make it easier for him? Having an interior presence who can get easy buckets or kick it out when he gets doubled.
But those guys aren't available.
They're not available, but that's what he kind of needs. That's what he needs.
That's why they drafted Wiseman.
That's what he needs.
But it didn't work out anywhere close to that. But I hear you, but realistically,
that is a great point, though. Get the most out of Steph Curry.
I agree with that.
You don't need him to have all that usage. He got worn out in this series by the LA Lakers.
There's give and take, right? So hypotheticals, right? We're just doing hypotheticals here. You go get Joel Embiid. Well, who do the Sixers want? Well, they're going to want Wiggins. So now I lose a perimeter player who can lock down defensively, which I'll take Joel Embiid all day till I'm blue in the face. But you also have to acknowledge that now you're going to have some shortcomings out on the perimeter in terms of your defense,
You
right?
think Kuminga would be ready to step up?
I don't know.
Or would he be part of a trade like that?
Man, you would think he'd be part of a trade like that?
Right.
You would think?
But just to get the most out of Steph
No,
Curry.
I'm with you. But you also have to give up something.
No doubt.
So, like, even if you did in that situation, everyone, you got to keep Trey. You're an idiot. You got to keep Clay. Well, maybe one of those guys has to go in a big-time deal to get someone of magnitude.
I got to maximize Steph Curry. That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
Steph Curry's a top 10 player. This thing, if anything we found out this year, the heart and soul, the rock, the backbone of this organization, it's none other than Stephen Wardell Curry and nobody else. It's Steph Curry. So how do I maximize Steph Curry, who's still playing at an MVP level? He's still playing at an MVP level. Forget everybody else. This is about Steph. How do I build the best roster around Steph?
Well, let me give you a name that is not one of the marquee, sexy names that everyone's going to be screaming. The deal that I would have done yesterday, if it ever presents itself, and I don't know if the Nets even take this deal. Give me Mikal Bridges. I'll give you Jordan Poole. Here's Kuminga. Here's a future second rounder or a first rounder. Whatever you got to do, get me him. Now, Wiggins could be a part of a trade to get you someone special.
But why would the Brooklyn Nets trade? You know what I'm
because
saying?
they want Jordan Poole, because they like Kuminga.
I think they like Mikal Bridges.
No, they love him. But but that's the kind of player that works beautifully. Now you can offset Clay. You could slide him over a little. Now I can do some things like that's the kind of guy they need.
If they bring back the same team, I mean, you're going to get the same output this year. How does the same team,
I don't even know if you
after
go this
what
far.
they went through,
older?
Right.
A year older?
By the way, the Game 6 Clay thing, can we dead that?
Well,
he's had 3 straight struggles in Game 6. Game 6 in Boston last year.
I don't fault people
5 of 20.
saying it, though.
5 of 20.
I mean, he's a legend.
I know he's a legend, but it was too much.
Well, it's like LeVon Hernandez, right? When LeVon Hernandez in the playoffs was a legend until he lost that Game 7 for the Giants.
Right. And he could last, 4 innings?
And then that whole narrative was over.
Awful. Oh, man, we got a long way to go. Manuel Rodriguez, Sacramento King fan, he's become a roaster. 3 months of awful radio coming. No. This is just beginning. This is fascinating stuff. How would the Warriors retool a championship team?
Is Steph willing to bid adieu to these two guys? To either
Steph
one
was
of
out
them?
there, and I know Steph shot 11 of 28 in Game 6, and he got worn down. But damn it, I thought Steph Curry was magnificent, considering all the usage, the ball handling he had to do, everything that Curry had to do to try to drag these guys to a Game 6. Curry gets my ultimate respect. So if I'm Bob Myers or whoever is the president of basketball operations next season, Shasky, my number one thing is how do I maximize Steph Curry and get the most out of him and make it easier for him to navigate?
But what if he is restricting some of the moves you do because he has to play with his guys?
Then this may be the result here on out.
And that's the hard part.
That's the hard part.
But these guys, their ego thinks that they still are champions.
Maybe they need time off. Maybe they need.
And
to
I don't mean ego
everything.
in a negative way. I mean that in a good, your confidence level in your guys and stuff. But I would say, guys, you're slightly in denial.
Somebody say go get Zion. He'd be money. I take a damn chance on
I'll
Zion.
be real with you. I'm
take a
swinging
chance
on
him.
Zion.
I take a chance on him.
I would.
No doubt about it.
And anything would be on the table.
No
for
doubt
that,
about it. I'd take
Steph.
a chance. No doubt. All right, let's break.
I would take Zion in a
All
heartbeat.
right, we'll get to everybody here. We're going to rat-tat these calls. I know a lot of you have been on hold. Darnell, Louie, Horace, Alex, we apologize. We're just in our bag right now. We're going to let everybody talk. This is going to be we're going to be talking about this for the next 3 weeks, folks. We're not going to just dive straight into Giants baseball. It's not happening. We're fresh off of these playoffs, and I'm going to continue to watch the playoffs. I want to see how Denver and the Lakers look because those are teams that are going to be in your way for the foreseeable future. Jokic is going nowhere. LeBron's going nowhere.
Jamal Murray looks incredible.
Nowhere. None of these teams are going anywhere, so we need to focus on them to see how the Warriors can get better. By the way, that's all coming up, sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. It is prime well-watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views and free breakfast. Book your escape today, innatthetides.com.
The Warriors.
James on the logo. Russell comes up with a screen set. Poole got away with a push there. James comes middle, goes hard, goes up and scores. Mooney cannot stop him. 85-67. That's not a good matchup for Golden State.
Definitely disappointed. And I think, just don't know how to feel. It's been a long time since we finished in May. So just trying to process the feelings and, move forward. But, anytime you don't win a championship, it's a disappointment. For us, a franchise who prides ourselves on trying to hang banners, But at the end of the day, they were the better team this series, and you got to give them their credit. They did the things that it took to win the series. So tip your hat to them, but it's definitely disappointing to finish, be done now.
All right, that was Draymond Green after the game. You heard Tim Roy on the call. Moses Moody did what he could against LeBron James, but that's no match. You just wonder, could Big FC some minutes, at least in that game? You're down 18. Let him guard LeBron James. I just don't get it, Shasky. I just don't get it. Be tuned in to 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath presented by West. Download the Odyssey app. We're going to get back to all the calls. Let's go to Shasky first. Shasky, you've been on fire today, man. You've been hitting on all cylinders.
Well, it's about time. When you miss as much as I do, you're good for you're due for a big game. But no, honestly, B, Draymond said something very poignant at the beginning. The better team won. And that was the Lakers. And I don't think there's any denying. And I think what ends up happening sometimes in these, it happens in every sport, but your flaw becomes exploited in a game or a series of a playoff game. And we maybe overrate because that team in particular is a matchup nightmare and we overcorrect, right? But to me, the series against the Lakers showcased all the flaws that they showed all year. It wasn't just one thing. So I don't think we're overreacting to say this team didn't have it this year. It was off from the jump. They were roster problems, chemistry problems, some coaching issues. I have some philosophical issues with their offense.
Right.
Defensively, they couldn't stay in front of anyone.
Nope.
They were too many one-way players. They didn't develop any of the youngsters. They banked way high on some of the veterans, the star guys like Draymond and Klay Thompson.
Right.
Iguodala to a lesser degree, Jermichael Green to a lesser degree. Things went awry all year long. And on some level, they were lucky to get to the second round.
Yeah, it's remarkable, really.
But ultimately, in a year where you have Steph Curry in his prime and you're the defending champions, you failed.
No doubt.
And I can't deny that. Even though I actually think they overachieved because of all the things I just referenced.
No, they did overachieve. It's actually remarkable they got to that point. It's remarkable that Andrew Wiggins, after missing 2 straight months, was able to play at the level that he did. It's remarkable that Klay Thompson had his best offensive months of his career in January, February. It wasn't a big drop-off in March.
Yes.
Playoffs get here, and teams did a great job of scouting the Warriors. Mike Brown, knowing the intel. You got to credit Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings. They laid the blueprint, for the LA Lakers in that series. And what I mean by that is the Kings really turned Klay Thompson into you're going to be an off-the-dribble player. We all know Klay Thompson's not that guy. He's just never been that guy.
He dribbled more in these 2 playoff series than his whole career.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
I just remember the 11 dribble game when he dropped 60.
That's what I'm saying.
11 dribbles.
You know what Lucas said to me over the weekend? And it was an interesting, and I'm not
Lucas
trying to...
Alexander, producer for Willard Dibs.
Apologies. It's interesting. He goes, I think they'd be a better team this year had Klay not taken 1 dribble in both series.
Yep.
And I go, wow. I actually think you're right on that.
But what those teams did...
But I'm not trying to scapegoat Klay. I'm just saying, his flaw is dribbling and playmaking.
You have to give the other team credit. Sacramento and the Lakers.
Yes, they identified that.
They pressured Curry all 94 feet, and they made other guys handle the ball. And they made Klay Thompson the ball handler. They took away Draymond Green. First of all, Draymond Green, he could dribble all he wants to, but nobody was guarding him.
Yes.
They didn't respect him enough. Now,
100%.
Draymond Green was able to make Sacramento pay.
Yes.
He made the Lakers pay in Game 5. He made the Lakers pay in Game 2.
But not enough.
But it was not consistent enough.
Yes.
So making Klay Thompson a ball handler, now you make him play. The weakest part of his game is handling the ball and creating off the dribble. And they turned Klay Thompson into that player.
Absolutely.
He's a catch-and-shoot guy.
And
same thing with Jordan Poole.
And similar to the beginning of the year, it did feel like to me with every Klay Thompson miss, you could feel not the depression, but you could feel the weight of every shot and every miss, and I could feel it kept mounting and mounting and mounting, and I felt so bad for him. And again, I'm not trying to run Klay. I'm not. I love Klay Thompson. I felt so bad for him watching because every miss was exasperated, and it felt worse than the miss before, and it was tough to watch.
So
I felt
you see
for
our
him.
setup that we were watching the Game 6. We watched the game on a little demo wall.
I did see that.
We should have discovered that. That was a great way to watch
You look like
basketball
Siskel and
game.
Ebert.
Yeah,
you remember the old Siskel and Ebert when they show?
No doubt. That was a great photo. I may have to frame that one.
It was really cool.
Lights off. Got D right there. He got Willie locked in. And I just remember Klay Thompson opened up Game 5, 1 of 7. It's like, damn, he got S7 shots up, number 1, but 1 of 7? And then against the Lakers in Game 6, I'm like,
so bad.
1 of 7. 1 of 8.
It was so
and Willie's
bad.
looking over like, all right, Coach Bonte. I'm like, hey, man, he's got to make a shot.
He was
and then they were down
front-rimming.
11. Matt Nahigan actually made a great tweet. He had a great tweet. He's been on
when
fire,
he missed
too.
their down
11.
Dude,
down 11.
That was the
great
moment
looks.
of the game. If they were going to come back, it was
that was
right
it
there.
right there. That was it right there. 80 bricks. That, they're calling him Klay Thompson. But look, the last 4 games, look at Klay. After he goes off for Game 2, 11 of 18, 8 of 11 from 3, 30 points. Game 3, 5 of 14, 3 of 9 from 3, 15. Game 4, 3 of 11, 3 of 9 from 3, 9 points. Game 5, 3 of 12, 2 of 6 from the 3-point line, 10 points. And then Game 6, which was just, may have been his worst basketball game he's had at least 8 years. 3 of 19, 2 of 12 from the 3-point line, 5 assists, 8 points in 38 minutes. He had great looks. And he couldn't buy a basket in front of his family, in front of his friends, in front of his father, calling the game on the Lakers radio network.
Well, and I think this is where, I want everyone to hear what we're saying here. There's context to everything. He had a horrible series.
Horrible series.
But moving forward, can he be the number 2? Probably not.
No.
But I'll say this, and you have to give him his respect. Klay Thompson this year, I wrote this down. 22 points per game, 21.9.
Yep.
That's the 3rd highest of his career.
Yep.
He made 301 threes. That led the league.
It's the most threes he's ever made.
He had 4 40-point games, 11 30-point games, and 2 different games with 12-plus threes made.
And don't forget about that 50-burger.
Okay, there you go. I didn't even have that written down. He led the Warriors on that winning streak that we were talking about,
Right,
the 5-game
winning streak, which is their longest winning streak of the season.
He had a horrible series. You could even say he had a bad playoff. All that is true. But I don't think he's finished. I don't think he's washed. I just think that the role needs to evolve.
He has to take a step back. And we talked about this last week, Shasky. Literally, we were having a discussion. I said, in order for the Warriors to go on a deep run, Wiggins has to be their second best player, like he was a season ago.
Yes.
Klay is your 3rd and 4th option. You could do a lot worse.
So I'm saying,
you could do a lot worse.
22-point third option.
In today's game with the spacing,
exactly.
Just have Klay stand on the 3-point line. I'm going to take one from you, Kyle Korver. I'm not saying he's Kyle Korver because I think a lot of teams are a lot more threatened by Klay Thompson than it is Kyle Korver. But he has to take a step back. He can't be your number 2 option anymore in the championship team. I think that's fair.
And here's the biggest problem is that I think we're going to look at this series and say he was chucking, he was trying to get himself going, and he was. But
he also had a lot of good looks in this series.
But Bonte, they needed him too because they didn't have a second scorer.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have the reliable number 2 dog, the clear-cut number 2 dog. And I get it, the motion offense, and this goes back to offensive philosophy with Steve Kerr. I get why the motion offense worked for Klay and for Steph and what it's done. It needs a changeup. You need to have a second pitch. And right now, similar to the West Coast offense, if you don't have wrinkles, if you can't run the ball effectively, then if you can't all be smoke screens, right? You got to throw a little something else out there. And that's where I'm looking at saying, hey, I love the motion. It cannot be your bread and butter.
You can't just do motion offense when you got 2 non-scorers on the floor all at the same time.
Exactly.
These guys aren't getting guarded.
Exactly.
Anthony Davis is not guarding GP2. He's not guarding Draymond Green. He's able to camp out in the paint and relax and shut off the paint points.
Monte, we would always talk about Phil Jackson and the triangle. Oh, the triangle. 6 minutes to go. You think they're running the triangle with Jordan and with
no.
Kobe?
Get the ball to Jordan and get the hell out of the way.
That's my point.
Kobe Bryant, give you a high ball screen and let him cook.
Thank you.
All right? So same thing with Curry. Get the hell out to the Lakers' credit in Game 4. They snuffed Curry. AD played great defense on Steph
he was
Curry.
amazing. AD was the best player in the series.
But
I can't believe I'm saying that.
No, he was the best player in the series. Hands down. Better than LeBron, better than Steph.
He was awesome.
He was the best. He was the difference maker. But, one thing about Klay, as we wrap up the Klay, and we'll get back to the lines here. Klay forcing those shots in Game 4. That was a series. We look back at it. And people are saying, Bonte, why were you so depressed? They could come back from 3-1. You had to win Game 4. In this series, you had to win Game 4. LeBron James has never blown a 3-1 lead. LeBron James and the Lakers are playing so well at home. You can't do that.
Bonte, what they did all year, they threw out the window. Like, they switched up Steph's minutes and this. I'll give LeBron this. I'm telling you, man. I've talked a lot about Steph Curry and his minutes and, him and Kerr. LeBron, the one thing LeBron has over Curry that I actually really envy with LeBron, he picks and chooses his minutes.
Yeah.
He picks and chooses which game, when he's going to come out. You never know what he's going to do, right? But what he does really well, he always starts in the second quarter against the weaker opponents to get himself going.
And not only that, Darvin Ham.
Yes.
Give him credit for a first-year head coach coming from Milwaukee. He made sure that they didn't play a second against the Golden State Warriors without either AD or LeBron James. They were not risking it. AD's out, LeBron in. LeBron out, AD in.
Let me ask you this one. If they do go on to win it, wouldn't your opinion of Anthony Davis
change completely? My opinion, I sat back and watched that Lakers team.
Bonte, he was amazing.
That's why I tipped my cat right away.
Destroyed them.
A lot of people are saying, well, Bonte, you're going too soft, man. Forget the Lakers. They weren't the better team.
No, they were the better team.
They were the better team. They were the more connected team.
Won in 5.
They were the more connected team.
Yes,
They're
absolutely.
Connected. As a team, they are connected.
Absolutely.
My respect level for Anthony Davis.
Through the roof.
Austin Reeves. Because Austin Reeves, you watch him during the regular season.
Great.
Listen, you watch him during the regular season. I'm like, all right, this is a gimmick.
No.
They're hyping him up like Caruso. You watch him the last 3 games of this series when it came down to nutcracking time.
How about when he got the rebound on the floor and called timeout? That was like that was intelligence on a whole nother level.
Austin Reeves in the last 3 games got better and better.
He did.
And he played solid defense. And he was a guy outside of LeBron and AD who played heavy minutes.
And got to the line and got to his spots on the floor.
Well, the free throw discrepancy. And I don't even want to blame the rest. Look,
the
Warriors are the worst team. The Warriors are the worst team when it comes to going to the free throw line. And they're the worst team when it comes to defending without fouling. We talked about that all. How many times did you watch the pregame show? We say, keys to the game, Fezzi or Bully, defend without fouling.
That was
we
every
must have said that 160 times. Well, guess what? The Lakers shot 160 free throws in 6 games. They doubled the Warriors up on free throw attempts, and the Warriors made 60. The Lakers made 126. They doubled them up on the tips and makes.
I know.
And I can't even sit here and say, well, the whistle was bad.
No.
I thought the whistle got clunky in game 3 in the second quarter. But then I look back at the Warriors and I say, well, you turned the ball over 9 times.
You were fouling.
You were fouling, and you turned it over 9 times.
It is what it is. I mean, you fouled all year, and you couldn't stay in front of anyone. So
but to your
it
point,
is what it is,
yeah.
B.
Hey, and you're right, though. The respect level for AD, and I can't wait for these conference finals. AD against Jokic, this is box office.
Let me tell you something.
This is must-see TV.
I watched Jokic up close and personal in that Game 6. I know. I saw him against the Warriors last year.
Right.
He's on another level.
He is. He's the best hitter of the game.
He doesn't even shoot like most people shoot like this. He shoots like a spinner. It is the most incredible. The way it spins on the rim. The guy is unbelievable. And that team, Jamal Murray's playing with such confidence right now.
Michael Porter
Even
Jr.
if the Warriors somehow were to find a way to get through the Lakers, I actually think the Nuggets were going to smoke them off the floor.
Denver may have been a problem. I mean, and you know what? You watch it be throughout that series, and I know he was hurt with the knee sprain. He wasn't 100%. But I'd be lying if I haven't watched Jokic this playoff saying, he is the MVP.
He's amazing.
He's the best hitter in the league.
He's amazing.
So that
and you know why I think he's going to last long? He doesn't jump.
No.
The guy doesn't go off the
Plays
ground.
below the rim.
But he just understands leverage and how to use his hips. And if there's a guy who's next 10 years, Luka, I'm betting on Jokic.
So Austin Reeves, real quick. I want to get to the lines here.
Yeah.
Alex Horace,
Sorry,
Louis Gray.
I'm like
we're
NBA playoff crazy.
We're going back and forth here. Austin Reeves, first 3 games, he scored a grand total of 27 points. He wasn't rebounding.
No.
He wasn't dropping dimes. He wasn't getting to the free throw line. But then in game 4, something clicked. And he dropped 21. He had 4 assists. He hit 3 threes, 7 of 15. Then in game 5, quietly in the blowout, he had 15, 7, and 5 and was playing really well.
Yeah, he found himself.
And in game 6, 23, 6, and 5. And I thought the game was over, 7 to 12. I know we highlighted the Klay Thompson stretch where he hit Klay back-to-back threes. They were down 11. But Austin Reeves, when AD swatted DiVincenzo, great team defense, number 1, and then to get the ball out to Austin Reeves and Jordan Poole with the Olay, and Austin Reeves gets a clean look at half-court shot. He nailed that, and he looked at the crowd and said, yeah, the Warriors, this ain't their night. Because all of a sudden you did all that work to crawl back in. Because one thing you talked about it, Alex Styles talked about it.
The quarter.
I was saying, Game 6, ask Spinoni here. He can jump on the mic. Game 6 all day long, Shasky. I know you were down in Arizona. But I say, look, the Lakers are going to come out fast.
Yes.
They will get a good whistle.
Survive.
Weather the storm.
Exactly.
Weather the storm.
You know
and they
my
did
rule.
that. And they did that.
I know.
5-point lead from 17 in the first quarter. I was like, oh my God.
It should have been up 25.
That's what happens.
Should have been up 25.
They should have been
Should
up
have been
so much.
They were lucky.
Should have been up 25 at the beginning of Game 6.
They were lucky to be down 14 going into the fourth quarter.
Totally agree.
And then Austin Reeves hit the three, and I said, this just ain't their night.
They cut it to 11, and they had 2 different chances to cut it to 8. I think this is the other part, and this is where I think the Warriors shot selection. You don't need to bomb a 3. And Curry, the Game 4 where he bombed the second 3 on AD, that I know it's Curry. I get it. I just didn't love that shot. And it's Curry, and I know it's impossible to. I'm not slandering Curry. But I'm just being real. Guys, go to the rim. Take the elbow shot. You don't need to bomb a 40-footer.
Game 4. You talk about that stretch where Curry misses the 3 over AD. Klay Thompson forces 2.
Yes.
Atrocious 3-point attempts.
No, it was just catching.
I mean, it was just. Oh, it drove me crazy. It's still driving. It gives me nightmares. All right. And then Draymond Green, your 3 Hall of Famers did not come through down the stretch, and they got to have a Game
100%.
4. Draymond Green, the hammer play where the Lakers sniffed it out. It's named after Darvin Ham, but go get the layup.
How about when he threw the ball away on that?
That's the play. He had a layup. He threw it away.
No, he just.
But then the offensive rebound where he had a layup looking at it.
And then he kicked it back out.
Unbelievable. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. The unofficial official statistician of the Morning Roast. Alex, hell of a year for
as the night of numbers for the King.
The night of numbers, baby. The night of numbers. He's been on fire. I hope to hear from Alex all summer long. Alex, sorry for having you all home for so long, but go ahead, shoot your shot, man. The floor is yours.
Oh, it's quite all right, gentlemen. You guys have been in your bag all day. But look, I think if there's a word that you could use to just sum up the Warriors' season from top to bottom, it would be dysfunctional. Whether it's been the dysfunction between the coaching staff and the front office, and I do think that behind the scenes there's been a lot of butting of heads between Kerr and Bob Myers as to how the roster was constructed and the 2 different visions those guys had for roster construction this year. You look at the roster Bob Myers put together in the offseason, it seemed very heavily geared towards, okay, Kuminga, Moody, and even Wiseman, they're going to get a lot more playing time this year. We're going to develop them more this year. We're going to give them more minutes. And Kerr's decision to constantly go with Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb was almost just, that was a lot of pushback. It was almost like it was spitting in the face of that idea because Kerr didn't believe that was the best route to go with. And I even look back at the trade deadline in the post-Wiseman trade press conference where Bob Myers was like, look, we could trade for a 7-footer, we could trade for an 8-footer. It doesn't really mean anything if that guy's not going to get playing time. That felt like a veiled shot at Steve Kerr at the time. I talk about dysfunction when I talk about the offensive balance for this team. I mentioned this to you guys back in November. This team shoots way too many threes. They became way too reliant on three-point shooting in their offensive sets. They wouldn't attack the rim nearly as much as they did even last year. And I think a lot of that had to do with the dysfunction of Jordan Poole. Remember, early in the year, he was getting called for a lot more carries, a lot more discontinued dribbles, and I think that hurt his confidence in his desire to go to the basket and drive to the hoop because he was worried it was going to lead to a turnover. And then, of course, we just didn't have a ton of guys on the floor that could create their own shots that way, in part because, again, you don't have an athletic guy like Jonathan Kuminga getting a lot of developmental minutes to the point where you're not able to use him in the playoffs. I cannot wrap my head around why Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome were such consistent options for Kerr all year when he had to have known they weren't going to be on the playoff roster, or at least not playing meaningful minutes in the playoffs.
Well, here's my thing, too. Here's my thing. Throw Lamb out there, then, if you loved him so much. Give him a minute.
Hey, you know what, Alex? You could have used his spacing.
Yeah.
He could hit open 3.
But, I hear you because it's frustrating. It's like, okay, you don't like Kuminga, but you did like Lamb. All right, then why didn't you trust him in a playoff game then?
The last thing I will say to you guys is this, is that I think that there's a chance that you keep either Bob Myers or Kerr, but there's no way you keep both of them. I think that the dysfunction between those two has just started to bubble over, and it's not something you're going to resolve anytime soon. I mean, watching the Lakers game 6 and watching during timeouts Myers and Lakeup having conversations on the sideline, like that to me signals there's a lot of change coming. And for me, I thought back in February that Myers was going to be gone this offseason anyway.
Right.
I think Brooklyn or Phoenix are both great destinations for him for entirely different reasons. But I I agree with you guys that there's going to be a lot of change coming this offseason. I think you have to convince Draymond Green to opt out and then take a more team-friendly deal. I think you got to convince Klay to take a reduced role.
Right.
And I agree. I think you have to move Jordan Poole. I have nothing against the young man. I do think they paid him too early. But I think at this point, the only thing that's really going to help him is a change of scenery.
Yeah, hey, hell of a call.
Man.
Hell of a call, Alex, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. What is he again? What is he
I shall
again?
rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
The knight of numbers.
We need to create some sort of rise as the knight of numbers. Like
He's
we need
great.
something like that.
He sends me all kind of intel every single day.
I know, he is good.
On Twitter. I read it all. There it is.
He
there
was
it is.
giving me love for identifying Casey Schmidt. By the way, today's not the day. Today's not the
You're feeling
day.
Casey Smith. You got me hyped up for him.
But keep it real. Keep it real. He's fun.
Well, you hyped him up, and then I got disappointed because he wasn't up on the opening day roster.
He should have been up 2 months ago.
So watching him do
I'm
what
sorry.
he did,
I don't mean to.
it actually pissed me off even
I feel
more.
you.
Watching him play, I was like, wait, this guy could play.
Bet 500.
So
his arm, by the way, at third base is incredible.
So I talked to a couple people over the weekend at
Yeah.
NBC Sports Studios about that. Mike Krukow was doing a game for me. Obviously he doesn't travel. Got to meet Kruk and chop it up with him. He said, man, make sure you come see me by the booth. And I said, you couldn't let Casey Smith rub on the monuments at Yankee Stadium? You couldn't do it. Like, this guy really needed AAA at bats. But I know they wanted to play him at shortstop to see if he's ready in case of Crawford.
I know.
But now VR's gone, so now he's going to be playing second or third base. So it's, I don't.
So I'm at the game the other day at Arizona, and we're getting right back into basketball. Just brief 30-second story. I'm sitting at the game, and this guy goes, hey, Shasky. And I'm thinking, what the heck? I turn to my left, and it's our guy who's in the YouTube chat right now, Mark Graves. Him and his wife are at the Giants game. He goes,
wow.
I live down here in Arizona. I listen to you every single day. I'm in the YouTube chat. He was so devastated like I was. He was giving me all his Warrior opinions because this is Saturday after the night before. And we sat there, we talked for a couple of minutes. Great guy. Mark, great to meet you. And like all of us, I know it's baseball season. We'll get to it when we need to. But this Warrior offseason is the biggest offseason that I can think of in Bay Area history. Since when, Bonte? Since when?
I think it's the biggest offseason of the last...
head coach, players.
I think it's the biggest offseason in at least 30 years.
Since the Niners salary cap thing back in the 90s?
I think it's at least 30 years.
Since the Joe Montana?
At least 30 years.
Right?
Nothing even comes close to it. Nothing comes close to it because this is a true crossroads.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a true crossroads. If you extend Draymond Green, you're basically marrying yourself to the big three saying, we could get one more championship out of them.
Yep.
I don't know if you can. Not with the right pieces. Not with the right pieces. Boy, and then think about this. And Trey Lance and Spinoni was like, man, Trey Lance was at the A's game. We have not even got to the 49ers.
Oh, you just wait.
We have not. I'm sitting here thinking
Did you see
back.
your boy?
Who, Trey Lance at the A's game?
No, the kicker.
Oh, Moody?
He kicked a 22-yarder.
Not mad at that. I'm seeing way too much Sam Darnold, though. I'm seeing a lot of Sam Darnold. So we haven't even gotten to the Warriors.
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at that.
You know what number he took?
What number did he take?
Number 4.
I'm not mad.
Is his
That's
name
a good
Moody
number.
too?
Moody, yeah. Moody. He's Moody.
I'm going to get you a Moody jersey. Number 4, the kicker.
Don't give me a kicker jersey.
My boy, White Mike, had the Andy Lee jersey back in the day.
You don't do punters.
He had the Pro Bowl Andy Lee custom jersey.
Yeah, that's silly.
No, it was amazing. Second down, this is back when the Niners sucked. Second down, he's like, get ready for Andy Lee. Only Pro Bowler on the Niners.
The Battle of the Bay where it's Shane Leckler versus Andy Lee
yes.
I
jerseys.
remember Michael Silver's article at Yahoo Sports was like, that was basically the gutter ball. And the first play of the game, the Niners got called for pass interference on a play action pass. Jason Campbell, Crabtree. What was the final score? 17-9?
That was horrible.
That was horrible.
Was that Lamont
football.
Jordan on the Raiders when he fumbled that ball?
Yeah.
Lamont Jordan, remember him?
Lamont Jordan from the Jets.
My favorite was coming out of Candlestick that day, and all the Raider fans with the face painted stuck in Candlestick traffic. It was like, losers! That was me coming out of
We were
Candlestick.
all losers that day.
Yeah, we all lost.
Narrator. For those 3.5
We all
hours.
lost.
Bay Area
Just
football
like
is
the
at rock
Warriors.
bottom. What's going on? Oh, Quan Alexander visiting the Steelers. I thought to say Quentin Williams for a second. Quentin Williams' bio right now for the Jets said defensive tackle 4, and it's ...
By the way, at least the Warriors got us to this point in the season. Because remember when they didn't make the playoffs? You and I did 2 full shows around the schedule.
Oh my God,
the NFL schedule.
Oh, you remember that? We did
the
a full 4 hours.
have it game.
The Gots to have a game, trap game, Super Bowl preview game. Pittsburgh week 1. Kind of want to go. Pirates play that Monday at PNC Park. Kind of want to make that trip. Haven't decided yet. Let's go to Horace in Texas. Horace, what's happening? Thanks for holding, brother.
That's okay, brother, man. Hey, I've been listening to you guys, man. You know what? You guys have touched on just about every subject that I was going to talk about, man, and you nailed it, man. Everything that you guys said, man, I 100% agree. There's a couple things, though, that I want to add, and this kind of falls along the lines of chemistry. Listen, Draymond Green needs a major attitude adjustment. That dude is totally out of control. He's not held accountable for anything, you know, on the court or off the court. So he needs to make that adjustment seriously, man. And another thing, too, what's up with this marathon hug that he gave LeBron after the game? Like, come on, dude.
All right.
I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing, dude? You know, and another thing, and I said this all the way back to the beginning of the last season. You know, when now he may not be the guy to go after now, but when Milwaukee waived Boogie Cousins, and when Denver waived Boogie Cousins, I'm saying, why don't we get Boogie Cousins? We need another big man. Not that that's going to change everything, but at least we need somebody in there to make it hard on other big guys to come in and just pick, snatch rebounds, shoot over everybody. You need some kind of presence in there. Looney cannot do it all, and we got lucky last year. You can't expect Looney to do that all year. We need a big, and I'm not against getting Boogie Cousins.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unfinished business.
I don't know how much Boogie has left. Call me crazy, but on this team, with the way they play and then what they want their centers to do, Dwight Howard probably would have been a better option than Boogie Cousins. And now I'm not advocating for them. Hey, they should have grabbed Dwight Howard. But in terms of screen setting, physicality, rebounding, Dwight Howard's a better fit than DeMarcus Cousins on this basketball team. Now we're grasping at straws here.
I'd rather have Nas Reed, but they have no money.
I don't want any Boogie or DeMarcus Cousins, but I'm off on DeMarcus Cousins.
So
right now.
you know, okay, he brought up the Draymond LeBron hug, and I want to play. Even Tim Roy picked up on it. I was watching, and I'm not going to lie to you, it triggered me, and we'll get into it. But listen to Tim Roy right now at the end of the game. It's the first image you see if you stay till the very end of Game 6.
And the season is officially over. Draymond Green gets a big hug from LeBron James. And Brooklyn saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks.
Okay.
They've been saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks.
This is me. These are my opinions. And you can disagree. You're entitled to feel however you want, Warrior fans. This is just me and how I'm wired. I thought LeBron psychologically took Draymond out of his edginess. I thought him being friends with him and playing that angle the entire time throughout the series, it took away from the normal Draymond Green energy that we're accustomed to. And then to hug them at the end, I get they're friends. I get that these guys are all know each other. And I know Steph Curry smiled at the end at some point and he hugged or whatever. It's not the end of the world. But it rubbed me the wrong way seeing Draymond Green embrace LeBron and huggy so much and smiling and whatever. The second the season's over, that might be the last image Warrior fans have of you in a Warrior uniform. And I get it. I know they're friends. I'm probably making way too much of it. But God, the competitor in me was like, you got to. And I'm not saying I'm a more competitive than Dre. We know he's a professional athlete, most competitive people on the planet. It was tough for me to swallow that moment. It was really hard.
So hearing all the podcasts where he bigs up LeBron James, about LeBron James being great, blah, blah, blah. And LeBron James is great. There's no denying that. He's one of the 5 best players to ever play the game.
Of course.
Whether you have him number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I really don't care. He's an all-timer.
Agreed.
He will be. You can't write the history of the game without LeBron James. He's exceeded all expectations. But when did LeBron and Draymond become BFFs? This guy calculated a move in Game 4 when the Cavaliers were falling behind 3-1. He said, how do I bait Draymond Green to get suspended to win the championship? Because I'd never seen LeBron James lose his mental edge like that in Game 4 back in 2016. Remember that?
I do.
LeBron James has never cracked like that. And he got Draymond popped. From then on, like, we're rivals and they've traded trash talk. And Draymond Green, talking about super team. You created super team, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
And then all of a sudden, they're boys. All of a sudden, you hear him say, well, I did ask Steve Kerr if I could go down to watch him break the record of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. What does that say? And Steve Kerr's like, wait, I would rather you be with your team up here in Portland. What are you talking about?
As you talk about Miami using the regular season as something
to build off of.
Yeah.
To gain.
This is a guy who wanted to leave his team in the middle of a season where they're barely hanging on for a thread to go watch a guy who's our greatest rival.
And be buddies with him. It's just a strange dichotomy to me.
Am I the old man in the room? Am I misreading this? Because other people like Joe Curry was laughing and giggling.
He was laughing and giggling with AD, no doubt about it.
But it bugged me. I know. I'm going to sound like the old timer. I'm going to sound like an old relic of years past.
No,
Draymond, we just lost to LeBron and the Lakers. Our season's over. It might be the end of the core. It might be your last moment in a Warrior uniform. Excuse me, as I do a Freudian slip of him going to a Laker uniform. And it's like, really? And I get it. You hug whatever. Can it just wait till an hour after the game?
Well,
can we wait till 5 minutes after the game? Does it have to be the second the buzzer sounds?
Well, this is why. Game 5, we got the Saginaw Savage. We got the Saginaw and Draymond Green. But we only saw it for 2 games in this series. That edge that he usually plays with, I didn't see it.
How many great playoff games did he have? How many good playoff games
did he had?
Draymond?
About 4 or 5 in 13 games.
It's not good enough.
Game 4,
not good enough
against Sacramento. Game 5 against
Sacramento. And this is a guy who wants an extension? He wants to play another 4 years?
Well, I don't know about that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I want to play this before we get back to the lines. Gary Payton II got traded at the deadline back to the Golden State Warriors. Of course, the Warriors traded Wiseman for Sadiq Bey. Then the Warriors traded Sadiq Bey to Atlanta for 5 second-round picks. They also got back Kevin Knox in that deal for Wiseman, and they flipped Knox and the 5 second-round picks for Gary Payton II. Now, Gary Payton II feels it's physical, and he doesn't play for 5 to 6 weeks. So here's what Gary Payton II had to say about the vibes in the locker room when he got back.
I came back, guys are the guys, everybody, go through stuff in life and, their everyday stuff. I just try to come back and, be myself, talk to guys, hang with guys, laugh with guys. The vibe was, a little different, obviously, just, coming back from, the beginning of the season and all that. But, when I got here, everybody was themselves. It was, just trying to figure it out, and continue to, do what we had to do in the rest of the season. But, it was different vibe. It's going to be a different vibe next year.
So you said it was a different vibe this year.
You tried to couch it at the end.
From what happened at the beginning of the year.
That's really interesting.
Remember we had Joe Lacob early in the pregame show on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he said, quite frankly, I thought everything was overrated about the punch. It was overrated. Everybody's making a big deal out of it. Well, by midseason, he went on the TK show with Tim Kawakami, our friend from The Athletic.
Yeah.
And said, I think the slow start had something to do with the punch. Everybody leads back to the punch.
Yes.
So we go back to Tokyo. We were feeling so good.
They just won the championship.
We were feeling great about what went down in Tokyo. We were feeling great about the preseason. Oh, man, look at the 2-man game between Wiseman and Kuminga. Oh, my God. I thought this was the most loaded roster Steve Kerr had.
I did, too. I thought the bench could make the playoffs. I was
Bully
wrong.
said it. Bully was like, I could win 40 games with Poole, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, and DiVincenzo. But the punch, everything goes back, and it's just it's not blaming the punch for everything.
No, but it's a line of demarcation.
Vibe never got right after the punch. You can't win on the road. Well, why can't you win on the road? Because your team's not connected. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't like being around each other because of the punch. You felt like it divided both the youngsters and the OGs.
Remember? Okay, we used to do all the crosstalks and whatnot here with Willard and Dibbs, and I remember maybe 2 months into the season, Willard's like, Bonte, do you really think that the punch? And you're like, yes! And you literally turn to him and you're like, every single day, everyone I talk to, and I'm giving you some of the stuff from behind the scenes, you were basically like, you can't avoid it. This is a big deal. No one has ever seen anything like this.
All I'm saying is put yourself in a position.
I know. You've been saying this from the beginning.
If you slugged me, or if I slugged you,
we would have a hard time.
Our relationship on this show would never be the same.
Monte, I had some personal stuff last week, and I felt guilty taking a couple days off. And we didn't even have a physical altercation. And I felt horrible by just taking days off at the crucial part of the year.
Think about it. There's been situations we've both been at the station that's taken us a long time to recover from.
And it wasn't even...
And it wasn't even that close, but We don't forget, and we still kind of hold a chip on our shoulder from it, right?
And the humiliation wasn't that public.
It wasn't that public.
Not even remotely.
Jordan Poole, after Game 5 or Game 4, when he scored nothing and played 10 minutes, everybody sending me memes about Jordan Poole getting punched.
It was ridiculous.
He's part of a cartoon.
I know.
He's part of memes, black
really
guys.
Unfair.
So Jordan Poole's 23 years old, a young man who grew up in the social media age, and every step and direction he goes to online, you know he's on Instagram.
Bonte.
You know he's on Twitter.
He's a Dockers sponsor. My wife works for the company, and the comment section when they put out Jordan Poole over the weekend, what do you think it said? Some nasty, heinous things about him getting hit.
So how can the vibe be right when that happened? That happened. And, oh, by the way, I think the Warriors are a first-class organization. They mishandled that situation. They did. Let's be honest. Draymond Green was able to go get his ring on ring night.
Show me a corporation that hasn't had a few mistakes over the years on how that's part of live and learn, right? Like we say that, like I believe in this. Like not everything is cancelable, but there are things that happen and you go, you know what? Now that I've gone through it, I probably didn't do it the best that I could have done. There's some things that I could have tweaked and gone back and done it in a different way. And I think it's fair.
It's fair. Think about it. Draymond Green got punished more for calling Kevin Durant the B word. All right? He got punished more for that. Now, you could say, hey, he had to miss some practices. Really? Missing some practices? Like, I think they'll be okay missing a few practices. Hell, you probably wanted him to miss a few practices because of all the wear and tear on his legs. But that cloud of Jordan Poole taking that shot to his left jaw, hovered over his team all season long. Everybody I talked to, I couldn't get around it. Even yesterday, I'm at Molly Stone's. I'm there every day.
Because I think this matters. You're at the facility every home game. Yep. You are there. You've got people talking to you. You got a vibe. You're in the building. And I think that this truly does matter. Everywhere you go, what are people asking you?
I think that punch screwed the season up. How can you get over that? You got into a fight in middle school, high school. You don't become best buddies with that guy you fought.
No.
Right away. You don't even want to see him.
Very rarely.
The relationship is never the same.
Unless it's your brother. Unless it's your brother. Yeah, but even then, there are things that happen. Right. You see this all the time. Estranged relatives. I mean, look at Aaron Rodgers and his family.
Right.
They can't stand each other.
No doubt. Jackie Wang, she spent $20 on this comment here.
For a super chat.
AD wasn't the best player. Steph was. AD had LeBron to help him. When Steph had the better team, LeBron got credit for carrying his team. Why aren't you giving Steph credit for carrying his team? Best player with the less help. Steph Curry's Teflon.
He dragged them as far as he could.
Jackie, Steph Curry's getting no slander. Listen, Steph Curry shot 12 of 30 in Game 4, and I thought he played a magnificent basketball game. The triple-double. I thought Steph Curry in Game 6 played as well as he could, considering the circumstances. Steph Curry gets all the credit, but the guy who decided this series was Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis dictated everything. Pace, tempo, how you attack the rim, how you attack the glass. Anthony Davis was the difference maker. That's okay to say. That's not disparaging Stephen Curry.
No.
Stephen Curry was all-time great. I'm trying to figure out ways how you build around Steph Curry for the future and maximize him. AD was the difference maker.
I'm glad you bring up Steph right before the break here, because in the whole Dre-Jordan thing, it's like, oh, Dre versus Jordan. What about your other teammates choosing sides or not choosing sides and you feeling alienated because they don't have your back?
It's something.
You know
there.
what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely.
And I'm not saying that they came out and said, oh, I got Dre's back. I'm saying sometimes your indifference makes you feel like you're the one who's being isolated.
Guarantee
you. Get what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. Guarantee you. Ask any beat writer who covered that team every single day, from Kerr Burke to C.J. Holmes to Madeline Kinney, to Kendra Andrews to Anthony Slater to Sam Amick to Kyle DeMarcus. You cannot overlook the fact that what happened in the preseason had an effect throughout the season. Because if it wasn't that, it was another thing. It was one thing after another all season long. And again, it's remarkable they made it to the second round, but you can't say you could just get over that. And it's not like, what?
The question is now, is it salvageable?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Who stays? Who goes? Can you bring both of them back? All right, be tuned in to 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath presented by Mara West. Download the Odyssey app. Don't forget. Oh, excuse me. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. BPA, I see ya. Calvin, I see ya. Paul, Doug, we'll get to you on the other side here on the Morning Roast. That's what's going to happen right here on 95.7 The Game.
My French toast sticks are back in 3.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
I was trying to run
Trying
things.
to jump in here real quick and set the tone.
Hey, B, I was thinking about this, though, over the weekend. Regardless of what version, what type of team you have, and we're going to find out, like, who do you want to be the architect of that team? Do you still want Bob Myers? Like,
Right.
does he still want to be here?
Right.
Like, there's so many. There's also a question of this one. Steve Kerr's a legend. He's been doing a great job for this team for a long, long, long time. But I do believe it's a fair thing to ask out loud. Do they need
a new voice?
Different, not even a new voice, a different kind of coach? Do they need somebody who can connect the young guys to the old guys or vice versa? If you determine to have some kind of a roster, is he able to adapt his offensive principles to whatever the newer roster is? When he got brought in, it was the perfect person for the perfect time, for the perfect roster and all those things. And he's evolved.
He pulled the right levers, though. He got Draymond Green to the starting lineup.
Absolutely.
He got Iguodala back off the bench. He maximized that team, and they made the adjustments in those finals. And Helen, during that playoff run when they decided not to guard Tony Allen in the second round.
No doubt. And look, we can go through 1,000 different things. I thought last year he was masterful.
Yep.
This year, I don't think so. And
I don't think this was the best job.
No, I don't. But I do think that there's a question of, how long does he want to do this here? Do they need him here? Do they need a different voice? Kenny Atkinson's getting, job offers, or at least, I guess, interviewing in other
places.
places.
Talk about a different voice, which makes Eric Spoelstra that much more impressive. Think about how long he's been in Miami.
Well, they've turned that roster over.
They have. But he's had his difficulties getting to Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry. But still,
no doubt,
when it comes down to it, they're in their third conference final in the last 4 years without really a top 10 player.
But I look at Spoelstra much differently than Kerr, because Spoelstra was a video production guy who's more X's and O's dependent. And I think that if I were to say, what is Eric Spoelstra's offensive principles?
He switches it up.
Based on
personnel.
Exactly.
And that's the one thing that disappointed me with Steve Kerr.
Exactly.
James Wiseman. And James Wiseman, who knows what he'll be? I don't even want to go back down the rabbit hole. Hey, you should have kept Wiseman. I don't care.
Yeah.
You did what you had to do.
I don't even know if he plays in the playoffs.
I don't even care. But you knew you drafted a center who was an offensive-minded player, who wasn't your prototypical center in this system where he's going to set rugged screens. Let's play to his strengths. Okay, forget about highlighting what he can't do. What about we focus on what he can do and try to maximize that?
Yeah.
Let's maximize what he can do. Didn't see that happen. Jonathan Kuminga, let's maximize what he can do. I thought he could have played the dunker roll in GP2 spot and played lockdown defense. Well, he did from February 1st to the end of the regular season. Then in the playoffs, he has a bad stretch against Sacramento and doesn't play anymore. Then he moats about it. Boom, you're done. Steve Kerr, I thought, failed to adapt to his personnel this year. I thought it was a rough season for Steve.
Yeah, I agree.
He's still
with
a
that.
Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah, I agree.
He's still
with
one
that.
of the best coaches to ever coach in the NBA. But I don't think he had a great season whatsoever.
Let's just think about this. Like, who played great this year?
Curry.
Looney. Last year, I could have made an argument. Otto Porter Jr. had a renaissance year that helped get him paid, and they managed him brilliantly.
Well, last year, Jordan Poole, Steph,
GP2 had a career year.
Andrew Wiggins,
like they're across the board. So, do the players bear some of this responsibility? Absolutely, but I also think that's also simultaneously on the coach a little bit. Now, I'm not here to run Steve Kerr out of town. I'm asking out loud.
Did they miss Mike Brown?
I think there's an element of that.
Mike Brown was big.
And I think, you know what they missed about Mike Brown? Because I look at Kenny Atkinson, and he feels like Kapler's like this.
He doesn't feel like he connects with the players as much, right? He feels too rigid. Yeah,
yes.
He's uptight.
They needed a guy to mellow things out a little.
Loose, funny, laughing. He knows how to approach guys. It's a good point.
But the other thing that I keep going back to is he's so hell-bent on running this motion offense. And to me, it feels a lot, I'm not saying it is, but it feels a lot like Tom Landry. I run the 4-3.
Right.
And that's what I do. And even though there's teams out there that are built to stop that specifically and can dismantle us, I'm going to keep running that no matter what. It's like, dog, you got to give me a changeup, maybe a cutter.
Which is how you get past Sacramento. You got past Sacramento because you went to high ball screens to say, Curry, go win us a game.
But then you went away from it.
You went away from it against the Lakers. And they were all over your ball movement. All over them. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. BPA on the morning roast. Let me guess. This call is about Klay Thompson.
No, it's not. Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Brian.
I think there's certainly a lot of different things that you could look at. I think, Bonte, you mentioned, obviously Anthony Davis, right, played like a superstar. Yes. And he's paid like a superstar, right? Makes $39 million a year.
And obviously LeBron has a superstar running mate, right? Steph doesn't have that, right? And so the reality is, I'm just going to kid. You can look at Kerr, you can look at all these things, but Klay Thompson's paid $43 million a year. He's, I think, going to be the 4th or 5th highest paid player in the NBA next year. And he was outplayed by Austin Reeves, who makes $42 million a year less than him. And then in the series before, he was out. I mean, give me a guard he outplayed in that series. I'm not aware of one. And so it's a reality, right? You cannot say Steph, we're maximizing Steph's window when we're paying superstar money to a guy that's simply probably really never was a superstar, but a great player that's not a great player. He's just not a great player anymore. It's okay.
And he's not a two-guard, too. That's the other thing. Like,
well, forget about the two-guard stuff. Just he's not the guy who's going to defend opposing point guards anymore. He's not that guy.
No.
I think we get too caught up in small
he's
forwards.
Not. Is he a perimeter defensive player anymore?
No, I don't think he is.
I don't either.
Keep
going, Brian.
Sorry, yeah. So I think it doesn't. I think people take it personally because of who he has been, and nothing takes away from what he's done and what he's been. But just because of what he was, doesn't mean that's what he is or what he's going to be.
But Brian, can you meet me halfway? Brian, can you meet me halfway? Because I'm with you with Klay and the money, and I get you paid him before the injuries or whatnot. But on this team, I don't think he should be the number 2 option, no doubt. I thought in order for the Warriors to get deep into the playoffs, I thought Wiggins needed to be that guy like he was a season ago. But when we say Klay Thompson coming off the bench, and I'm saying for who on this roster, doesn't make much sense.
At $43 million a year.
Yeah, and at $43 million a year. You're going to tell a $43 million player, hey, go come off the bench.
Yeah, so I think, but again, you can't undo it.
Yeah.
Right? It's what it is. So, like, would you be better, sir? The best asset they have, this is a fact, is his $43 million expiring contract. That's the best trade asset they have. Probably Kuminga's the second best.
What about Wiggins? Don't you think Wiggins?
That, right? Or you could say, probably the only actual, like, assuming you can't get, sort of real value back for his expiring, is to just let him play out at the end of his contract, right? Of course, you're wasting a sort of late prime Curry year, and then you have for 2024, right? And then you let Draymond, right? He has an expiring. You let them expire their contracts, and then you can really rebuild with premium talent around Curry for whatever's left of this run. And that might be the only play they have at this point. But
it might be.
You have to look at moving Klay's expiring contract. You just do.
Well, I think Wiggins' his value. I think you're underrating Wiggins' value because I do believe if you're talking value, Wiggins making less money next year is the most valuable thing in terms of just trade outside of Curry. The most highest asset trade-wise would be a Wiggins because he's still in his prime. He's a two-way player. Everyone's looking for 3-and-D type players. He fits that mold.
If you do move Wiggins, and thanks for the call, BPA. If you do move Wiggins, you better get a guy who can consistently knock down a three-point shot.
Yes.
That's the one knock on Wiggins. He could get hot and cold from the three-point line, and he could get cold from the free throw line. He's not the best free throw shooter. But damn it, that guy plays hard. And I wonder if anybody in that organization, they're like, man, this guy took 2 months off and we get it. Whatever he went through, we stuck by him. But boy, we need to get somebody who can hit a consistent three, who can bring it every single night. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you got it. All options are on the table. I think if you're going to go to St. Warriors, if you're Joe Lacob, and whether Bob Myers resigns or not, if you're looking at this roster, you're looking at all the tax money they're paying.
Yeah.
How do I maximize Stephen Curry? I think everything. When you get flamed out like that, and you struggle in the regular season like you did, and we still don't know how good Moody or Kuminga could be, and hell, Jordan Poole had a regression, everything's on the table. I'm here to listen to everything. Well, outside of Stephen Curry and maybe Kevon Looney.
So next year, it's pretty restricted in terms of their money. If you go out one more year, okay, just one more year, Curry makes $56 million, Poole makes $30 million, Wiggins makes $26 million, and then it's not a lot. Like everything else is kind of still open. You have club options on Kuminga and Moody and Baldwin. Maybe Gary Payton picks up his player option. Maybe he tests free agency. But, like, you do have slots open up. The problem is with the Draymond thing right now, that's the one that's staring them in the face. So for next year, if Dre opts in, that's $27 million. Now, you could still trade him, but if he opts in, and even if you trade and absorb some, you're paying $200+ million in luxury tax.
Yeah.
Now, I know a lot of Warrior fans want to point to Joe Lacob and complain and cry. How many other teams
are paying that
in sports are paying more in taxes than they are for the payroll of every team
Joe
in the league?
Lacob has backed up his talk with the dollars.
I don't want to hear
money
that
hasn't
he's
been
cheap.
the money hasn't been
And
an
this
issue.
is where the rookie
has
thing
has he made great decisions? Probably not.
Okay.
But they all haven't made great decisions.
Yeah, but you know what? This is what I want my owner to do. Spend money. And he's done that. The other thing is this. I don't fault them for trying to do this whole two timeline was a failure. No, if you're going to pay all these top end salaries at max money, you need to find controllable assets and you have to take swings. The problem that I have is that we haven't even taken a swing. These guys have stayed in the batter's box and they haven't gotten the bat off their shoulders because we haven't seen the rookies enough to know one way or the other through 2 seasons.
So when it comes to the most disappointing aspects of the season, to me, it is the development of the youngsters because you talked all season about how the regular season doesn't matter. We just need to be healthy for the playoffs. We don't need home court. Well, you didn't need home court for the first round. You got home court in the second round. It didn't matter because you didn't have other assets. The guys you should have been developing, which we thought. I thought Kuminga from February 1st on, okay, this guy's part of the rotation. Maybe you could get him 15 minutes in the playoffs. And I get it. You can lose a playoff game in 5 minutes. I get it. You don't have that much patience. But damn it, for this run, with the assets, he had Moses Moody trying to guard LeBron James. And you heard Tim Roy on the call. This is not working out for Moses Moody. Whenever LeBron saw Moses Moody on him, he goes, barbecue chicken. And God bless Moses Moody. He was in the right spot. LeBron's LeBron. You're asking Moses Moody, who didn't play a lot during the season, to go guard LeBron James.
I don't blame Moody. You know who I blame? Them for thinking that Andre Iguodala would actually be healthy during the playoffs. Them for thinking that they could manage his minutes all year, not play him at all, okay, not playing him all during the regular season at the cost of all these other guys. Hey, Kuminga, play your 23 minutes. Come playoff time, though, this guy at the end of the bench, Iggy, he'll be ready for us, even though last year he got hurt.
Yeah, no, that was a joke.
That, to me, as much as people want to be outraged over the youngsters and the two timelines, show the equal level of anger toward keeping Andre Iguodala on this team, knowing that he wasn't going to do anything for them.
Not only that, look at the veterans. And a lot of these losses on the road, the veterans are on the floor in the last 5 minutes.
JaMychal Green this year was another guy. Like, as I lose it on Iggy, and it's not even Iggy's fault, but it's the truth. Like, you kept him on team. JaMychal Green had one good game, like impact game, that actually
in the
helped.
Playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
One game. So you want to complain about roster spots and guys getting minutes and this and that? Yeah, we'll get Dante DiVincenzo, who was awesome during the regular season.
Wiggins and GP2 came back.
But how many good,
and it affected his role.
How many good playoff games did he have?
It only had a couple because why?
Exactly.
Because his role changed. You can't have evolving roles every single week. Somebody had a different role.
Because of
injuries,
injuries,
can't do that.
too.
The Lakers, continuity, connectivity.
So,
Denver Nuggets, connectivity. The reason why the Phoenix Suns flamed out, Kevin Durant and company played 8 games together.
Yes.
They played 8 games together.
And then
when you get to the playoffs, oh, wait, Chris Paul's hurt.
Yep.
Oh, wait, DeAndre Ayton's hurt. Oh, wait, Damian Lee's out of the rotation. Oh, wait, Campaign is back in the lineup. Wait, we can't find minutes for this guy. So every single week with this Warriors team, DiVincenzo, GP2 comes back and it felt redundant to have GP2 and DiVincenzo on the roster. All of a sudden, DiVincenzo's like, yo, I'm playing 25 minutes a game. I'm shooting 40 from 3. Now I don't know when I'm entering the game, and now I don't know how long I'm going to be in the game. Telling me that doesn't impact him?
And part of why you signed guys like Andre Iguodala was for veteran leadership. Let me ask you this.
I don't.
No, I'm serious on this one. Did you notice any veteran leadership impact?
No. None
Did
whatsoever.
the young players learn at the feet of Andre Iguodala?
They say they did.
Did they keep the locker room together?
They said they did.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Right.
By the way, JaMychal Green, Steve Kerr mentioned it earlier in the season. I haven't set him up for success. I haven't been playing
I
him
agree
well.
with that.
But you did that all season. This guy can hit on open 3. Man,
Remember when he had him play in the 3?
minutes.
Remember when he had him play in the 3 earlier this year?
Yeah.
Like, come on, Kerr. Come on. Here begs another question that I have. When you talk about the big 3, and you were talking about Anthony Davis and LeBron James, you know what they did this year? They weathered their health appropriately to get them ready to be at their peak physical standard. Like, even though they fell into that play-in scenario, it ended up working to their benefit.
So they got a lot of rest.
Yes.
And LeBron and AD play 40-plus minutes a game.
Here's the bottom of all my questions. I got 1,000 questions. The core, Dre and Clay and Steph. Are we sure they can stay healthy enough to be able to weather the regular season, to put themselves in a position where they're not exhausted come playoff time?
Well, it's obvious because Curry hasn't been able to do that. He hasn't been able to do that the last 3 years. That's not a knock on him. It's a lot of wear and tear. But you got to have that built in. You got to build that in, that you know Curry's going to miss 20 games. So that goes back to the development of Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Wiseman who gets traded, DiVincenzo. And with their roles changing every single night, you're saying, hey, go be a professional. Go be a professional. But the human element of everything is, well, damn, I don't know if I'm going to see 25 minutes a game or 10 minutes a game. And you talk to the players all the time. That's why I love going to games.
Yeah.
And you talk to assistant coaches, you talk to scouts, you talk to all these people. Players are human. Unless you're a star-driven guy, the others, as Shaq always says, when they don't know when they're playing, when they're unsure about it's tough to stay engaged all the time. Now you're asking them to be a professional, but man, one day I'm seeing 5 minutes, the next day I'm seeing 25. Festus says this all the time. Whatever your opinion is on Festus as elite a player is, he said it all the time. He goes, dude, it was hard. It was hard playing for Kerr at times because one day you're playing, and then the next 3 weeks you're sitting your ass on the bench.
Isn't part of and this is where I guess I struggle with Kerr. Wasn't that what his role was as an NBA player?
Exactly.
Wasn't he about how does he not kind of understand that?
Yeah.
Is that more because of the injuries and the lineup inconsistency?
I don't know. I
keep thinking about Lonnie Walker, right? Because everyone's talking about Lonnie Walker outplayed Jordan Poole. Yeah, Lonnie Walker, go in, shoot. You miss, you're going to come out, but that's okay. Your job is to go in and shoot, and then just hack the crap out of everyone. Jordan Poole. One night I need you to play point guard and facilitate. The other night I need you to be the bench, scoring off the bench and be the only punch that we have. But don't dribble too much.
Well, and again about being a professional. One aspect is on Kerr, and the other side of it is it's on the players to stay ready.
No, I agree. It is on the players too.
Because Otto Porter Jr. stayed ready when he didn't get a lot of run last year. Think about Bielitsa that had some playoff moments. He didn't play a lot last year.
Was older.
He was older, but he didn't play a lot. These youngsters not being able to play, trying to get their footing in the league and establish themselves, got really hurt by this. Lonnie Walker's still relatively young. You know, he's been in the league for a while.
24?
Yeah, 25, 24 years old.
Yeah.
But
he has been in the league a lot.
That's a professional. He got taken out of the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Didn't play the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Game 4, gets his number called. He hasn't left the bench since.
And
he hasn't left the court since.
Schroeder's a flawed player. He clearly knows what his job is. Annoy the ever-living crud out of everyone. Facilitate a little. Knock down open threes. If they present themselves.
No doubt. Let's go to Jasmine in Bama. Jasmine, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, yes. How you doing?
Good, Jasmine, good.
All right. Well, my opinion is that they do need to trade. It's about time to kind of break their core. I think they need to let Klay Thompson go. I'm sure if the Lakers got what they got for Westbrook, I'm sure the Warriors can get better assets for Klay Thompson. He still can shoot, but I think it's just time to let it go. I think they need to get younger and more athletic and bigger.
I'm with you, Jasmine. I'm with it. If that takes Klay, Jordan Poole, I think everything's on the table. Let's go to Dacre in the city. Dacre, what's happening?
Dacre.
Gentlemen, what's up? The more I think about it, the Draymond thing, it just reminds me of an old hypothetical. If a tree falls in the woods, doesn't make a noise, right? If it's caught on video and broadcast internationally, that noise lives forever. And Draymond's going to live with this noise forever, right? But that doesn't change the fact we don't have a big who's a threat off the pick and roll. That's what opens up the shooting.
Yep.
Defenders just, bunch up. It's just hard to get through all that traffic when they don't have anyone that they have to account for. And unfortunately, you got to break the band up. And it might be best for Klay. It might be, I'd like to keep Dre. I like to do whatever we can to get Towns. Because if we can get a John Stockton Malone 2.0 with the big, it's going to give Curry that much more career. Everyone.
Yeah, but Towns doesn't want to bang on the block.
Yeah, I'm out on
Towns.
Towns.
He wants to bomb threes, too.
He wants to be a three-point shooter.
And he's another guy who's never healthy.
He wants to be a three-point shooter. And in terms of locker room, you want that guy in your locker room?
Jimmy Butler's still talking about him.
All right, here's what Draymond Green had to say about the season, how several threes went wrong.
I think there were several things that went wrong throughout the course of the season, and also just things that you can't prepare for. Like, it's hard to prepare for the things that happened in the beginning of the season and then bounce back from that, but we did. It's hard to prepare for all the injuries that we dealt with throughout the season, for, missing Wiggs, for the time that we missed Wiggs, and, all the things that's going on. And saying that, there's no excuses. Happens throughout every season. And, if you win a championship, it's a battle cry, and it's like, yeah, man, we went through that. We went through this, and we got through it. If you lose, you don't go back and blame all of those things and say, oh, man, this is the reason we lost. No, every season is made up of events. Some are great, some are not.
And then he references things that went public.
I think for this team, more of the events that aren't so great were so public. And, that's not something that you normally deal with. And so the world knows, the tough times that this team's had. But there's tough times in every season. Winning a championship, there are tough times. I remember David West said something some years back, and everybody was like, whoa, like, that's every year. Like, it's things going on, and you band together and you try to work around them. And I think, for the most part, we try to do that. We fell short. That happens, but we're not done yet. It was lost this year. We'll be back next year.
His lack of accountability drives me nuts.
I mean, that's...
No, it drives me nuts.
When does it get old?
No, I'm tired of it.
When does it get old?
It's just like, dude, come on. Can you just, just an ounce. I'm not even saying remorse. I'm not even saying you have to be apologetic. Just read the room once.
Well, you brought up David West, right? And I remember that whole situation. David West talked about, man, you don't even know what went on this year. Yeah. And then the next season, it was, they said meningitis outbreak or whatnot. Really,
which I don't believe.
Which, there may be some truth to that. But to me, there was something deeper.
Yeah.
There was something deeper that year that we still don't know about. And I don't know what Draymond Green is referencing to everything out in public. Well, the pull punch was bad, and then when it becomes public knowledge, and then we don't see accountability taken for that. You know what I'm saying? Looney says the trust has been broken, and Draymond said he didn't like that word trust. Remember that? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on in that locker room. You can only hear things. You can only figure it out. But the defending champs won 11 games on the road in the regular season. 11. They look like a championship team at Chase Center this year. They went 33-8. On the road, they won 11 games. Really good road teams, they're connected. Why the Sacramento Kings were 24-17 on the road? They were connected as a team.
Yes.
They were a tight-knit unit. Was this Warriors team's tight, or was it divided? It felt like it was divided between the youngsters and the veterans.
What do you? Of course it did.
I mean, so you win 11 road games. Of course
it did.
So it's just like,
Bonte,
wait a minute. And hold on real quick.
Sorry.
Just like the KD thing, it started with Draymond Green. He was at the center of the bad vibes. Now, I thought Draymond Green on the court had one of his better years of his career. I can't take that away. I thought he was really good. Second team All-NBA defensive team, all that stuff. But off the floor and all the podcasting and all the chirping and all the, even when he came back in game 4.
The ejections?
He gets suspended in game 3, or he gets suspended for game 3, acts a fool in game 2, going on the bench and driving up, riling up the crowd. Then you come back in game 4 and all the headlines is about Draymond Green and his humility. And then you tell Chef Serrano, I knew I got my voice back when I yelled at Jordan Poole. Let's leave Poole out of this. Poole scored to him. You know what I'm saying? It's just, if it was one thing, it was another. As soon as you get past it, you're saying, okay, this team's about to roll, something else would happen. All season long.
But Bonte, this is the part of Draymond Green, we've always talked about, do they win any championships without him? No. We all acknowledge that. There's always been this back of my mind question, talent over tolerance. At what point does the talent dip below my tolerance level?
Right.
And I say to myself, all right, enough is enough. But
don't you feel like we're at that point? And now,
No, it's not. No, it's not about whether Lakeup or whether Myers or Kerr's at that point. Is Steph at that point?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Is Draymond himself ready to take a hike? I got to be real with you. Listening to the podcast, and I enjoy him as a media member.
Right.
I don't crush him doing the media thing. But where I get tired is stop telling me every other game when you have a bad, and it's every other game you have a bad performance.
Right.
I need to be better. No, duh.
Yeah.
No, duh.
Well, I thought the biggest factors in the series was how was Draymond going to play AD? How would he step up the AD?
How do you think he played AD?
I think AD looked like Bill Russell / Will Chamberlain against Draymond
He
Green.
couldn't do much.
And that's the thing. When you label somebody as the greatest defensive player of all time, well, the greatest defensive player of all time is going up against AD, a top 75 player in NBA history, whether you agree with that or not. Lodi and Draymond could not handle AD down low.
No.
They could not handle it.
No.
So Logan Murdoch of The Ringer just put out a piece about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
And there's some quotes from Jordan Poole in regard to Draymond Green. Here's one of them. Quote, on his relationship with Draymond Green, this is what Jordan Poole said. I don't have an answer for you. He was just on the court and teammates. It's just business, honestly. And that's really all it was. It is. It has been. It's just been business. It's been basketball.
That tells you everything you need to know. Spinoni, read that quote one more time for everybody out there.
So this is, via The Ringer, Logan Murdoch. This is
sorry.
Jordan Poole talking about his relationship with Draymond Green. Quote, I don't have no answer for you. We was just on the court and teammates, ... It's just business, honestly. And that's all it really was.
So people could crush Jordan Poole. You could trade Jordan Poole. I don't really give a damn how you feel about Jordan Poole. I think highly of the young man.
Well, for him
I still remember like it was yesterday when Guru and I interviewed him at his rookie introductory press conference. And he was vibrant. He was laughing. He was smiling ear to ear. I got the same vibes from Jordan Poole at Media Day. We did the damn commercial together. And after the punch, he's never quite been the same.
Well, and I think a lot of people are like, well, you don't have to be best friends with them to work. No, you don't. But you better be so damn excellent to be able to overcome those things. That Laker team that we just watched, we don't think that they're, unbeatable.
No.
But do they get along enough to where they're all on the same page?
They're all connected.
Sure look like it.
They're all connected.
And now, after the season we just watched, if you don't think chemistry is an element, I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but if you don't think it's an element, you're tripping.
Right. And Jordan Poole's looking back. Remember when he told us at NBC Sports Bay Area, he dropped 19 in the fourth quarter against the Sixers, and we did the post-game interview. And Fezzi at the end goes, I noticed your defense too. And he goes, you guys notice that? You guys are watching. I don't want to hear none of that slander up there anymore. And Bully and I looked at each other right away. And Fezzi looked at us. Now I hear, it wasn't pointed at us from talking to some people and everything like that. But it just shows where Jordan Poole was at. He was so worried about the slander. He's a young man who lives on the internet, who's on Instagram and grew up in the internet era, like everybody else.
25-year-old in America. Continue.
And you see everything coming your way. It's your fault.
Well,
you stink. You dribble. You don't have any flow. And look,
did you see
up
the
and
cartoon
down.
that got all over the?
It was disgusting.
It was disgusting.
I
felt so bad for him seeing that.
And then you get the stupid ass rumor about him spending $500,000 on a date.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Cameron.
I don't give a damn if he spent $1 million on a date. If he got it, he got it. Well, I don't care what you do on a first date.
Well, forget first dates. Like, if you like somebody or you want to do something, who am I to judge?
I don't care. He's got $500,000 to spend. That's what it tells me. It's like, damn, you're a baller, dude.
Yeah,
he won't be the first person to do it if he did do it.
I know.
But think about all that stuff he went through, and then we're counting on him to play well against the LA Lakers. I'm surprised he got through the season averaging 20 points a game, considering what happened.
Well, he averaged 26 when Steph wasn't there, and he was starting.
I'm surprised he didn't request a trade yesterday. But think about what Spinoni just read from Logan Murdoch in the Ringer.
But you know what?
Maybe we need to get Logan on.
You know what I would say to him? It's also one of the most mature answers you can give. When you don't have something nice to say, you kind of just say nothing, and I thought that was a pretty eloquent, given what you must be going through your head.
Think about that.
In a league where everyone's petty.
He had to deal with that all season long and never made an excuse.
Did you see what Ben Simmons did to Philadelphia yesterday?
It was a clown. Ben Simmons is a clown.
Yeah, but did you see what he did? For those that didn't.
He posted a picture of Philadelphia getting blown out in Boston in Game 7.
And him drinking a glass of wine, essentially.
Right.
In a mansion.
But it's like, Ben Simmons, who the hell are you to talk? You didn't even play basketball this past season. You robbed the Brooklyn Nets. You robbed them. You won't even attempt a 2-foot layup.
If I was running the organization, I would have a hard time not looking at both the individuals, Draymond and Jordan Poole, and saying, maybe we need to get both of them out of here.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Like, in those situations, man.
Maybe. But, again, you hear that quote? Obviously, they were never able to get on the same page. And if two of your top 6, top 7 guys can't get on the same page, Shasky, how the hell are you going to go out there and win a championship?
You're not. Look, Kobe and Shaq and Bonds and Kent or whatever. We're talking about two guys in both their respective sports who were MVP candidates simultaneously, and yet you ask their teammates, they're like, yeah, it was really hard to be a teammate of those guys during that particular time. Now, two lesser players getting in a fight like that or getting in some sort of a situation, if you don't think there's ripple effects on a small family, small team in a family element where you're traveling together and you got all this downtime, like you're tripping.
All right, let me take a couple calls before we get to Fast Five. I know you don't want us to, but I'm going to get some of these people out here. Calvin, St. Louis, let's go.
Calvin.
Got about a minute, Calvin. About a minute.
What's going on, man? First off, let me go ahead and get a shout out to Drew Down, man. And I love you guys, but man, it looks like Steve Kerr still on the witness protection program, man. Because to me, and I'm just gonna be real with you, man, Steve Kerr just inherited a good team. Because as a coach, he never showed through animosity or hardships that he can overcome things. Steve Kerr is the first coach to have a 3-1 lead and lose a game. Lose the championship. Steve Kerr is the first coach to win a championship and then the following year have the worst record on the road. Steve Kerr never made any adjustments this year.
All right, let's go to Jay in Oakland. Jay, real quick. Jay, what's happening?
What's happening? I think we just need to compare last year to this year. Everything went wrong this year. Everything. And I'm not agreeing with what Dre said, but if you look at it from that standpoint, everything went wrong this year that needed to go wrong. Playing the young guys, you can't play the young guys when you got to win games. You can't get them into a rhythm. Last year, people got rest. Dre got rest because of injuries. Steph did too. Then they came back strong in the end of the season. You want that rhythm. Now you're seeing that with the Lakers. Some of them got rest, were injured. All these guys are stepping up because they're finding that rhythm.
But here's the problem. Here's my pushback. But here's my pushback on you can't play the young guys. You weren't winning with the old guys.
Right.
Like, it would be one thing if you were 18-2 like you were the year prior,
but you
were winning with the old guys.
3-7.
But you weren't winning with them.
Right.
So, that's a false dichotomy to me.
Yeah, no doubt. Real quick, Nick and Berkeley.
I got something that Mark Stein put out.
All right, Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? So, Draymond isn't the center of the bad vibe. He is the bad vibe, dude. You just don't put hands on your teammates, and you can't go around bullying people, bro. You're a grown man. What's wrong with you? Check yourself, bro. You're just insecure. He's insecure is what it is because he got to bully some youngster, you know what I'm saying? Because he's mad he got some cake, you know what I mean? And so if he wants to spend $10 million on a date, we'll go buy you a Lamborghini and peel rubber and do what you got to do, bro. I'm not hating. I'm celebrating. You know what I mean? And as far as the Warriors, they should trade for a big man. They got complacent. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is they missed too many damn shots, and the referees called way too many fouls.
Well, they were hacking. All right, real quick. NBA insider Mark Stein is reporting, and I'm just trying to give you some of the stuff that we're seeing in real time. It has been consistently insisted Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green will remain with the Warriors next season, while president of basketball ops Bob Myers is and here's the quote, most likely prominent Warrior to depart. That's Mark Stein basically saying, and I'll paraphrase, it's consistently insisted Steph, Klay, and Dre will remain with the Warriors, while president of basketball ops Bob Myers is, quote-unquote, the most likely prominent Warrior to depart.
Interesting. Will that new GM want to take on Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Stephen Curry?
That's a great question.
Is it Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Does he want that?
Can we admit this? This isn't as desirable a job as people may want to think it is on the surface. I think it's really hard.
Well, you still have Curry.
No, that I agree with.
You still have Curry.
But it's harder than you think.
It's very hard. It's hard when you coach superstars.
Yes.
But, wow, this is just day one of the offseason. And there's so much to get to.
We haven't even gotten into transactions.
I mean, the turning point of the series, Lakers winning 6, what went right, what went wrong, who's gone, who's back. Bob Myers' decision, unbelievable offseason coming up for the Golden State Warriors, and we'll be all on top of it here at 95.7 The Game. With that said, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Does the big three have to stay? I don't know, but Shaz can go ahead and start us off with the final thoughts.
I'm going to give you my final thoughts. Anthony Davis, when he plays like he did in the last 6 games against the Golden State Warriors, that is the all-time talent that we talk about. That's the guy who we put on the top 75 All-NBA list all time. He was unbelievable defensively in terms of his versatility, his rebounding, and then offensively, an absolute juggernaut. scoring at all three levels. That Anthony Davis is one of the special players in NBA history.
So I've been in my emotions all morning on this one. I don't really want to give up on this core yet. I still want them to run it back, but overall, I'm just looking around just the Bay Area this morning. This feels like one of the more dismal mornings in the Bay Area. The Warriors falling apart. Giants and A's seem lost. Sharks couldn't even get the top pick, and the one team that is doing well right now, the Niners, they just got quarterback drama. It just feels like a good time to complain for a Bay Area sports fan.
I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, Spinone.
Well, a lot of respect for Steph, Clay, and Dre. It was a really tough series. Like Jordan Poole, I will take the high road as well. Well, not all the way, though, because lest you forget, Sam Lubman on Friday tried to do this parting shot at your boy.
And then number 2, why I'm kind of feeling good tonight, Dub Nation, we didn't give up when the Mavericks came to town in 07. We didn't give up against the Nuggets in 13. We didn't give up against the Grizzlies and Cavs in 15. We didn't give up against the Rockets. We didn't give up against the Kings. We don't give up against anybody. You want to know why we don't give up? Because we are the nation of we believe. You want to know why we believe? 2 little words. First word, Stephen. Second word, Curry. I believe Dub Nation. You should believe Dub Nation. We all believe Dub Nation because that's what we do. We believe. We are fired up. Lakers are going down. Spadoni, you're going to be so sad on Monday.
Wow. This is such a high road right here.
Night.
I hate you.
Final thoughts is, buckle up, folks. It's going to be one hell of an offseason for the Golden State Warriors. That's it. That's all I got. 520 Comcast Business Text Line. Joe Lakin will reload this offseason. Warriors squad, and we'll be back to winning a title. We shall see. We shall see. But we'll be all over it. Steiny Guru coming up next. I'm eager to hear Steiny today. I can't wait to hear Steiny and Guru. What do they have to say about what went down this season for the Golden State Warriors?
Don't you do that. Don't you do that to me.
Hey, man, listen. We're just getting started on this offseason. Somebody tweeted at us, what are you guys going to do now that the Warriors season's over? Are you going to talk some Giants? No, we're sticking on the Warriors.
Not yet.
What are the Giants doing to make us talk about them? Casey Smith, outside of that?
Did you hear about what happened? 2400 Sports said that the highest top 4 growing podcasts in their entire Odyssey entity, Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys! Woo! Up 150%!
Wow.
New episode drops today.
I will maybe listen. Maybe.
Subscribe wherever you find podcasts.
Hey, hell of a show, boys. Hell of a show. Good stuff, Shasky. Good to have you back. Spinoni, good stuff. Congratulations. Good luck against the Denver Nuggets, even though I'll be rooting for Jokic and company. I'm not going to lie about that. Love me. Good stuff as always. We'll be back tomorrow, but up next, Steiny Guru. Oh, by the way, don't forget, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Bonte Hill here from the Morning Roast on 95.
All right, well, Warriors season ended Friday, and fallout's already starting. We can talk about the game Friday, what you thought of it, what you think the Warriors needed, what they're going to need more of next year. We can talk about the offseason. It's going to be very interesting. Choices galore. And, for me, Goo, I'll just say, it was a disappointing season. It was. There was a disconnect all year. There was adversity with the punch. They never put a really, really, really good streak together. And it was disappointing. And now you have to look and say, was this season an outlier, or is this kind of what we're going to be looking at if we keep the same team?
Good morning, Steiny.
What's up, my man?
And I need you. I'm leaning on you more
like
now.
Like a flower needs a sign.
Listen, we got good Steiny early. Good sign. Listen, I need you because I'm about to say some things. I'm about to empty my heart. And I'm who you talked about last Friday. I'm a spoiled Warrior fan. I've watched that game on a Mother's Day weekend 3 times because I'm still in denial. But you know what? You hit the nail on the head when you said this team, and I'll ask all the basketball connoisseurs out there to call 888-957-9570 and tell me the last NBA defending champion that left training camp having to deal with Tyson versus Larry Holmes right out the gate. So I say all that to say, Steiny, there's no excuses, but damn, Goo, shame on you for taking the pill and eating it and swallowing it, that the Warriors somehow could get past what they went through early on with the Draymond punch. And now when you want to go finances and books and contracts, I can't find the spot. It was doomed before they got started, man. That's how I really feel.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're open all day. We'll have John Dickinson, I believe, at 1 o'clock. He saw every game of the playoffs, every game of the regular season. He was down in L.A. for Game 6, so he's going to be coming up at 1 o'clock. The one thing that
Talk to me.
I will talk to you. The theme for me, okay, is, believe it or not, one of reality. And the reality is this team's had 10, 12 years of incredible success. It's one of the handful of dynasties the league has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics in the 60s, Bulls 80s, Bulls 90s, Lakers 80s. You want to throw the Spurs in there? That's 4. Lakers maybe second one. So top half dozen dynasties in the history of the game. And you just can't be champions forever. You just can't. And there's always going to be an inevitable decline. And what I heard after that game was Steve Kerr and Draymond Green say flatly, we weren't a champion. We're not a championship team. We're not a championship team. So to me, even saying that acknowledges we're at a transition point right now. And it doesn't mean you can't become a championship team next year.
Right.
But I think that's good. I think that's unrealistic too, but that we can talk all about that. But now you got to start figuring out how you stay a top level playoff team, because your 3 big boys are not getting any younger. That's a fact. And we saw proof of that in the series.
Yeah, and you talked about it in the green room. I can let it all out now. The Warriors got basketball love by being able to, they had to go through a bad season to draft James Wiseman. But let's just imagine if James Wiseman was on the track that an Anthony Edwards was, and he was young and upcoming, you could see, you know what, we got a lot to be excited for, and still watch Steph Curry play at this excellent level that he's at now. Because the one thing I took out of this playoff run is Steph is still Steph. So Lakeup and company, if that's Lakeup, hopefully it's Myers, Lakeup twice, and Dunleavy. I don't know, Stoney, but everywhere you look right now in the state of the Warriors, there's a question mark. I didn't like Steve Kerr saying we maxed out. Did you?
Why?
I love you, Coach, because there was some stuff you left on the table.
Why?
Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, who didn't play into the playoffs, so he could have been playing all throughout the regular season maybe. Maybe you don't have 11 losses on the road. These are just questions I have. But how can Draymond Green and Coach Kerr go up there to a microphone after you do a no-show in L.A.? You did a no-show in L.A. throughout the whole series, okay? But you just want a chip in June.
Yep.
You gave a scholarship to Andre Iguodala. That could have been a player helping this team, okay? Then nobody knows why Jordan Poole was sulking outside of the punch, but when you put the punch in the sandwich on playing time and punch, you lost him. Like, there's so many question marks about what's going on behind closed doors with this team that doesn't sit well with me, Steiny, and that's why I feel like some guys may be out of here just because you need to have the locker room and all the players on one accord. And the Steph Game 7 speech in Sacramento, I got friends texting me, was that a good or bad thing? And I said, well, why would you say that? And then I thought about it like, well, maybe you lost the young guys because that's who you were singling out. I don't know, but all they owe is Steph Curry the opportunity to get back to the finals because he is still like a fine wine, Stoney, and it's hell. If Bob Myers said he wants to come back, this is going to be calculus. This is going to be trigonometry. There is some stuff in Warrior Land that Einstein would have problems trying to figure out.
Right. And we saw that all year long. We saw it even before the punch. We saw it when Draymond Green apparently said he wanted a max contract before the season ever started. And not only didn't he get a contract extension, they gave one to Wiggins and Poole. So, you know, to me, like, this is one of those things where, you know, they've had this dynasty and it's been absolutely incredible. And there's just no way around things ending. And things are going to end in different ways, but they're going to end. So when we say, you know, the chemistry and there was a punch and now agenda, it's like, yes, that's what brings franchises down. And here's the thing that, and I don't necessarily want to go down this road too long, but you know, there's no one way that they're going to stay good or get back on top. There's no right thing to do. Your three veteran champions are all getting older. They're veterans by far. All right, your young players are not as effective. Like there's no easy answers here. But the reason everything's so hard is because of the success for the last 12 years. The one opportunity you had to somehow maybe keep it rolling a little bit was through the draft, and you blew it. They blew it with James Wiseman.
Damn.
They blew it, and that's a killer. The James Wiseman thing is going to be the one, and maybe to a lesser degree Kuminga, but those guys were drafted so that next year, for example, you would say we're going to be better because Wiseman and Kuminga played this year, and they're just going to get better and better and better. But but they're not in the team.
And now for Stoney, nothing you said was wrong or a lie. But what about this Jordan Poole thing that they have on their hands? The dude is not happy, and I understand. And I've been team young guys. I've criticized Kerr because I thought, as fantastic as he is, Steiny, it was too much tough love, and you were going to need. Now Wiseman's gone. Kuminga what was that? The Declaration of Independence that he put out there, his people put out that I need to play or I'm out, something of that sort. Like that blew me away. That was like an ultra sense of entitlement. Like what happened to youngster first earn it? I mean, you are a newbie, but to go there, I'm like, well, that ain't going to go well. That ain't going to go over well. And this Jordan Poole thing, who I still think, Steiny, you could get something for, but why would you subject your basketball team, if Dre is to remain here, and that's a big if because we don't know his plans, you got to be in the same page in the locker room. And that's what this Warrior culture, since this Steve Kerr, Steph Curry run, that's what they've been about, brotherhood. And somehow Dre tainted that. So if we're going to sit here and expect him to run it back, Jordan Poole can't come back to this. He's shown you he's a shell of himself. And I felt bad for him at every turn. And then when you needed him, maybe game 6, Friday night in L.A., he's got more fouls than field goal attempts. That ain't the Jordan Poole we saw get the bag. And Draymond Green, I'm not blaming you, but thank you. And if you want to know what for, showing me you were the junkyard dog in game 5, but game 6 you were a no-show.
And I guess this. I really want to, like, how can you be mad? Why are you mad about this?
They were defending champs.
And defending a champion. Like, this is at the essence of it. How can you be mad about this year? They've won 4 titles. They were trying to defend their title. They had adversity start to finish. They didn't get it done. Like, they weren't a championship team from the get-go until the time they were eliminated. They are a dynasty. It's starting to come to an end. You cannot get mad at it. It is the natural evolution of sports. Draymond Green is no longer the same player.
Okay,
Klay Thompson is no longer the same player. Steph Curry, as great as he is, has had a little bit of slippage.
But he's still top 5.
That's
Donnie.
great. But why are we getting mad? This is what happens.
I love the passion, but we're mad because I feel like you're waving a flag or telling us why the Warriors lost.
They're at a transition.
The signs.
They're at a transition point. You're damn right.
There are signs on why this team was not connected. There are people at fault, including players, why James Wiseman is in Detroit.
No.
What do you mean, no?
And nobody's at fault. Like, who's at fault? Klay Thompson? Is like Klay Thompson at fault? Like, I don't look at it that way. They didn't have enough to get it done. Their core is extremely... their core's old for an NBA core. They're young players, most of whom weren't ready. Jordan Poole backstepped. Wiggins, who knows what's going on with him? Like, the question is this. You want to run it back?
I don't want to waste... I don't even want to... Because I'm so sick of that. I don't want to waste Steph Curry, what's left of Steph Curry.
Well, what does that mean?
Every GM owner in the NBA right now would probably be, who could I take? It would be Steph.
Right.
So he hasn't fallen off like the other two.
Then tell me what we're going to do. Tell me what we're going to do to next year get to the Western Conference
Everybody
Finals.
not named Stephen Curry is on the table or in the mix. And good Lord, Steiny, that's above my pay grade, but I got a list right now in front of me of all the free agents. Like, I'm not doing what the Giants did.
They don't have money for free agents. So you can you can look at that list. It's always fun, But
Steiny, like, you're gonna sit here and I'm Team Jordan Poole. He can catch you. He can fetch you something if you were to trade him.
I don't know. He's gonna make $28 million next year, and he was terrible the last month or two of the season.
But see, I think he has a built-in.
You think you're getting better than a sixth man for Jordan Poole right now?
Oh, I would think so,
Why?
Steiny.
Why would you think that?
Because what he put on film from last year is still not gone away.
Would you trade for him?
All depending on who I am.
Yeah, I wouldn't give up much for Jordan Poole right now. I wouldn't. But listen, like, that's kind of my point. Because of the dynasty, they've come to a point where there's no right decisions and wrong decisions. Every decision is not perfect.
Okay, well,
you want to
so Clay's going to ask for a max.
He's not okay. So you're going to give it to him?
I'm asking you, you said he's not,
but I can't even keep a straight face when you say that.
Okay, right.
So I don't know.
I would. It would be tough love, but I would be like, dude, I got a basketball team to run. If you're not worthy of that, and we paid you while you were out for 2 years, meet us halfway or below. I can't give you a max.
Okay,
that's what the Giant like. It's
so what are you going to get? Give him $30 million? See, that's the issue. There's one of two things that are going to happen. Let's say just use Draymond and Clay. One of two things. You're either going to start to move off them, okay? At which point you get worse. Right now, you get worse.
No doubt.
Or you're going to try to keep them in the fold for 2 or 3 more years. And you know what? They're going to get worse. They're going to continue to get worse. So there is no great move here. You either start to transition off them, bad, because right now they're still pretty darn good, or you say we want to run this thing into the ground, or we want to run it forever. Well, how are you going to? You don't have any money to surround those 3 with better players.
And Steiny, hey man, you make some great points. And again, I'm still processing what we saw against the Lakers, who Steiny, since they made the trades, I always was afraid of the tandem of Anthony Davis and LeBron James. And the reason being, it was almost, and I'm bringing up the Sixers, I shouldn't. I just love a contrast when I got 2 stars. The big guy, then the guy that can handle the rock and get the ball, play through him. But Steph and Clay are so much the same that this team, Steiny, is so codependent on the three-pointer. And if you're telling me money is tight, Drake could opt out and you still don't get that to go spend or bring back an Amari Stoudemire or something down low, I mean, I'm about to get patches. Like, this is a big, I don't want to call it rebuild, but to stay relevant and expect Dub Nation to think this team is going to come right back, good Lord. And if Dre does stay and it's him and Looney, they need another big down low. They need another body, Steiny, because if my perimeter D is deteriorating with age, with Clay and Steph, it's imperative that I have somebody down low that on a good day can alter a shot. And that's why the pain of James Wiseman not even being an option, but just to strike out at the plate for this organization, that pain is just, it ain't even started yet. It ain't even started.
It's been a historic run. They won it last year. They got to the Western Conference semifinals this year. Steph is 35 years old. And he looks better, more toward his prime than either Draymond or Clay.
Right.
Sorry, but there's no getting around that. Like, how do you expect to be better next year when your top 3 players are all declining? Now, I don't want to get into the degrees to which Steph is declining. He's still as great as anybody would have ever expected him to be at 35. He's great. We know that. I don't want to get into that. So how do you get better? It's hard. It's hard. And for people to, like, here's what I would say. Draymond Green and Steve Kerr said, they both thought they maxed out this year. Yeah. And then they both said, we're not a championship team. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
So fans maybe should start looking at it as though we're not a championship team. We're one of the top 8 to 10 teams in the league. Is there any way we can get back up into, let's say, the top 4 next year? And I would say good luck. That's going to be really hard.
Well, okay. I know what those two said, Steiny, but if you would ask both of those, the player and coach before last year's season, which culminated in a chip, if they were a championship team, I think both would have said no. My thing is, I want the answer as to why, Draymond, this team is not a championship team. Is it because you can only tap into being what you were in Game 5?
Age.
Yeah.
How about that? That's a big part of it. Age, size, and the role players weren't as good. Those 3 things. How about that?
I mean, it has to be either or that, Steiny, but this brings me back to Kuminga, and it goes back to Moody. All of a sudden, being able to play and carve out a role in a series, but yet just be a bump on the pickle for 3 months of the season, that doesn't add up. And the reason I bring that up is if Moses Moody would have been getting consistent playing time, I'm not trying to get you mad, but it's questions, man.
I know, but that's my point. Why didn't Kuminga play? Because they were it's not hard. Why didn't Kuminga play? Because they were going for a championship.
Why did Wiseman get traded?
Because they were going for a championship, and neither of those guys were good enough to play for a championship team. They made a mistake. Kuminga may be a good player, but you know what? He's not a championship player right now.
Yeah, and his traits and his mouthpiece don't say that because he's despondent. He's telling you the game. What he's telling you, you better give me a ring right now. Is that audacity, or do you think that's a player that knows he can play and have a niche on his team, and for whatever reason behind closed doors, he ain't getting it?
Again, I'm not saying everything was foreseeable, but there were things that were in the distance that nobody wanted. We saw this all last year with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. They didn't play last year. Why? Because they wouldn't have won a title last year if those guys were a big part of the team. In fact, now looking back, maybe the only reason the Warriors won it last year was because they didn't put those young guys in when it mattered. So now guess what? They win it. Well, now there's only one thing to do, and that's try to repeat. Let's try to repeat. And once you say we're going to try to repeat, then you got to try to repeat. Yeah. And Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody most of the year weren't good enough to play on this team. What happened? Why didn't he? Could he squeeze him in? The bottom line is Steve Kerr didn't think any three of those guys were good enough to be a rotation player from the start of the year to the finish of the year.
Okay, and I got to just go back to Kuminga, Stoney. How bad of a look is that for the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga with that thing he had his people send out about he needs a promise or he needs a guarantee? I thought that was horrible.
It's almost insignificant.
I mean, but it lets you know where his head's at.
Any young player 20 years old.
Well, no, he's got Andre Iguodala by his side. That was another failure. Another guy that the Warriors probably thought their stuff didn't stink, and they thought they could get away giving this dude a scholarship. And you had all kind of Jerry Springer stuff going on, and Andre couldn't stop any of it. And now there's no reflection or self-analyzation from Jonathan Kuminga to say, let me shut up and go work on my game and come back and show these guys they could count on me. He comes up with hey, from my people, you better play me or else. That's bad.
888-957-9570. I see your calls. We'll jump in and get them on the other side. I'll leave you with this. Jordan Poole talked to Logan Murdoch.
Give me some positive.
He's the Ringer.
Yeah.
And he was asked about his relationship with Draymond Green. And Jordan Poole said, I don't have no answer for you. We was just on the court and teammates. It's just business, honestly. And that's really all it was. It is, and it has been. It's just been business. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors' aftermath. Oh, yikes, the aftermath. This could be years in the making. We might want to keep the sponsor for a few years. The Warriors' Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com.
celebrated to the second round of the playoffs. You know, we had a good season, and guys stepped up. We had a lot of exciting moments. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything that was changing any of that. It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
See, I look at it, and I'm not saying the dynasty's over at all.
Either am I.
But a game like Friday makes me appreciate the last 12 years, not get mad, point fingers, and like be annoyed.
Well, they won 11 games on the road.
Okay.
You told me that's who they were.
It is.
So it ain't about, here I go. It ain't about Friday. This is not I'm mad because I was sold a bill of goods that wasn't what I thought I was purchasing.
What do you mean?
All those the inner tears and pain and watching the games back, I thought this team had another gear. And I still feel like they do, but the driver or the drivers made some wrong stops.
Who's the driver in this
Kerr?
case?
Jonathan Kuminga, I don't care. And we got JD coming up. I'm going to defend him to the end. I'm going to defend Moody, who all of a sudden, he can walk without falling over. He can tie his shoe. And then Jonathan Kuminga. Because Steiny, it's strike 3 on all 3 of the youngsters. And if I add Wiseman there, it's 4. Something didn't go right. The OGs did not seize it.
The team is at the point where it can't be judged by just championships. They're not a championship team. Their players and their coach have now said that. So, they're not a championship team. Can they get back to being a championship team in one off season? I don't think so.
Where you don't have a lot of money.
None.
Okay, and that's why you asked me earlier, last block, if I would trade Jordan Poole, because I don't think Jordan Poole and Draymond Green can coexist. And if I was Joe Lacob, I would look Jordan Poole in the eyes and I would say, young man, you shouldn't have to do that. And that's why I believe he gave Logan Murdoch that sound. If anybody with 2 ears can hear that sound, and you think that doesn't affect them on the court after that Game 6 video of Jordan Poole telling Draymond Green to get his paws off of him? Steiny, that stuff matters. This ain't just about
it matters.
age.
I've been saying it for 6 months. It matters. When everybody's got an agenda, it comes to the fore. It always does. And the Warriors had agendas from day one. From day one. The report about Draymond wanting the max. Then there was the punch.
But is that so bad?
Yes.
That's contract.
He had 2 years left on his deal.
Oh, well, no.
He had 2 years left on his deal.
1, 2, 2. You see, I got one. I'm quiet.
So let's be honest. Why did Draymond say that? Because he probably knew Poole was getting the bet. By the way, Jordan Poole next year will be making more than Draymond Green.
Yeah.
He'll be making $28 million.
Yeah, new money kicks in.
So Jordan Poole is going to be higher paid next year than Draymond Green.
Yeah, Snotty, we'll agree to disagree. I just think you could get something for Poole more than a 6-man. We'll see if they even try to go that route, but Poole and Drake cannot be on the same team again for the betterment of this team. And Steph Curry tell you, been here umpteen years, and he had to give a Game 7 speech because he's got misfits and guys that got agendas, like you say, and it could be veterans with agendas. But, like that lets you know they weren't on the same accord, man.
But
that's never happened.
But players in a dynasty get agendas.
So you're saying they
it's
changed.
why you have agendas, because of your success. It just is. Like, the end of a dynasty is, well,
it ain't over.
But it's not going to go forever, and people need to wake up. People need to wake up. They think it's easy. They think winning a title is easy. Some fans. This is going to be a really hard transition, and they're going to have to figure out whether they want to try to turn it around in 1 year or whether they want to maybe take a longer view. There are no easy answers.
Yeah. And just because you try doesn't mean you're successful. They are brutal.
Well, and people that were looking ahead knew it. They knew it. Jamie in San Francisco. What's up, Jamie?
Yo, Jamie.
not Jamie. Steiny and Goo, I love you guys.
Thank you, man.
Up, baby?
Listen. Klay Thompson looks disgusting out there. It's the guy, he just can't shoot anymore. It's not Jordan Poole and it's not Draymond Green. Klay Thompson cannot shoot anymore. Steve Kerr needs to play Kuminga. Kuminga, the last couple minutes that he put him in the game, in that game 5, he hit that 3-point shot. Then the next play after, he hit that 2-point shot. You got to get that dude in the game to have his confidence going. You can't just have him playing all throughout the regular season, and then when it's time, when it counts, when it really matters, you sit the guy on the bench. Listen, I've been watching these guys for a long time. I come from Chicago. I grew up watching winners. You have to play these guys. I watch Moses Moody and PBJ in the G League. I watch Moses Moody a lot. He's a great player, but he's passive. These guys, the confidence, but Klay Thompson is finished, in my opinion.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate the call. I don't know if he is or isn't.
He made the most threes of anybody in the league. I
believe he probably led the league in attempts also.
That's right.
I'm right.
No, I'm just giving you that was it. And let's be it. Nobody shot well against this Laker team. Curry shot 34% from 3. Actually, Klay outshot him 38%. Now, from the field is where the problem lies. I'm not fighting you. We're on the same page. But Bob Myers, does he really want to try to come fix this? Because to me, the goal is to try to get this team back to the finals, try to be championship. Steiny, everywhere
and you know what? And that's where I think it's unfair.
Oh.
I think it's unfair
to the front office and the players.
Everything fell into place last year. They won it. By the way, by winning it, it made you make all the moves you made to try to win it again. You didn't win it again. You lost in the second round. Okay? I see an aging core. And I've seen 40 years of basketball history that are starting to tell me that this team is beginning to decline. So the question is there any way you can use your assets right now? If you got what are the directions you can go, Goo? You can say
trade your youngsters.
You could say we're everything and anything for Steph Curry. Everybody's on the table except Steph Curry.
That's where I'd go.
We will move anybody come hell or high water if we believe that we can make a deal that gives Steph Curry a shot at 1 or 2 more titles.
Yep.
Okay? I'm not sure that move exists. I'm not sure that those moves exist.
That's
but
sobering.
If they exist, you do them.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
And you're kicking the can down the road, and in 2025, it's going to be a nightmare. Ooh. But that's fine. You got to do that. Right. I mean, again, that's not wrong. Or
because it was a nightmare when we won 15 and you got Wiseman.
What else can you do?
Look, you could trade. Just what we talked about. You could make some calls on Klay. Steiny, I'm telling you, there are teams around the corner that would be lined up for Klay Thompson.
Well, then why are you trading him?
Because this team needs an infusion of not just a specialist. They got that. They kind of got a hybrid with Steph, but they need somebody that could put it on the floor, go to the cup, get fouled, and be able to hit from afar. The days of the 3-on-5, I think those days are over, and that's sobering too because that includes Looney and Dre, Steiny. So a remake is staring this team in the face. But you ask me, I believe Klay could get. He's got some. People would covet Klay Thompson teams.
I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I mean, I guess he's an expiring contract. I mean, I think we're seeing, again, I don't think there's a lot you can do. And I'm not saying, maybe it sounds like I'm saying, give up. It's just over. You know, I'm not saying that. But if you just look at the landscape, there's no way that's obvious to keep this thing going. There's no avenue that is unobstructed that can get this team back to the finals. It's going to take I don't know what it's going to take. It's going to take an unbelievable move, I think. And I don't know.
Well, let me ask you a question, Stoney.
But again, to me, I look at it philosophically in that they've had a 12-year run. Yeah, it's coming to an end. And they can try to Band-Aid stuff up here at the end, but I don't see it. I don't see it anymore. I mean, the other thing we haven't even talked about is if you bring those three guys back, Steph, Clay, and Dre, how many games can they play in a regular season?
Well, that's where I was just going. I was going to ask you about Draymond Green. What do you think Joe Lacob wants him to do? In an era now of putting the ball in the hole,
you know what?
And having 4 or 5 guys, the closest to 5 guys being able to do it like the Lakers. That's why they started Schroeder. They wanted they wanted some scoring, Steiny. And we hadn't even talked about the Warriors defense. They were food to the Lakers, Steiny. They were hunting cats. They were hunting your best players. Pick and roll left and right. Who is it? Poole, Curry, Steph. I mean, Clay. It was all of the above. So we're talking about how do you fix the defensive identity? Like that's another part of it. Like the Lakers were masterful in trying to.
You know what? Then like you saw the whole season, Goo, didn't you?
I was in denial for 98% of it.
It's a long way back to the championship.
Not if you say I'm not in love anymore, except I'm in love with the babyface assassin, and that's Steph Curry.
I think
it would be uncomfortable.
I think you're completely overvaluing other teams' interests in Clay and Draymond.
And you know why I say that? I pictured the New York Knicks. If they could have a Klay Thompson to just kick. Damn, almost the well, Lakers got some shoot now. The Los Angeles Clippers, teams like that, man. But again, he's getting a whole lot of money, but something's got to be done, Steiny, or Michael Jackson. This is it.
I mean, there's stories out there that say the Warriors kind of are in a situation where they got to run it back. And you ask me, what do I think Joe Lacob wants Draymond to do?
Remember you called him a killer.
He wants him to come back for 1 year. He wants him to play his last year. But Draymond doesn't have to do that.
Right. And he said as much. He said, I'm going to sit down with Clutch. This is why guys like that have this elaborate type of team, Steiny, because I don't think Dre's going out there, I'll call it the Lamar Jackson, to risk getting hurt when he can opt out and have somebody load him up, man. Pay me. And Draymond's no dummy, Steiny. No, he's not 21.
Sam in L.A. What's up, Sam? How you doing?
What's up, boys? What's up, boys?
Hey.
Still in mourning. But I think, this season, to me, it was a stress test for the Warriors. It was the first time where we're like, look, Steph does not have any second option, any third option. And, shit fell apart. It's really, really kind of what we expected. And I think we lost because of problems that happened in the regular season and they manifested in the playoffs. Blowing leads in the first, second quarters, losing games within 1 or 2 quarters. That happened all this season because of bad bench, because of Curry not getting help, Clay going quiet random games. And so that, really came back up and lost us in this Lakers series. So I think, the fact that all of that stuff happened and we still made it to Game 6 of the Western Conference semis, I think we're only 2 or 3 big moves to really bringing the team back. But the realistic thing is we're going to need to just destroy the bench totally and really stick with only 2 or 3 development guys. That's pretty much my 2 cents.
Appreciate the call.
And maybe that's not even enough. It's depending on what you get from that, if that's which way you try to go. But man, Steiny, we haven't even talked about it. First, I want to know where you watch the game Friday, and I know you watch them, but this gets me off in a good way, sports way, Steiny. I kind of like wondering, does Steiny think they're down 17? Is it over? I know he thinks it's a game of runs. But when was the last time a Warrior team with this much on the line was down 17 that early and looked like, but then they got it to 6. They got it to 5.
That was in the second quarter.
Yeah, but Steiny, I thought that Warrior pedigree was going to finally kick in.
I don't know what to tell you about that.
Well, it's 121-101. That's what you could tell me.
I know, and that's, I mean...
All right,
the problem is how it happened. Okay. They were smothered defensively. They can be guarded now.
Okay,
and you know
what?
Are
you saying some of Clay's and even Curry's early shot? There was nobody on them, Steiny.
They're never... Man, you guys.
Oh, go ahead. I watched the game 3 times this weekend. They were wide open.
Wide open.
78% of the Warrior threes
wide open.
They were open. We've seen those guys hit them. This was
why did Clay go 3 for 19 if he had 19 wide open shots? He either
something's
is
going
old.
on.
Yeah, it's called getting older. Like those things just don't. And you know what? You can say great shots till the cows come home. The shots get harder the older you get. And I didn't see a ton of great shots. I saw some okay shots. Right. I saw shots they made 6 years ago.
Well, maybe that's why. What about early on? Gary Payton got 2 offensive rebounds, and Clay got, I want to say, 3 shots at it, and the last one was the Phil Negro. It was like, oh, good Lord, there was no chance, but he was just sitting there like it was target practice. So that's when I said maybe it's pressure, Steiny. It ain't all. Oh no! Wait, I'm going lemon booty.
Lemon booty for Clay?
No, for the whole Warrior team. That was the closest thing to a no-show.
Curry?
11 and 28 ain't actually.
To me, it's not a no-show. The Golden State Warriors would never no-show. What it was one team dominating another team at times of a series when they needed it. There were 2 games in that series where the Lakers shut the Warriors' offense down.
You are right. Why though, Steiny?
Because they're getting older.
And let me help you. And the Warriors don't have a low post presence. That's what James Wiseman was supposed to be. Anthony Davis guarded his post.
Right.
The Warriors did not have that.
I'm not yelling about it.
Yeah.
I know that this is what happens.
Yeah.
But you can't avoid it.
But as mad as I am at the Warriors for not having that presence, I'm not, because they tried to go get it. Aisle 8, big man from Memphis. It didn't work out. So as much as disappointed and mad that I'm at that, they tried, Steiny, and the Lakers got rim protection. The Warriors with Dre and Looney, the reality is they don't. And all season long, the Yusef Bays, the Ben Carrolls, all of the paint was open on the Warriors all year long, and now I have the answer as to this beautiful Matt Thomas asked me the other day. Goo, why can't they, when they get up 10, sustain it? Because the lane is open more now than it's ever been. The D is not there. It took me a long time.
Chenger's paying $2. Trade Clay and Poole, and you'll free up $73 million. Yet I don't think they'll still be on it.
Now that's sobering. If you say
but this isn't new information. This is information that we all knew was out there. They don't have any money. That's why they didn't re-sign Gary Payton II last year. That's the other thing.
He played 10 minutes.
You're gonna want Joe Lacob to keep ponying up. He's not like. Here's the reason why you don't extend Draymond Green. Because Draymond Green just told you, we're not a championship team. Okay, so if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm thinking, well, if we're not a championship team, I'm not going to lead the league in salary.
That's interesting. But that was just hurt talk. We used to play Madden back in the day, and you lose the tournament of the season, and you got hurt talk, Steiny. How can a couple podcasts ago, and even last year, I'm all over the place with Dre. Steiny, I love don't let us get in, don't let us win it, and then you lose to the Lakers, and now you weren't a championship team. I'm going to be honest, I didn't like that coming from Kerr. Because your ass was coaching like you were defending champs until the last buzzer went off Friday night.
They were
Nobody
a 44-win team.
The question should have been why, Kerr?
Because
why, Draymond? Are you part? I'm just asking. Are you part of the reason, or are you part of the solution? I don't know.
Yes, you do know, Goo. You've just not gotten it through. They had agendas this year. Poole got punched right in the face. Myers is uncertain his future. Draymond has an opt-out. Wiggins took a leave of absence. Now, that's why they were a 44-win team.
Damn.
Steph Curry only played 62 games again. That's why they're a 44-win team. Now, if you think you can bring them all back, and guess what? Well, Wiggins will be back to Wiggins. And Steph will be back to Steph. And Clay will be back. You think is Clay getting better or worse as a player right now?
Worse right now. But I'll say this about Clay that we hadn't brought up. And I'll ask JD. I'll ask anybody. You can call me Monday morning quarterback. I just wonder the fact that Clay had no off season after the championship run, I guess for wear and tear, and only he wouldn't. Like I would never question that. But as far as did he hit a wall? I don't know. But you gotta kind of wonder to stay sharp, Steiner. You got to be active.
It's the natural evolution.
If you're right, man, this ain't even the Molly Ringwald yet. This ain't even got ugly. This is going to get uglier. Judy Blume, like this thing is going to get ugly, man. If you're right,
Erickson, San Ramon, it's going to get ugly at some point. And when I mean, you know what? But ugly is just not winning a championship. Can you deal with that?
That's where we're spoiled.
When you say ugly, it's like, can you deal with a first round exit in a year or two?
It'll be hard, man.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's where that's where I can't stand Warrior fans. If that's really truthfully like the way
you still got one of the best in the game.
One guy has never carried a dynasty for 15 years other than what? Bill Russell? Let's go to Eric, and he had some pretty good players around him. Eric's in San Ramon. What's up, man? Actually,
hey, gentlemen. You guys are the best thing going on radio, and you keep cracking me up. I love you for it.
Thanks. Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
I want to put something out there that is not all doom and
Give it to
gloom
me.
out. I mean, the Warriors still have a championship pedigree. What was the reason the Warriors didn't go further in the playoffs? I think they had enough to beat the Lakers, but when you consider the fact that Wiggins got hurt and, in essence, made him almost a persona non grata for Game 6, all the weight fell on Clay's shoulders to do well, and he was outperformed by Gomer Pyle. So you cannot blame the Warriors. They still have enough to get out there if they do it one more time. Come on, it's not all bad.
Let me
go ahead, baby.
We got to take a break anyway.
Yeah. This Manic
So
Monday.
what does that mean? You bring everybody back?
That's what he sounds like.
To me, that would be insanity.
As opposed to what, though?
As opposed to, like, at that point, I would trade Jordan Poole rather than bring the same team back.
Coming. I'm rooting
or
for him.
Kaminga or somebody.
He needs a new
Hell, even
change of
Wiggins.
scenery.
I don't think Wiggins is.
Well, he was gone for a long time.
You know what? I'm putting a question mark next to Wiggins' name at this point because he's not been okay. He just had a subpar year. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors get eliminated in the second round of the playoffs, the Western Conference semifinals. Can they get back to the Western Conference Finals next year? What's it going to take, as Van Morrison would say, on 95.7 The Game?
That's on me!
I fully believe that, and it stings real bad. It's going to sting all summer, but first time in a long time that Dre, Steph, and I were healthy and not making the finals, so it's rare to be off during this time of year, but I can tell you we gave it everything we had, and it just stings, but I believe that we have greatness in our future still.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, now the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors eliminated by the Lakers on Friday. Got beat by 20 down in L.A., and now some dominoes will begin to fall. There's no doubt about it. Let me just start out with this text. 650 says Steiny's only answer is they are old. That's such a lame take. Let's talk about last year for a minute. That team was 53-29. They were the number 3 seed, and they got completely healthy in the playoffs and made a run. This year's team won 44 games. Like, why did they lose? Why did they lose 10 more games? Part of it, 650, must be the core's getting older. It just is. They are the foundation of this team. They just are. And you have to acknowledge that at some point. So this team this year, what was a shell of that team 2 years ago started 18-2.
Yeah.
I mean, what were they at one point? 30-10 or something?
It was off the charts, and they backed it up with the chips, Donnie. But I'm going to say this to you, because I'm just looking at the numbers in this series, and I know I can't change the Warriors overnight. You talk about the past, you know, why they are a dynasty, and it's predicated on the 3-ball. But in this series, these are just free throw attempts, Donnie. The Lakers went to the stripe 160 times. To the Warriors, 80. They doubled the Warriors at the free throw line. And moving forward, I don't know if it's in the cards at all, Steiny, but if the Warriors somehow can just get better at coming downhill and getting to the free throw line, because this was a staple throughout. It wasn't just the Lakers doing it to them. We saw leads blown to Detroit, Orlando's. We don't even got to go through that, but I just don't, I don't understand when you got the freshness and the athletic prowess of a Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not saying brain, how you couldn't understand or be so heavy-handed that he would just fall out the rotation the way that he did. I'll never understand that one.
The other guys were better than Kuminga. They were. Or at least the most important person in the room felt that way, Steve Kerr. Doesn't matter what we think. For whatever reason, during the course of the season, Steve Kerr was reluctant to go to Jonathan Kuminga. He just was.
He didn't see the upside, or what I deem upside.
What, that he could dunk real well?
No, Steiny, I hate when you keep saying that. It would just be athletic. Pick guys up.
Being athletic is not enough to get you on the court for the defending champion Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
In fact, dare I say, athleticism may be the least important thing to be a functional member of this type of Warrior team. You've got to be really smart. You have to think the game. You must. And no fault of Kuminga's. He's 20 years old, and he was drafted into a sophisticated system that is very tough for young players to pick up.
So you're just going to give him a mulligan on his season, or
who's that? Kerr?
No, Kuminga. Or are you going to tell me my eyes lied, and I'll just say it's not maybe about a month and a half, 2 months. Right. Kuminga looked like he was getting it.
He looked fine. I never thought he looked like a star.
I didn't say star.
Okay, well, yeah, he's the best
but
he ever
looked. But the lows so low to where you saw him being a DMP?
The best he was going to be this year was a top 7 rotation player.
But he lost that.
Yes, he did. Why?
And it wasn't even close.
Why?
I don't have that answer.
No, we do have the answer, Goo. Because Steve Kerr trusts Wiggins and Peyton II more than Kuminga. Like, that's the answer. Steve Kerr, listen, you want to get off the big 3 and you want to get rid of Steve Kerr, I get it. But as long as Steve Kerr's coaching, he is going to favor veteran players. We know that about him. So if Joe Lacob is like, you know what, I still think Kuminga is going to be really good. We've got to play him. Well, then go ahead and fire Kerr.
I didn't say that, but they gave up on Wiseman. I don't know what went into that, but that was a shocker. And now here comes your boy just getting DMPs. And then the guy that was so far from playing, and you and I were having conversations about Moody, resurfaces, and oh, by the way, shows he can help.
Peter's in Saratoga, and I understand he says he has a solution. There are no solutions. There are no surefire solutions. That's what I'm worried about, Peter, but I'll listen to yours.
Well, okay. Yeah, you're not going to like some of what I'm going to say. It sort of reminds you when the Richard Pryor joke, his girlfriend finds him in bed with another woman and he denies it. And he said, are you going to believe me or your lying eyes? Anyway, so the thing is, in terms of coming back, Curry's still good. Obviously, Wiggins is good. He had a torn cartilage. GP2 is good. And I think Clay, he's a born shooter. And what J.J. Redick said, he's got to start cutting again. They got to find a way to get Clay the correct shot. I mean, Clay's not going to lose his shot overnight. It's not going to happen. And the key thing,
Oh, my.
JJ said he had to start cutting.
Oh, my gosh. Spadoni cut the gentleman off. And I think the reason he cut the gentleman off was because he said Clay's not going to lose his shooting overnight. Spadoni hung up on him because it looks like he did lose his shooting overnight. I assume that's why Spadoni cut the caller off.
And I kept
That's
telling
mean,
you,
Spadoni.
watch out for Clay.
Spadoni, you are under scrutiny as a Laker fan.
He's on cloud 190 right now.
Well, he's got about 2 more days to be on cloud 9 because big fella's coming to town, baby.
They got to put him in the pick and roll.
Denver's been the best team in the league all year. They've been disrespected all year long, and I still cannot understand why.
Got the bubble matchups again. Interesting.
Why does I get
Except
mad
now
at
they're
that?
playing in front of fans.
Why does I get mad? I don't know who I'm mad at, Spadoni, that that's making the rounds.
What?
It's the 4 teams from the bubble, okay? They ain't got to return the championship.
Dave's in San Jose. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
So I think pretty good. I think I want to carry over kind of what the other gentleman was speaking about, but I will not mention Clay because I see what's going to happen. So I think other people are going to disagree with me also. I think when you look at what Draymond's going to cost to be here, and I don't care if he takes a pay cut, the poison that he has caused over and over again, regardless of his play on the court, is not worth anything more than a mid-level exemption. Now, if you let him go and you trade Poole, because Poole deserves a chance to start somewhere regardless, and we can get a starting 4 or 5 for Jordan Poole. You keep GP2, you keep Dante, you keep Steph. Clay, I'm not going to mention. And you keep Wiggins and Looney. And you build off of that, bring in some offensive weapons that are athletes because we still need to run up and down the court. And Curry can still run up and down the court for the next 5 years. He's small. He's a shooter. He's got handles. He's not going to slow down. You pay Draymond what he wants. You're going to be stuck paying a man that won't get up in March for a game and might hit another player in the mouth and cause the whole season to go down in shambles. That's all I got.
I'm not mad at him, Stoney, but I thought you were going to hit him with where these guys going to come from.
Well, he said trade Poole.
Oh, okay. I missed
that. Which, obviously is a viable option, I guess. But you better not trade Jordan Poole for somebody that doesn't really fit or work.
And I don't think Joe Lacob will. But
why would you say that? See, why would you say that?
Because you said he's a killer.
Who?
Joe Lacob.
He's a killer with decision-making, but that doesn't mean he makes... with money, he's a killer.
But I think he knows... He gave Jordan Poole that contract that kicks in next year. Yes.
Okay, what about Wiseman's draft? What about Kuminga?
I understand the ideology behind the Wiseman draft. You wanted the big. You got the wrong big. Okay? That's still wrong. I'm asking...
my days of... if you... Go ahead and trade Jordan Poole. Are you saying you're assuming that it's going to be a great trade?
Yeah, that.
Well,
I don't think Joe would do it if he was going to get.
Okay, so you think Joe Lacob is still light years? Are the Warriors still light years?
No, it ain't as bright.
It's not even close.
Yeah, because the James Wiseman one is still bothering me. Hey, I wanted to ask you about Jordan Poole. You're from Reading, Pennsylvania. I'm from Union City, California. Evan from San Diego. Spadoni from Monterey. Come on, man. If you got hit like that the way Jordan did, the Matt Steinmetz I believe I know, you wouldn't have been able to play an 82-game season with me being the one that hit you. So when we say, or I say, I just want people to know where I'm coming from. When I say the young man needs a change of scenery, it could be here and Dre be gone. But I think Dre's staying more than Poole to get traded, Stoney, but they both will not coexist. And I don't want Jordan to have to do that. We watched a man not deal with it. I mean, this dude averaged 8 points in a series. He was lost.
But yet you think you're going to get a real good starter for him.
I do.
And his contract is just kicking in. So somebody's going to assume. So you're going to.
Because he could be a starter somewhere too, Steiny. I can give you 10 places, but you're going to be like, oh, Goo, they ain't winning. It ain't about that. Just where he could start.
I wouldn't trade for Jordan Poole right now.
How much of the punch is that? Or you don't know is why?
Nothing to do with the punch. It's got to do with the fact that he had a terrible year, and you're assuming his $140 million contract. Yeah. And you know what? He's a player that, I mean, I don't see him. I think he's a sixth man. So I don't think you're going to get a lot.
That's what he's going to be here.
I don't think you're going to get. I don't think there's a lot out there for Jordan Poole, and the reason is he's got to be viewed as a risky player. If you're another team right now, I'd be scared of Jordan Poole. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, but then I'd be excited about the guy that could make the Zebras blow the whistle left and right.
I would not give up a sure thing for Jordan Poole. I know that.
And you know what is just alarming about that statement is there were nights, Steiny, I was driving home thinking that Jordan Poole was a sure thing. And I'm going back to last year, man. Wow.
Let's go to Antoine. Antoine's in the Bay. Hey, Antoine, how you doing, man?
All right. How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
We need help.
You know what? First off, I called in last Wednesday. You gave me credit. You said I sounded like a real fan, even though I'm a Lakers fan.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, Spadoni.
Yeah, and he hung up on me. But this is the thing, and before you guys hang up, whenever I asked that question, I really wasn't trying to be offensive with it. I was being honest, brutally honest. It's like, I'm not saying Mark Jackson was a better coach. No, he's not even Mark Jackson. But if you had a more defensive-minded coach, or if you had a big, and you guys do have some big, but you just didn't put them on the floor. You need bigs out there to go against AD, and that's the problem. Now, the whole thing here is Clay, Steph, Dre, their pedigree is there. That's why you guys made it so far. He's going through a slump right now. Shooters go through slumps. But if you're going to move anybody, you can either A, move Poole. You're not going to get much for him. I'm telling you that right now. But B, you may need another voice in there. And I hate to say that because I like Kerr. Tony Kukoc, Steve Kerr, Luke Longley. I feel like those type of players, those unsung heroes, those are the ones that help really win the championships because you need good role players. But like the guy said, he can go out and get an 8-foot, 9-foot player. But if coach don't give him playing time, what can he do? So Phoenix just opened up, and I know if you get rid of him, he's going to Phoenix. But I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I appreciate the good series. It's always feel like a finals whenever we play against the Warriors. So Clay, Steph, Dre, shout out to you guys. Thank you on behalf of Laker Nation. Good job. Thank you for fighting hard, and we look forward to seeing you guys again next year.
Appreciate it. Here's another. To me, the biggest issue with Klay Thompson isn't necessarily that he's making $43 million next year, although that's a
lot
killer.
Of chicken, man.
It's that to me, I don't know that he can evolve into a role player or a fourth option.
I think we've seen they haven't even asked him. And I think we see when he came back last year, as great as it was, Stoney, they let a brother work it out, and he did his thing. And then he comes back and plays the whole year. But you're right. I don't see that being asked of him. But my thing with Klay Thompson.
No, I'm not saying. I don't think you can even ask him.
Yeah, right. And I don't think they will. But Steiny, when you talk about Klay, you think of the three-point ball. He shot 34%, not from three, from the field in this series. 34. That's hemorrhaging.
Why?
Do you want an honest answer?
Why?
I think because he was playing his daddy's team. All that did not help him. No excuses. But I think that has something to do with it. I think this man was in a torture chamber when it comes to what am I thinking when I let these balls fly. But then he scored 30. What was it, game 2? He had 30. His money and the ROI is a problem. Klay, I love you, but the Ronnie Lots, for what they're getting right now, don't add up. But what can you do? We can go down the line on that.
Exactly.
That's a low line, too, Steiny.
So, and this is always my issue with role players. And this is where Klay comes in. So you're going to ask Klay to tone it down. There's nobody that can. Well, it's and that's the shame of it. It's got nothing to do with a team. Klay should be smart enough to see it himself. But even if he does see it himself, he's one of the best shooters in the NBA. Okay, so what do you want him to do? You want him to shoot a little less. Okay, that's fine. But what about all the other aspects of the game that he's not very good at anymore? So the one thing he can still do, which is get hot out of 3 or 4 games, you're going to kind of take away. Stars do not make good role players in general. Now, Draymond could slip into a role easily, and I think Steph could too. But Klay?
That's what's so crazy about this Warrior team.
What's Klay going to become?
A knockdown shooter. He better figure it out. There is no ifs, Tiny. It can't be this. I just pictured him with Dallas catching all them three-point shooters they think they have. But, man, you put him with Luka and, hey, Klay, there's never a shot we don't want you to take. It's almost like that. Like, would a change of scenery do him good? I'm just thinking out loud, but – Stoney, they're not going to ask your boy to do anything different but get stronger, work on his body and his mind. But right now, I do wonder how attractive his contract is if you tried to make some calls on him.
George is in Los Altos. George, how you doing, man?
You're on a roll, Steiny.
Oh, appreciate it.
I think you got to listen a little bit to your partner, though.
Okay.
And let me tell you what I think.
Okay.
First of all, your comment about they're old. Yeah, they're getting older. But don't forget, this starting 5 was at one point in time was the number 1 starting 5 in the NBA, and they probably ended up at number 3. I think the reason why the Warriors are where they are right now, and I read a great article about this, is they had the dual track system that they hoped was going to work. They were going to bring the kids in and hope that the kids would then get enough playing time to eventually be the long-term future.
Yep.
And they let a couple of veterans go. The kids didn't work out. We thought James Wiseman was going to be the big man we've always needed, the athletic rim protector who could also score. That didn't work out. So I think the situation now is that the existing lineup that we have from top to bottom isn't enough to win a championship. And I don't think it's because of the starting 5, Steiny. I think it's because of the mix of kids we have. When you look back historically at the championships we won, the Warriors always had depth. And the bench that they had was comprised of some veterans that had experience. And that's why we won championships. We had that last year with Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa, and we lost that. So how do we fix it? We've got to get some type of support on the bench. I don't know now how much Jordan is going to bring us. And as much as I would love to keep Jordan, he's really the only trade capital we have.
All right, George, let me ask you this, because everything you say makes a lot of sense. But here's where I would say, so what you're advocating essentially is you don't do anything with our top 6. Curry, Wiggins, Looney, Poole, Green, Klay Thompson. But if we get a really great seventh man and eighth man, we can get this done. See, that's where I don't think that's the case anymore. That's the only place I disagree with you.
Okay, bro. I hear you, and I respect what you're saying. I think to the Clay thing, real quick before I go away. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Clay didn't agree to a pay cut. I really wouldn't.
Yeah,
the guy's already multi-gazillionaire, and he knows the only way we're going to have enough cap space is that he's going to need to restructure his contract, and I hope he does. Whether or not he can ever become a role player, I think he can. I really do. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth, guys.
Appreciate the call, George. Great stuff. And here's what I want to. I want to make it clear on the heels of that call, kind of where I'm coming from, is what George is advocating is totally legit. Totally legit. If you think the top 6 guys still have something in them and can get it done, and what it's going to take is maybe Kuminga takes the next step, Moody takes the next step, and you get 2 veteran contributors in here who are better than JaMychal Green or whoever. We can win it again. Like, they might do that. Now, I don't think that's going to be good enough. I kind of think that would be almost insanity, bringing the same team back. And here's why. I know people say, well, everything went wrong this year. And this is where I'm different. Everything went wrong this year. If they bring everybody back and Wiggins is healthy and Trey, I think things happen for a reason, and I think they're done. Like, they can't function together anymore, those top 6 guys.
Okay, bro, I hear you.
Yeah,
that's cool. George is great, man.
And it's bigger than just basketball, too, is my concern on why they can't coexist. Stein, I think some of these guys don't like each other, or some are not down with their coach. Like, that's what's bothering me. And I'm with you. To the caller's point, man, if you could just – I think we're going to be shocked about Klay Thompson and what he wants moving forward, and if he were to restructure his deal. Steiny, the Warriors have had his back, Joe Lacob, at every turn, and I know it's about the chicken and getting your shine when they announce you're getting new money, but don't be surprised if we hear something where, I don't want to say, I guess I can, hometown discount with Klay Thompson, Steiny.
Have you been just following Clay's career?
Yeah, but I mean, man.
First of all, he's not restructuring anything. He's not restructuring a damn thing.
There's
he's making
gotta be
40.
A way he can help
he's
the
making
Warriors
40.
and Lake Up.
Why would he do anything with the $43 million he's making next year?
Why would he knows he knows what time it is. He still wants to win.
Right. It's time to get $43 million for the last time. That's charity. No charity in the NBA.
Now, when the caller said it, you know what? It might happen.
What?
And then when I said, he's like, why would he do that? When our guy called, he suggested that.
Clay's not, first of all, Clay's going to have to take a pay cut.
Okay.
He's going to, what are people kidding? Who the hell is going to say, hey, Clay, let's rip up your $40 million contract and we'll give you $160 over the next 4?
That's gone.
It ain't happening. He knows it's not. If he doesn't know that's happening, maybe I'm wrong. Somebody's out there. 888-957-9570. The Warriors Aftermath brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. More of your calls on the other side. Let's figure out the offseason and how the Warriors can keep this thing rolling on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what about something like this? And I'm Matt Steinmetz, and he's Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Something like this.
Not something like this. So you go to Draymond Green, who's got an opt-out, and you say, Draymond, go ahead and opt out, and we'll give you a 3-year, $80 million extension. Something like that, 25, 27, 30. Would he take it?
There's no doubt he would take it.
No doubt he would take it.
I believe
Okay.
no doubt. Yep.
Okay, so then you do that, and that takes him through 25, 26, which is when Steph Curry's up. Then you go to Klay Thompson. He's making 43 next year.
Man.
And you say to Klay, look, we'll tack 2 more years on at $60 million. So you're going to go from 43 to 30, then 30 again.
Okay.
Would he do that?
I believe he would.
Okay,
Steiny.
at that point, you have lined up the big 3, and they're all coming off 25, 26.
Okay, then
Would
the
you do
question,
it?
I would do it.
Okay.
In a heartbeat. But the question is, to your point, one, is that good enough? But now I know the realization of that ain't good. What do you got after that? Is Jordan Poole here? Is Jonathan Kuminga here? Good Lord, Sonny, I wish they could go shopping. I'm looking at all these free agents. And,
the problem is that, in 20, that would mean next year Curry makes
51. What is it?
Well, like see, I think that here's the rat on the table. Go ahead.
Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. You were saying.
There's a scenario where if I would throw that to Joe Lacob, hey, he might be like, yeah, no chance.
And that's
now, we
why
don't know
the
that.
killer when you call him that.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
But let's go to a Brock. Brock's in Brentwood. He says it's not over. Would that keep it going, what I just kind of brought up? Hey, Brock.
Yeah, possible. I'm here. Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey.
So, if you look at the numbers, the Warriors actually overachieved this year. They actually overachieved.
All right.
I think we lost him.
It is gone, but caught.
Y'all know darn well Draymond won't play for a penny less than Poole. You know what? That's a fair point. But
you could up that offer.
Right, but we're only talking about 3 or 4 mil.
Yeah.
I actually talked about that before with Evan. I think next year Jordan Poole will be making more than Draymond Green. That's going to stick in Draymond.
And Stoney, I know you keep talking about age, and I get it, but I just love where Steph's at. And you look at who they lost to. The dude's pacing himself, 38 years old. And I know everybody's not LeBron James, but damn, they still got time. But I love what you just offered up, but what's going to fill out the roster? Who's going to be the DiVincenzo? Do you think he's cost himself money? Dante.
I don't know.
Playoffs weren't as good as the regular season, and we can all say that if we're being fair.
He's a good player.
He showed up Friday. He was one of only a few.
Here's where I'm at with the Warriors. I want just to kind of reset. I think they're really, I'm not saying the dynasty's over, but they are absolutely positively at a pivot point right now, or at least a critical time. And after having watched dynasties in the past and what happens, they are really between a rock and a hard place. And the reason they're between a rock and the hard place is because any team that's ever been a dynasty finds themselves between a rock and a hard place toward the end of the dynasty.
Comes with the territory.
Absolutely, Goo. Absolutely. It comes with the territory. So if you acknowledge that, that means I don't have any answers because I don't think there are right and wrong answers to this.
Okay.
I think they're going to have to, figure this out, find their way through this. And they're either going to they're going to make the best of it, or it is going to get sideways.
Wow. And just to piggyback on that, Stoney, I'm sorry, man. Is pissed off and mad as I am about how this season ended and where I thought it could go. and forget my prediction, the one thing about this is Steph Curry is not Fred Sanford. He's not the one that's sticking out like a sore thumb old. It's not him. So now that tells me is I'm looking at the Lakers. Could Poole have been Austin Reeves? He already was, just not this year when the team needed him most. So can he get back to that if you decide to give him that opportunity? It wouldn't be impossible. And then you think about, okay, could Kuminga, could he give you something off the bench that he basically just, Steiny, the rug got pulled underneath Jonathan Kuminga. But let's say Kuminga were to average 10, 6, and 3 next year. Is that on the table? I think it is. Like him coming to the
average this year?
Well, give it to me, but I'm like
9-9. I
don't think there is
3.4 rebounds. He doesn't rebound.
Yeah, but the
and if he had 3 blocks a game,
the impact was minimal after he just it was over. Like we still don't know what he did and didn't do to make it be over. But I'm grasping at straws. But I mean, you gotta dance with the ones you brought. And this year, I felt like Kerr, he brought him to the dance, Tony, but he locked him in the bathroom. And they did, and that's Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody.
A couple texts I want to get to on the Comcast Business text line. 510, guys, you can't restructure NBA contracts. I know that. His $43 million this year can't. Yes, Dave and Alameda. So but you can extend this offseason. You could extend Clay. So he's going to get 43 next year, and then maybe you give him 2 more years at 60 million. After that, then he lines up with Curry. Rot, short for rat on the table, one of our favorites. Salary cap is going way up with the new TV deal. 70 to 80 million per year contract. 70 million per year contracts are right around the corner. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're around the corner for the Warriors, though, Rot. Because money is starting to become a factor. We've seen that last year. Like, that's the other thing. Joe Lacob has got to get this payroll under control a little bit.
I love to. How can any Warrior fan not love Lacob when you say he's got to bring it in a little bit because he's been splurging? And what about the Lacob rule? I know that doesn't kick in for another year, but they were talking about because they were mad at the way he was spending. But Steiny, you still got the chef, and I'm gonna say that till I'm done, man.
May as well stop there. He's the only sure thing they have right now. And Looney. Clay's not a sure thing. Draymond's not a sure thing. Poole's not a sure thing anymore. And then, you know what?
Kuminga.
I'm putting a question mark next to Wiggins at this point. I don't know. Like, I'm not counting on Wiggins.
Now, break that. What do you mean? His game or just
everything.
How his absence was received?
Everything.
Wow.
He was Minnesota Wiggins this year.
And that was before he got hurt.
Before, during, after.
I mean, before he left. Because he got hurt.
So.
Wow, this is a man. Oh, man, I cannot wait.
Let's go to Brock. Brock's back. What's going on, Brock? How you doing, man?
All right, I'm back.
We're on pins and needles, my man.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, yes, sir.
All right, great talking to you guys. So, look, can you hear me?
We can't.
Start over. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Last try.
So here's the deal.
All right.
The Warriors actually they overachieved this year.
All right.
I gave them at winning 50 games at best. What they win? 48?
44.
44. See, so we were 6 points or six off. We won 44 games. We go in there limping in the 6th seed. We actually overachieved. And if you look at the stats in that game, and I think Guru brought it up, those free throws are just ridiculous. 60 to 80. I don't know what's going on. Some of that is us. That is what it is. We actually shot 28 more shots in that last game than the Lakers did. So at the end of the day, all we did was miss shots. And like I said, we missed shots, good shots. We missed layups. We missed 28 shots. That's the same number that the Lakers got in free throws that we didn't get. They got 28 more free throws, and we got 28 more shots. If we make half of those shots, we actually win that game. So I'm not overly concerned. And secondly, we cannot worry about what's going to happen next until we get until we understand what's going on with Bob Myers. Because whoever that next person is going to be, the GM, is going to have to be the one who's going to be tasked with helping make those decisions.
Appreciate the call, Brock.
Yeah.
Look, can we?
Dre is tied to Bob to me.
By the way,
Bob Myers, Steiny.
Well, he talked about that over the weekend. He said Bob matters, but at the end of the day, I'm still got to take care of Draymond. But yes, what's going on with Bob matters.
But I'm just going to imagine Draymond and all the things that went down. Do I call them episode shenanigans? And not having Bob there, how combustible it could have been with somebody new taking over.
650. Oh, Steiny, that wasn't the original Rots. The original Rots is Rots.
The original Spider-Man was
that guy was
only
another
a spider.
person. There's the original, and we're loyal to the original.
Warriors payroll, Steiny, league-wide, $210 million headed into this offseason.
Yeah.
210, and you got bounced in the second round. Jesus! But the chef, he's still in the kitchen. Now he just needs some help, and I don't know where you turn, man. Jordan Poole. I mean, no. Let's talk about it.
You do realize that Steph Curry might show signs of declining next year.
Come on, I get that.
Okay.
And he didn't have his best series against the Lakers. But we talked about 26, 5, and 7. I'll take it.
Yeah, what?
34%.
Do you have his playoff numbers up?
No, I
Steph
don't.
Curry's?
I'll bring him up. I just got.
Let's compare his playoffs last year to this year.
Ooh, okay,
I just would love to see that. Lefty in Walnut Creek.
Don't talk about that.
Exactly.
Correct.
Lefty,
But
what's
where
going
you
on?
going with that? Right, but I'm gonna bring it up.
You know where I'm going with it.
All right, here we go. Like I told the screener, I got a bunch of stuff to get to, but I'll try and articulate it. As far as this year goes, we win, 44 games?
Yep.
Team's injured, banged up most of the year. The punch obviously had a black cloud effect over this team all season. So moving forward, you cannot keep Poole and Draymond on the same team. We can agree on that?
Yeah, I'll meet you halfway there.
I totally agree.
Okay. So I'm taking the young guy that can score points. I'm going to give Poole a mulligan for this season because he was asked to do a lot of different things, and he had the punch hanging over his head. I'm also going to give a mulligan to Wiggins this year because of what happened with him and the family stuff. So they get to the playoffs. I think they stepped it up defensively. But like the last caller said, we lost this series because we just shot bricks. If they make shots, they probably win. They kicked away game 1. They kicked away game 4. In fact, all season long, they kicked away games in the last 5 minutes. They were horrible in the last 5 minutes of games this year. Part of that is just poor execution. But we also got 5 different guys in there every game. It's never the same closing unit. It's never the same second unit for that part. And that's where I'm going to come down Kerr's road. You know, when he first came on, we had 2 years in a row of the same 5 guys as a second unit. Granted, they were veterans, but they were mix and match guys. But they played together for 2 years straight. They had chemistry. They would go in there and kick butts on the other teams. We haven't had that since Durant. Ever since then, it's mix and match. Kerr's trying to mix this guy with this opponent. And, hey, bro, how about you just get a second unit? You coach this team for 6 months. You get to the playoffs, and you got a bunch of question marks on the bench? That's ridiculous. Keegan Murray, he was sucked for 2 games in the Sacramento series. Mike Brown stuck with him, and the guy played better. We lose Kuminga after a couple rough outings in Sacramento. Do you think Kerr sat him down and said, hey, big guy, here's what we're seeing. Here's what we need you to do. That didn't happen because you just put him on the bench, and one of your tools is now useless, okay? That's on the coaching staff. The worst part about this season, I can accept losing in the playoffs. That's, I'm not, entitled like we think we can win every year, but we lose James Wiseman because they were going to make a run for it this year. How long did it take Kevon Looney to make an impact on this team? 3 or 4 years, okay? He came in injured. They were patient with him. Now we give up on a 7-foot guy that can run the court, that is a bucket inside the paint, and I don't think it was the wrong draft pick. I think it was the proper draft pick, but the wrong coach. He has not developed a single player ever. You cannot name me one player that is young player that has gotten better.
Jordan Poole?
You got it. This next year, Poole, let's talk about Jordan Poole for a second. You guys remember last year when the Warriors got to the great start? It was Poole and Curry starting. Clay came in, and they were basically a 500 team after that. What is wrong with Klay Thompson coming off the bench next year and being our Dell Ellis type? Come in there.
All right, Lefty.
Shoot the.
Got plenty of. I gave Lefty plenty of form. Not necessarily disagreeing with him. We can go down that road of Clay coming off the bench. It doesn't help their salary cap situation.
No doubt. And I don't. Does he strike you as a guy that would do that? Clay. He said he ain't sacrificing. You know what?
He strikes me as a guy who's. You have to be careful about even asking him to do that.
Well, this offseason is going to be key. I'm not making excuses for him, but I do wonder, Steiny, if him not doing anything all offseason caught up with him. Because he did play from the beginning to the end, but it's got to be something of that magnitude for his shooting to just fall off. In Game 6, the ball from the outset just kept finding him. Miss, give it back, miss. Like he had a magnet in his hands. Just couldn't make him go down.
Let me look at these stats. So, what did Clay shoot from 3-point range in the postseason?
Klay Thompson.
Before or after Game 6?
Oh, help us out, Evan.
For the 13 playoff games he played.
He was 36-8 from 3.
Okay, so Clay shot 36.8% from 3-point range in the postseason.
Okay.
And Steph Curry shot 36% from 3-point range in the postseason.
Okay.
Why? Why did their numbers come down so drastically? Steph shot 40% in the postseason last year.
Yeah, so I would give a nod to the Kings and Lakers defense.
Okay.
But also, too, maybe age
and
attrition.
So if the Warriors come back next year and get the 5th seed, are Steph, Clay, and Draymond going to play better next year in the postseason than they did this year?
I don't know, but if they got guys that could get their ass off the bench in the regular season and show that they can be counted on, Steiny, they won't have to do all that hard labor during the regular season like they did. How many times did you tell me, Goo, I can't believe Kerr played Curry umpteen minutes in such and such game, that we thought we would see the exact opposite of that. We saw more of that. But again, Steiny, we are at a juncture, no excuses. They just did not show up Friday in Game 6. That's what I call it. What do you call it? They were down 17 in the first quarter.
They got beat by a team that could smother them defensively and demoralize
go watch those
them.
shots that the Warriors missed. Yeah. They would sign up for those shots any day of the week.
Then you're going to get beat because I see two players. One guy shot two guys who shot 36% in the postseason, 36 from 3-point range. That's not who they've been for their career. They both, but like this is what I mean. And listen, again, I'm not saying they should do this, they should do that, they got to do this. If they don't do that, they're crazy. Yeah. What do you do? Do you think in next year's postseason, if the Warriors make it, that Clay and Steph are going to shoot better?
Well, will you admit this? Whatever you do right now on this day, Stoney, it don't look attractive.
Well, that's because this is the end of a dynasty. And I'm not saying
I won't say that, but I know what street you're on.
It's actually, you know what? I want to be careful about that. We're at a critical juncture of the dynasty.
But the thing is, it's not what Joe Lacob and company need to go to. Can they afford what they need? Can they finesse a way to get what they need?
No.
That's wow.
They have no money. Like, this isn't the Durant year where, hey, we shouldn't have a free agent opportunity, but we do.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. Hey, Joe.
Hamptons.
Hey, Guru, you want to know why they lost Game 6?
Talk to me.
Because they couldn't do what they couldn't do the entire year, which was score a bucket on the road. The reason they couldn't do that is because they got 3 aging stars, and only one of them can score on the road. I think you got to get rid of. Who caused the issues with KD? Dre. Who caused the problems this year? Punch and pull in the jaw? Dre. Who gets suspended every single year? Dre. Who's the guy swinging his towel on the beach like a ding-dong? Dre. It's like it's time to move on. And guess what? If you rebuild or even if you restructure the team, I think the previous caller who said that coach couldn't couldn't develop anybody was dead on. I love Kerr, but guess what? He's not the guy for a rebuild team, and that's why Bob Myers hasn't re-signed. Because if ownership wants to reset this team, Bob's gone and Kerr's going with him. And I think that should happen because Kerr, you could blame Kerr for Poole. Because if Poole started off the year the way Clay did, the first 20 years, he would have got yanked just like he did all year. Poole's looking over his shoulder. It's time to move on. I mean, I think it's time to reset this team, and I think that goes from coach all the way through the team. You keep Steph and no one else.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
You know what, Joe? And that's something that was on my list too, and we got to acknowledge it. We talk about the big three, but here's the reality. Steph's the oldest one of the big three, and he's the surest thing in terms of moving forward. Steph, and the way I look at it is neither Clay nor Draymond has aged nearly as gracefully as Steph Curry. So, to me, it is just about Steph Curry now. So, this team is absolutely at a crossroads, but we saw it coming. We absolutely saw it coming. We should have.
Well, what about Kerr? Do you think he is feeling some type of way to where, because, I mean, he knows what he's up against. He just went through it. But, Steiny, I know you say the kids weren't ready, and damn, I'm including Poole in there, but there were times, and I was consistent with you and JD, who we'll have on later. I just don't like how he handled the kids this year.
And I don't like how the kids handled needing to be defending champs. You see that? I mean, that's the issue. And I'm not saying you're wrong. Kerr gets some blame. Absolutely, Kerr gets some blame.
Man.
But maybe Wiseman can't play. Maybe Kuminga's just not that good. And maybe Moody is just an eighth man. If that's the case, you're gonna pay the price.
And I do get the spoiled. This thing has been going since 14-15. It's not over, but it's still going. But damn, Steiny, I thought Friday night when I was where I was at watching the game, I really thought they had a good opportunity to send this back to 7, which would have
This is where 5-1-0. I'm sorry. The Lakers defense had nothing to do with the Warriors shooting. Oh my God. Pull it off. They just took stupid shots. You do your thing. They forced 3. Oh my God.
Anthony Davis was a beast. Oh my God. DA on YouTube, $2 donation sounding. Pull or Dre must go. Well,
that might be the simple thing.
No doubt.
Not simple, but that might be the first order of business. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, let's be honest, they're at a crossroads. Can they keep this thing afloat? Or is this the start of what many would feel is inevitable with the dynasty? The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. That segment also brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
I need a drink. Boy, I will have something tonight.
on Goo's team, and then it was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Hold on one sec here. I'm doing some math.
Carry the one.
I don't care.
I got to say, we got a rat on the table, too. We got to get to, Steiny.
You want to go first or me? Because I got one, too.
No, I could just tell you're ready. Go ahead.
So, we're talking about Klay Thompson and what are they going to do with Klay? One more year, Draymond, and we've acknowledged that, Klay and Klay and Draymond, there's slippage. Let me ask you this, Goo. Has Steph Curry slipped?
No.
You're wrong.
Tell me how, because
here's how he slipped.
Yeah. LeBron has slipped, and he's still
Here's
a dog.
how he slipped.
Yep.
63, 64, 56. Steph Curry in the last 3 years has missed 19 games, 18 games, and 26 games in a season. Okay?
Yeah.
So, he's a top 5 player.
Gotcha.
But he's only playing 3 out of 4 games. 75% of games.
But we're
every 10 games he misses 2 or 3 games.
Now, what if I responded with Steiny? We're in an era of load management.
Okay, that's fine. Fine. How do you win 25 times? If he misses 25 games, how do you play without him? I don't give a crap if he's load managed. How do you win 25 games without Steph Curry? Because you've had to do it now, on average, the last 3 years.
That's interesting. And that 8-game homestand they had where they won the first 5 without the chef, where it was Klay's best basketball and Jordan Poole. I don't think people would disagree with me. There was no chef, but I see where you're going. And it's not his responsibility to a degree, Steiny. He should be able to, when he's out or if he's hurt, because it's across the board, there should be some guys you should be able to turn to.
And that's where I got to stop you. Because it's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
It's not D'Angelo Russell.
Right.
So 26 times this year in 82 games, you're playing without the guy who is the center of everything here. One of the best players in franchise history. One of the best players in NBA history, obviously.
It's like they just won a chip last June.
Right, because they got healthy in the playoffs. You're not going to win. You're not going all the way if you can only win 40 games. And how can you win 50 games if Steph's missing 25? I'm not saying do anything with Steph. I'm saying there's a natural conundrum as Steph Curry ages where his contract escalates, but his games played has dwindled just a hair. Like, doesn't mean he's done. Doesn't mean he's not great. It means that's just harder to compensate for.
And you need more now than ever. The strength in numbers, Donnie.
Diddle.
Down the middle.
What's up, man?
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I was thinking about that, too, because the Warriors recently, we never really relied on drafts. And once we started doing that, I'm like, okay, we got a Jordan Poole. He developed. He started playing well. But then when you think about it, it's like we led the lead in fouls because of those young players. And we didn't make it far because those young players didn't be the veterans that we need. And you can't blame a young player to be a veteran. And we go back to the age and things and say they're getting old. But LeBron looked old when he had all them guys on his team, and they had to make some shake up so that they could kind of shield his age. And now he looks like he can give it his all when he needs to. And then Reeves and Schroeder and those people are basically playing better than our bench and the people that were our best.
Yeah, no, that's
No, they did that.
I hear you. Oh my God, something happened to my earphones.
No, I didn't know. Yeah, all right.
Wow.
Make sure you could. Oh, we got to get to it, Stoney. So right now, everywhere I look on my side of the desk, everybody's telling me I owe you money. And I got to get to this because I talked with the lovely Mia about it.
Oh.
So you and I made a pit stop at the cafeteria. Shout out to everybody that was involved. And I said, hey, Steiny, a lot of people want to see me get this 100 when they lose. And I knew you had given it to me to hold, just like I told Steph. So this is what I got. You told me, you looked at me like Robert Redford and Denzel. You looked at me and said, Goo, I'm not taking 100 back from you. If I take any money back from you, son, it's going to be 200. And I told you I just can't do that because you called the bet off. You answered the bell for me. So if I do anything, I want to give you this 100 that I held for you. You said, Goo, I'm taking nothing but 200 back. So I'm talking to the missus about this and came up with this. Here we go. So I can't give you 200 back because I don't owe you the 100 because you called the bet off.
Okay.
And you were going through something. It was a good going through something, and that's why you gave me the C note. So now I'm saying, let's put the 100. I got the Lakers. You got Denver.
No.
And if they lose, I give you the 200.
Why don't we just take that 100 and split it at the old share?
Okay. No, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay, then I'll just buy.
But I'll do it the day before we go. Oh, shit.
Well, Evan and I want to go today. He's got to laugh again.
Hey, but listen, hey.
Why don't you just give it to me now?
Why? Because I wanted the Denver Lakers thing. I wanted that one. You think Denver got some action? Or
It's better. Denver's going to win it all.
See, that's why I want to bet you. I think the Lakers
I'm not
gonna
betting
win
on it. Sorry. I'm not. No. But what I will do is give me the 100 and I'll take you all out.
All right, that's what we'll do.
No, we'll take you out.
You better be careful. Let's go out to the Yoon. Francisco's in the Yoon. What's up, Francisco? How you doing?
Keep your head up, baby.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Dynamite.
I'm really happy for my Lakers. I'm a diehard Laker fan.
Yikes.
The Warriors had a good run. I'm not going to stay here and bash them, but I will say this: Steve Kerr made some really poor decisions on the floor for the Warriors. They didn't play transition defense, having all that speed on those young guys. On top of that, Kuminga should have been in. I think that Kuminga could have made a big difference, either helping Green guard Davis, but he didn't have no faith in him. I don't understand why. And I think that, every dynasty comes to an end. And I hear you guys say that it's not over yet, but every dynasty comes to an end. The Lakers had a dynasty that came to an end in the 80s, and then they had it in the 2000s. It went away. Boston had it too. It went away. I think it's time to refresh the bench for you guys, and maybe think about getting some new assistant coach, because sometimes the head coaches rely on the assistant coaches to see what they don't see, and if they're not getting, if Kerr's not getting the help that he needs, this team is not going to go anywhere.
No, good stuff, Francisco. Thank you.
Well, he's on Euphoria Island.
My question is this: are there any Warrior fans out there that think the fix is just get a new coach?
Not me.
Okay. It sounds like some people would like to see that move. I don't understand how you would get rid of Steve Kerr and then expect the next coach to try to win a championship. That seems a little illogical to me. You would hire the next coach to force feed Kuminga, Moody, Patrick Baldwin Jr. minutes, which the veterans don't want. So I don't really know this. Here's another place where I'm coming from. I was texting a lot of people, a bunch of people from back east who are big basketball fans, and people from around here talking about the Warriors. I said, the Warriors, they're at a crossroads. They might be in a little trouble. Every single person virtually texted back, what a run. That was an unbelievable run. Hell of a run. Nothing lasts forever.
Right. We get that.
Well, you don't get it. You don't get it because a lot of people are mad right now. They're mad that this team is underachieved for some reason. They're mad because they think they're mad, I guess, because they think it was a championship team, but Draymond and Kerr didn't.
Well, they didn't say that till it was over. So I don't want to, I know you're not saying it, but I'm not giving them credit for saying something after you get knocked out the tournament. All of a sudden you want to say a disclaimer, we weren't championship. When you were defending champs up until you lost.
They weren't
And
champions.
I don't believe Steve Kerr exhausted every possibility on his bench to throw at the Los Angeles Lakers. So that's all I would question. But how the hell can a team just be minus Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa, and all of a sudden we say why people aren't mad? And Steph Curry's still playing at a high level.
Well, he's not playing at his high level. Here's the other thing. He missed 26 games. Listen, I'm not saying Steph.
Because I'm like, what's that got to do with the playoffs, though, Steiny?
That's why you only won 44 games and we're a 6th seed. Because Steph missed 26 games. He missed 18 the year before that. Now, you made up for it with 53. Yeah. You're not going to win a title from a 6th seed. You can't. Okay, so now how do you get good? Steph Curry, you got to count on he's going to miss 20 games a year. Well, if he's going to miss 20 games a year, how do you win 55 games?
Well,
and this all a big deal. We get in the 6th seed. We'll just run the tape. Come on now.
Yeah. Well, Steiny, to your point about the regular,
I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic.
To your point about the regular season, we're watching the Lakers go to the Western Conference Finals, and they were a playing game. Now, I know the Warriors don't have AD nor LeBron James, but they got Steph Curry, so it can be done, Steiny. This is a tall task,
so many
man.
people are so damn ungrateful. It's unbelievable.
So the ones that are disappointed, you deem that's ungrateful?
I don't know. Disappointing is fine. Everybody's disappointed. But the idea that they can keep this going, you know what? They might be able to elongate it for another year or so. But even that would be an incredible run. This has been a dynasty. There's going to be a drop-off. There has to be. Deal with it. Sorry, but you got to deal with it.
They are, and they're going to come back next year and try to get back. Man. I like when you say run it back, and I said I'm sick of that.
They ran it back from the championship
I think they're staring at running it back again just because of the constraints. I could be wrong.
They have put the dynasty, because a dynasty is a dynasty. It has put the Warriors into a perilous position, one where there are no easy answers. It's just like the San Francisco Giants after they won 3 titles in 5 years, and they've got some aging players, and do you want to ride with them till the wheels come off, or do you want to try to do what Bill Walsh said, get rid of them a year? But
I'll do the Bill Walsh in this case if we're using the Giants as an example. But they're not there yet, Stoney, if they're just a year removed.
What do you mean?
The Warriors are just a year for being removed from winning their last championship. So we ain't 2 or 3 years down the road here to where, they ain't won in 2 or 3 years. They just won before a new one has been crowned, the Golden State Warriors. So we can talk all day till we're blue in the face about, because it looks bleak. Shout out Memphis. But at the end of the day, they're not the Giants yet.
Well, not until they pay Draymond and Clay. If they do. Austin's in Napa. What's going on? Everybody's saying the Warriors underachieved. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, then you know what? Bring it back. Run it back. Everything's going to be... So you're bringing the same team back, maybe trade Jordan Poole, run it back. All right, I'm not saying that's wrong.
I think that's...
I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying it's dangerous. Not dangerous. Go ahead, Austin. What's going on, man? No good choices here.
I thanks for the call, guys. Appreciate you. Love hearing from you.
Yeah.
So, real quick, hitting on the front office, the coaching staff, Guru, I hear you say they need some fresh energy in there. I feel like Kerr has assembled the best assistant coaching staff in the league over the past 10 years. Kenny Atkins, I think, is great. Obviously, we have had so many other great assistant coaches as well. I'm a little frustrated when I hear the front office is not, in lockstep. We have Bob Myers possibly leaving and maybe Dunleavy Jr., being bumped up. I guess the one question I have for you guys is, why is Myers considering leaving? Is he want something outside in the media space, or what's his focus and what's his play, guys? I appreciate your time, and thanks for taking my call.
You take it, Craig. That's your guy. It's our guy, but your guy, Steiny.
I think that Bob Myers won a title last year that nobody, including some of the players and a lot of the front office, thought they wouldn't win.
Okay.
I truly believe that Lacob and maybe Myers to some extent, when Clay got hurt the day that Wiseman was drafted, I think they thought it might be over. And so they drafted Wiseman, or at least it wasn't going anywhere for a year or two till Clay was gone. And they drafted Wiseman. And then they drafted Kuminga. 2 projects. And then Clay comes back, and all of a sudden you realize that these guys still have it. They still have the pedigree. Unfortunately, you're sitting with Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, who cannot play for this team right now. And so there was I got to believe Joe Lacob was hoping to integrate those guys. And Steve Kerr was like, Steve Kerr will say, well, I tried in the beginning of the year. We went 3-7. We didn't win any games. I had to take him out because we wouldn't even make the playoffs. And there's a disconnect there. And so I think Bob Myers is like, pay me, I should be the highest paid GM in the league. Won 4 titles. Yeah. And I think Joe Lacob's like, yeah, but da-da-da. And Bob's figuring out what he wants.
And I'll tell you what, because if I were Bob and that's how it went down, Steiny, I would be feeling some type of way. But it's like the Bruce Bochy thing. Okay, he resigned, quote-unquote, stepped down, but then he ended up in Texas. But if we see Bob become GM for another team, that would be, for Warrior fans, and I'm just speaking for myself, that would be hogwash. Because you're the dude that has a resume that he's assembled, Bob Myers, should not be in this situation. Now, again, Steiny, you can say Guru's got kids and his daughter. I get all that. But if this man is somehow not retained here and is the GM for the Clippers or some other organization, my goodness.
Why?
Because of what you just said.
Let me tell you something.
Why is he not the highest paid GM?
Maybe Bob wants to walk away.
No, I said if it's not that and he goes to So you're saying he could walk away to go somewhere else. I'm saying if he walked away, it would be because things weren't all on the good, with your boss. Like, why am I?
And I'm also looking at Bob Myers and thinking, okay, I'm Bob Myers. And Joe goes, you know what? I know you didn't have a contract this year because we were in negotiations, right? I tell you what, I'm going to make you the highest GM in the league. Bob might be like, I'm out. I'm just kidding. If I were Bob Myers,
well, you can't.
I would flat out take a year off. It wouldn't even or not continue.
Well, let's put
there's nothing he can do. He's won 4 titles. What the hell is he going to do now?
Especially now,
there's going to be a natural fall off, and he's just going to get drilled for it.
Because it's code red time right now with this project.
Here's the other thing. I put this in the cap. Put this in the cap. I'll be shocked. I'll fall off my chair if Myers leaves and Mike Dunleavy becomes the general manager. I'll be shocked.
I think he won't because we talked to him and we asked him, Steiny.
This job, moving forward, this GM job is going to be, you're like a salmon swimming upstream where the Warriors are right now if you take over this team. If you're the GM of hey, Goo, congratulations. Yeah. Bob Myers is leaving. You're the GM. What are you doing?
I got another job.
Keep it going. And you can't win. And you know who's got to keep it going? Mike Dunleavy, who had perhaps the most acrimonious relationship as a player with this fan base that I've seen in 25, 30 years.
Interesting.
I would not want.
He wouldn't get the benefit of the doubt, nor would he be asking for it. But Steiner, he also said, when we asked him, that he could see coaching in his possible future. Like, it wasn't just one,
He ain't going to coach for the Warriors.
No, I didn't say that.
He might be an assistant coach for the Warriors. There's no chance. Oh, my God. You're going to talk about a brutal position. Mike Dunleavy as the GM or the coach of Golden State Warriors, I wouldn't do that.
Then we could get Lacob's son, Kirk.
Well, Kirk's going to be the owner. So he's going to be Joe Lacob. To me, Joe Lacob is the number one guy. It's funny because I keep reading, Kirk Lacob's not really interested in being the GM. He's on the owner track. Like, that's a separate entity from the GM.
Jerry Jones online.
It's like, so what?
Right.
That's right. He's going to become Joe Lacob. Right. And we know how the Lacobs do business.
Right.
They're involved.
But
they have success.
Yeah.
They won 4 titles being involved. Guess what? Kirk Lacob's probably going to be involved.
Do you think Bob's, because you asked him, and I gave you love for the way that you asked him and followed up, do you think he's made up his mind, Stoney? You think he knows what he wants to do?
I think he's got a good idea.
Why would he want to do what you just said?
Which is what?
Try to bring the Titanic.
I wouldn't.
It's the Titanic compared to what we've been.
Well, for 3 years and $39 million, yeah, then I'd probably come back. Keon's in Mountain View. What's up, Kay?
Okay.
Let's go.
Big fan of the show. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
I just want to say, I've been watching some of these other games from other series, and the home crowds are just so loud. And I'm not old enough to call myself old yet, but I'm old enough to remember what Warriors crowds used to sound like. And especially in this last run, I just didn't feel that energy anymore. I was wondering, how much of that do y'all think is rubbing off on how we play? Because, we lost 2 games at home this year in the playoffs, and I feel like that usually is a bigger headline for us, but I just don't feel that energy from our crowd anymore.
Step into my office.
That's what 4 championships in 10 years is going to do.
But look at the Warriors' home record during the season. I wish that was the problem, is the crowd wasn't loud enough. You know who don't have a jersey, Stoney, and the caller? The crowd. It's bigger than that. It's what you saw. The Lakers disrupting the Warriors' offense, and the Warriors could not hit a shot. That's what this series was down to. And as happy as we were for Andrew Wiggins to come back, he wasn't a Wiggs from last postseason. And I don't know, shame on me for expecting him to be. But that was just one component. Draymond, Game 5, Draymond, he showed up Game 5, but he wasn't there Game 6. He was picking AD up Game 1 and 2, what have you. But you need more offense from Looney and Draymond Green. And if you run it back, Steiny, guess what? You ain't fixing that problem. So when I watch this Warrior team and I dream and I veer off, when I watch the rest of the playoffs, I'm like, ooh, look at that. I wish the Warriors had that.
Like what?
Like Anthony Davis. He's like, get up.
Do.
And one, I'm going to
They
free
have
throw
Steph
line.
Curry.
Give me something. I'm talking about inside in the paint. A dog with the ball in his hands.
So
Embiid.
You're pissed the
Jokic.
Warriors don't have one of the top 3 big men in the NBA to go with Steph Curry, a top 10 player.
No, it's
Sabo.
why I had the funeral for Wiseman, because of what he could have been.
Sabo's paying money, Goo.
Oh, go ahead.
Sabo's paying $4.99 for this. Warriors need to have a plan B. Can't be only hot shooting nights from Curry and Clay. You got to be realistic with this team, and the league exposed them.
Wow.
888-957-9570. Sabo, $4.99. That's what he paid to have that read. How much money you make, Sabo? All right, coming back. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com.
I need a guru in my life.
Green gets a big hug from LeBron James. They've both been saying very nice things about each other in recent weeks. Your final score in Game 6, the Los Angeles Lakers 122, the Golden State Warriors 101.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to Tim Roy. Another great season.
Great
from
job.
The voice of the Warriors. Remains among the best in the business for sure. Warriors season over. Season is over. Is their dynasty over? I don't know. But if it is, what a run. An unbelievable run.
I don't think...
Top 5, what is it? Celtics in the 60s. Lakers in the 80s.
5. Celtics had 3 in
Bulls
the 80s, too.
In the 90s. Spurs, their run. And what about the Lakers with Kobe? What was their best stretch?
3-peat.
They
did a 3-peat.
Kobe got 5 across
How many
10
years? Kobe got 5 in 10 years?
From 2000 to 2009.
All right, so that's 5. So they're one of the top 6 dynasties of all time.
No doubt. And their guy is still going. That's what this is about, Steiny. Can you keep him happy? And he told us to our face as a station, if we wouldn't have won last year when nobody expected us to win nada. He told us this. Nobody had the Warriors winning. We all established that. But he said there was going to be massive, I'm paraphrasing, massive changes then. So imagine now what he's feeling right now, because I got to feel like he's looking around like, who can put the damn ball in the cup when it counts?
Miguelito is in the city. He says he's going to lighten the mood. Miguelito, yes, exactly. Maybe we should focus. Maybe we should focus on the run instead of what happens next. What's up, Miguelito?
Well, I'm not going to talk about what happened. We all saw what happened, and it's all about Steph. I'll say that it's all about Steph. But my thing is, first I want to say is, kiss my grits, and then I want to say,
that's Falo.
Why did the male adult film star? Why was he so famous?
Be careful.
Why?
I know it's careful. I'm not being mean.
Go ahead.
Because he had a Magic Johnson.
Thanks, Miguelito. Appreciate that.
Is that the first time somebody's called with a joke? I'm gonna remember. I don't remember the joke, but boy, yeah. You went urban on us, Evan.
We are also, people need to, you grown-ups out there need to understand that we are the radio station of the young people. Yeah. Many high school kids and younger listen. So let's try to be sensitive. We don't want to be.
Mateo, call us back.
They don't need to hear that.
Ever since that call, man.
Yeah, you ever going to apologize to
young Mateo?
Mateo, Sonny?
Ever since that call, Kuminga was
apologize
done.
to Mateo.
Dude, I thought you would come in here tripping on that letter he devised up for his people. Kuminga demanded his role be answered right away after their guts are and their can the body cool Jonathan Kuminga.
What did he?
His people came out and said, his future.
That was a statement from his people?
Yeah.
Man. Dave's in El Cerrito. Doesn't think Bob Myers is integral. What's going on, Dave? How you doing?
I'm well, and you know my stance, so I am well. I don't think he's integral. I think that you have all-time players. Bob Myers kind of hit, they hit on Curry. They get a couple other guys. Some guys work out, some guys don't, but a lot of guys haven't worked out. And I think a couple losing seasons after this one, not a losing season, but they didn't win the title, and you look at the future, I don't think GMs are integral. I think the big issue, if you're a Warriors fan, is what was the franchise before Steph? And how do you avoid being that franchise again after Steph? Because it's really hard to do this. I mean, LA does it because they're LA. Miami does it because they got Pat Riley. New York never does it. Celtics are epic. What are the Bulls after Jordan? So it kind of becomes really, really hard to maintain that building in San Francisco and kind of do this again. I mean, this is not a cheap place to live, and players know it, and their agents know it. So rest on what just happened and be happy about that, because the future is going to be tricky.
It's very tricky. Thanks, Dave. It's extremely tricky. I don't see it, Bob. It's almost not doable.
I thought of Run DMC.
I'll tell you what also could be well, I don't know if it's a possibility, but you could also try to become the Lakers. What do I mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean by that. I mean, if you think you're a big boy like the Lakers, then you can clear cap space the next time a big boy free agent comes. In the next, who's a free agent? You love that list.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, give me the top 5 free agents.
Can I interest you in James Harden?
No.
Kyrie Irving?
No.
Kyle Kuzma?
I thought you said these are big name free agents.
Well, I had everybody.
Okay, you need a big man, you said.
Chris Middleton, Fred VanVleet.
I thought our number one need was a big man.
Brooke Lopez.
Okay, all right.
But I mean,
look out, 2026. Giannis Antetokounmpo becomes an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the way you do it. That'll be Curry's last year. Curry's rides into the sunset, signs a 2-year deal. Giannis comes.
My goodness, boy!
Like that's what the Lakers do. That's why the Lakers don't. But the Warriors ain't the Lakers,
and the bottle of Steph Curry cologne to me, Stouty, is still full. It ain't as full as it was, but he's not your problem. He just now needs more help. How do you get him that help? You pay Jordan Poole because you once thought he was going to give you that help. And I got a texter from the 415, Stouty, asking me, Goo, you said it was about championship pedigree. Now you're blaming Wiggins and Dre. I'm not blaming Wiggins and Dre. Those are just 2 examples of 2 guys that you didn't get the bang for what you thought you were going to get going off last postseason. DiVincenzo. Is it as simple as saying Wiggins came back, Steiny, and that's why it took him 8 games to have it? He looked like his old self Friday. Wasn't enough.
You know what I want to kind of get at is I feel like there's some pushback. You know, I get it. Maybe I talk about it too much. Fair enough. But I watched the Golden State Warriors in the postseason. And I think what got them beat is a big part of things was their age. They were smothered at times by the Lakers. They're just not the same offensive team. Even if they're not taking bad shots, because they continue to get older, their shooting percentage is going to come down. It just is. It's no shooting percentages. I shouldn't say no because I haven't checked it, but like you have to listen. And this is what I mean by there are no choices. I don't know if their big 3 can be their big 3 anymore and they can win a title. But I agree. I don't know that you have another choice. But this is what happens at the end of a dynasty. There's no avoiding it. So, how are we going to try to make this happen? How?
What? Steiny,
knowing that it's probably not going to happen.
I really need the Matthew Redding PA Steinmetz for me here. Nothing you said is wrong, but you keep going to AGE, and I understand it.
Right.
But here we go. We got to cleanse ourselves of this. We got to get this out because this will be the last time I'm going to do it, Donnie. It's like Drano. In 2021, the Golden State Warriors spent their 7th pick on a dude named Jonathan Kuminga. 6'7", 225, 230 pounds. And what he was, to me, why he was so symbolic is you knew your stars in your core was aging. So you looked and you were enamored by what he could do. My question to you, Steiny, and my point is, I agree, 50% of it, maybe Jonathan Kuminga was too young. Maybe he didn't do this or that. But there were nights, many nights, we saw him look like, okay, there's progress. So now the season's over. You can't blame Jonathan Kuminga and his lack of puberty because he was so raw. It just leads me back to the road of Dub Nation would rather have lost and saw Jonathan Kuminga go through his lumps like Kobe did against Utah, and that might be a bit strong, but let's watch the young man fail and see what he can't do when the stakes are at his highest. But to pull the mat out from underneath him, hold on, still take a L and not know if this guy can answer the bell and your aging core is old makes no sense to me at all. All I'm asking from the waiter is, can you ask the cook why he didn't give me more Jonathan Kuminga so we could see? Because you got the L without him.
Right.
And you're more baffled and confused now about what Kuminga is than you would have had he played.
Why are you baffled and confused? Because there's you need John Dickinson coming up in 15 minutes.
Tell me.
Go ahead. If you need to know some specific, the specifics don't matter, Goo. Steve Kerr did not think Kuminga was as good as Wiggins or Peyton II. Who cares if it was because of his attitude or he didn't rebound enough or he lost sight of his man and he just wasn't.
What if you lost him, though, Steiny?
You may have. You shouldn't have drafted a guy who didn't know how to play basketball. And by the way, you drafted two of them.
Man.
And guess what?
You see, I'll shut up
Guess
there.
what? I'm sorry. You don't get to have a dynasty for 10 or 12 years, lock into the number 2 pick and the number 7 pick in the draft. You don't get to swing and miss on both of those and expect this thing to go on for another 5 years.
Oh, my goodness.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
I need a double.
Big J's in Oakland.
Hey, guys. Hey, Sonny, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Hey, Peru, do you really think the Lakers were a better team? And before you answer that, let me also say, I think for 2 of the 4 games that we lost, we had the game in control, and the only thing that made us lose was ourselves. So, overall, I thought we had a chance to win the series, and we self-destructed in certain instances. So, I just think the team has a future as is, and we just need a better offensive discipline and some more better leadership from the coaches and whatnot in terms of turnovers and fouling and just a whole better approach in that regard. And I think we run it back and do it all over again.
Big J, I got no problem with that. Not one single solitary problem with that if that's the way you decide to go. I don't know that I'd do that. See, I think as I look at this team next year, if Draymond opts in, the first thing I assume is Steph, Clay, and Draymond are not going to be as good as they were this past year.
I won't even fight you on
because
that. Because
to me, that's just defying logic. So you've got to assume. So they're declining,
right?
So that means you've got to get players around them who are better than they've ever had before around them. Guess what? That's going to be hard because you don't have a lot of money to go out and shopping,
and you're already shooting a couple blanks. If you want to get technical on Wiseman not working out and Kuminga being a no-show, but to his point, Stoney, I'm being real here. I think the Warriors, man for man, were better than the Lakers, but they were
what does that mean?
I'm about to tell you. They were a one-trick pony. All they could do is do it from the outside. The Lakers had 2 options. They could hit you from the outside, but could also hit you with a dose of AD, and the dose of AD, him blocking shots, being a rim protector. That was the difference in the series. The Warriors went out on their sword because they don't do anything inside remotely close to scoring, Stoney, except Game 6 when they got to the rack and tried to run the Lakers out the gym. But they need something else.
It's funny. To a man, they're better. You know what? Austin Reeves was better than Klay Thompson. He was better than Klay Thompson in the series.
Yeah, but for 3 or 4 games, Austin Reeves looked like he was too. We were on the text thread.
Who was better?
I get you.
That's why you get beat in a series, because their players are better than our players. And Jay said this. Jay said this. We were in 2 of those games. We just didn't execute. We just didn't da-da-da.
Yeah.
A couple shots here, a couple shots there. I believe that's a perfectly valid assessment. Okay, bring everybody back. Go ahead and bring everybody back then. Make some shots next year, you win it.
But what if
I think that's
you're playing in
naive.
Denver? What if you played another team? Hey, by the looks of this, that doesn't look too far-fetched, Donnie, because you don't got major options to, bring a basketball all-star like it could have been had you traded for the James Wiseman pick and got a Bradley Beal. How many shows did we do? Cool. Do you do that, or do you go with now we can say, what if?
Andres, the Warriors were in all those games, but their age and legs failed them in the fourth quarter. Would you agree with that?
137 to 97 or 127 to 97 ain't in the game. So that was a couple games. They were 0-3 on the road in this series. And guess what their 14-game playoff record was when it was all said and done, Stoney?
6-8, 6-7.
No, 14 games, 2 7-game series, 7-7.
They didn't go 7 games.
Oh, you're right. Well. Now, Stott, don't take a call. Let's just marinate on that.
100-point Ray. 100-point Ray.
Hey.
Gentlemen, how you doing this morning?
All right, baby.
Well.
All right, I really had a lot to talk about, but Steiny, you talked about something. What if this happened? What if Myers did step down?
Okay.
You think the Warriors would consider moving Kerr up to GM and bringing in a new coach?
That's interesting. That's interesting, Ray. He was a GM in Phoenix.
Yeah, but why would he want this? This is a big task, man.
What do you mean?
To get this team back competitive.
Well, they're competitive.
At
this point,
we're spoiled, Stoney. We're talking about
competitive ain't good enough
for Steph Curry.
It better start being good enough.
What if the chefs start just barking? That's where you really got problems, Steiny.
Here's what I really want to say. It can't be done. It can't be done.
I'm mad at that. That's heavy, but damn.
And if
it can be, but
if it does, if they somehow do get it done,
that's heavy.
It's like the only time in history it's ever been done.
Well, obviously, if you could you imagine somebody, even Steph's neighbor, telling them that?
The Warriors
you can never win it again.
The Warriors championship are they ever going to win a title again with Steph Curry? The Golden State Warriors.
I say it. They got action.
I didn't ask you if they had action. I'll tell you, what if I made a bet with my buddy Darryl about 7 years ago on Tiger Woods, and he said, I'll bet you he's going to win 2 more majors. And I said, no chance. So we put the number at 1.5. Well, lo and behold, he won the Masters. He ain't winning another major.
Man, that feels like a 4, that half.
So I'm waiting for my money.
Yeah, right.
Okay? Now, he can wait. My guy Darryl can wait as long as he wants, obviously. But it's far more likely that the Warriors are done winning titles than have another title in them. But that's okay, because we just had a dynasty. A dynasty.
They still got one.
And that's gonna be the thing that I worry about. That there are actually people who expect it to continue and who will demand it to continue.
Well,
and
I would
suggest they go back and read about the history of the NBA.
Yeah, Steph still has a voice. He ain't going to I'm sure he is not, it looks dire. There's nobody to blame. But if you think he's just going to sit back.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if the Warriors, stop expecting them to win another title. If they do, it'll be absolutely, positively unbelievable. But it's likely not to happen. Kirk, what's up, man? And just accept that.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Real quick, I want to educate you guys and some of the listeners about NBA contracts. One, there is no such thing as restructuring in the NBA. You sign the contract is the contract. Secondly, the answer for the Warriors was at the trade deadline. They should have got OG Anunoby.
I don't think they had a shot at him.
Chemistry.
I need to know, and because go ahead, Kirk. I'm going to let you finish. My bad.
So OG, Toronto's blowing it up. They got too many of the same players. They need a lead ball handler. A Jordan Poole and 2-3 first-round picks can land you a OG Anunoby, a solid forward who scored 17 points per game on a team with no spacing, who's also second team all defense. When your biggest problem this year was defending without fouling, chemistry, and your road record, he completely transforms this team to a championship lineup. If you could put him, Wiggins, Clay, Steph, and Dre on the floor at the same time,
all right,
it's a championship lineup. No question about it.
I mean, look, I don't think there's many people out there that don't like Anunoby, OG Anunoby. I do not believe the Warriors could have gotten Anunoby at the trade deadline. Or if they could have, we would have looked at the package and said, no chance. That's too much. But I agree. You get him on the team, he's good.
AJ Anunoby.
He would help.
And it was perfect timing. We had talked about it. Toronto's going the other way.
I mean, the trade I got asked about by somebody I respect the other day is, do you think they regret not having traded for Miles Turner? And I said, you know what?
Miles Turner.
I'll bet you.
He's a jackass.
The more I think about it, and this is the other thing that, the more I think about it, Steph, Clay, and Draymond would want Miles Turner.
And Texas.
I bet they'd want Miles Turner.
And the two dudes
they're in a
probably
tough
that would
spot.
have been in the package didn't even end up doing anything for you.
Warriors in a tough spot. Tough spot. Pickle. How do you move forward? 888-957-9570, JD on the other side. You know what? Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, he's been here all season long. He's our money man. 95.7 The Game reporter John Dickinson in the house. He saw all the playoff games. He saw all the home regular season games, a ton of away games. He knows what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, JD?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, how you doing? Good to be with you. 13 in the playoffs, and I think it wound up being, 45 or 46 in the regular season, something like that.
All right, here's where I want to start. I want to obviously start with kind of what happens next, and here's where I'm at. Because you've had a dynasty, it's put you into a really tricky position, which is fine. But I think at this point, like, all options are probably on the table, and it's going to start with what Draymond's going to do, what Bob Myers is going to do. But I guess what I'm saying is, for the first time in a while, it doesn't feel like there's just an automatic avenue to go down, which will ensure success.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the other part of it, though, is just coming off of Friday night. I mean, it seems like everybody within the organization, at least for right now, is on the same page of wanting it to be Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green coming back, along with Steve Kerr, and if Bob Myers wants to, Bob Myers as well. So I do think there's a preferred initial choice. And look, I shared this yesterday on social media. I think Bob Myers is a really thoughtful individual. But let's be honest, when you look at the Woj report from yesterday on the pregame before the Sixers Celtics game, I mean, to me, Bob Myers, I think, is caught between wanting to leave, feels like he wants to leave, and maybe take a break, which I've said to you guys for a while, I don't think this was about money, and I don't really think it was necessarily about Joe Lacob either, even though I think, so many have been hell-bent to, well, it has to be about that. Why would he not want to stay? I think it's, bigger things, more personal things for him as the type of thoughtful individual that he is. But I also think he wants to be ride or die with Steph, Klay, and Draymond and Steve Kerr until the end. But so he's, I think, caught. Like, I kind of, and again, I don't know this. It's just my opinion. But as far as that goes with Bob, I just kind of feel like that's where he's at. But as far as it gets back to the big three, they seem committed to figuring out a way to have Draymond come back and maybe Klay, if he's willing to have his salary after this next year start to go down, coming back even beyond next year. But let's just focus on next year. Well, the question is, if you're committed to the big three and Steve Kerr for next year, which it sounds like it is, well, then how do you get better when you also say, and you guys have been talking about this for 3 hours, you also say that this team wasn't good enough. So on the one hand, you're all in on those three, but the rest of it wasn't good enough. So how do you get better? Well, then the only answer to how you get better is you have to look to trade Jordan Poole if you can, Jonathan Kuminga if you can, maybe even Andrew Wiggins, depending upon the deal and what you'd be able to get back for him, and attack it that way to try and come up with a more formidable and deeper and better balanced team compared to the one that you admitted within the last 48 to 72 hours wasn't good enough. So in some ways, yeah, it's difficult to do, but in some ways they've already made it abundantly clear the way that they have to go about attacking it. Like, if they're saying we're keeping the big three and they're able to keep the big three because of Draymond's contract, well then, hello, it's not that hard to figure out who's going to be on the block. It'd be those next three best players.
No doubt, JD. Man, I just got a million questions for you, but I'm going to start back Friday because you were in the building. And I told Steiny at Mother's Day weekend, I watched the game 2-3 times because it was almost uncanny just seeing the Warriors. Jay, I don't want to call it a no-show, but from the start of that game, nobody could hit a shot. Walk us through what was going through your mind, and now that it's over, I was telling Steiny I felt like they had a lot of good looks, including Klay Thompson, but they just missed.
It wasn't a no-show because they were trying. They just couldn't hit anything. They just weren't good enough. They looked a little old. Steph looked a little old Friday night, as great as he was in the playoffs and in the series. Klay looked, just terrible. I mean, short on every single shot. I mean, the overall in the game, they get down 27-10 because they couldn't hit anything. The Lakers were extremely comfortable, as they really were the whole series for the most part, offensively. And then you look up at the end of the first quarter, the Warriors are only down 5.
Yeah.
They were only down 5 at the end of the second quarter before the DiVincenzo miss or block or foul or whatever it was, and then Austin Reeves hits the half-court shot, and then you're down 10. And the game was at a crossroads there because the Warriors had played so poorly, but yet we're kind of hanging around, and you're thinking, well, are they going to get this thing to where it's tied and they have a shot, or are the Lakers going to push it up closer to 20? And then the Lakers pushed it up closer to 20, and it's probably over. But even then it wasn't over because Klay Thompson had 2 wide-open attempts at a 3 early in the fourth quarter that could have pulled it to within 8. And at that point, I think the Warriors, maybe even as badly as they played, could have had action. But I wasn't surprised. It was, that was one of many possible outcomes. I mean, they didn't make shots, and we talked about it Friday afternoon at this same time, guys. The fact that, what's the big question for Game 6 beyond Wiggins, and Wiggins was clearly compromised, which I think gave him less of a shot than they would have had. But then the question was, does the offense travel down to Southern California? The answer was no, and the offense didn't travel to Southern California for the entire series, which is why they lost all 3 games down there. And defensively, the Lakers were able to get kind of what they wanted the whole series when they had the ball, which I'll admit that is something that surprised me a little bit because the Lakers had not been some great offensive team, but they were really able to get, whether it was transition buckets or LeBron getting ahead of steam or Davis inside or Reeves as the series went on got more comfortable. Russell and Schroeder had their moments. Lonnie Walker, the 4th, took over Game 4. Like, you just go up and down the Lakers roster, and they got positive contributions much more efficiently offensively than the Warriors did, and that's why the Lakers were the better team over the 6.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, so the more I think about it, the more this is how it feels like it almost has to happen, and that's, okay, you want to keep the 3 together. I don't think that happens without Draymond getting some kind of new deal. I think it
might not.
If you're Draymond Green, why would you come back for just 1 year if you think or know you could get 2 years at $40 million even?
I don't think I would. And
right.
So that's the conundrum. I mean, the Warriors are probably going to have to pay Draymond beyond next year. I mean, that's,
right.
Again, all of this is contingent. I mean, he says he wants to be around. They say they want to keep him. So now you have to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, real quick, JD, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd love this back and forth. I guess what I'm saying is if they come back with Draymond, Klay, and Steph, I think they're essentially saying Dre's here for the long haul.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it just depends. I mean, are we talking, rip up the last year because he opts out and then it's 4? Like I
was thinking like 3 for 75.
Yeah, but
I'm thinking he walks away. He's a free agent, and you go 25, 25, 25.
Yeah, I think it might be closer to 30,
okay.
30, 30.
That's fair.
But we'll see. And again, but that's accounting for the 20. This year as one of the 3, not this
Correct.
year plus 3.
No.
Yeah, I think that's the compromise. Well, no, go ahead. I'm talking 3 more years, meaning this coming year is 1, and then 2 more.
Right. Correct. He opts out, becomes a free agent essentially, and goes 3 years for something. Now, the thing I'm thinking is there any way they can make Steph and Klay? Hey, Guru, you can join here. I'm sorry, man, because it's JD. You can always jump in. But what I'm getting at is they could do something with Klay and Draymond where their contracts expire the same year Steph does.
Yeah, they could, but again, now Klay Thompson, I think, is in his own other category because, and I said this on the post game, and I said this Saturday, Klay Thompson is no longer a max player. Now he's going to be a max player for next year because that contract is already signed, sealed, and delivered. But if it's true that Klay Thompson believes he's still a max player beyond next year, well, then two things are going to one thing's going to have to happen for sure. He's going to have to come back next year and look like it's 2018. Like, forget it. Like, I know we're talked about, can he, has he, did he? Oh, he didn't, then he did. And, every time he has a good game, he's back. And then he has 3 games like the last 3 games of the playoffs. And it's like, oh, I guess he wasn't really back. But he is no longer a max player until he proves otherwise. And the only way he's going to prove otherwise is by going out and having an all-star caliber, efficient, hit your 300 threes, but you do it at a much higher percentage than you did. Like that, that to me is the only way. And so, other than that, he's going to have to agree to a deal that's going to start declining the way Andrew Wiggins agreed to a deal that's going to start declining. And so, Clay's kind of in his own category as far as, do you want Clay for too much? Like, I'll say this right now, I'd be much more inclined to pay Draymond $25 to $30 million for 2 years beyond this next year than I would be to pay Klay Thompson $40 million for 2 more years beyond this year. Like, that's a no-brainer, right, Goo?
No, that's a great point, and I'm right behind you. Now, listen, because I know Steiny and everybody's listening, JD. Klay Thompson's a 4-time champ, one of the best shooters to ever play in the NBA. That's already established. But that 3 for 19, 2 for 12, the way it went down, it didn't sit right with me to where, Jay, I'm nobody, but I felt sorry for him. I was like, man, he's at home. All the stuff I knew was going through his dome, and you talked about it. I listened to your pre and post, like, would that be a curse to where he was trying to do too much? And I didn't feel like he was. The one thing he just kept doing was missing. With all that said, I got to switch it to Jordan Poole. He told Logan Murdoch basically what we all knew. He don't have a relationship with Draymond Green. It's strictly basketball. And I ask you this, John, do you think the Warriors can get something for Jordan Poole, or do you think he's kind of hurt himself with all that's gone on with this poor play?
Yeah, his value is not what the Warriors would have anticipated it being when they signed him to the contract. And we talked when they signed him to the contract. I didn't think they paid him because they thought he was going to be Steph Curry 2.0 or the heir apparent franchise lead guard. Like, I didn't think any of that. I didn't think they signed him because of that. I think they signed him because they didn't want to mess with the potential for him being able to leave if he had another great year this year, getting well beyond the price point that they were comfortable with. And I also think they didn't want him chasing it this year. I think they thought that would be a detriment to him if he was in the final year of his deal. But I think as it played out, the bet for the Warriors was the fact that he was at least going to be what he was last year. Yeah. And if he was what he was last year this year, then there'd be plenty of teams that would be looking for him in a trade. And so I thought, hey, we'll take that. They thought they'll take that Jordan Poole that they got last year again, and then he would be a big-time asset to be used to either send him off to his own team if you wanted that, or to be able to get some role players in that maybe are better fits if you choose that you want to go the path of trying to build around the big 3. But now they've got a little bit of a conundrum because his value has gone down as the price goes up, which means there are a lot of teams that are looking around at the way this season played out for the Warriors, and they're going to be less willing to offer as much or as much without maybe a sweetener attached to it. So the Warriors are going to have to fight that as much as they need to probably try to use him to get better in this offseason, but they're also going to have to fight that versus, would they dare actually bring him back one more year to try and recoup some of the value? Because it may come down to that, as much as I think we all would agree that they would prefer at this point to trade him and bring back some role players in his place.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. What's your gut? And I get it. I'm just asking you how you think it's going to play out. Nobody's holding you to it, but what's your gut tell you happens with Myers and then Draymond Green?
I think Draymond ends up back. I think Myers, what it's going to boil down to is whether or not maybe the big 3 convince him. Like and again, just my opinion on it, I think he's looking to leave. I think his initial thought is, I'm going to leave, but he's trying to take extra time to make absolutely sure that he's got a clear head in doing it, and it's the right time, and that he's not But I also think he's probably going to listen to Steph, Clay, and Draymond try to convince him to stay over the next couple of weeks, as he sorts through it. And I think ultimately maybe they win out in this thing and something is able to be, gleaned from it. I could also see him within the next, I know it was reported it's going to take a couple of weeks. The other thing I could absolutely see, and I think you guys know this because you talk to him every couple of weeks and you know him, I could also see Bob reaching a point in that time frame where he goes, you know what, this isn't fair. Like, this isn't fair to everybody. Like, I need to do whatever. I need to make the decision. I can't be hemming and hawing. And I know he said to you guys, you don't ever make a decision until you absolutely have to, which I think is just tremendous life advice. And that's something I totally agreed with him, just in general principle. It's like, we all want to make decisions before we have to sometimes. Right. Let things play out. We get impatient, I think, just in life. But I could also see him, because he is such a thoughtful, considerate of others type of person, that he would say, hey, look, I got to get a grip on this thing. And if I am leaving, I got to tell everybody as soon as possible. And so, I would anticipate if he does decide to leave, maybe we hear that sooner than, the 2 weeks, although I guess he's going to be in Chicago at the pre-draft camps and all of that this week is my understanding. So we'll see. I mean, it sounds like everybody wants him to stay and ride it out. The Warriors would absolutely be better for him deciding to stay and ride it out. But I maintain what I've said all along, and that's that I think this thing is deeper than money, and I think it's deeper than just doesn't get along with Joe Lacob. And I think if you know Bob Myers and how deeply thoughtful he is as a person, you'd be able to understand that and remove some of the business part of it. Like, I think this is just not all about business, like we think it always is. Hey, pay me more money, I'll stay. Hey, give me more power and I'll stay. Like, I don't think, maybe that's some of it, but I just don't think that's how Bob is completely wired.
Man, great stuff, JD. Let me ask you this. I hate to put you on the spot, but I will. Because, I admit, I got drunk off of last year's title, which came out of nowhere. And Steiny earlier alluded to, Dub Nation, some are so spoiled. Where do you put this season? And for me, JD, I can honestly tell you, I'm disappointed because I thought they could go further, and I thought this series could go 7. But I'm going to ask the great John Dickinson your thoughts and what word you would use to describe this season that just ended last Friday night in L.A.
Oh, it was disappointing. I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, 44-38 was disappointing. I mean, there was talk that before the punch and training camp and all that, there was a lot of people thought this team could be better. I mean, I go back to it, and I never forget this. I didn't agree with this at all. But the first pregame press conference, or not pregame, but the first preseason press conference, I think it was back in like September 22nd, and Bob and Steve, this is right before training camp and before they were going to go overseas, and I'm thinking, Steve Kerr said that he thought that the Warriors bench could be the best bench they've ever had and in line with the 14-15 bench. And I like whether I don't know whether he got caught off guard or like he just like he was feeling himself in the moment or whatever. But I remember like almost noticeably gulping like really? Like how is that even going to be possible compared to the contributions you had last year? But yeah, the regular season was not what they wanted it to be. They were fighting the whole year from 3-7 to get it back on track. Then they get it back on track, and then they have injuries. Other players played well. I know I've mentioned this a few times, guys. It was almost like the Warriors had two different teams. They had the team when Steph was out, where certain players got more of an opportunity, and Wiggins was out, and certain players got more of an opportunity, and those players played well in those opportunities to help the Warriors still be a 500 team. They weren't a great team, but they were at least a passable 500 team when a few players were missing. But then when they got everybody whole, they were never those same pieces that played well in the roles that they had when they were expanded couldn't play well in lesser roles when the better players and the players that the team needed to be more dependent on were all there and available. And so that was something that they just couldn't shake all year long. They were. I think their non-Curry team was in a weird way better than you would have anticipated, but their Curry team with the whole thing whole was worse than you would have anticipated because the pieces just didn't consistently fit together properly.
Yeah. All right, JD, appreciate it as always, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, sounds good, fellas.
All right, that's John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter.
2 teams, Steiny. Man, and Jonathan, here I should have said it with him.
Oh, God.
No, I was going somewhere else.
Oh, I thought you said Kuminga. I was like, oh,
I did.
Jeez.
Listen, this is just me now. I'm going psychology 101. If you're going to run this thing back, you can't because one of these 2 gentlemen got to go. I believe Jordan Poole is more valuable because he can score, and I believe there's another dynamic for him to reach to where he can facilitate, and he's shown us some passing. And I say that to say is if you get rid of Draymond Green, I believe you got the best chance to get the real Jordan Poole back. I could be wrong.
Be more specific about you because it's not the Warriors' decision. No, but Draymond Green, he has a decision. He can come back for 1 year,
right,
or he can become a free agent. So it's his decision. Or the Warriors can sign him to an extension, at which point then obviously you would move Poole under your scenario.
But what if Joe and management went to Dre to be like, Omaha is done? But he still, to me, I wouldn't want to opt in anywhere if they're telling me, you know what, this is kind of just kind of ran its course.
I'm with you.
So that could be on the table too.
Like if Joe Lacob says, Draymond, we're not giving you an extension, why would he come back and play his last year? And the reason would be, because he doesn't have an offer. Well, first of all, he's going to be, he would get an offer as a free agent.
That's all.
And he would probably get more of an offer this year than next year.
Yeah. I got somebody 415 stopping with Poole already. He is what he is. He was a disappointment. And so maybe I'm just on an island by myself that thinks that punch ruined him, ruined his season.
Well, ruined the Warriors' season, maybe.
But then it couldn't have ruined Draymond then, Steiny.
Huh?
What about Draymond then?
What about him?
He was the one that inflicted the pain.
He ruined the season. He negatively impacted the season. I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there never was any moving on. Steph Curry had to give that Game 7 speech because everybody was not vested.
It's almost like they had agendas
that
that came together since the beginning of the year. I have to do this, and it's the part of me that's kind of a jerk, but I got to do it. Well, it's a big part of me that's a jerk. I got to hammer home my point. So the Warriors are down 3-1, and they're coming home, and the Warriors win.
Let's go.
And everyone's, hey, yeah. Pressure is on L.A. Pressure is on the Lakers. Lakers lose at home. They got to come back to the Bay on Mother's Day. They're feeling pressure.
It was real.
Yeah, how'd it work out? How'd the Lakers respond to the pressure?
The Warriors couldn't hit a side of a barn.
Right, because the Lakers played way more desperate. Lakers shut the Warriors down. Can we acknowledge that? Everybody's acting as though Steph and Clay missed practice shots.
No, but Steiny, the way that you stop the Warriors is stop them from shooting three or uncomfortable.
That's what the Lakers did.
The mere presence of Anthony Davis made the drivers, the ones that you do have on a good day, think twice about it. That equals hesitation, not good hesitation. It's not hard. I just thought the Warriors would shoot better.
Well, that's because I want to be careful.
Curry was 4-14. Clay was 2-12.
You thought the Warriors would shoot better. I don't know why you would think that for when their two best shooters are aging and the playoffs were getting harder and harder and harder. Steiny, we had open looks 70% of the time. Okay, then bring back the same team. You'll win it next year, right?
Man,
I mean, if
Bob Myers, whoever has this task, Steiny, I don't wish it on my worst enemy, man. Unless they really feel like we'll run it back, we'll be fine. A couple changes here and there, we'll be fine.
And again, where I'm coming from is a couple little changes might be fine. A total makeover might be fine. But I don't think there's any easy choices. None. And I don't think there are any certain right answers. They are in a tricky spot right now. Warriors Aftermath, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Last chance to get in, 888-957-9570. We'll be right back.
That ain't true.
I don't see it, Bob.
That was an oddity.
Hey, it's Ryan Rollins with the Golden State Warriors.
Sorry, who?
Now back to Steiny and Guru.
There's another guy.
Yep, man.
God love you, Ryan Rollins. I'm not sure I could pick you out of a police lineup right now, but that's another roster spot.
Man. They got their work cut out for him, Steiny.
Matt Simons, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. Talking about the Warriors. They're in a delicate situation.
Very delicate.
Exactly. But we knew it was going to be a delicate situation.
But I kind of had them losing like they did Friday, maybe in the Western Conference Finals.
Well, they almost lost in the first round.
Because I'm being real, Steiny. I'm getting scared about how this is all looking to the chef, who not even a month ago looked us in the face and said there were going to be changes. Now, you could say and look at all the cap numbers last year. What did that mean? But to me, that still means something. So something is about to pop off. Obviously, we can't see it. But if guys are not on the same page, that has to get fixed. And the Bob Myers and Draymond Green, you know, that dynamic, I mean, it's big things going on here, big decisions.
History tells us, NBA history tells us, that this dynasty cannot continue. It cannot continue unless there's some kind of infusion here. And no, you cannot expect the same core to win a title 10 years apart. That's ridiculous. You cannot expect that. So
they got
the reality of the situation is most franchises that have gotten to this point, which is a dynasty, guess what? A decline's coming. It is coming. What they have older players who are paid exorbitant amounts of money, which limits their cap situation to support them. It's just the way it is.
Right.
You had to pay Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
No doubt.
Had to. Sorry, but there's no way out of this.
Yeah, but you got number 2 in the lottery. And that was that infusion. Well, it was going to be great infusion had it hit.
You're right. But that ship sailed.
And that's what's so scary. And now you follow up with, I don't know what you think right now on the way home when you talk to your daughters, if you ever do, about Jonathan Kuminga and his future.
Why would I talk to Mary Page about Jonathan Kuminga?
But
she thinks he stinks.
But how many people right now would say the way this ended, that's a positive? So those could be your 2 lottery picks, Steiny, that you kind of, the basketball gods gave to you.
Right.
And you went up there and whiffed. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Because one of them's in Detroit. Oh, my goodness. Man.
Let's go to Bernard in Antioch. What's up, Bernard? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hanging in, buddy.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I just want to chime in real quick. I'm disappointed that the Warriors lost, but not discouraged. And then with the Kuminga thing, I mean, Steiny, you would say he can't play, and then you kind of dial back a little bit. And Guru, you're already kind of saying that he's a bust. I mean, he's 21 years old. Go back and look at. I just got a player to compare.
Jermaine O'Neal.
I picked that. Well, I picked. Who did you say?
Jermaine O'Neal.
No, I'm talking more recent. I'm looking at a Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
I think he was picked third overall. Look at how much he played when he first got picked. He was playing 70 games or more, like every year up until now. First year, I think he averaged like 6 points a game, and then like 8 points a game, and it increased. But he was playing a lot, and he wasn't on as good of a team as the Warriors is on. So I think dumping the dirt on Kuminga so soon it's a little premature.
All right, Bernard. I want to be clear on Kuminga. Thanks for the call. Well said. Because I don't think Kuminga stinks. I don't think he's lousy. I think he was put into a terrible situation. Here's the thing. 2 years after he was drafted, I don't really know who he is because I acknowledge he got drafted for personal growth in terms of playing time on the worst possible team he could have been drafted to.
But yet there was an opportunity,
in the grand scheme of things, the biggest mistake the Warriors have made is they drafted 2 projects in the middle of a period of time when they needed more support for their core.
No doubt about it.
Projects.
No doubt about it.
So I don't know what Kuminga is yet, and maybe he should have been played more the last 2 years.
All right.
But maybe but like me, I wouldn't have just given him time either. This is an organizational thing. Yeah. I'm not going to single out Kuminga. I'm not going to single out Kerr.
Well, they go hand in hand to me, Steiny, because we were told coming into this season it was going to be about taking some wear and tear off of the big 3 with the likes of Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. That's what we were told. And we kind of came in with the 2 timelines. And Bernard, I've been the biggest advocate for Jonathan Kuminga that's out there. That's neither here nor there. I never said he couldn't play. I said he should have been playing, and it would have been greater later. That didn't happen. So to me, there's only one man that's responsible for Jonathan Kuminga and his lack of minutes and basically just being left out of the playoffs. Kuminga holds some responsibility, but Steve Kerr. So now what do you do, Steiny? The 3 guys you counted on are down to 2. Now, by all reports, what I read yesterday, Shams, whoever's reporting it, Kuminga wants the organization to tell him where he fits. That was kind of scary, but I mean, man.
Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat. To be fair, when they drafted Wiseman, they may have thought their run was over. The pick made sense. It didn't work out. And Uncle Looney, that's what I've been saying for a while. I really do. When they drafted Wiseman, I think they thought the run was over. And the fact that, and I believe Curry and the core knows that. And that's why Curry and the veteran core is really, really disappointed that the Warriors drafted a Wiseman instead of maybe trading the pick for a Miles Turner or whoever.
Bradley
and
Beal.
then you drafted Kuminga, another project. And then they went out and won a title because those guys weren't involved. So you can't tell me there's not a monster disconnect there. Now, can it get fixed?
There. It's still there, Steiny.
I know.
That's what's scary. Yeah.
Let's go to Carlos. What's up, Carlos? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I just kind of wanted to chime in. I'm doing all right. Just delivering the mail out here in San Rafael.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, but I think you guys are right. Steiny, you've been hitting it all day. I think that they believe that the run was over. When they started with the 2 timeline idea, I think that was their plan, and they committed all their finances to the 2 timeline idea. And when they got off the 2 timeline idea, we're so hamstrung. Like, the plan is already in action. They're in crisis mode now. We got lucky winning that championship last year because everybody thought it was over, you know?
Yeah.
And when they didn't commit to the plan, now we're here. When it comes to Draymond, I think we got to stop appeasing to him. Are we appeasing to Draymond, or are we going to appease Steph Curry? Because Steph Curry's the guy. These guys aren't, you know, world beaters, world blowers. Well, I'd say that about Clay and Draymond to be appeasing to them. They've got to give their all to Steph Curry right now and, you know, do what's best for him. And if they do want to do what's best for Draymond, I think they should let him hit the free market and see what he can get. We got to leave Clay alone because we're paying him $43 million, and we need somebody to save his legs during the end of the game. Imagine if he had a Vanderbilt or somebody that can come and guard some of those big guys so that at the end of the game he could knock down those shots and not be short.
Right. Good stuff. Good call, Carlos. Not just because he said I was on point. Part of the reason. All right, we've got the crossover coming up next. It's going to be Willard and Larry Krueger. Larry Krueger in for Dan Dibley. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
I want Iguodala.
Boy, oh no, I will have something tonight.
I need a guru in my life.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
He does need more than me. Oh man,
the guru would tell you to walk away, Bob.
But we got Mr. Positivity in here.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Bob's not leaving. He's not going to leave.
Oh, you think you're not going?
Oh,
the chef. He's not leaving the chef.
There's my guy.
I like what JD said to you guys on the show today. I think he wants to leave, but I don't think he's going to leave.
Wow.
Because you can't leave Steph. You're not leaving Steph.
Well, break down. I was going to ask Jay, why would he want to leave?
Now that I can't answer.
He said
because, well, so think about this. How many times in life, right? Kevin Durant. Why would you leave?
Yeah.
Why would you leave this? You know, Pablo Sandoval when he left the Giants when they were in the middle of a hell of a run. Or even, Boston. I don't want to take this to like a serious spot, but like, you ever, these people who look like they've got the best life in the whole world, and then, you know, Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, what is it that you got going on in there that we don't see from the outside? I can't answer that. Like Bob Myers looks like he's always happy. He looks like he's beloved by everybody in the organization. They are ride or die. Those five, Bob, Steve, Steph, Clay, Dre, why would anybody, especially with when they all came out after the game on Friday and they're like, we are going nowhere. We think we're still the core. I want to be a Warrior for life. Draymond, Bob is his guy. Why? I have no idea.
The crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org.
Hi,
What's up, Larry Krueger? What's up?
Why are all these Warrior people want to leave? I think is it Willard and Dibbs that are driving them away?
See, I look at Bob Myers.
Like I got to talk to him every week.
And I think,
good Lord.
To me,
I'm out of here, man.
I can see a scenario in which there's not a more perfect time to leave than right now. I mean, there just isn't.
Who was the guy who called? Was it a text or a call that you guys got about Kerr maybe sliding into the GM role? I was listening right when I got in the car. I think there's legs to that.
This is interesting for sure. I just think I think this is going to be a tough 2 or 3 years.
Why?
Because you can't just have a dynasty and then we'll still make the playoffs for the next 8 years.
But nobody said that like the next 2 years has to be a ring.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Like put it this way. I listen to you guys talk about age all day. And a lot of what you're saying, in theory, makes sense on paper. When you say it, you're like, well, yeah, that's the cycle of life. But what also I keep going back to in my mind is, give me the actual, and don't give me they looked old in the second half the other night, because that's just the last image that we had. They got beat by somebody who's older than them. So give me.
One guy was older. The rest of the team was in their
Is
prime.
he not still the most important player on their team?
No, he's not.
I think he is.
The two oldest players for the Lakers are also 6'9" and 6'11".
Okay, that's fine.
A big
and
factor.
That's fine. But don't just take the lasting image of the last game.
Okay, I'll take the playoffs.
Then why in Game 7 on the road did they have more energy than the puppies from Sacramento?
Well, I'm just saying over the course of the playoffs, I think it takes its toll. Like if you look at Steph's 3-point numbers, they weren't good in the playoffs.
Yeah, not in the play, but that's so.
You don't think they wore down at all?
It's circumstantial. Like why? I guess give me, because we've done this already before. Each one of them as an individual was better this year than they were last year. Each one of them. And the numbers are spilling out all over the place.
Wasn't better.
I disagree.
But the numbers are screaming off the page.
Their defense couldn't touch last year's defense. I give you, and that's half the game, even if it is the big three.
If you want one thing where I will give credence to the age thing, no. We're just talking the big three, is Clay defensively. I will give you that. But outside of that, Steph was unequivocally better this year than he was last year.
Only played 56 games. That's 26 games where he does not
How many did he play last year?
64.
Okay, so
And,
8 more games.
and you're not
More games.
you're not going to give Steph any defensive regression after D'Lo kind of lit him and Clay up pretty good.
What about LeBron,
I
Larry?
don't.
They were hunting Curry, and I love the chef.
I
They
mean-
were hunting for Steph.
And-
Who's he guarding? They were going at him.
I think that's his whole career.
But
That's his
not
whole
like-
career.
Yeah.
I think Golden State just got too thin and too small, and it was, some of it was their own doing, right? Because they kind of left some guys behind. But they just get by the end. There wasn't enough. There wasn't enough there.
I don't just like again. That's fine. And yes, this matchup ended up being bad. I'm trying to figure because I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying when you say age, I'm going to be the judge. I need more evidence.
Well, because I'm damn near saying that. He's saying that about the chef.
I need
I'm
more.
saying the chef is beating Father Time.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there some regression yet? But this dude is still right now, Larry,
Well, actually,
a
you know
top
what?
5 player in the league.
You know what?
No doubt.
Actually, I'm not going to say he's beating Father Time, but he's losing to Father Time, but he's closer than
We're all
anybody
looking
else
at
has
you.
ever played Father Time.
Right, and if that can give me a championship last June, to
Right,
where
and
there's-
you're fixated on that. A year is a long time
Right.
in the NBA.
Okay.
The other thing is I think they have a practical issue with Steph, and that is, over the last 3 years, he's played 75% of the games. So if he's going to miss 20 to 25 games, and we're going to acknowledge he's just a fantastic player, like you're always going to go, you're going into the playoffs as a 5-6 seed now, right? Because
Maybe. I'm in the 7 seed, might play the 8 seed for the ring.
And that would be
they're already in the
highly
Western Conference
unusual.
Finals.
Yeah.
I think the Lakers are a touch different, but now we don't need to go there. But I'm saying you can't go into the playoffs as a 6 seed and think you're going to win it.
Well, I mean, it's beyond seed, actually, because I actually think they would have done better if they had been a lower seed, because if they had been a lower seed, that means they would have played Kuminga, they would have developed Kuminga, and they would have had Kuminga to utilize in the playoffs. The fact of the matter is they used him and then parked him on the sideline, and then they were just so thin and so small, and they had no way to – they kind of ran out of guys. And once they were getting nothing from Kuminga – and it was clear they were going to get nothing from Jordan Poole, it was a wrap.
And you and I did shows on these same airwaves, and tell me if I'm wrong, Larry, we were both excited about the upside that we had saw from Kuminga. Nobody can rob him and say it was a goose egg his whole season. There were moments where you thought the light was coming on for Kuminga. I did. And then James Wiseman. So I know it didn't work out, but I get so tired of what they had to do with the 1 or 2 big lineup. Well, you won 4 championships. Why would you ever have to sit one of your starters down against the Sacramento Kings? Styles make fights. I get it. But I just feel like right now that's run its course in an era of basketball where you need 5 guys to put the ball in the hole. That's just my 2 cents. But you got blessed when you won 15 games because Curry broke his hand, and they gave you a reprieve. They gave you the number 2 pick in the draft, and you struck out on your Anthony Davis. And right now, Larry, I'm looking at you and Willard because I'm looking at Kuminga. He was the 7th pick. Those were supposed to be the reinforcements to take the load off the OGs. Okay, it'll be greater later. Now Wiseman's traded. Kuminga, Larry, I will never agree with Kerr on what happened to where he was a DMP. It just don't sit well with me. But Moody couldn't play. Steiny telling me Moody couldn't play, and then Moody finds a role in the playoffs.
He's
I
just
don't
a
understand.
guy.
I don't understand.
He's a seat filler like Kramer and Seinfeld.
You had your chances.
Kramer was pretty great.
I do want to address this.
Yeah.
The circumstantial that you used. I'm not saying I'm right. I think their age and fatigue was a big part of this. I really do. You say I overblow that.
I can't say that you're wrong. I need more evidence.
I'm not saying
you're
wrong.
He looked tired
either.
the other night.
I'm not saying
we
you're
always
wrong.
do that when they lose.
I want to be clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm really not. What I'm saying is because of the last 10 years, 12 years, the Warriors are in a position where it's going to be hard to figure this stuff out. How old they are, how much they are declining. Are they declining so much that they can't be the core anymore, or are they still good enough in the core to support them and we can win it?
So here's
no automatic avenue at this point.
No, of course not. And you guys are right. Everybody's right. This is a very, very difficult offseason. To see the light at the end of the tunnel is difficult with their finances and the situation and the fact that Poole probably just lowered his trade value and all of these things
or he can't stand Draymond Green.
Are a piece of this. But or that. I don't think they can stand him, even though they all need each other. That's all true. But I look at this group and if you think that they're old, here's what I'm about to tell you. They're about to get older. Okay? The team is about to get older than what they are now. I don't believe that age is the number one reason for their problem, and I don't think they think that. And I think they very, as clearly as they possibly could, told you all that on Friday night as soon as they got microphones. They said, we believe in the big three. And then they kept repeating, we're not a championship team. Now, dissect that statement for a second, because none of them are saying we're not champions. I mean, the hell you say. They're champions, but this is not a championship team.
I didn't like that.
Which, by the way, the only thing of substance that's different from last year's team to this year is Otto Porter's not on it.
Okay, but I could ask you, why are you not a championship team, Dre? Because you showed up 1 out of 6 games?
No, you know what their answer is. They're not going to say it out loud, but they're going to tell you.
But you don't believe that, Willard. I hope you don't believe that.
I don't believe
what?
So
Jordan Poole is the reason they didn't go back to the championship?
It's not the reason. He is one of a group of reasons, philosophically and financially.
Draymond Green not being able to score is another part of the reason.
You can. That's getting way too micro for me. That's way too micro for me. For me, what they feel, and I agree with them, is that come hell or high water at the beginning of this year, whether it was because of finances, whether it was because of the decisions they made that were wrong, this team ended up with too much reliance on young players who are not ready. And if you go around the league, look at the Final Four. Give me all the 22-year-olds who are crushing it in the playoffs.
I'll give you Kuminga's minutes in the playoffs. It was nada.
It's not nada.
They got their wish. Wiseman went to Detroit.
No, you
got your wish.
He got minutes against Sacramento, and he sat there and stared and watched Kings get rebounds right in front of him. Stop blaming everybody else for the fact that
I'm blaming the big three, too. That's all.
He's 20 years old, and he doesn't know what he's doing yet. And they're looking at this going, we can't go to battle with people who don't know what they're doing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
They're not a team. They're two teams.
Wow.
That really was the problem this year. They're two teams. They can't even have a conversation in front of a microphone without giving away the fact that they all look at it as two teams. They lost a ton. To me, what's the difference between last year and this year? Look at the number of players in the prime of their career on last year's team. Because you could say whatever you want about the guys they had coming off the bench. Those guys were in their prime. But Bielitsa and Porter, GP2, those guys last year were in their prime. This year, they decided to replace those guys and go with kids. They had 5 guys on the opening night roster, 22 or younger.
Right.
That's
what I'm saying.
And then also, somewhere along the line, whether we want to say it, admit it, or whatever, Steph, Draymond, and Klay Thompson and Andre Iguodala are moving past their prime years and into their twilight years, and that probably has happened to Klay Thompson at the end of this year. So now you take Klay out of the prime group, and you take away Bielitsa, and you take away Porter, and you add all these kids, and suddenly then you don't want to play the kids because they're not trustworthy enough. So now you've got kids that aren't in your rotation. You had guys who were in their prime who are no longer in your roster. You've got stars that were in their prime that are no longer really in their prime. They're still on the roster. Do you see the equations he eroded?
Yes.
They're
and so do
and
they.
then LeBron, by comparison, he's old and ancient and beat up, but Pelinka made so many good moves to bring in guys in their prime around him that he's now being buffered by an entire roster of guys that are 27.
I think that's what they're asking. That's exactly I don't think the big guys are saying we're still it. I think they're saying what is around us needs to be people in their prime. And OG Anunoby is 25, and Porzingis is 27, and that's better than 20 and 23.
Yeah, no question.
Because they know what they're doing on a basketball court. Nobody's here to say that Poole and Kuminga aren't wildly talented, but they don't know what they're doing yet. And if you've watched a Warrior game this year, I challenge you to say that I'm wrong.
No,
they have no clue what they're doing in situations on the basketball court.
That, and I agree with you. Damn, Bob and company should have traded those picks for Bradley Beal or the big boys that you talked about.
That was, again, and that's at a time when you don't know what you're getting. You don't know what you're getting. I didn't know James Wiseman was going to get hurt for most of the first 3 years of his career.
One of I always sometimes just look at it as simple as you can. So it's like they have a big three. And I'm like, okay, well, so did the Celtics. Mikhail Burton Parrish. Okay, they won it in 86. They lost in the finals in 87. They lost in the Eastern Conference in 88. And then that was pretty much it. It's like, it's inevitable.
Right.
Like,
well, sure.
But people don't think.
But what are you going to do right now?
They have the same core that it won a title in 15.
And those Celtics would have kept it rolling if Len Bias hadn't died. And the Warriors would have kept it rolling if James Wiseman had been awesome.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Or if they took in LaMelo and had stayed healthy.
But where would you put your chip right now? So even if we buy all of that, and let's say it's wildly unlikely, which it always is anyway, but where are you going to put your chip right now? And I think this is what the organization is saying. Okay, you think Steph, Clay, and Dre are too old? Okay, so what would you like to do? Do you believe that you've got some sort of future core right now with Poole and Kuminga and Moody?
No.
Where's the hell is that going to do for you? So what is it you're actually giving up if you move off of those guys?
See, it's a complicated question because it also involves contracts and how long you can't trade away Kuminga and Moody for guys who are going to be staring at free agency in a year, or this thing's going to erupt on you and you're going to wind up in the lottery for 3 or 4 years. I think what happened is the Warrior business people challenged the Warrior basketball people to have a consistently good product because of the opulence of that arena. That arena is absolutely in money and it's expensive. And so they said, you know what? We got to go with the longest term plan because we got to be relevant for the longest term. But you're right. That's two different teams and guys before their prime. And so as you're waiting for these three guys to enter their prime, you're watching these three guys leave their prime, and the net, gain is not going to work out.
I mean, for all we know, they knew way earlier than we did that Jordan Poole was a probable trade candidate, because I know a lot of people look at this situation now and go, never should have signed that contract. Okay, let's play that out. They don't sign Jordan Poole to an extension. He plays whatever. Does he play better? Does he play worse? Who knows? But here we are. Now he's a restricted free agent. And you have two options. Now you're letting somebody else, the market is going to set it for you, and you either let him go and get absolutely nothing, or you match it and it's not tradable for 6 months. Now what do you do? So this actually could have been the smartest dumb thing.
Absolutely.
The smartest dumb thing you ever could have done.
No doubt.
Which was sign Jordan Poole to too much money, because there's always another team that wants to get rid of their
we
treasure
were talking about
also.
that earlier, though. Is it now? Is the cat out the bag for Jordan Poole? Do we think Larry it's because he got punched?
You might have a value issue for sure. But I agree with I agree with Willard there. Like, okay, if it didn't work out, we're going to try to trade him. Okay, well then they might try to trade him. It's kind of that simple.
And there is still value. It may not be what you want it to be, but
no.
You may have to attach draft picks to move them.
Here's the other thing. Let's dissect the Draymond Green situation. Okay, Draymond Green. What do you think's going to happen?
I think he's going to sign a 3-year extension with the Warriors. I think he's happy being here.
He's going to opt out.
I think he understands he's
signed a 3-year deal.
His career will be viewed more valuably if he stays.
I agree that it's fair. And there's two types of 3-year deals, but I agree with what you said.
25.
I think it's an opt out and new 3-year deal. I agree.
And here's why I think this is why I think the Warriors have no way out of this, at least in the short term. You're either going to move off your big three, and then you're going to get worse. Or you're going to try to keep your big three for 2 or 3 more years, and they're going to get worse. But you're going to be paying them a fair amount of money. Like, that's going to be really tricky. Really tricky.
Well, Clay's salary after next year, in theory, could go in half. It could get cut in half.
Not according to him.
Not according to him.
He's saying
I cannot believe he thinks he's a man. No.
Well,
he can think what he wants.
That's a pretty high-profile 3 for 19. That's a pretty high-profile 3 for 19. You look at players, and I don't love this, but they do things for a whole year, and that lasting image is tough. How y'all feeling about Joel Embiid and James Harden? Because everyone loved him a week ago. Loved him. And now everybody wants to trade him or give up on him. and all that. And Clay is a mini version of that right now. I don't know what it'll look like next year, but that's the lasting image for the whole offseason for Clay, in which he was supposedly going to go into extension talks.
He couldn't hit the side of a barn.
I mean,
unbelievable.
Unless I'm mistaken, I think there's a lot of non-good choices. But one choice could be Draymond opts out, you give him 3 years, $75 million. Okay? That means he's up when Curry's up. Klay Thompson, you say, Klay, you're making 43. Of course, there's no such thing as a restructure. What if we add a couple years to your deal at we'll give you 2 more years for 60. I don't want to quibble about the numbers.
Yeah.
But then you have all 3 of those guys becoming free agents in 2025 or 6, whatever it is. Now they're all lined up at least. Did you pay him too much? Maybe. Did you pay him not enough? Maybe. I don't know. But at least now you've got those. That's where you're going. That's how you're going to do it. Might not be the best way to go. You know what I mean? Just because you decide that doesn't mean that's the best thing to do.
Well, is it best for winning or best for ticket sales or best for morale or best for, there's a lot of different factors here. How do you get nostalgic about the thing and or do you play Bill Walsh? You're basically saying screw Bill Walsh's idea of get rid of a guy a year too early instead of a year too late. You're basically saying let's get rid of him 3 years too late or 2 years too late.
By the way, Wiggins is lined up with that also.
Okay, good.
Now he has a player option coming out of that. He'd be
Right.
like in the same situation as Draymond.
You know, it's funny. Everybody quotes Bill Walsh. Nobody really wants to do it.
No, because Bill, and that's what drove Bill wild was that Bill, wanted to like the players, but couldn't, Randy Cross is in that video saying, hey, you know what? Bill came up to him and said, hey, man, you probably got 3 years left in the league. Only one of them will be here because, we're going to move you on because we don't want your bad years. We only want your good years.
Look, how would anybody feel, especially sit here right now and imagine the idea of a Steph Curry 6-part series on Peacock 15 years from now, where he sounds ticked off at the Warriors organization because of the way they treated him down the stretch. Because that's on Bill Walsh's resume.
Joe Montana. Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't blame Walsh. He blames Seifert.
Fine.
Who would Steph blame?
Walsh is the one who brought Young in and pushed the whole thing so hard.
And what was the best that Montana ever played was with Young. You know what I mean? So, the competition is good.
Willard and Kruger coming up. Great show. I'm sure is forthcoming. A lot of Warrior talk, and I don't think the news is going away anytime soon. All right, you guys have a great rest of the day. Talk to you later.
Night.
All right. I love days like this. Not because the Warriors are out or anything like this, but first of all, say hi to Larry, everybody. Larry's here. Hi, buddy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Look at you with your Mr. Relevant T-shirt. I know it's going to be a full day of me trying to stop you from talking about what happened in the 6th round a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Exactly.
We'll see how I do.
You'll be joining me here in about 4 or 5 days, probably.
Not that soon.
But
this ain't going away anytime soon. But I also love days like this because here's the guest list. Y'all ready for this? This is who's coming on with Willard and Kruger today. Ready? Here we go. That's who's coming on the show today.
Look at that.
So it is wide open for you. Hello, the season just ended. The season ended. We got things to talk about with all of you. So 888-957-9570. We're going to be taking your calls all the way until 6 o'clock. I hope everybody's ready for what I heard on Friday. I don't know that any of us could have expected the messaging to be so clear. So that game ends, and you've got your normal parade to the post-game news conference room, but you also had an article in The Athletic with Shams and Anthony Slater that came out like 7 minutes after the buzzer sounded. And it had all of these quotes, sourced reports Clearly, they've been working on this for weeks in preparation for the end to the Warriors season. And the messaging was all as clear as day. Here are the highlights. Draymond not going anywhere. We love the big three. Jordan Poole is probably going to be traded. Jonathan Kuminga is kind of ticked and is also probably going to be traded. Bob Myers, the ball is in his court, and we don't know what's going to happen. There's your 4 headlines, and it was just shoved in front of everyone so firmly that the future of this organization will remain the now. And I don't think that's the whole Draymond, opt in, opt out, I don't know. The messaging was clear, which is we are staying the course with the old guys, and I think their request is to get even older.
Well, or to get older. Yeah, to get older.
To get older.
They want to get older. They want to move on their kids into guys who can help them in their prime. You win in your prime. Some sports you can win with some young guys. You can win with an old guy here or there, but for the most part, you better have guys in the prime of their career. And you look across at the Lakers, and my big takeaway from that whole series was I went into that series thinking the Lakers are old, and I came out of that series thinking LeBron is old and the Lakers are young.
But I thought LeBron still, looks great.
He looked fine at the end in the one game he saved himself for, but to me, LeBron is definitely, you can see the age on LeBron. I think that's clear. But what's also clear is that the cast around him, thank you, Rob Pelinka, was all guys in their prime. They don't have any babies there. They got all guys who were NBA role players. And the Warriors had a far deeper team last year than this year. And to me, if you said to me on opening night, guess what? Bielitsa gone, Porter gone, GP2 gone. Okay, but that's okay because, man, they got these 3 young rookies between Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman. If you told me on opening night, oh, yeah, by the way, and by the time that gets time to, nut cutting time towards the end of the year, Wiseman will be gone. Kuminga essentially will be gone because he'll be at 0 factor, and Moody will just be a bit player. I would have said, that's a wrap, man. That's it. Thanks for coming. We'll all enjoy this season, but they ain't going anywhere, and they're sure as hell not winning a title, and that's the way it came down. By the end, they were too small, too thin, not enough guys in their prime, and they're going to try to rectify that by keeping guys that are no longer in their prime longer, and then just somehow reconfiguring the rest of the team around those 3 aging stars.
It's interesting because I think you're right. I think people will look at that, and there's an immediate sort of snap reaction, which I think is tucked into A, the frustration of the fact that the season just ended, and B, tucked into the fact that when aging stars don't succeed in the moment, we love to get them the hell out of town. You watch the Giants do this. They win 3 World Series. Everybody gets contracts. A few years later, everyone's like, this Buster Brandon thing is just a bunch of junk. We got to move on. We need new people. Give me new blood. Inject it in my veins. New blood, new blood. Then Buster comes back and they win 107 games, and everyone goes, I love that Buster and Brandon, they're our guys, and they've always been our guys. This is what we do. So you're tucked into an off season where you as the fan, you're going to feel like this Steph Clay Dre thing, man. I think it's run its course. My lasting image is Klay Thompson. Every time he shoots, it gets further from the rim. He can't even get the ball there. He's 3 for 19. And so I'm ticked off. We need new blood. All right. Think about what you're saying right now. Do the Warriors even have a choice? They came out and said, we're sticking with the big 3. Oh, wait a minute. Those guys are getting old. You're going to get rid of the future? The guys you didn't develop? What choice do you have? Give me the option that states, yeah, I think we should just move on from Draymond Green, let him opt out, and, we'll go with Poole and Kuminga. Does that sound like a strategy to you?
No, but you yourself you could have made the Pools and the Kumingas and the Moody's and the Wisemans more attractive to this point than you did. Moody was told by the coaching staff. We were all told a month ago that he can't do it. or 2 months ago, and then only to find out that they were kind of wrong. He could do it. He just wasn't getting any time.
What do you mean we were told 2 months ago that he couldn't do it?
By the fact that he was banished in DNP and never played and was in the G League and was getting no run?
He spoke to it just a few weeks ago in saying that he made the choice when he came out of Arkansas to learn in the NBA. Like, I feel like Moses, yes, I mean, he's come on this show multiple times. He said, like, yeah, it's frustrating, but I never heard from Moses what I've heard from Kuminga, which is, what the hell's the matter with you guys keeping me over here? Like, I think that there's a real interesting case study on Moses, Jonathan, and Jordan, and which one of them have taken their frustrating moments and processed it in a way to say, I'm going to go inward and I'm going to get better. And which one of them have taken their frustrating moments and gone, these guys don't know what they're doing.
I think it has a lot to do with their basketball ability, as far as I think Moses is a more developed person and player than those other two guys, and I think that he's got more ability to adapt. I don't know that Kuminga and Moody, or I don't know that Kuminga and Poole can adapt. And so that's why I don't think you saw Jonathan adapt. And Poole, I mean, Poole at this point doesn't even know what he is. He really doesn't know what he is. He's a great driver who shoots 90% from the foul line, who doesn't want to drive and go to the foul line. But he does want to camp out 5 feet beyond the arc and pretend he's Steph Curry, when the numbers show he ain't Steph Curry beyond the arc. So somebody needs to get to him and say, hey, Jordan, guess what? You are Steph at the line. You're not Steph at the three-point line, but you are Steph at the free throw line. So go to the free throw line more. But that's not part of his game. He could not adapt. He could not adapt. And to me, watching him take these heat check threes and shoot one free throw a game when you're shooting 94% is a total disconnect in his brain as far as what am I actually and what do I like to do. And I think he likes to shoot deep threes, but he needs to go to the bucket.
Well, I think all of the things that you're saying are the assessment that the Warriors themselves made. Like, Jordan Poole is a bad decision maker. That, to me, that's it. I have nothing to say against Jordan's talent. Sometimes it's hard right now this year to talk about Jordan Poole without it sounding like, and you've all done it, I mean, the texts are all over my phone every time the Warriors play. You all want to wring Jordan's neck. And it's hard to talk about Jordan Poole without making it sound like you think he's awful or you hate him. I think Jordan Poole, let's never forget where he came from. This guy, his work ethic is absurd, and he turned himself from a G Leaguer into a $130 million asset on a team in the NBA. I'm never going to forget that about Jordan. I'm never going to tell you he's not insanely talented. But he doesn't know how to make decisions on the court. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, he just played horribly in the biggest moment of the year. 13 playoff games. He averaged 10 points a game on 34% shooting from the field and 25% shooting from the arc.
Doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. And by the way, like, get to the free throw line. I wish he would too. But we've spent a decade being frustrated that Steph doesn't get the calls. It's hard for people built like those guys, I think, to get to the free throw line a lot. They're so slight. When they get inside, they have to almost use sleight of hand. Steph is the most creative finisher I've ever watched in the history of the NBA. I will forever take from that game the other night, even though it didn't go well. That teardrop over LeBron on the backboard is just, there's one human being who can do that. That's it. But to get in there and to either be able to finish or draw fouls when you're that size is not easy.
No, it's not easy. It's basketball 5.0. But this is what Jordan Poole's homework assignment would be if I ran the team. I'd get a tape of Adrian Dantley. I'd go get a tape of Corey Maggette, two guys that I can think of that weren't even good at times, but lived at the foul line. And getting to the foul line and drawing fouls is a nuance.
It's so much bigger than him, though.
They're bigger than him.
Maggette is
he's a 6'7" guy.
His shoulders, dude.
But, okay, then go find a 6'3" guy or a 6'2" guy that lived at the foul line and go show him those films. But either way, it's a nuance, and it needs to be studied the same way you would study anybody who's trying to copy a move. He needs to figure out how to draw fouls. It's clear that he became a great foul shooter without having any idea of really how to go to the line at will. How to get fouled. How to live at the line.
Well, he's decided, it appears, like so many in the NBA have, and it became a very big story in this series, is that you drive, and if your shot gets blocked, go fly into the stands and hope that the ref will blow the whistle. I mean, honestly, for all of us who were and I'm at the front of the line, I was so frustrated by the flopping in this series, the discussion Steve Kerr even brought to the table when he talked to us that in the middle of the series. I can't look at Dennis Schroeder ever again. I don't ever want to watch him play basketball again. I'll never view him the same. But Jordan Poole is absolutely offender number one who's wearing a Warrior uniform as far as this thing is concerned. Like, he's a flopper. He's a flopper on defense and a poor player on that side of the ball. And on offense, I know one when I see one, because this is how I played high school basketball, because I got no hops. So if you block my shot, I'd fall because I could shoot free throws because no one was in my face. But it doesn't work in the NBA level. The athletes are too good. The refs are too smart. So I just think Jordan Poole, he's so talented, but he has not achieved the regression this year, came in between the ears. He has not figured out how to play playoff level championship basketball. And if you ask me how to translate what the Warriors kept saying the other night, we are champions, but we are not a championship basketball team. We maxed out. They all said it over and over. What are they saying? They're saying that our young guys don't know what they're doing. You can't win that way.
But what happened to Delos and the developmental staff? What happened to, hey, we're going to develop guys at 5 o'clock and we're going to tip the thing at 7:30 and we are going to have this emphasis on development? They didn't even send Delos to Santa Cruz when they sent Wiseman down there. So I kind of wondered about the disconnect. To me, the number that jumps out the most in this series, Jordan Poole had 14 fouls and 13 field goals in the last 5 games of the series. What?
Yep.
That's right there a big portion of why you lost.
The word development comes up over and over, and I always wonder about this. Like, the Warriors didn't develop him. Well, is that on the Warriors or is that on him?
It's partially on the Warriors.
Let's not act like all players. Oh, if you just develop them, then they're good. We do this way too often, as if all draft picks work if you just spend time with them.
No, but
it's not the case.
You created minutes for Ty Jerome. You didn't have to. You created minutes for Anthony Lamb.
They're trying to win.
I know, but those guys, to me, winning, I said it at the beginning of the year with you and others. The seed didn't matter. How they were playing in April and how their rotation looked in April was what really mattered. But they could have won this thing out of any seed. Heck, the Lakers are in the conference finals out of the 7 hole?
Not true. You can't win it out of the 11 seed, and they were damn close.
Right. No, I hear you.
Honestly, how many wins away were they from not being even a part of this tournament?
But this, in my opinion, they should have, the whole goal of the regular season should have just been qualify for the playoffs while developing the young players. They prioritized qualifying over the development, and they left the development behind.
I think
we got to April, and their roster evaporated.
I think they agreed with you at the beginning of the year, and then they started out 3-7, and they're looking at each other, and they're like, "This guy James Wiseman does not know where to be when we're on defense. It's killing us. We're not going to win basketball games this way." And whether this should be a part of the conversation or not, it is. There are massive egos in the room. And I believe this is one of the reasons why your guy, Mr. Relevant, is going to be the starting quarterback this year. Because you can't look championship veterans in the locker room in the eye and tell them, hey, we're going to pet this little puppy on the head over here and figure it out while you're trying to win a title. There's no time.
Well, I'll say, I know we got to run, but all I'll say is this. It's imperative that you that you hear your veterans, but you don't have to listen to your veterans. Those same veterans wanted Avery Bradley over GP2. If you had listened to them, you wouldn't have even had GP2. You would have Avery Bradley. So you got to hear your veterans, but you don't have to listen to your veterans. You know what I'm saying?
Not always. I think in the NBA, you better listen to Steph Curry. Maybe not all of them, but that's your moneymaker. That's the deal. That's your franchise. Right?
I hear you.
So do you think Rob Pelinka listens to LeBron James?
Well, I don't know. He just traded the hand-picked LeBron James trade target Russell Westbrook, and he turned it into a lot of useful players, and now they're in the conference finals. So maybe not.
It's all sponsored by calhope.org. Larry Krueger in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. What changes need to happen? And also, unlock this code. The Warriors all kept saying this is not a championship team. So, why? We'll answer that question next on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Warriors' season is over. Is the dynasty over with it? Now, the tough question.
of one of the rooms in his Moraga temple. Yeah, just he's a Warriors fan, and he couldn't take it. He couldn't take it, so he needs a day. He needs an extra day. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
That's actually not what's going on, but I'm going to go with that. So, anyway, Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. So, opportunity to hang out with you, which I always enjoy.
Thank you.
How would you answer this? Like, I think it's the obvious sort of question that comes up whenever there is this very clear narrative, which I think the Warriors created the other night. I was struck when the game ended at how clear suddenly the Warriors' plan was. We've been sitting here for 6 months. Would you Draymond? Up in, up out, Bob Myers? We don't know. What's going on? Do they hate Jordan Poole? Do they not? What is there a trade? What? We're doing this for 6 months. The Warriors season ends. Within 10 minutes, all of the internet was like, yeah, the core's staying together. That's it. Everything else revolves around that. And they chose a line. We're champions, but this was not a championship team. We maxed out. Every single one of them said it over and over. So it begs a number of questions, but the most obvious one. If this wasn't a championship team, why? And you're not allowed to use the answer Otto Porter because he was good, but he wasn't that. Literally, what's different from last year to this year?
I'll tell you, the way you painted that whole thing is just, it's so annoying to hear. It is so annoying to hear.
Which part?
Well,
I hope not my part. Which part of his note?
The big three is going nowhere.
Yep.
Like they didn't have any hand in this.
Working on an extension for Draymond, seemingly on the plane home.
Now, I understand why they would say that. Why? Because Clay's under contract and probably immovable, and maybe not immovable, but he's not coveted.
The only reason someone would want him is because he is a large expiring deal.
Right, which just means that they're not really attracted to him. They're attracted to the ability to reset their finances. Steph obviously is going nowhere, and they have made the decision that they want to have Draymond back, which I'm totally all about because I think they wouldn't have won any titles without him. I think he's absolutely a key figure, so I'm glad to hear that. But this... we maxed out, absolved Steve Kerr of any blame at all, and Steve Kerr deserves some blame. Steve Kerr is an awesome coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach. If the Warriors parted ways with him, there'd be 5 other coaches immediately fired, just in the hope that they could somehow lure Steve to their coaching spot. So I understand who he is in the grand scheme of things. But you can't absolve him of total blame. It's not like you can say, well, Steve, they maxed out. No, they didn't. Are you kidding me? Jonathan Kuminga was playing 32 minutes a game in the last 6 weeks of the season, and he basically played a couple minutes in the first round. They decided he wasn't ready, and they banished him. Moses Moody barely got any playing time. They played Anthony Lamb over Moses Moody good portions of the year, only to discover that Moody had more game than Lamb as the season progressed. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, they maxed out. That's a bunch of garbage. They didn't max out. Steve did not get every bit of everything out of this team this year. He's a great coach,
and
but I don't think
that's automatically on him. That's what I'm always trying to figure out.
It's on him and his coaching staff.
It is. Yeah, it's never on the player.
Well,
it's not on the player to.
Not if I'm putting it more. Okay, is it on the player? Or is it on the coaching staff that Moses Moody developed late in the year but didn't get any minutes earlier in the year? I'd put it on the coaching staff.
I'd like every Warrior fan to do this exercise for just a second. You in love with anything that you've seen from Jonathan Kuminga, or are you in love with the idea of what you've seen from Jonathan Kuminga? And if that's not clear what I'm saying, let me make it a little bit more clear. Have you ever seen anything in Jonathan Kuminga on the court that tells you, oh yeah, we got somebody who, once he develops, he's about to run this thing. That's an A or even a B+ NBA future star? Or are you saying that because he was the number 7 pick in the draft and he can jump? Like, honestly, even when he was playing, did you see something that was like, ooh,
I did.
Better watch out, opponents.
I did. I saw.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw a guy that needs more work on his game, but Jonathan Kuminga from the 1st of February through the end of the regular season averaged 23 minutes a game over 29 games.
The first stat you're giving me is minutes.
But I'm just saying,
I want to hear
in those minutes, I thought we saw some good things.
Yes,
on both ends of the floor.
Some good things.
Okay, well,
I'm not convinced. If you're in a pitch room and you're giving me Jonathan, you gave me minutes and I saw some good things.
Okay, because he didn't play in the playoffs, Mark.
Yeah, because when he did, he was awful.
Well, that's not really true. Because
it is true.
Jonathan Kuminga in his last 2 games scored 15 points in 11 minutes, shooting 83% from the field and 100% from the three-point arc.
I'm sorry. Did you just give me garbage time stats?
I'm just saying, in the last 2 minutes.
Did you just do that?
That's the only time he played.
No, it's not, because he did
play. He played very briefly.
Right, and he watched rebounds fly through the air, and he went, "Oh, look, a round ball."
Grant, he needs to focus on rebounding.
Yes.
But I wasn't there.
That's not
First of all,
on Steve.
We don't know what they emphasized. Maybe they didn't emphasize it enough.
You need to tell a grown man to go get the ball in the playoffs for the Warriors.
When you have 5 players on your team on opening night that are 22 years or younger, damn right you do.
Well,
damn right you do.
That's the problem.
You need to develop those young players. When you have 22-year-olds on your roster and you got 5 of them on a 12-man roster, you're a big part of what you do is development, and they didn't do it.
That's the problem, because I would contend you can't do both at once. Hey, Trey Lance, how you doing? You can't do both at once. And that's what happened to the Warriors this year.
But who's going to take responsibility for the plan?
So
whose plan is it?
All of them.
Is it Kerr's plan? Is it Steph's plan? Is it Bob's plan? Is it Joe's plan? Somebody own it. Somebody own the plan.
It's never one person. You know that.
Well, but it's got somebody. The Bucks got to stop with somebody.
Well, then
who does it stop with? Whose plan was this year?
If you're talking about roster construction, I guess the buck stops with Bob Myers. And Bob Myers is the one who made the 2 picks that appear to be failed picks. So I guess.
But is he doing this? Is he carrying out Joe's wishes and it's Joe's plan? Because I get the sense that was the deal.
It's a collaborative thing. But if you want to pick one person, that's how it works. If it's a roster construction thing, you pick on Bob. Or was the roster constructed this way because financially they were told that it had to be? Like, you let Gary Payton go, and then you went, oh, actually, we need Gary Payton back. Listen, all of those things contributed. I don't know, I guess what I'm saying is if the Warriors had a choice to do it another way. They couldn't pay Gary and Otto and Kavan and everybody and just bring it back.
Well, they probably could have if they didn't give Poole so damn much money. They probably could have paid these guys.
I've already detailed. If you didn't give Poole that contract at the beginning of the year, boy, are you up a creek now.
Why? Because somebody's going to give him more money than what you offered him? I don't think so. I think if you put him out there and restricted right now, he'd probably get less than what the Warriors paid.
That might be true, but it would be more than what the Warriors are able to match. And once you do that, he becomes untradeable for at least 6 months.
My point is this, though, Mark. It was opening night. It was opening night. It was Halloween. If you had told me at opening night, hey, by the way, guys, I don't know if you guys realize this, but there's 5 guys on this team that are 22 or younger. If I had said to you, oh, guess what? On a 13-man team, having 5 guys on the team that are 22 or younger, if you're telling me those guys are all too young to contribute, I'm telling you got an 8-man team.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
And that is a problem. However, what if I ask you this? So would you rather have the Warriors gone, all right, Wiseman, you stay. Kuminga, we're going to feature you more. Jordan, we're going to ride with your craziness. And Moses, let's do this darn thing. And they had done that all year long. And Steph, Clay, and Dre just were Steph, Claying, and Draying. Okay? And they missed the playoffs entirely. Now, I'm a would rather have loved and lost than never have loved at all kind of a guy. I think there's value and a ton of fun and experience and memories from the Kings and Lakers series. I'm never a championship. I'm not a championship or bust guy.
I know, but
I think that's crazy
but
talk.
They are.
Well, Steph, Clay, and Dre are, sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you said to them in November, hey, by the way, you're not going to win a title, but you're gonna duck out after the second round. Are you cool with that? Because no, they're not cool with that.
No, they're not cool with that, but I think they're more cool with this than missing the playoffs entirely. Like, at least give them a shot.
Would they be better off if they had a developed Wiseman, a developed Kuminga, and a developed Moody, and they were going forward with that? That might be a better situation
but what does
without
that mean?
a playoff
But what
run.
does that mean? Just because they're developed does not mean they're good.
But it might
we
mean
don't
that
know
you can,
that.
But it doesn't mean they're good. But it might mean that you could trade them.
Maybe.
I mean, right now you got Wiseman. You parlayed that into a 30-year-old 2-guard defensive guy. You traded the future for the present, and then you crapped out in the present. And then you're going to tell me that it was still a good trade.
But I'm still going to argue that we're not sure that is the future. Just because James Wiseman is young.
He was supposed to be.
He was. And I don't think he was going to be. Yeah. And I don't think he would have been traded if they thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
This is the same.
But God, I mean, once again, maybe Steph wanted him traded. Maybe Draymond wanted him traded. But they also wanted Avery Bradley over GP2. So maybe you should listen to them. Maybe you shouldn't listen to them. Or maybe, guess what? Maybe they're the kinds of guys who know basketball, but their personnel evaluations kind of, I don't know, hit or miss.
Yeah, but
we just got an example of both.
But they know their basketball. I think that's two different things. Like, just because James Wiseman may be a good player, that doesn't mean to be a good player here, right? Like, they know their basketball. Steph, Clay, and Dre know their team, their formula, and who fits into it and who doesn't. And by the way, I still think Kuminga and Poole have a ton of trade value. And the reason is your very opinion right here. There are a lot of people in the league who just think they didn't develop them.
I mean, there's people that believe that.
And we can. Like, there are a lot of people who think that way.
No, I know. Kuminga's got value, for sure.
Doubt.
I don't know about
so
Poole.
Does Poole.
Poole's got lesser value because of that massive financial attachment.
I don't know. Lesser value than maybe he did a month ago, but he scored 20 a game in the NBA. People think he got value.
Right. But everybody sees the flaws.
Sure.
Everybody sees the flaws.
Sure.
The Matador defense, the pouting, the game that just doesn't add up. He's awesome at the foul line, but he can't get to the foul line.
But would he pout if he was starting and scoring 26 a night on a team that was 38 and 45 or whatever? I guess that's probably 38 and 44. Sorry, I gave him an extra game. Do you know what I mean?
I know, but I mean, like, once again, though, I mean, I hate to switch sports, but I mean, if you're going to argue that it was a good move to move off of Wiseman for GP2, then where are you on Trey Lance? I mean, should the Niners have moved off of Trey Lance by now because they're in their Super Bowl window and they've got a quarterback who they like, who's got potential, but he might be a year away or 2 years away? Most people would say, no, you can't trade him now. Look at his value. But the Warriors essentially did the same damn thing.
No doubt.
With Wiseman, except Wiseman's gone.
It is fascinating. The Wiseman and Trey Lance comps are unbelievable. And they're not immediate creation. Steve Kerr has... not publicly, he has had these conversations sort of likening the Wiseman situation to Trey Lance. And I just here's how I'd answer it. The emotional fan in me on the 49ers side does not want Trey Lance to go anywhere. I'm still intrigued to see what happens here. And I think he probably won't because of Purdy's injury. However, you absolutely, if you keep him for week 1 and Purdy's ready to go, or Darnold wins the job, or whatever.
Right. Anybody but him.
You absolutely are headed to the exact same place where James Wiseman ended up.
Where his trade value is going down
on the dollar.
Right.
The second he's got a clipboard, week 1, his value goes down. Right now, it's kind of like Kuminga. It's like, what would happen if? But the second you tell everybody, yeah, we just did camp with him and he lost to Sam Darnold, well, now the league's like, I'm not going to do anything with that guy.
Who's handled their assets smarter? The Warriors with Wiseman getting off of him, or the Niners with Lance sticking with him?
I think the Warriors are further down the road. You know, Wiseman was there a little bit longer than Lance, and a decision has already been made. I think we're still TBD on the Lance thing.
Would you allow the players to make that call if you're the Niners? Like the Warriors may have allowed the players to make that call on Wiseman?
I think that's more organic than we're saying it. I don't think the players are like, dude, you got to get rid of this guy. I think organizations know that when you're in a championship window with championship players, you can't sell in the locker room, hey,
the future.
You guys keep playing hard, we're going to develop something around you. Rather than we're going to go with our best guy right now. That's all those players want to hear.
Right, because tomorrow is not even guaranteed for them.
So if James Wiseman is standing next to GP2 It doesn't matter that one of them was a scrap heap guy and the other one was the number 2 pick in the draft. Those players are like, we like that guy because we can win with him. We already did. We won with him once. That guy can play right now. This other guy, we don't know. That's all they want. They don't care. They don't care about the story and the politics and the money. They just want to go win.
You know, the other thing that you haven't mentioned that I thought was really interesting, as soon as, the Warriors lose, before they even lost Game 6, Cowherd was already coming out with his Wiggins and Poole for Jaylen Brown and Brogdon.
Well,
and the only
we talked a lot about it last week.
The only thing that makes me think there might be something to that is that isn't Cowherd and Draymond working for the same kind of? Couldn't he have gotten that from Draymond Green?
Maybe, but does anybody in Boston want to do that? That feels like if that trade got offered, the Warriors would run to the phone to say yes.
Yeah, but the only thing you're not factoring in there is 2 things. One, does Jaylen Brown no longer want to live in Boston?
Maybe.
He may not. He may have told them, hey, guys, guess what? I ain't never signing a long-term deal here. And I went to college at Cal, and I liked living in the Bay. And you know what? I'd like to be there, and that's where I want to sign. So that could be one thing. It's a big hypothetical. But the other thing that could be there is he's got a chronic knee. Jaylen Brown is a tremendous player, but he also has a chronic knee, and maybe if they felt like his knee was going to get worse and he was not willing to sign long term, maybe they would take Wiggins in a Poole. It's not like Wiggins and Poole is nothing. That's a pretty good little duo.
It's not nothing at all. I do think that got harder with the Celtics coming out of the series. Remember, that conversation happened. They were down 3-2, and they were on their way to Philadelphia.
Right.
And then they won 2 games.
Now all the trades are involving Sixers.
If the Celtics win a title, then what are we doing?
Right.
Are they looking to gut their roster and change it? I doubt it.
But if Jaylen says to them, hey, guess what, guys? I ain't never signing here. And there are guys that don't want to play in Boston, and then his knee thing, I think, is real. So, 2 factors right there that may make a player that looks like he's forever there. Maybe he's not forever there.
Jaylen Brown, 1 more year on his deal at $28 million and then unrestricted free agency. So he's going into the extension offseason and
won't sign an extension potentially.
Or maybe it's not going to be offered. The knee.
Right.
The scenario. He is one of those guys who probably thinks he can be an NBA 1. That's another thing.
Because that deal...
And he's not going to be when he's teammates with Jason Tatum. Now, I don't know that he would be if he's suddenly teammates with Steph Curry either, but he could be in 2 years.
That deal would be intriguing
in 2 years.
Because Brogdon, I think, is the perfect third guard for the Warriors. He could play a little 1, play a little 2.
I like him.
And Jaylen Brown, for Wiggins, they're different players, but, they play the same spot.
We have Sister Agnes on the line again.
Okay.
Major caller just about a week and a half ago on the Willard and Dibbs Experience. And she's back with us now. Willard and Kruger today. Hey, Sister Agnes, what are you doing?
Well, I'm thrilled that I get another shot here.
You are welcome here every day, Sister Agnes.
Oh, you are so good. I get home from school, and this has been therapy sessions. My students said, Sister, the Warriors lost. I said, I know, but I know what Steph Curry and his wife are doing. They're doing charitable things. So let's just pray for September to get the team together, and we'll be fine. But you guys do a great job. But getting to Larry, I stopped listening to Locked On Warriors. I still listen to you, but
okay,
because
of Cyrus,
the pushing of Kuminga. Kuminga, I don't want to lower his value, but very honestly, any athlete that runs on his toes like Kuminga is not fit for the NBA. He needs, whoever's doing the recruiting needs to get somebody like Anthony Edwards. We need to get a power person who's thinking the game. And I'll never forget a Sacramento series. Kerr put Kuminga in, and he's standing in the left-hand corner.
Yep.
And the ball goes up, and he just stood there. He had no idea where to go for a rebound. A nice kid, but we've got too many of those ones that were trying to make their name because people were praising them and lifting them up. And if you had normal development with young people today, that would be a different story. But every day, every game, somebody's either, the future Jerry West or, every game. And so I don't think it was anybody's fault that Kuminga didn't develop. I think Poole and Kuminga just have too large of an ego right now without having anything to back it up. And that's our culture. I'm not saying it's on them. But anyway, I don't like the way he runs. I think his sneakers are too tight. He runs on his toes. He just doesn't have an athletic stance.
Now, do you see why Sister Agnes is welcome on this show every day?
Tight
Sister,
sneakers.
Thank you, and tell all your students in Charlotte it's going to be okay in Warrior Land. I love that that's what they're talking about out there. But Sister Agnes, thank you. But yeah, that's a new take. I thought everything in the middle there was really interesting with regard to Kuminga and Poole. And then on the bookend, she threw in his shoes are too tight. Maybe. She might be right. I don't know. I don't know.
There's times where I felt like my shoes were too loose.
Young man runs on his toes.
He runs on his toes.
You can't be running on your toes out there like a crazy person. You do that.
He's running around on his toes, and his sneakers are too tight.
Oh, it's awesome. Maybe.
How about this? How about if Anthony Lamb didn't average 19 minutes a game for 60 some odd games? Maybe he would have been. Kuminga would have been a little bit better off.
Trying to win, but maybe not. Like, I'm always a believer in we see the games. These coaches, they see them every day, and their decisions are made for a reason. They're not trying to lose their jobs. They're not trying to do a poor job. There's a reason. It's not like they don't like Jonathan. They drafted him. There's a reason they wouldn't put him on the floor. I have a hard time believing that just because, like what? You got Kuminga-ism or something? What? Like, no, they'd put him out there if they thought he could do a good job. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, much more on this, many, many more of your phone calls. Plus, the Steve Kerr comment that apparently, Larry, you did not like, we will play that for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Wine, NASCAR, 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, can we talk about Steve Kerr and Bob Myers for a second?
Let's do it.
Let's talk about Steve Kerr and Bob Myers for a second. This is the Warriors Aftermath. It's brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. So you didn't like this, right? This is from Steve Kerr after the game.
How many road games did we win? 11. You go 11-30 on the road during the regular season. That's not what championship teams do. So it felt like all season we were desperately trying to recapture, what we had last year. And we did a pretty damn good job of finding something here over the last month. I think we won our last 5 or 6 regular season games to come back from 2-0 against a hell of a Sacramento team, and to give this Laker team the fight that we did, be in this competition. We came close to recapturing what we had, but we didn't quite get there. So in my mind, we didn't feel like a championship team all year, but we had the guts and the fortitude to still believe, and we made pretty good push. We just couldn't get there.
I think that is mostly fair. I mean, I understand why fans feel like, well, they got the okie doke here, which is that you told us all year you believed you're a championship team, and then the second you lose, you're like, we weren't a championship team. But then again, that's sort of the way the game is played in terms of in front of the media. I just hear this. I hear this about Steve Kerr and Bob Myers all the time. Now you lose in the second round. And apparently Bob Myers is actually not that good of a GM, and Steve Kerr is overrated as a head coach. It sounds eerily familiar to all of the things that were said about the guys prior to them winning last year's championship for their 4th ring. I never understand it. That's just me. You can have all your thoughts and complaints specifically about this game, or that draft pick over there. I don't like it when we get to the end of a bad season and we immediately denigrate made people. It is a stupid take to say that Bob Myers is not a good GM and Steve Kerr is not a good coach. It is in my opinion, it is a lazy, stupid take. Yes, they have missed on certain things, and we can have a healthy conversation about that. I am going to sit here and be thankful that both of them are in the role that they're in as long as they're in it.
I mean, first of all, on Kerr, I mean, take out the finals, and what is he, 19-1 in series under the
that's the first. That is the first Western Conference loss. Yes,
so 19-1. 19-1's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good. And Steve has been incredibly, competent at everything he's ever done. I mean, he was a very good college basketball player. He made an NBA career for himself. He won a ton. Now, granted, he was on the best teams, but so what? He was smart enough to be able to play his role effectively on those teams. Then, I think he was a very good announcer. He was a pretty good general manager. He's been a very good head coach. I mean, to me, he's one of the thoroughly competent individuals. As far as Bob Myers is concerned, Bob Myers is really, really likable. But what I think you're always going to get pushback on, and of course that the trade that where he turned D'Lo into Kuminga and
he essentially turned
Wiggins.
To say it a different way, he turned Kevin Durant's departure
into those two guys.
Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yeah.
But
I will listen to the people who said, he did show up and Steph and Clay were already here.
That's fair.
But he's the guy who drafted Draymond Green 35th overall, and they wouldn't have won any of these rings without that move. So as far as I'm concerned, Bob's a pretty sharp guy.
Well, and if we go back to even just before a few months ago, what would people have said about Jordan Poole with the 27th or 28th pick? I get where everybody's emotions are now with regard to Jordan Poole. There's now a story, a journey, some history, and some warts. But that's an almost
win.
It's an almost last pick of the first round who turned himself into 20 points a night and somebody who got a $130 million contract. I don't know. I always, and maybe this is a flaw for me, I think when we look at general managers in sports, we spend way too much time listing all of the picks they missed because there's none of them who don't have that list. That's the nature of the beast. Belichick,
you're not going to hit 100%.
Belichick messes up picks. Walsh messed up picks.
Yeah.
Right?
They all do.
Right? Kyle Shanahan picked Trey Lance. Yeah, he might have messed that up. Might have been a really bad trade. I really don't know yet. It might have been. And Wiseman, it might have been a bad pick. It's a hell of a day. Got a Clay torn Achilles and James Wiseman. I mean, it might go down as a really, really, really bad day in Warriors lore. I just think it's ignoring so much. Even Bob Myers' job description. How about the things that he does that aren't even in the description? What is Draymond without Bob? Keeping his head screwed on straight. What's the relationship within the organization?
Bob and Steve have surfed this. Not only that, they've kept their teams together every year. The Warriors don't fracture. Even in a year like this, where they had an obvious, a public fracture, if you want to call it that, early in the year, before the year even started, you had guys dropping each other. And yet the thing stayed together. I mean, they all moved together, or at least outwardly they stayed together. I don't know. I guess we're not privy to all the behind the scenes, so we don't know exactly what went on. But the NBA, it's volatile. There's a lot of personalities. There's a lot of type A personalities on your scouting staff, your coaching staff, your front office staff, your owner's staff, your roster. I mean, there's a ton of egos to balance, and I think Steve and Bob have balanced them near expertly. So to say that they should be gone, I don't know that anybody who's credible is making that claim.
Or even a little bit less than that. I just think there's too much they're overrated. You can hate like little things that happen in this series or this season, and what you've said about Kuminga and Moody and that's fine. I'm not telling you that they're above criticism. I just don't like it when people come over the top right when the season ends. They're overrated.
Yeah.
Don't denigrate what already happened. You want to talk about now? You didn't like something? Let's do it. But stop with, they were never any good to begin with. Like come on.
This is where people get too one way or another. Oh my God, they paraded down Market Street. They had a parade. They won a championship. Bob Myers invented the game, and Steve Kerr's Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson, and Pat Riley all rolled into one. And was that true? No. So there's that overreaction when they win, and then you've got the ugly overreaction when they lost, which is the Emperor has no clothes. Yeah. The Emperor has no clothes.
It actually wasn't that good to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And,
all right.
But I am in that camp that believes that if you can take the praise in the parade down Market Street, then you can handle the criticism.
No doubt.
And it's fair. It's warranted and it's fair.
No doubt. And I think that in a general sense. I don't necessarily agree with the specifics of Kuminga and Wiseman development or lack thereof this year. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara real quick. Hey, Mike, you're on with Willard, Larry Krueger. What are you doing?
Not much, man. I'm actually just driving to go get some mulch for our new house and everything.
Oh, there you go.
Look at you, a little do-it-yourself for action.
Look at you. Huh? You're not too busy for a little mulch.
Exactly, boys. Hey, look, all I was trying to call about was, look, the big three, I mean, I don't think that they're going to be able to stay together. If there was anyone that had to go, I'm actually willing to, and if you want to put it towards a trade, is Jordan Poole and Draymond, if not Klay Thompson. But what I'm trying to get to is we've always needed a big man, and I think the perfect big man for us is going to be Bam Adebayo. But again, I know that they're going through the playoffs right now, but he's like the perfect big man that we need to go with. And however we need to make it work, that's who we need to get and just work around him and Steph and Kuminga. So I'll let you guys go with that, but that's just my thoughts.
All right, Mike. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's dive into the Warriors' lack of size and maybe some names that they could play with this offseason. We'll do that coming up next. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Larry Krueger's in for dibs. Your phone calls continuing all afternoon. Reaction to the end of the Warriors season, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Kruger's in for Dibs. We are wide open. We're not booking any people. We don't need anybody to come on and be like, yeah, so Draymond, maybe an extension. We know. We just want to hear it from you. We wanted to get our thoughts out. Let's do that. All the way up until 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. So 888-957-9570 is the number, and the Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. It's interesting. I always think sometimes teams that fall short are prone to overreacting to the team that knocked them out. So right now, a big thought this offseason is going to be, Warriors got to get bigger. They got to get bigger. They weren't big last year. So
they were bigger. They had Otto Porter and Bjelica.
Yeah, Bjelica didn't play a big role, and let's not act like he played big either. Like, he was a guy who sat out on the three-point line. Yes, Otto Porter was a nice fit for the Warriors last year.
Big rebounder, 45% three-point shooter, veteran.
But not like he's a 7-footer presence in there. If we had Otto Porter on the team, are you looking like, well, now Anthony Davis is not a problem? Now Anthony Davis still be a problem. So I wonder. We'll see how this one ends up, but do you want to tailor your team to be able to handle the Lakers? Is that really what you want to do going forward? Or do you want to wait and see how the season plays out? Maybe Denver is the team to beat. Or do you fight fire with rain? You know, I mean, do you get more athletic, which I think is something that the Warriors could really benefit from? Have more players a la Andrew Wiggins who can not necessarily be a big guy, but take the ball inside and handle that contact like you're talking about and be more of a free throw line team, because they got doubled up at the line by the Lakers.
Lakers in the four losses that the Warriors had in this series, the Lakers were plus 79
That's so
at the free throw line. 79 more free throw attempts than the Warriors in the 4 losses. So that the one thing I think Golden State's got to do is, they love their pace and space, right? They love to get up and down, and they space the floor. To me, one of the things that you got to have if you're really going to space the floor is you have to have a lob threat. You have Draymond Green, who's as good as there is as throwing the lob. Get a lob threat. Where's your JaVale McGee? James Wiseman was supposed to be that lob threat. I was hoping that even after Wiseman was moved, that maybe Kuminga would be that lob threat. You have to, against a team that has a lob threat and as many good 3-point shooters as the Warriors do. That's a ton of space that you have to cover. But if you don't have to honor the lob threat, then you can do what teams did to the Warriors in these playoffs, which is extend the defense out to 27 feet and make them run pick and rolls. They're basically at, the equivalent of the SFO long distance parking away from the terminal. You know what I mean? That's how far out they were doing their pick and rolls. And to me, that's having a lob threat and then having 3-point shooters. That's fine. But it also puts an impetus on the importance of the guys who do put it on the deck and go to the line and get inside the lane, points in the paint and free throws and, getting the easy buckets and having some balance. DiVincenzo and Poole were their drivers, and DiVincenzo, neither of them got to the rim with any regularity in the playoffs. Poole just stopped driving altogether. So they got to find somebody else.
Wiggins is too, for sure. Yeah, Wiggins is too. But there's no doubt you could use more of that. It's funny. I feel like, and life is always so cyclical. Remember when the Warriors, the last time that they had their big 3 available and they lost in the playoffs, got to go all the way back to either, obviously, the Toronto series or the Cleveland series, the 2 times they lost in the NBA Finals. So go back to when they blow the 3-1 lead against Cleveland. And what does everybody come out of that series with? Like, man, gosh, they're too reliant on shooting. And so what they need is somebody who, when the shot clock wears down, you need somebody who you can just give the ball and they can create their own shot and get a better look. Oh, how about Kevin Durant? And I feel like this group sort of feels the same way. I'm not saying go get Kevin Durant. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is we're right back to the same spot, which is you played a team that consistently got higher percentage looks because A, they're bigger, and B, they have at least two people, maybe even D'Angelo Russell at times to a degree where you're like, here, take the ball, and in a one-on-one scenario, you can get yourself a high percentage look. The Warriors don't have a whole lot of that. It's Wiggins when he's activated and healthy. It's Steph, although it was neutralized at times in this series because of the size down low. They need more of that. I mean, we've been saying this name for a year and a half. Anunoby from Toronto would be unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I'd have to do all the salary stuff, and I haven't, but Poole and Kuminga, if you could turn both of them into Anunoby, I would do that right now. He is perfect for this team.
Yeah, no, I like him too. My whole thing too is that my biggest fear going into Game 6, and you and I didn't talk before Game 6, but I was saying this on my YouTube show. I can't stand watching Klay Thompson hit the front rim repeatedly when it was so obvious that he was rushing threes, taking deep threes, and to me it was like I realized he had an awesome year, bounce back year, 300 plus 3-pointers made, led the league. He had 2 games with 12 made threes, the most of all time. I understand he's known for his 3-point shot, but how many times can you hit the front rim before you decide to settle in the mid range? I mean, Kevin Durant could shoot threes, but Kevin Durant, when he absolutely had to have a bucket in so many of those years, he would settle for the high percentage too and rise above you and knock it down. And I just think that I wanted to see a few more high percentage shoulders squared twos from Klay Thompson. Instead, I kind of felt like he was hunting Game 6 Klay ghosts, and he shot them out of it in Game 6.
I think it's hard for players to stop doing what they do. And I know that's, the Warriors are sitting here going, look, you got to live and die with what Steph and Klay do. And if they do poorly in a specific series, you're going to lose, and you can live with that. I think we got to wait and get more evidence next year on the offensive end with regard to whether Klay is actually in steep decline or not. I know we all think that because our last image was horrible, but he wasn't. He didn't have a horrible year.
No, he had a good year.
He had two months ago. He like player of the month.
But he looked fatigued in the playoffs.
Maybe.
And how many times did he hit the front rim in the last
few times? He didn't hit the rim at all.
He missed the rim altogether. But I mean, you're talking about.
I've never seen him shoot like that. I've never seen Klay Thompson have a shooting game like that. That was the worst shooting game I've ever seen him have. When you factor in the openness of the looks and how poorly he was missing them, for my money, that was the worst I've ever seen Klay Thompson play in my life.
I know. And it made me sit there and go, well, wait a second. When has Klay looked good at times? Well, he's still very, to me, him in the mid-range that's a very high percentage look. That's a very high percentage look. I would have been happier if he had taken a few less heat check threes and a few more shoulder squared mid-range Sean Livingston type, jumpers. Those I thought were invaluable. Livingston was an invaluable guy when you had to have a bucket, and I thought Klay could have filled that role, but he just seemed like he was trying to dial it back to yesteryear Klay, and it wasn't there.
I don't know.
But he was forcing it.
Yeah, I don't know if he can drive and pull up on people the way Livingston used to in the mid-range, but I'm glad
Can he back anybody on the block and do it?
Sometimes he likes to do that in the corner. He likes that fadeaway in the corner for sure. But I'm glad you bring up Livingston because he's a great example of exactly what I'm talking about when I say that the Warriors, you may think they're old. They're about to get older. Sean Livingston is a perfect example of the kind of player the Warriors want and need coming off the bench.
It's the kind of player they had.
Exactly. He's experienced. He is smart. He made good decisions on the floor. He was a calming force. Think of that phrase.
When you had to have two, he could give you two.
Calming force. What's Jordan Poole? The opposite of a calming force. Okay? When you bring guys off the bench who are 20 and 21 and 22 and 23, And you put the other thing that's good about Moses Moody is he doesn't have to make a whole lot of decisions. He's an athletic guy, but it's like, dude, you're in the corner. There's the shot. Shoot it. But Jordan Poole has got the ball at half court, and he's got to set the whole thing up and decide, are we going? Are we staying? Am I distributing? Am I shooting? And I don't think he's there yet as far as doing a good job of making those decisions. I look around the playoffs, and I'm looking for guys who have not turned 25 yet, who are given that kind of responsibility and doing it well. And it doesn't happen. R.J. Barrett flamed out for the Knicks. Maxey was actually really good for the Sixers, but they're out. Look at the teams who are still playing. They're centerpieces. They've either been there before, or you're talking about centerpieces who have at least had deep runs. Tatum and Brown were just there last year. Jimmy Butler, LeBron, AD, Jokic. Like, what have these people not seen? And the people even around them are not 20. That's why I think there's just too much discussion about Jonathan Kuminga. I don't see it.
Look at Cleveland. They've got a great young core. Are they still alive?
Look what happened.
They're at home.
They tanked at home
right
in round one.
So, I mean, it's...
Youth doesn't play in the playoffs.
There always used to be this gradual, you make it to the semis, then you make it to the conference finals, and there was that kind of gradual thing. Now, the Warriors were able to accelerate that, but it's still, you don't get it done. You don't get a guy in the lottery and suddenly, that guy's in the finals. It just rarely, if ever, happens. There's a process. It takes a while. I agree. They're going to have to find a way to get a little bit more mature, veteran-type players, but without getting older players. They have to be guys in their prime. They got to replace some of their babies with some of their guys in their prime, or this idea that they're going to win more titles with this group is probably just fool's gold, right? I mean, they're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to tell Baldwin and these young guys, hey, you know what? Next year, I want you to play like you're 27. You can't do that. It just doesn't work that way.
By the way, I'm looking at Toronto Raptors salaries. Anunoby only makes 18.6 next year. So they would need to have added salary to even do a swap for Jordan Poole with the salary that he's about to make. You know who's on Toronto who has a player option who I bet the Raptors are not happy with?
Who's that?
Otto Porter.
Who didn't play very much this year.
Didn't play barely at all.
Yeah.
He has a $6.3 million player option for next year, and I bet he's going to take it, and I bet the Raptors would love to get him off the roster.
Yeah, I'd take him back. I'd absolutely take him back. He can rebound. He can shoot the three. I mean, seriously, you got to have guys who rebound. You got to have guys who can play minutes, meaningful minutes, and know how to play.
And he's still only 29, by the way. Still even turned 30
he
years
came
old.
out of Georgetown. He was a baby.
Yeah. Peter in Philly. You're on with Willard and Larry Kruger, who's in for Dibs. Hey, Peter, what are you doing?
I'm driving. I'm trying to talk while I'm driving. Anyway, I'm going to say a couple kind words about Poole. Last year, there was a guy named Jordan Poole that could play. And then something happened in the locker room, and suddenly he's lost his confidence. He's trying to be, five guys. And what Larry just said about Clay, same thing should apply to Jordan. Jordan can hit a 15-foot mid-range shot all day long, and they should tell him to take it. Somebody needs to pull him aside, and maybe GP2 can tell him how to play defense. But I think his confidence got shaken when he got punched in the locker room, and I think he's still the guy that played last year. He just he got shaken up. So maybe somebody can pull him under their wing and tell him, look, take a mid-range shot. If he's the best foul shooter in the league, he can certainly shoot a mid-range shot. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, Peter, I think it's a good take. Here's my issue with this whole situation. Because Gilbert Arenas said something like this recently on a podcast. He was like, Jordan Poole's problem is that he won't take what's there. He won't just when the three-pointer's there, dude, just shoot it.
You don't get 5 extra points for degree of difficulty.
Seriously, stop flying. I mean, the one that crystallized it for me, some of you will remember this, and I can't remember if it was game 2, game 3. I'm trying to remember. I think it was game 3, the game in L.A. It was game 3 where the Warriors got raced out of the building, game 3 in L.A. Jordan Poole, at one point in the second half, I think third quarter, the ball gets rotated and he gets it in the corner, and he's by himself. He's absolutely by himself, but he doesn't shoot the three. He sees a lane to the basket. He says, I'm going to go get two. Here's the problem. The one person who had access to get to the hoop in time to meet him was somebody by the name of LeBron James. Jordan Poole takes 2 dribbles, 2 big steps, and skies for the hoop. LeBron James took the ball out of his hands before he had even taken flight. It was so candy from a baby moment. And it's like, Jordan, what are you doing? Why are you taking the ball at LeBron James at your size when you have a wide open corner 3? And so here's my issue with Poole. People, Peter, one of them, says, why don't you just pull him aside and explain to him about the mid-range game? Do we all think that they haven't done that? We are seemingly under the impression that it hasn't occurred to the Warriors that they should say something to Jordan. We're under the impression that Draymond Green walks off the court in the middle of games. Steph Curry hucks mouthpieces across the floor. Klay Thompson throws his hands up in the air in disgust, all because Jordan won't do what they haven't even told him to do. My problem with Jordan Poole is he feels very much like someone who is told what to do and won't do it. That's what he looks like to me. He looks like a teenager. Clean your room. No.
No, you know what it is?
Brush your teeth. No. Take a shower. No. He won't do it. And that's why they're exasperated.
Everybody needs to do what they're good at doing. Right?
Yep.
Okay? You don't say, Kevon Looney, shoot threes, but do you need 3 shot? Yes. But you don't want him shot by Kevon. Why? Because he's not good at it. Jordan Poole took 28 threes in the Lakers series. 28 threes.
How many went in? What do we get?
He made, in the series, 7. He was 7 of 28.
I watch football. That's 25%.
Guess what he shot? Guess how many free throws a guy who's shooting 94% from the foul line?
Well, no, that's last year's stats. Or is that the playoff stats?
Well, no, I was just saying.
He was about 88 this year. But anyway.
He's basically a 90% foul shooter. He's one of
he
the
led
NBA's.
the league last year.
Yeah.
He was worse this year. I don't know why.
He's one of the best free throw shooters in all of the NBA. He shot 4 free throws in 6 games.
No way.
4.
Is that true?
4 free throws.
Good Lord.
Game 6, shot 1, none in Game 5, none in Game 4, 2 in Game 3, none in Game 2, 1 in Game 1. He shot 4 free throws, and he's a 90% foul shooter, and he took 28 threes, and he ain't Steph Curry, and he thinks he's Steph Curry. And some of those 28 were deep Steph Curry heat check type threes. Yep. So Jordan Poole stopped doing what he's good at and started doing what he's not good at. And if all you can do is if Jordan Poole's telling us through his play that this is how he wants to play, then he's got to be elsewhere, because he needs to be driving the lane and going to the line. In a 6-game series, I would say he's got to shoot at least 20 free throws. Well, at least.
For me, what you're saying right now is
he shot 4.
This is the issue. But it's not just, hey, drive and get free throws. The issue is when the Warriors continually tell you, and it was a parade to the microphone, we're not a championship team. We maxed out. We're not a champion. We're champions, but we're not a championship team. The parade of saying that, to me, that's who they're talking about. And I don't just mean Jordan. I mean the whole scene of the young group. If you're not a championship team, my question would be why? And my guess as to the answer would be we have too many players who we've tried to show the championship way who haven't picked it up. That's why James Wiseman plays for the Pistons. That's why Jordan Poole keeps making everybody so upset. That's why Jonathan Kuminga is sulking on the bench during the playoffs, because they haven't picked it up. And for me, I think this is where you and I have a mild different way of looking at it, which is I hear all year long, why haven't you developed them? I say they haven't developed. There's 2 different things. I think the Warriors have done plenty in terms of effort in trying to develop these young players. And they haven't. They haven't developed. The light bulb has not gone on. They don't get it. And that's why they need new players.
Okay, but, I mean, to me, the Lamb minutes that you could have given to Moody and watching the way Moody surfaced in April and May makes me say that those minutes that you gave to Lamb instead of Moody were wasted minutes.
Maybe.
And you did have a lot of coaches on your staff that were there for development, and yet who would you say developed?
Let me ask you this. I'm going to answer your question with a question. Would Casey Schmidt have gone 8 for his first 11 if he had come up on opening day?
I believe he would have.
Maybe. And this is why it's tough. I will never know. There's no way to know. What I do know, though, is that seasoning is there in sports for a reason. So I can't say that Moses Moody would have looked like this if you'd played him in January. I don't know what was going on then. They felt no. And maybe he played well in the playoffs because he sat. That's an equally big possibility.
Yeah, I mean, but that's just giving the coaching staff too free of a pass. That's too free of a pass.
It's not a free pass.
It really is, because you're basically saying that it's all on the player, and it has nothing to do with the minutes that the coaching staff doles out to the player. It's all about the players getting exactly the number of minutes that the player deserves at all times. The coaching staff never makes a mistake.
No, of course they make a mistake, but my point would be this, I guess. If we've watched Warrior basketball for 10 years, and here comes guys who've only been here for 2 years, and they haven't achieved anything in the NBA, and something's not going right, what do I think is more likely to be the problem? The system that's been working for 10 years, or the new guys not picking it up? I can't definitively answer the question, but yes, I'm going to lean in the direction that the Warriors system works, and some players get it. Sean Livingston, some players don't. Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay,
James
but
Wiseman.
I think where I would be critical of Kerr and the coaching staff, and I think the world of Steve, and I think he's as good a coach as there is in the league, and maybe as good a coach as the league's ever seen. I think that highly of Kerr. So, but I just, to me, it's like, is he the reason that these players didn't play? I mean, yeah, they kind of, they show you what they've got, but then also you have to give them opportunities. Did you put them in the best positions to succeed? I don't know. I don't know that they did. I get this feeling that Moses Moody probably could have played more effectively if he had been given more minutes earlier in the year. And the fact of the matter is he didn't get those minutes. And so how much of that was on him? How much of that was on them? It's difficult to say.
Something was wrong at the beginning of the year. Because remember how good he was in the playoffs last year. We came into this season going, Moody's going to, right? Like, bye-bye Damian Lee. That's going to be Moody now. Moody's going to have a role. And then he looked like his confidence was shot. So I'm not doing free pass. I'm not saying definitively. I'm just saying that when somebody finally starts playing well, maybe it's because they didn't have opportunity. Maybe it's because they had a chance to sit down and watch, and a light bulb went on, as opposed to, hey, it would have looked like that the whole time if you had played him. They did play him at the beginning of the year, and it didn't look the same.
No.
So...
And you mentioned Damian Lee. I know we got to run, but Damian Lee, I thought, was a guy that I don't understand why they didn't bring Damian Lee back. I thought his value, what it cost, and his value to the team, I thought he should have been on this team this year.
He was bad in the playoffs last year. Here's why Moody came in.
No, I know.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Plenty more of your phone calls, and man, we got to start breaking down the specific things that Draymond Green said after the game on Friday night. We'll have some of those comments for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you ever had an unwelcome pest in your home? Not fun. Atco Pest Control has been proud to provide...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. That is the damn number in the Warriors Aftermath. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Take a listen, and then we're going to your phone calls. We want to get to as many of you as possible. But check this out. Again, we already had Steve Kerr. You didn't like it when he says it's not a championship team. We're maxed out. All right. Here's Draymond. Asked if the team was maxed out on what they could do.
I think this group definitely maxed out what we could do. It wasn't a championship team. We didn't win it. So, sucks. But that's our reality. That doesn't mean our core changes. That doesn't mean our core can't do it again. They said we couldn't do it again last year. We did it. They said we missed the playoffs this year. We did it. But guess what? We don't do moral victory, so we lost. And this was not a championship group as it stands. But we have champions, and we're made up of champions. And when you are a champion, when you have that mindset, you just go back to the drawing board, retool, refigure it out, and go do it again. And that's what'll be our focus. But it wasn't a championship group. As we can see, we're sitting here and the season's over. So we'll figure it out. This group was maxed. We got what we could get out of it. But this thing isn't maxed. And so we'll get more out of that.
This thing is not maxed.
It's both brilliant and maddening at the same time, I know, for fans. Because you're like, wait a minute. This thing is maxed, but this thing is not maxed. And we are champions, but we are not champions. It's like, wait a minute. What? But it's in an odd way, I get what he's saying.
This is part of the problem. You don't sit there and be like, yeah, hey, man, this radio station's doing great. And then
it is, by the way.
Just name like two guys. It's like, hey, man, we're doing great. I don't know about those guys.
Yeah.
You notice that, like, when Matt has a meeting, he doesn't have like a meeting with like 60% of the station, and then like 40% of the station just finds out later, right? It's like, you guys really matter. These other guys are on the team, but they don't really matter that much.
I mean,
I don't think that's a good management style.
It's not a good management style, but I find there to be messaging in this. And I actually think what they did was pretty smart for a number of reasons. I think we're all taking it as this authentic, like, that's just how they answered it. I think they came to the podium with those answers. This is the Golden State Warriors. They know what they're going to say before they say it. They know what you're about to ask them, and they've got their answers prepared. And it does become a little bit of a catch-all when you say, this is not a championship team. It sort of sets the expectation for what's going to happen next. If you're Steph, Clay, and Dre, you don't need to convince everyone that you're a champion. You already are. So we know that. That's established. It's their way of managing the expectation of the aftermath, but also letting you know there are intricacies to this roster that don't work, and we're about to go fix them. So when you 1-2 punch with they are working on an extension for Draymond, he says he wants to be a Warrior for life, ride or die, and, oh, by the way, it's not a championship roster. They're signaling to you what they're about to do. They're telling you what the problem is. We've all done it all year long. What's the problem? They're telling you.
Yeah, but it's a little too over the top of absolving the guys who have the rings of any blame. It's not, you guys are still awesome, man. You guys are still champions. We're not champions because of these other guys over here who are not they're not even in your ballpark. They're not even, and that's just kind of garbage.
Played though, like
I know, but it's not really true.
But did you listen to Embiid last night? Now, I thought you want to talk about people who do not like the internet because things get cut and packaged a certain way. I thought Embiid got sold down the damn river by the entire media last night because he was made to look like a big old jerk for just being like, well, I'm amazing and my teammates stink, which is not what he said at all if you listen to the entire press conference. That said, part of the reason everybody reacted so poorly is because he's never won. It's because he's never won. Watch what happens when Giannis comes up. It's not a failure. And everyone's like, well, we kind of want to call it a failure, but you're Giannis and you've won, so them's the rules, man. You know how it works. If you've got rings on your fingers, you get to say stuff like this.
I hear you, but it's to me, this is part of the problem with the Warriors is that they have Kuminga makes a mistake, 5-alarm fire. Klay Thompson makes the same mistake, no big deal, bro. You can't have two standards for your team that's that dramatic and have great chemistry. I don't think there was great chemistry on the Warriors as the season went on. I don't know. I didn't sense great chemistry on their bench from their coaches or from their players. I sensed two different groups. I sensed the group that's won, that is given every excuse and everything they want. They basically, hey, Andre did absolutely jack, and you know, who cares? He's so key to our valuable development and this and that. But oh, your players didn't develop. It doesn't matter. Andre's still awesome. Klay shot you out of it in Game 6. It doesn't matter. Klay's awesome. Look at the regular season he had. We love Klay. All right, but he shot 3 of 19 and shot you out of it in Game 6 and really, you know, was hunting bad shots. It doesn't matter. He's Klay. Klay can be Klay. Steph can be Steph. Draymond can be Draymond. Andre can be Andre. But, man, Kuminga has a bad 2-minute run. Sit the hell down. You know, if you're a young guy and you're not wearing rings, suddenly there's different standards. I point this out because these were the field goal. This is the second round stats. Field goal percentage. Steph Curry shot 43.9%. And Steph was awesome, but the rest of the team let him down. Oh, really? The rest of the team shot 44.2%.
What's the assist total, though?
Okay, but that was on field goal percentage.
Okay.
On 3-point percentage, Steph in the Lakers series shot 34%. Oh, but he carried them. The rest of the team shot 36%. So I'm just saying, it's like, yeah,
it wasn't a great series for Steph, but you are leaving some out because his assist totals were very, very high,
right?
Because of the way they tried to approach and adjust the offense to the Lakers' size.
But my point is just that you're a team. You win and lose as a team, and to me, this team was never a team. They were two teams. They were the team that's won it, that is going to be given all kinds of second and third and fourth chances, and excuses will be created if they fail. And then you got the youngsters who you haven't accomplished jack. And wait a second, you have 3 bad minutes, Kuminga? Sit the hell down. You're not playing anymore. I don't care if you were playing 32 minutes a game and we were winning with you. You don't. This is a new level and you can't reach it, so you're banished. And I personally, I didn't think the 49ers, I didn't think the Warriors had the ability to. They weren't deep enough or good enough to banish Jonathan Kuminga and still win. So they banished him. He did nothing, and they lost.
Right, but what leads to the banishment? Like, do you want to know what, for me, this is, when I walk away from the season, this is a massive key, okay? Poole, Kuminga, and Moody. Like, Wiseman got traded, so it ends up not mattering. But Poole, Kuminga, and Moody all ended up at different times this year being frustrated with their role. True or false?
Yeah.
Okay. How did each of them react to that? That's the key. Moses Moody went public and went, look, I left Arkansas so that I could learn here in the NBA, and I had some things to learn. And then the playoffs came, shot upward. Kuminga and Poole, what do? Kuminga sulks. Poole shoves Draymond's arms off of him. Get out of my way. His body language is getting called out by Stan Van Gundy in a national broadcast. To me, adversity.
Poole pouted.
Yes, your success in life is all about how you approach adversity. Who are you in those moments? Moses Moody shined. Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole pouted. One of them got better in the playoffs. The other two got worse. I don't think that that's a very hard mathematical equation. So, did the Warriors make mistakes in the development? Should they have done this, that, or the other? Maybe. But when you get that lemon, are you going to make lemonade or are you going to pout? I give Moody a ton of credit. he gets credit for how he handled the adversity. Poole and Kuminga don't. So, yeah, maybe the team made some mistakes. But Poole and Kuminga probably could have turned the tables back in their direction if they knew how to react to the adversity that they were facing.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. I don't know how they brought Jonathan along, and I don't know what was communicated to him. To me, it's just unbelievable that a guy who's 6'9", with his physical gifts, could not, and when it was so obvious they needed help on the glass, and they couldn't say to him, Jonathan, we don't care if you score, we don't care if you shoot, we don't care if you finish. We don't care about anything other than rebound.
I think they did say it to him.
Why do you think that?
Because he is literally was asked after the game on Friday night, what do you need to do better? And he said, I need to mimic my game after Kevon Looney and start rebounding better. He didn't come up with that on his own.
Okay, but where was that? We had no indication of that. There was no indication of that.
Because he's standing there watching balls bounce his way and watching the other team go get him.
I mean,
I don't know what
I don't know what was said to him or not said to him, but I will say this: he was on the weak side at least 2 or 3 times in these playoffs. The ball went up on the other side of the floor. He's literally got no bodies between him and the rim. And he made no movement to rebound.
I'm gonna blame
that.
I'm blaming the player.
Is that the player? Is that the player, or was that not emphasized?
Bro, I never played past high school, and my nickname was Floorburn. You didn't need to tell me to go get the ball. Go get the ball. This is Kuminga in his exit interview after the season ended, and he was asked, "What's the team's message to you?" I'll play it after I let you know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Have you had your exit interview meeting with the organization at this point?
I literally just had a couple minutes ago.
What message did I guess the organization have for you in that meeting?
They're just happy with the way I have grew. Pretty much just they want me to keep adding on what I did this year, keep learning the game, and just growing more, figuring out how I could impact even way more on winning. And I think that's what's been my goal, to just figure out I could impact and on winning.
I mean, they're talking to him about all the stuff that you don't see. We all know he can fly and that he needs to work on his shot, but it's there, kind of, sometimes. We know what Kuminga can do.
I mean, they should have emphasized his rebounding throughout, but we got nothing out of that said it was.
No, he's after the game. We don't have it in front of me, but after the game, and I'll read them to you if we don't have the actual sound, he literally said rebounding.
But that came out of his exit interview. I gotta think they said that to him.
That was the exit interview. The other one was right after the game on Friday night. He said, I need to rebound better.
Yeah.
I want to pattern my game after Kevon Looney.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely does need to rebound better. I mean, it's just not. If you say that rebound is a natural instinct, it's an instinct that right now he doesn't have.
Yeah. All right, let's get to a lot of you. 888-957-9570. Ray in the East Bay. Kruger's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, Ray, what are you doing?
Hey, hi, Kruger. Hey, that guy. Well, I just wanted to say, listening to what you guys just said, I got a couple things. I'll be real quick. First of all, I don't think you owe young players anything. Whatever the reason why they didn't play him, you don't play. You sit there, you learn, you soak it all up. You weren't, unless it's an all-young team like Detroit or something like that. But a team with vets, you sit down and you wait your turn, and if you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. Put your big boy pants on and show up to practice. The second thing I wanted to say was I think Jordan Poole is baby Westbrook. I don't think he thinks the game. I think he's just got explosiveness. He's got all this ability, but he doesn't have the mind for it. I don't.
Oh, we lost you a little bit, Ray, which is too bad because I actually liked a lot of what he was saying. There's 2 points that come out of there.
The Westbrook part, the comparison. Yeah, he can beat anybody off the dribble.
Young players, are you owed anything? No. In fact, I think this has been a recurring theme all year long about who's owed what in sports. It's like the answer is almost always nothing, right? Like this goes back to a long debate we had over the whole Carlos Correa thing. Do the Giants owe their fans an explanation? We got to stop with this whole you owe me, they're owed this. They're not owed anything. You got to earn your way onto the floor. And is Jordan Poole and Westbrook a good comp in that they're wildly fast and talented, but sometimes have no clue what the right thing to do is in the right scenario? Yeah, I think it's kind of a good comp.
I think the Westbrook thing's a great comp. I see a lot of similarities. But as far as young players are owed nothing, well, okay, but you make it seem, and the caller makes it seem like, and if they don't do anything, so what? It's on them. When you put together a 12-man roster with 7 guys 22 or younger, you kind of made your bed, and you're going to have to lie in it.
Well, I think that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, so if you either was a mistake to put together that roster, or it was a mistake to have this kind of philosophy of like, we'll just let them fend for themselves. But you can't have that many babies on a roster and really have, high expectations of what you're supposed to get done. Or if you can't, and you can't just be of that mindset of like, hey man, it's on them. No. You put so many young, really, really, really young players on your roster that you kind of made it about you, because there's no way you could get to where you wanted to go if you didn't bring them along. So you can't just be like, hey, they're not brought along, so be it. Guess what?
That's not where I'm at. It's not that it's on them, but at a certain point, they've got to start. The light bulb's got to go. If they give you all the development tools and you still firing 3-point shots with 15 seconds left on the timer when you're up by 10 with 3 minutes to go, and you don't understand, like you can't click in and be like, oh, that's not what we should be doing right now as a team. Like Jordan Poole is not brand new. He's been out here playing for 3 years on the Warriors. At a certain point, it does become your responsibility. I'm not saying the team doesn't have to develop them and they're just like, whatever. These are their assets. I think they're trying to develop them. I think that things were not progressing as quickly as they hoped. It's the exact same conversation. I know we keep going back to him. I think of Trey Lance a lot when it comes to this. What do the Niners owe Trey Lance this year? What do they owe him?
That's a great question. I don't know that they owe him anything other than just to keep bringing him along, keep spending the time with him off the field, to watch film so that when he's on the field, he knows, what the offensive coordinator and Shanahan want from him, and what's important to them. I mean, you just have to keep the dialogue going, and you got to bring everybody along. I mean, one of the reasons I love Steve Kerr is that Steve Kerr was a bench player, and he understood the value of what Phil Jackson did, which was bring the entire group along. And if there would be one thing I would say to Steve is like, I don't think you did that this year, Steve. I don't think you brought the entire team along. I think you brought the entire team along your entire coaching career until this point. I think this year it was pretty clear that you didn't bring Wiseman or Moody or Kuminga along, and you invented guys that you played over them, and then those guys you couldn't lean on Lamb or Jerome, and then you couldn't lean on Kuminga, Moody, or Wiseman.
Well, and Jerome wasn't even on the roster. But I would also say, if what you're saying is true, this is probably, actually definitely, the first time in Steve Kerr's career as a player or a coach where there was a reliance on so many people who were 23 or younger. That never happened with the Bulls.
And he pushed back on it. He pushed back. He had an opportunity to play Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, for that matter, bigger minutes, and he pushed back in the name of, we need to win games in the regular season. They qualified for the playoffs, but since they didn't bring those young players along, they had nothing to show for it come playoff time.
Well, and by the way, on the Lance thing real quick, to his credit, as far as we can tell, I think he is reacting like Moses Moody. I think Trey Lance is reacting like Moses Moody.
Right, because he's wired that way.
Yes,
he's a worker.
Which means if the world turns his way, and it might, for a variety of reasons, then I have every belief that he will be the better version of himself when it does.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to turn his way. We'll find out, and I don't know if that's good enough, but he's doing all of the right things with him. I don't see any pouting with Trey, and if anybody on all the names we've brought up of the young players in the Bay right now, if anybody had a right to pout, it would be him. They traded the world for him at number 3 overall. And he hadn't even got a chance, nowhere near the chance that a lot of these Warriors have.
Well, I mean, if he had been healthy all last year and they'd gone to Purdy and didn't play him, then he probably would have had a beef, right?
And I would imagine, I just
if he
think
was
you
playing
gotta,
well.
You got to play well first.
Yeah.
You know, Jonathan, you got to play well first. Right?
Yeah. I mean, there's no question. You have to play and you have to contribute, and how you got to be a professional too. You can't just pout, and you can't just, sit there in the corner and be like, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting what I want out of this. So I'm going to shut down. And maybe there was some of that, but also, you know what? You got to know who your players are and what motivates them and what, lights their fire. And you went into this season, a pivotal year in Steph Curry's championship window, in which it's closing clearly. We don't know how many years he's got. And you devoted this entire season, and you put, behind guys like Wiseman and Kuminga, and yet their maturity didn't match. And so now you wound up essentially wasting this year of Steph's championship window, hoping that these guys would mature.
I'm getting all the feels from this next caller because it's Joe in San Jose, and I went to San Jose on Saturday night to watch Joe Coy, who is one of our favorite stand-up comedians. Me and the lovely Christy, thank you.
Nice.
For the folks that we ran into down there at SAP. My gosh, this is one of the best shows
really
I think I've ever seen. Holy smokes, he's fantastic. And just, what I loved about him.
How do you spell the last name?
K-O-Y. Joe Coy.
Joe Coy.
J-O-K-O-Y. Joe Coy.
I gotta look him up.
Man's selling out arenas. You gotta have at least heard of him.
Seriously.
This man's selling out arenas, okay? Total sellout. But gosh, what a fun show. And there's something I can relate to Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga to the Joe Coy show. Part of what the show made the show so great, Joe's funny, right? We know that. And we were gonna laugh, and all those things happen. But you know what that guy does in his shows? Holy hell, he gives it his all. I mean, it was 2 hours. And then when the 2 hours were over, he stayed there and he's signing autographs. And it was one of these, I am going to pour everything I have out onto this stage and take you on a ride till 10:30 at night to where nobody will leave this building. It was one of those types of vibes. That's all you want to see when you go to the show. And that's what the Warriors are. Don't pout. Don't just sit over on the bench and pout. Which, by the way, 3 days after you wouldn't go get a rebound in the playoffs, give it everything. Moses, when Moody plays, I got the Joe Coy vibes. He's giving it everything he's got. Gary Payton II, Looney. You're giving it everything they got. That's all anybody wants to see.
Yeah.
That's all anyone can ask for.
You got to play the post. Especially in the playoffs, you got to play with some urgency. And that's probably what Steve saw right away. Because Steve did not give Jonathan any run, really. I mean, no run. He got a little run against Sacramento, and then all of a sudden it was like, no, we ain't playing him.
Yeah. All right. And now I set up Joe in San Jose, and we got to go. But, Joe, just stay right there. And the rest of you as well. All the phones coming up, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? You want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting. Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, that's text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. Krug is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Warriors' season is over. Is the dynasty over with it? Now,
the show.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, not today, because Larry's in for Dibs. Damn it, Joe in San Jose left. Come on, Joe.
That big buildup, and that's it?
I thought maybe it was him. I thought maybe he, I thought he listened to the show, and that was the last performance of his tour. And so maybe he was like, look, I got some Warriors takes. I've been looking to break off, been a little busy lately. And he was going to come our way, but apparently that was a different Joe in San Jose, and he left.
Come on back.
So, yeah, Joe, you're welcome here anytime. And you too, Joe Coy. But we got plenty of others who want to hop on in, so let's do it. Willard and Cruz today in for Dibs and the Warriors Aftermath, which is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. How about TJ in the city? Hey, TJ, you're on with Willard and Larry Krueger. What are you doing, TJ?
What's up, man? Hey, just ready to get off of work and get you guys on the radio in the car on the way home. Love the show.
That's the deal, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Wanted to just chime in because I know one of the things you guys talked about, Draymond, in that clip was he said, hey, we got it, but we don't got it. And I'm looking at the roster from last year. I'm like, all right, who doesn't have championship pedigree? And I'm like, all right, JTA's not there. Porter's not there. Bielitsa. But you got most of those guys still there. GP, right? I mean, Moody. Poole, Kuminga, they're all there. Kuminga got doghouse. Michael Green got doghouse at one point. DiVincenzo, they probably won't keep him because of the tax, because of the CBA. So I'm thinking, if you had to make some personnel, what do you think's really going to happen? I mean, you talk about the older guys. Clay had a terrible series. I'm just trying to see if they had to make any moves here. Now, how do you think it's all going to, when all said and done, how do you think it's going to shape out?
Well, I mean, they're gonna have a pick right around 20, I think, in the draft. So they're gonna have a pick, and then as far as who can they get, I don't know. That's too far down the draft list to help to really say for sure who they can get. But they'll get a good player in the draft, and they'll get I would think they'll attempt to move Jordan Poole. I think Kuminga is a very coveted piece of piece that they could definitely move. I mean, I think there's 5, 6, 7 teams in the league that would love to have Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree with that. I look. I think the Warriors can put together a little bit more of an attractive trade package than maybe people realize right now. It's not that it's not complex. There are not a ton of guys available. The finances are going to be tough. You got to have money coming back, but. I do think, and the draft is nice, but while we're sitting here talking about how Steph, Clay, and Dre did not like giving so much responsibility to young players, I would be surprised if anything comes out of the draft that's going to immediately have an impact on this team. They need to make a deal that turns a couple of their young guys who have fallen out of favor, whether that's with their teammates or with the fan base, into somebody who can immediately contribute. I'm focused on 2 players, and they are OG Anunoby and Kristaps Porzingis. I think those 2 players are gettable. I think that they are interesting. One of them brings the size that you need. I'm not saying you can get both, but you got to pick, and I'll see about the availability. One of them brings size. The other one brings, that ability to not just make it about the 3-point shot. And to get to the hole and be a swingman and be a plus defender and sort of be, something like Klay Thompson used to be. And that's what I love about Anunoby. That would be my first choice. But look, he's been coming out of the mouths of Warrior fans for a long time now, and they have not been able to get their hands on him yet.
Well, and the zinger, Porzingis is interesting. My big concern with trading Poole, the one thing you have in Jordan Poole is you have a guy who's an enormous contract, but the one thing that you have is you have a healthy player. And I don't know that I would want to trade a healthy player for a Porzingis, though their contracts, I believe, probably do line up, because that's not the first time I've heard his name mentioned. So, but I would be very hesitant to trade Jordan Poole, who is a player who can play every game, for Porzingis, who almost guaranteed, look at Look at his games played. He's missed a lot of games in his career. So it's that would be a concern.
Porzingis and Poole make almost the exact same number next year.
Yeah, so
Porzingis just now. The other thing about Porzingis, or actually, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. I'm looking at the contract from the start. He signed a 5-year, $158 million deal back in 2019. So he has a player option for next year at $36 million. And then he's expiring. So Porzingis is only one more year. And listen, Anunoby, same thing. He does not have a lot left on the contract. Fans don't want to hear this because it's the Golden State Warriors. But every single person inside the organization I've talked to for the last year has said the same thing. And they're trying to prep the fans for what the fans don't want to hear. And that is, money's an issue. Money's an issue. And so...
that is just so ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Well, the idea... What did Joe pay for the team? What's the team worth? That right there shows a massive, massive increase in his wealth. And so, yeah, I hear what you're saying as far as money is the issue. It's an expensive arena.
Not the issue, but an issue.
He's made his investment back 5 times, 7 times.
He's also spent 5 to 7 times what some other teams are spending because of how far they are into the tax.
But it still doesn't equate the amount of revenue, the amount of money that he's made in paper gains.
That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying that they don't want to get into a long-term situation of a $500 million payroll. They've openly said they're not doing it. So you can be mad at them for it. I think it's silly because they've spent more than anybody. Windhorse last year called it a checkbook championship.
Right, which was a ridiculous statement there, too.
It was. But my point is this. It might make sense for the Warriors to turn Poole's number into a contract that doesn't have nearly as many years left on it.
Or turn them into 4 players.
Right, because it provides flexibility. And that is Farhan's favorite word, so I know a lot of people don't like it. But yes, teams want it. Teams want financial flexibility.
It's going to be hard to get because look what next year lines up at. Steph Curry's on the bill for $51.9 million. Clay's due to make $43.2. Wiggins 24.3. Draymond right now, if he opts in, 27.5, but maybe they redo that. But it's still going to be a $20 million deal.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 to 25 anyway.
You got Peyton, who's probably not going anywhere since they just acquired him for, he's making 8.7. Looney makes 8.5. That's a screaming deal. Kuminga is dealable. DiVincenzo's probably going to opt out. Poole's making 28.7, but as we just stated, I think that's the guy that's going to move. That'll be my guess. Moody makes 3, almost 4, so he's got a movable deal. And then, of course, guys like Baldwin, Rollins, Lamb, Jerome, those guys are movable if they're back. Those guys are all supposed to be back. So, they have basically, it's not real hard to understand. It's not, they don't have if you really are intent on retaining Curry, Clay, and Draymond, then it's just a matter of who moves between a handful of other guys. Kuminga and Poole are at the top of that list.
Yeah, but it's not even necessarily about getting all that money off the books for this coming season. Because if you trade Poole and Kuminga, you're going to need a pretty much similar amount of money coming back in return anyway. But if Porzingis or an Anunoby, if they are expiring after 1 year, that lines it up with Clay's deal. And maybe you have money then coming off the books that you can figure out. When they say we're going with the big 3 going forward, nobody came out and said we're going with the big 3 for 3 more years. They're coming back with the big 3 next year. But I don't know about Klay Thompson and when his 43 comes off the books after next year. We'll see. Do they sign him to something that lines up with Steph, or do they just go ahead and play into a lame duck year? I don't know. But they're going to want some of these things to expire a little bit quicker, and so you might do 2 birds with 1 stone. You might get older and more experienced and gain some flexibility in the process. That's my guess as to what they're going to try to do.
Yeah, it looks like it could be very, very difficult to build if you're going to keep all 3 of these guys. It just looks like it could be very difficult.
It will.
And it's going to take gymnastics, of the highest order on the cap to make this work, because you're going to have Curry, Thompson, and Green all back at huge dollars plus Wiggins. that takes up so much of your payroll. And how are you gonna even turn anybody else into the kinds of pieces that you're going to need to compete for a title?
Well, I think when you're selling to your fans that something's about money, it better be about people not named Steph, Clay, Dre, because that's what you can't sell to your fans. Yeah, we wanted to keep the greatest thing that's ever happened to this organization together, but we just couldn't afford it. That's what you can't do, in my opinion, right? Like, okay, we got rid of Jordan Poole. We got rid of James Wiseman. That deal, people don't realize how much money that saved when they changed James Wiseman into Gary Payton going forward. You can do that when it's bit pieces on the roster. You can't do that with the big three.
I don't know that your fan base is going to want to hear anything about how your financial limitations, because it's very, very, very expensive arena. I mean, it's enormously expensive to go to the arena. It's enormously expensive to eat anything or drink anything at the arena. So it's all relative. I don't think if the Warriors talk too much about money, I think they're going to really turn off their fans.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do it
their fans are paying top penny, top dollar.
But I do think that with what they've done in the past, I think it's fair for them to say we don't want to do a $500 million payroll. I think
they're almost already there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and they're not going to do it every year. So Spaz in the city. Hey Spaz, what are you doing?
Oh look, what's up? Hey, I just been sitting here kind of just like upset a little bit at what my guy's been saying. I can't touch on everything, but I don't understand what's up with the Steve Kerr like questioning. You know what I mean? Oh, Kerr, I think this year was the first. Like, please, do y'all know we never lost a series to a Western Conference team ever until the other day? You know what I mean? Also, just two more things real quick. The Kuminga thing, we definitely want to see Kuminga play. I would have switched Kuminga with Poole because Poole, I don't know who he is. He's a prima donna. Nobody on our team is a prima donna. I don't know where Poole's getting it from. And lastly, the Steve Kerr just questioning. All he do is win, y'all. We used to be so cheeks. All he do is win. I'm going to take y'all answers off the air, though, all right? So.
Speeds, appreciate it. Trading in Jonathan Kuminga, like Poole out, Kuminga in. Look, I get it. Everybody likes everybody more than they like Jordan Poole. That's just the way. I mean, that's the nature of this. Steve Kerr was on this show 2 weeks ago and said they were very aware that Jordan Poole is a lightning rod for criticism. I don't know if your phone is the same as mine during games. It's Poole, WTF, Poole, WTF, what? Poole, WTF. It's constant. So they get that. He gets that. We get that.
We just get so many images of him trying to mug for calls. He has a terrible relationship with the refs.
Totally.
It never works.
But let's not act like other people on the bench can do what he does. Like, I still believe this, and the result in this series proves it. They need him.
Well, they need him to do what he does well.
This particular team needed him to play well.
But he's not doing what he does well, and he's doing a lot of what he doesn't do well.
And they lost.
Right.
And that's why he's probably going to play on a different team next year. Yeah. They need him to do well, and he didn't do well.
And I don't know if he's going to play on another team next year because I got to see I know there's a lot of people here that would like to see him moved. I don't see anybody else who's like, give me that guy. I mean, they may have paid him so much, so exorbitantly that they've devalued him as an asset. I mean, $28.7 million. Something tells me you're not going to get a player who's either healthy or in his prime, for that much money. You're going to wind up having to take some bad contract probably back.
His name is Otto Porter.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's one. Maybe
Poole and a first-round pick for Otto Porter and OG Anunoby. Who says no?
Maybe Masai.
They're the Raptors. Maybe
he probably would push back on that. Let me see if that even works.
The Raptors are going to blow it up.
18.5 for Anunoby
and 6.5 for Otto.
Yeah, that still doesn't add to. It's going to have to be some.
Well, they don't have
player.
to be. They don't have to be exact.
No, but they have to
What's
add
the
within,
percentage?
I think it's like within. Is it 85, 90%?
Yeah. What do you got?
75%.
75%.
So that does it. It's 27 and 23. That works, right?
It's 30, right? Isn't?
Poole's 27 first year. I think that deal's doable.
I can check it.
I
can
think
run
that deal's doable. Put it in the trade machine.
Put it in the trade machine.
Where's the trade machine? Poole and a first-round pick for Anunoby and Otto Porter.
Poole's number is 28.7 next year.
It is?
Yeah, 28.7 next year. 30 the 30.9 the following year. So 28
I still think that works.
28.7 going out. And you've got Anunoby at 18 coming back.
And Otto Porter at 6.5.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do I got Poole's number at
I'm looking at Hoops Hype.
Base salary 27.4.
18.6 for Anunoby and 6.3
You're
for
adding
Porter.
in his incentive. I'm
just looking at
there's a $1.25 incentive. $1 million, that is. He doesn't get $1.25.
Well, I mean,
there are days where I'd like to give him $1.25 after the game, but yeah. Thank you. Good job, Jordan.
And Porter's deal ends next year, so
He's got a player option.
He would be
player option for next year, which after missing most of this year, I bet he will exercise.
Right.
So does Anunoby, and I wonder, because that's kind of the sticking point, is why Toronto may not want to keep him, is because he wants close to a max, or at least something close, something near that. He has a player option after next season, OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
Where the Warriors get close to him, giving him something like
maybe
a
maybe
contract?
not. But see that then now you've got your flexibility. Let's see what Anunoby looks like. Clay's deal is up at that point. Like now you're figuring things out. I don't know. This isn't going to be easy for the Warriors. There's no perfect deal, but that's one that I've heard get whacked around with a tennis racket. Certainly by my friends, by people I talk to. And, I'm no expert on the inner workings of the Raptors right now. I know they want to blow it up. It's not working. And that name's been out there.
Well,
they were after him at the deadline. They didn't get him, but they tried.
And Porter's personality fits. So it's not as big of a risk because you know that he fits in. What was his injury this year?
Gosh, I couldn't even.
Why did Otto not play?
I couldn't even give you the.
Because he was nice. I mean, you're talking about a guy who shot 40% plus from three and also rebounds the basketball and knows how to play.
Left foot. Season-ending injury, surgery, whatnot. Did he ever play?
No, I don't think he played.
Yeah, he did. He did play. I do not know how many games. I'll look that up. He did play. He averaged 5.5 points for the Raptors this year. So his number of games this year, answer is 8. Played 8 games for the Raptors this year.
Wow. 8 games. Now, if he's got plantar fasciitis, you may want to take he is 29. He's got some good mileage.
But even if you're just taking a bad contract just to get Anunoby, you do it.
Yeah.
Like, who cares if Otto Porter doesn't play? Take it. For $6 million, if you get Anunoby instead of Poole, I'd do that. Do that.
The guy that I'm wondering about, since they don't have a lot of options, what's Wiggins' future?
I think Wiggins still fits.
I think he fits, but as far as trade talks, I could see him being coveted.
Well, coveted for sure. I don't think the Warriors want to give him up. Is he in the conversation if the deal ends up being a massive one? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the scenarios are that are going to develop. If the Sixers suddenly decide they don't want Joel Embiid anymore, then yeah, we could talk Andrew Wiggins and Poole and Kuminga and picks, and you can keep going on and on. That starts to get into a very, very high rent district, though. If you're talking about all 3 of the Warriors' tradable pieces, which I feel are Poole, Kuminga, and then by extension Wiggins.
You're gonna need a good GM. Are they gonna have a good GM?
Yeah. More on that in a little bit. Let's go back to the phones. Jonathan in the city, on with Willard and Kruger. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm just cleaning the garage. Spring cleaning things.
Exit interviews in your garage, huh?
Everything's got to go.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I told the missus. Stay out of the garage. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of all these things. If you're here, we can save that. That doesn't need to go.
Just
what am I doing here?
You know what you do? You say to her, "Hey, look, I'll move anything out of there, but I got 3 big items that I'm keeping. I got my own big 3."
I just totally locked it.
Jonathan's right. If you're doing any clean out, there's one rule. I'm doing it by myself. Kids, nope. You cannot look at because two things happen. A, everybody wants to keep something, and B, everyone ends up just sitting in a circle and going down memory lane.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that picture.
Oh, look. I've got a box of baseball cards.
Trash. I'm doing it. Everybody leave, and when you come back, it's all going to be clean, and you have no idea what ended up in the trash can.
2 words.
The only way to do it.
Garage sale. Garage sale.
Oh, gosh. That's a pain in the rear, too. All right, Jonathan, what else did you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to ask you guys, is Brook Lopez gettable? I mean, it's obviously we need to get bigger. The league has gone bigger again. I mean, we used to have an advantage because we got the guys that could shoot the ball lights out, but everybody's doing that now because they've caught up. I mean, that's the way to go. It's the Steph Curry era. He introduced that to the league, and then the whole league's doing that now. So we need to get bigger. So I'm wondering, Brook Lopez, OG makes sense because we're the Bay Area, and his name's OG, so that makes a lot of sense. I was wondering, hey, you think guys Clay would be willing to take a pay cut? Because I don't think he's a $43 million type of player anymore. I mean,
well, this is one of those things that gets brought up a lot, and it's an opportunity for us to sort of educate. You cannot restructure contracts in the NBA. You cannot take a pay cut. Klay Thompson cannot go, you know what? Really sorry about that last game. I know I'm supposed to make $43 million. How about if we just make it 27? Does that feel better for everyone? Can't do that. Can't restructure it. Can't turn it into a bonus to manipulate the cap like they do in the NFL. Can't do any of those things. Brook Lopez is an unrestricted free agent. He is heading into his age 35 season. I don't think he's going to command a whole lot of money on the market, but man, the players that the Warriors are going to be able to go after in free agency are going to have to be very, very inexpensive. So I don't know. But Brook's there. He's just an unrestricted free agent. So
and what did he pull this year? With the Bucks?
13.9. 13.9 with the Bucks. Yeah, he's coming off. He's just finished a 4-year, $52 million deal.
Yeah, 13.9. 13.9 is what he made.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, he's a big man who likes living in the Bay Area.
That describes a lot of people.
That
right. Describes a lot of people. He's large and he likes the Bay Area.
He likes the Bay Area.
He likes nice weather. I don't know. I don't know. And by the way,
I'm not a huge Brook Lopez fan, are you?
Well, I just think that we're all going to be focused on size because of what just happened. But that player needs to be a well-rounded player as well. I don't just want some body that's going to sit down there and block shots and in theory, if you've got another non-scoring big, well, how do you put Draymond and Looney on the floor with them? That's too many non-scoring bigs. Right? There were times against the Lakers where you already, and even the Kings, there were times where having 2 on the floor at one time was too many. It just allows the defense to do too much to throw at the three-point line and Steph and Clay.
Makes me wonder, maybe Atlanta, because they got John Collins, and he can score a little bit.
You're talking about a trade partner?
Yeah, trade partner. I could see Atlanta being a good trade partner. They got a lot of guys who make a lot of money.
The NBA seems to have teams like that sometimes. We're all presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It is wide open into our 5 o'clock hour for your calls. 888-957-9570. Plus, we circle back to the top. The Warriors say they're not a championship team. The question is, why? Plus, while many of you want the Warriors to get younger, we'll tell you why they're actually about to get older. That's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, that guy, well
No. Okay, you right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's how you get on this show. End your call with you right, and then hang up. And then everybody's happy. That's the way it works. We are sifting through the wreckage, if you will. Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. This is Larry Krueger in for Dibs, of course.
Hello.
And we've been on the hang and taking your phone calls, and we'll get back to that in a sec. Just a couple things off the top that I think are really, really important today. First and foremost, off of this comment by Steve Kerr after the loss on Friday night.
How many road games did we win? 11. You go 11-30 on the road during the regular season. That's not what championship teams do. So it felt like all season we were desperately trying to recapture, what we had last year. And we did a pretty damn good job of finding something here over the last month. I think we won our last 5 or 6 regular season games to come back from 2-0 against a hell of a Sacramento team, and to give this Laker team the fight that we did, be in this competition. We came close to recapturing what we had, but we didn't quite get there. So in my mind, we didn't feel like a championship team all year, but we had the guts and the fortitude to still believe, and we made pretty good push. We just couldn't get there.
Okay, I know that makes the Warriors sound like some adorable little underdog or whatever. But would it make you feel better if you got a similar answer or vibe from not just Steve Kerr, but also Steph Curry?
I mean, we lost, so it's like a hard truth at the end of the journey. It's not anything you allow yourself to. No competitor believes that until you're proven that you're not a championship team, and that's what getting beaten in a playoff series means. Basketball's over for this year, so. Felt it in the fourth quarter with about 7 minutes left. Just really never heard that from us before in terms of trying to make sense of, losing a series like we did, unless, it's been in a final. So got to accept it, move on, and try to be better next year.
I mean, it's a mature answer that doesn't sound like sour grapes, but I think it's so much more intricate than that. If the Warriors come out and say, we're not a championship team. They're obviously not talking about the big three, because what coincided with this were a bunch of reports that they're going to immediately start working on an extension for Draymond Green. They still are all the chips in the middle of the table on the big three. And those guys are made men. They're champions. So if those guys are the centerpieces of a team that even they are saying is not a championship team, and it's not all that different of a roster from last year, which was a championship team, then what are they saying? What are they really saying? For me, Larry, they're saying there was too much reliance throughout the year on young players who were not ready to play championship-level basketball, and now we're going to set out to go fix that.
And it's so weak on so many levels. Why? Because you're making all the cash. You are making all the money. And you're absolving all the people who make all the money from any of the blame. And
me?
No, not you. But I mean, the Warriors by saying, hey, you know what? We have championship pedigree, but we don't have a championship caliber team. But you have Curry, Thompson, and Draymond making a lion's share of the money. Own it, man. You own it. You guys failed. And no more of this, like, it's one thing to have 2 timelines. I think we got a good feeling this year that the 2 timeline approach is not necessarily a working situation. But more than anything, you can't have 2 standards. You can't have, hey, Klay Thompson can step on his you-know-what, and that's fine. But, man, if Kuminga does it, oh, my God, he's got to sit. You can't have all these differing standards for different guys. I think the one thing that's the most amazing part about the Warriors' struggles this year, Mark, is that they could not finish. And they have 3 free throw shooters in Curry, Thompson, and Poole that all are shooting 87% or greater from the foul line, and they couldn't put teams away. Those are your 3 primary ball handlers. In the fourth quarter, I got to think that those guys are on the floor an awful lot, and yet you couldn't put people away. And, You got 3 guys who shoot nearly 90% from the foul line.
Yeah, but
that almost doesn't add up.
I know, but are you asking those 3 players to go just keep pushing the ball to the basket, or someone like Anthony Davis is waiting for them? Like, it didn't work. It didn't work. Like, you have to be who you are. And let me also add this. Like, sure, those guys are making all the money, and we do this every year in the NBA. Like, if you're a great player and your team loses in the playoffs, oh, you're a chump. You choked. It's all about you. It's not about your team. It's all about you. And we get mad if said great player's making $50 million and that player in any way points to teammates, right? Like we did this a little bit with Giannis. We're doing it with Embiid last night. I want to shout out depth for a second, because this league at times, when it became all about super teams, we start forgetting the Mario Chalmers of the world. Look what Phoenix and Dallas did at the deadline. And what did everyone tell me for 3 weeks? Oh, you're not going to stop them now? Oh, how are you going to stop Kyrie and Luka? And they make the playoffs. And Durant with Booker, my goodness, there's nothing anybody's going to be able to do. And they're the favorite to come out of the West. Well, how'd that work out? What did both of those teams do? Both of them saw a shiny thing in the window, wrapped all of their depth into a box, and sent it out of town, and both of them are now in a really crappy spot. Like a really crappy spot. You didn't win, and now you're hamstrung going forward. So I don't think anybody named Steph, Clay, or Dre are blaming the bench. But I'm okay with, like, yeah, those guys are a championship core, and whether or not they win often has to do with the chemistry of what happens around them.
I need more accountability than that. I really do. I need more accountability than that. Yeah. Did you need to improve the cast, your overall cast? Yeah. You weren't good enough. But this whole we were good enough, but they weren't good enough is garbage.
I don't think they said that.
Well,
I don't think they said that.
No, but I mean,
Clay was terrible.
That is essentially what you're saying.
Clay is very accountable when he had these awful games in the playoffs.
Okay, but when you're saying, hey, we still have a championship core, but we don't have a championship team, you're basically pointing to everybody who's not part of your core. But I'll point back to Game 6, where Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins combined to shoot 4 of 19 from the field and 2 of 11 beyond the arc. You could make a very compelling argument that Klay and Wiggins in Game 6 against the Lakers shot them out of it, and yet we're going to just talk about the problems of the team, but we're going to absolve those guys of any blame and point the finger at other people.
Andrew Wiggins was totally hurt. He was totally hurt in Game 6.
I'm just saying, he's part of the core that nobody would blame, and those 2 guys who are not taking the blame sure had an awful lot of impact in them losing that Game 6.
In Game 6, right. So this is the way my sports brain works. I got a hard time when we're talking about an entire season and what didn't work. I'm not going to boil it down to one night. Yeah, they were awful in Game 6. They were awful. Steph did not have a great series against the Lakers. The Lakers have a very good defense, and it exposed a lot of what the Warriors do. There's no 2 ways about that. So I think you're individually accountable on a game-by-game basis. But, Lair, if we're talking about what they need to do going forward, I mean, you're not suggesting blow up Steph, Clay, and Dre and they're going to get better, are you?
No, I'm just saying let's stop absolving these guys of blame. Klay Thompson in Game 6, 8 points. In Game 5, 10 points. In Game 4, 9 points. In Game 3, 15 points. He had a nice first couple games. He scored 25 and 30. As that series progressed, he produced less and less and less. Klay averaged 20.6 points per game in the first round against Sacramento. He shot 9 of 42 to finish the Lakers series.
He was terrible.
He's got to take blame.
He's terrible. I don't think he didn't. I think he very clearly went to the
narrative of hey, you know what? We have championship caliber players, but we didn't have a championship caliber team, and kind of subtly or not so subtly pointing the fingers at the bench when you are making the cash and you were the one who shot 9 of 42.
I just think we're talking
he's got to take some of that blame.
I don't disagree, and I think he did. I think we're talking about 2 different things. If we want to talk about what happened in the Lakers series, Klay Thompson can get actually to the front of the line. He can get in front of Jordan Poole and raise his hand and say, I was the worst player in this series who was supposed to be good. You absolutely. But if we want to talk about big picture, what happened this season? What's the story of your team? What's going on behind the scenes? And what do you want to do going forward to get back to a championship level? I'm in full agreement with them. I'm not looking at Steph, Clay, and Dre because 2 months ago, Clay was the player of the month in the NBA. So, he had a terrible series against the Lakers, and he can be at the front of the bad line. But it's two different subjects if we're talking about why they lost to the Lakers and why their season was not championship caliber. I think those are two different subjects.
I don't. I mean, they lost to the Lakers. They weren't good enough to beat the Lakers. The Lakers had more players in their prime. The Warriors, who's in the prime of their career in the Warriors? Kevon Looney and Dante DiVincenzo and Wiggins.
Steph's playing like it.
So, I mean, those three guys are. The Lakers, basically the entire team outside of LeBron was in their prime of their career. I mean there's no babies on that team, and there's no ancient guys on that team. That team's almost the entire team was between the age of 26 and 30.
Well, except for their at least
except for LeBron.
Yeah, and AD. Yeah. Well, where's AD?
Where's AD?
AD's about 30, but I think he might be 31, but his body might as well be 42.
Look what Pelinka did to shake out the dead weight and then to bring in all these contributors. I don't even think they got a lot out of Malik Beasley or some of the other Mo Bamba or anything.
They didn't.
But I mean, those guys were still in their prime, and they were still part of the Lakers' whole turnaround. I'm just saying that. Do the Warriors need to improve their cast? Of course they do. They're at home. They checked out in the second round. But to sit there and be like, Steph and Clay and Draymond are cooking, but man, these other guys.
I'm not saying. I don't know if no one's saying that.
These other guys need to be moved around and traded, and I think that's taking too much off. That's taking too much off of Klay Thompson.
I'm not saying it that way, but there's no question who the trade target is this offseason. There's no question who it is. It's Jordan.
Yeah,
it's Jordan. It's not Clay.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that it wasn't. They didn't just lose because of Jordan Poole.
No.
Klay Thompson shot them out of it in Game 6.
Absolutely. I told you, I've never seen him play that bad in my life.
Wiggins was not the player in these playoffs that he was in last year's playoffs.
Yeah, that's a pretty high bar. He was unbelievable, and he did have,
especially as a rebounder.
Yeah, his Game 5 was tremendous in a game that the Warriors absolutely had to win. You can factor in what happened to him at the end of the regular season, whatever that was. And so I didn't expect his playoffs to be as good this year. I'm going to blow off Game 6 as far as Wiggins is concerned. I mean, I don't think he could breathe. I don't think he was, I don't think he could play. I think he's in a ton of pain. But the rest of it, there were times where he was ordinary again, which he is prone to do. I mean, we pointed this out the other night when he had his huge Game 5. I've always struggled with this when Steph Curry or one of the other Draymond, one of the other Warriors is like, yeah, man, that's the Wiggs that we want to see every night. And they did. They said that after Game 5. And you're like, gosh, why don't we? I don't need you to make your shots every night, but be that aggressive every night. But he's not. He's just not wired that way.
He doesn't even, he goes to the line, he makes 1 of 2. 1 of 2.
Yeah, he's not a great shooter.
More times than not, he makes 1 of 2. The other thing, to me, as you say, what's the reason that the Warriors lost in the second round? They ran out of players. Jordan Poole had 21 in Game 1. After Game 1, 6, 5, 0, 11, and what do you have, 7 in the final game? I think that's what it was, 7 points. So, I mean, you're talking about he was a total non-factor as the series progressed. And then they got nothing out of Kuminga, and they got nothing out of Moody. They got nothing out of Lamb. I mean, you start looking around, going, "Wait a second, that guy's not giving you much. That guy's not giving you much. That guy's not giving you much." Suddenly, you look around, you're like, "Wow, this team lacks depth." Lacks talent. They lack guys in their prime.
I mean, okay, first off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Warriors Aftermath brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Playoff rosters always get short. There are a lot of teams playing 7 or 8 guys. So I know we do the strength in numbers. I was just talking about depth. I'm not in disagreement with you, but I didn't go into these playoffs caring what Anthony Lamb was going to do. Lamb was there when the game was over. Whether you're up by 20 or down by 20, that was always going to be Anthony Lamb. But where you're right is I don't think that the Warriors are in a spot where 2 or 3 of their best 4 or 5 players can have a terrible series. You cannot get those numbers from Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole and win. And if you do, Steph needs to be otherworldly, which he wasn't. And
they had guys on their roster for other reasons. Andre Iguodala was given a roster spot. Andre Iguodala didn't do anything.
He had a nice
year.
sweater. He had a nice sweater in that one game there against the Lakers. Made the rounds on social. I don't know if you saw it.
So you got
Colorful.
guys on the roster for all kinds of reasons, but when it really came down to it, weren't a lot of players.
Alex in Oakland. Hey, Alex, you're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing, Alex?
Hey, I'm driving home, man. Driving home.
That's what we do at this hour, huh?
Yeah, that's what we do, man. But look, I got a slightly different perspective on what everybody's talking about. I think the main problem why they lost to the Lakers wasn't the players themselves. It was the strategy that they didn't employ when they won games. When Draymond Green is diving to the basket, you cannot double Klay. You cannot run out to Steph. You got to honor Draymond Green. If Kevon Looney, when he's in that paint, takes that little short jumper, he has to come out. Somebody has to come out and guard him. That's all day for Looney. Why isn't Steve Kerr telling them guys, Draymond Looney, when you're in the paint, take the ball to the rim? Why? Because that would open up your jumpers. That would give Poole a clean shot, Curry a clean shot, and Klay a clean shot. That's the only thing they need to do. All this retooling and all this and all that, nah. Draymond Green needs to play like he played that Sacramento game. Draymond Green needs to play like he played Game 5 against the Lakers.
Yeah, but Alex, let us jump in. He doesn't have that every night. Even LeBron James will tell you at this point in their careers, when you get past 33 in the NBA, you don't have that kind of effort 5 nights a week. They've spoken to it openly. There's load management. LeBron didn't even do it in these playoffs. They strategically pick, I'm going to go 80% in this one. I'm going to go 100% in this one because the 100% one's the one I think we can win. And that's how you do it. That's how you're able to not run out of gas. And I respectfully, while I think your strategy makes sense if this were NBA 2K, but I disagree with what Looney and Draymond could effectively do around the rim with guys like Anthony Davis, Jared Vanderbilt, and LeBron James standing in front of them. If those guys want to attack the rim, I think the Lakers would love that. They'd let them do it all night long. Looney is not a great finisher over taller players around the rim. He's not.
Well, and then what happened was when Golden State would penetrate and get in the lane, they wouldn't go all the way to the rim because of the presence of Davis, and the Lakers were ready for them to give up on the way to the rim. And so what would happen? They'd try to cycle it back out to the three-point line, and a lot of those passes got picked.
Totally. Give the Lakers defense some credit. They were fantastic on that end of the ball.
They knew what was coming.
Yes.
They knew that they weren't going to go all the way to the rim. I mean, one of the things I wanted to see from Jordan Poole, I wanted to see Jordan Poole drive in and then cock it back like he was Ja Morant and just go try to bring that thunder jam and then just make AD foul you.
You're not Ja Morant.
No, I know, but I mean,
I think if he does that,
try to jam everything because then you get fouled. Because you're either going to give up the jam or you're going to send him to the line.
Or you're going to get your shot like woefully blocked.
But let's see it once. Your game, your game is to shoot free throws.
He's a finesse player.
He doesn't want the contact. He doesn't want that smoke.
I don't think
you don't want that smoke.
He's gotten a lot of smoke this year, brother. He got a lot of smoke. So if you don't want any more smoke,
it's like
I get you.
If he goes to the rim and just rips it back like, you know what? I'm jamming this.
I love that you're actually doing it here in the studio. I wish everybody was on YouTube. Larry is literally about to dunk the microphone.
I'm Ja Moranting it.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, come on.
By the way,
force yourself to either get fouled or throw it down, as Larry Beal says, With authority.
With authority. I would like to say this, young kids. Don't be like John Morant. Don't be like John Morant. Kids, don't be a Grizzly. Don't be a Memphis Grizzly.
Don't be Dylan Brooks.
A rudderless ship, short of leadership, and completely dust. Wow. What a big, big pile of nothing. All of that bluster for 3 years now has turned out to be.
They're a dynasty, aren't they?
Yap. And what did we get? We got DB chains and an organization who publicly stated as quickly as possible, under no circumstances will you be on this team anymore going forward, followed by John Morant, who went on a month-long rehab trip so that he could come back and just keep doing it again. What a joke the Memphis Grizzlies are.
A little bit of a tire fire.
What a joke.
Hey, was one of the people on the text line says, what about a big, massive trade for Zion?
I mean, first trade we brought up, you're like, don't trade healthy players for unhealthy ones.
Well, it's not my idea, but Zion.
How the hell are you going to get Zion? Who are you giving up for Zion?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. But, I mean, I think his career's at a crossroads, to be completely honest.
Boy, you want to talk about a risky swing.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a very good player.
He needs to drop, 20, 25 pounds.
He needs to play basketball.
But he needs to drop some muscle mass. I mean, he was 285 at Duke.
There are.
He probably needs to be about 280, 285 max.
Listen,
he's probably $3 bills.
What scares me about Zion is these things go on an arc of the information that we have, and at first it's like, man, he can't stay healthy, and then the next thing you go is like, did his teammate just call him out because C.J. McCollum and others are talking about how they play through injuries and maybe not every. Did that just happen? And then what happens? Now you start to move this physical problem into the mental realm. And Zion Williamson right now is everything that Ben Simmons was 2 years ago. He is exactly the same story. I have no idea if it's where it's going, but my God, I'd be terrified to acquire that guy for anyone.
I know. Well, first of all,
terrified.
if he even played this year, I think he would have blown out the Achilles.
Maybe. Maybe.
But I mean,
when he did play, the Pelicans were a top 3 seed for the first third of the year because he and Ingram were playing together and they were fantastic. And then he just stopped playing, and then they didn't even make the playoffs. So I don't know.
He makes 13.5 this year. He's due to make 33.5 next year.
He gets the escalator.
Yeah.
I mean, no, he's a good player. He's a good player, but that feels like a little bit too big of a swing. Okay, let's go to Safe at Third in the city. Hey, Safe at Third, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, you guys. You guys got a good show getting us all riled up, which is what you're supposed to do and what we're feeling for next season. We can't win them all. That's true. And please don't bring up Zion Williams again on the show. Please, guys.
That was me.
My grandmother could play better than Zion Williams, and she's been dead 25 years.
Dibs will be back tomorrow. That was me.
But I just want to say the Warriors are not that far away. I think we're going to have to get rid of some of the young guys, and like I say, bring in some guys that's approaching their prime to get like Mr. Russell down in Los Angeles, who's done an excellent job with the Warriors, and the owner had to go the way because when he had Westbrook and all those people, they weren't doing anything, so they had to do this after a 2-10 start at the Lakers. I admire what they did.
Oh, absolutely.
They had a problem.
They saved their season, man.
Right. Yeah, we're all right, and we can take care of Mr. Davis. But I think we're going to have to bring in a big man to help out Looney, and when Looney needs his rest. If Bogey was playing, I think if he wants to come back, we'll give him a try. Because he can push some people around, and that's what you need. You need somebody who can push some people around. We don't have that, and we just got to get some time to fill in, to do what we need to do, and it doesn't have to be a massive trade. Just if you want to trade Poole, send him to New York to the Brooklyn Nets, and get those. I forget the player's name, but they were on Dallas when Kyrie went to Dallas. They were on Dallas. They gave up their defense to get Kyrie, who's a head case.
It's the same thing Phoenix did, and I'm not calling KD a head case, but
you want Josh Hart.
Well, you gave up when you give up all of your depth. You give up, literally, give up your heart, and you do that for one big name player. I just think it's not that it never works, but to me, it's rare. It's a risk that you don't want to take.
You take Julius Randle.
I like Julius Randle. See, I think
they don't.
I know they don't. I think Julius
Randle. They would drive him to LaGuardia,
right? But this is again,
JFK
that's one of those. It's a circumstantial thing. I am never someone, and I don't want us here in the Bay Area to do this to Klay Thompson. Don't take the last thing you saw and then decide that's who the player is. Don't do that. Don't do it to Embiid. Don't do it to Harden, who actually was fantastic in these playoffs. Led the league in assists this year, hit 2 massive shots to keep Philly alive in that series. And then we've decided, because he performs poorly on the road in Game 7, when players usually do, now he's terrible. So he didn't do what Steph did. Oh, like that's news. Of course he didn't do what Steph did. He's not Steph. But if that's the bar, then I'm sorry, we've got an issue here. Don't do that to players where you just decide that they are whoever we saw in the last game. I think Julius Randle's fantastic. I think the Knicks overachieved this year. I think that's a very interesting player. I have no idea what the Knicks are looking to do next. I would just say this, when he says, hey, we're not that far off, I think that's true about a lot of the league. Have you taken a moment to look at, how close everything is in the NBA right now? Look at this league.
When you say close, you mean standings?
Just talk about the.
Are you talking about payrolls?
Oh, I'm talking about basketball. When you look up, we've said it all year. We're like, gosh, everything's a logjam. Yeah. Do you realize Harrison Barnes' shot against the Warriors in Game 4 missed by what? An inch?
Yep.
An inch and a half? Do you all agree that if it goes in, then the Kings win that series?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe in 5.
So that's how close it was. And now let's talk Warriors and Lakers. Do we agree that if the Warriors don't choke the final 2 minutes of Game 4, they probably won the series yesterday on Mother's Day? And all of our Mother's Day changed because we would have, instead of having mimosas at noon, we would have been in front of TVs. Do we all agree the Warriors probably win that series if those final 2 minutes, or what if I go back to Lonnie?
See, here's my only problem on that one.
What if I go back to Lonnie Walker, Lair?
Yeah.
What if Lonnie Walker doesn't lose his mind?
What if Steve Kerr puts, GP2 on Lonnie Walker?
We could talk about that.
I mean, where was that move?
Let's go to Philly and Boston. Game 6, fourth quarter. Philly goes cold. Boston has a decent quarter. Boston's going to the finals, the Eastern Conference Finals. Look at Miami's story. Everything is so razor thin. There are like 5 series that have come down to 1 shot or 2 minutes or whatever. The Warriors are not far off. They're not far off, and that's why they're staying the course with a few tweaks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they can get for whatever they're willing to shop. Because, if you're basically saying, you look at this roster, they don't have that many choices of guys that they can move. I mean, guys like Jermichael Green, Iguodala, Lamb, Jerome, those guys are not movable. So what do you have to move? You can move Patrick Baldwin, Ryan Rollins, Moses Moody, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga. That's pretty much it. Everybody else, DiVincenzo's going to probably opt out. You're not moving Looney. You're probably not going to move GP2. Probably not moving Green, Wiggins, Clay, or Steph. So that's it. Okay, what are you going to be able to get for Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and or Moses Moody or Baldwin? I mean, are they going to be able to move those guys and get the right kinds of pieces to help them win a championship? Possibly.
Maybe. By the way,
big if though. It's a major if.
You're taking Wiggins off of the
trade list. You're saying maybe he could get moved.
I mean, maybe. I think, put it this way. I love Andrew Wiggins. I want him on the Warriors. I think in situations like this, your ears have to be open.
I think you're in situations like this, your ears have to be open just simply because the way the NBA is designed, where you've got to trade somewhat dollar for dollar, it's going to be very difficult to put together some of these deals. I mean, especially when you've got,
for sure.
Even if Wiggins is involved, it's going to be incredibly difficult to put together these deals because these contracts are big, hard to move kinds of. These aren't. If each one of these guys made $5 million or $7 million, there's 27 deals out there, but there isn't 27 deals.
But what are you
going
to get back? I know right now
very limited amounts of teams that could probably make these deals.
Oh, that's true. But by the same token, I would say there are a limited number of players that are this good that are going to be available in the offseason.
That's true too.
I mean, it is our emotion.
You're not getting Jordan Poole type players.
Thank you. It is our emotion that has decided that nobody wants Jordan Poole. That is Warrior fan PTSD. That is a 20-point per game, 2 years running, young 23-year-old asset in the NBA.
Who's dramatically overpaid, plays half of the floor, and pouts. And basically his attitude negates his greatest strength.
Pouts with the Warriors.
Pouts with officials.
Yes. Oh, gosh, that's half the league. I mean, Luka.
But, this guy, I think we both agree. Jordan Poole's got a problem right now because officials have targeted him as a pouter. And I see guys who don't get calls. I see guys who really don't get calls. And then I see Jordan Poole. He gets never calls. You know what I mean? I would love to know from an official exactly what the book is on Jordan Poole in their minds, because Mark, he gets 0 calls. 0. It reminds me, I feel like we've gone from like Buster Posey to Tyler Heineman behind the plate. It's like watching Steph get calls and then watching Poole never get calls. Poole doesn't get calls. It's like, I almost feel like the officials celebrate the fact that they're not giving him calls. I feel like he's turned them off.
Yeah. I feel like we have called Steph Curry the greatest star with the worst whistle. And I never know where to factor in a few of these things. Because I see it sometimes too, but I also know that our bias is somewhere in that conversation. Because we love Steph and we root for the Warriors. So does every fan think that their star gets the worst whistle? That's number one. Number two thing, and this is where it applies to Jordan as well. Look, they're very slight players. They're not go in amongst the trees and get fouled players. They are finesse, small, skinny, creative finishers around the rim. They're not go through your chest finishers.
He's the same size as Malik Monk. Malik Monk makes a living at the foul line.
I don't think he's the same size as Malik Monk.
He's not?
Who? You talking about Poole or Curry?
Yeah, Poole.
Poole, they might be the same height. There's no way they're the same weight. Malik Monk is
pretty close,
way stronger.
Man. Okay,
way
they're pretty
stronger
close.
than Jordan Poole.
They're both about 6'2", 6'3".
But Monk can finish at your chest. Jordan can't. It's not his game.
Yeah, well, he's got to
see him try
his game.
Well, sure.
He's got to evolve his game, or he's
no doubt
going to be not nearly as valuable.
No doubt.
And we'll see what the market is for him, because everybody knows everything in the NBA. So it's like everybody knows that the Warriors would love to move Jordan Poole.
That's true too.
So that's going to make it more
have
difficult.
To be somebody else who they know you want to move also.
Right.
And again,
and they'll find somebody.
The Raptors are looking to blow it up. I really believe that. So what's
Basketball
up,
Reference has Malik Monk at 6'3", 200, Jordan Poole 6'4", 194. So
okay,
relatively
6
similar.
pounds.
That's cap.
6 pounds.
That's a bunch of bull.
That's basically the same freaking guy. That's a same freaking guy.
No, there's no way. First of all, he's taller.
Come on.
He's taller and smaller. He's got, what did he have? 1 inch on him or 2? What'd you say?
You said you
get 1 inch, 6 fewer pounds.
Cap.
Yeah, it's the same freaking guy.
He ain't the same guy. He ain't the same. Plus, here's where I'm gonna moonwalk out of the argument. Gary, how big is Gary Payton II?
6'2".
Give me the height and weight.
6'2", 190.
Give me the height and weight. Gary Payton II. Height and weight.
I'm saying 6'2", 190.
Where is he? Gary Payton II.
Basketball Reference has Gary Payton II, 6'3", 190.
Okay, so the exact same guy, in fact, smaller.
Look at that.
And plays 8 inches taller.
I should be go to the carnival.
Plays 8
you
inches.
look to me to be 5'8", 248.
And you're not talking about me, are you?
No, I'm just
Okay.
saying. I'm
Good
picturing the
Lord.
guy at Cal Expo. I think you're 5'7", 370.
Gary Payton plays how much bigger than Jordan Poole?
Significantly.
There you go. So Malik Monk to me does as well.
No, I agree. I agree. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. You're gonna have Jordan Poole's gonna have to change his game a little bit.
Agreed. And 23-year-old players usually do.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's got a lot of growth.
He's got an issue here in that part of his game is that he needs to drive and draw fouls. And not only does he not do that because he doesn't seem to like that, but the officials seem like they're not interested in sending him to the foul line.
And you know what? Good on you, officials, because that's another thing that came out of this series. All of the frustration that I felt as a Warrior fan, Steve Kerr, the flopping conversation, everything out there, all of it, I thought was fair, except for when you watch maybe 1.5 Warriors. Jordan Poole is also a flopper. He's a flopper.
I mean, everybody in the league's a flopper because it works.
And Draymond Green pulls fast ones in the whole screen and roll game as well. He clearly does. Now that's part of the deal. I understand that in the NBA you're going to try to draw fouls and everybody embellishes. However, there's one thing that to me is the one where we actually have room to be bothered, and it's when people fall down for no reason. Schroeder was a joke in this series. I like Michael Thompson told me this years ago. He goes, "Do you realize what it takes for people that size to fall down?"
Who are world-class athletes who balances their thing.
Joel Embiid is on the ground all the time. He is the largest man that the world has ever known. And apparently, all you got to do is flick him on the ground. It's absurd.
Yeah.
It's absurd. So
push back. Push back.
And Jordan is, unfortunately, is one of the people who gets dinged for that because he's overplayed. He's overplayed his hand.
Well, his rep as well. Yeah. His rep precedes him.
And Schroeder too, which got him. It got him. It worked early, and then Kurt talked. I love it. Oh, Steve. Oh, he's whining. You want some cheese with your wine, Steve? Steve was doing what coaches do in the playoffs, and it worked. What happened the next time?
Should have done more of it.
Yeah, when Schroeder yanked Gary Payton to the ground, and then, oh, God, the ref is like, that's a foul on you, you joke.
Yeah.
You're a joke.
Yeah.
And that's because Steve Kerr brought it up.
I want to see. I would love to see the league really push back on that because I mean,
I'm in total
come on,
agreement.
Man, eradicate that whole part of NBA basketball from the sport, and you're gonna have more people who enjoy it.
888-957-9570. Larry Kruger's in for dibs. It is sifting through the wreckage of the Warriors and talking out now and into the future. Jesse in Santa Clara. Hey, Jesse, what are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Just sitting here at work listening to you guys talk, man. It's a good convo. I just had a question because, I just wanted to see what you guys thought about the small ball and just kind of like that whole idea and effectiveness going forward because, I mean, it just never felt like the small ball we've seen in the past where everybody's, passing the ball. We're swinging the ball 5-6 times. Everybody's getting a touch. It felt like this playoff series, we were relying on 50-point performances game 7, or Klay Thompson game 6 Klay. It's like it just didn't have that same feel, and we keep going back to depth chart, the distrust of the young guys, all the above. But I mean, it just didn't have that same feel like that. And I don't know if the small ball lineup is going to work going forward because our core three, they're not getting any younger. So I just wanted to leave.
Yeah, no, Jesse, I think it's a good point, but I think what we're all working toward is the answer of why. Like, okay, you had to rely on Steph for 50, and people want Game 6 Klay, and why? Why do you need to rely on such an incredible individual performance to win? And I think it's what the Warriors are getting at, which is that something in the stew didn't work. It didn't mix this year. And I love that you scratched your head, even though that wasn't on purpose, because it's a total head scratcher. So right?
Well,
because we're simplistic with the way we watch basketball compared to people who work in the NBA. When we watch it and we go, all right, so wait a minute, you won the whole thing, and then you came back, and you ended up with Gary Payton II also. So what essentially happened, you came back and you had no Otto Porter, and you had no Bielitsa, who for periods in the playoffs last year didn't even play either. And you had no Juan Toscano-Anderson and no Damian Lee. And you're telling me that championship team, with that small of a change in the roster this year, I mean, they made it sound, they're like, we're lucky we even made it to the second round. It's crazy. We're like, why? Something has to be said for certain players were different people this year than they were last year.
Also, I think, if you make one move in an NBA roster, it's bigger than in football because it's a higher percentage of your team. So when you brought in GP2, that made you smaller, but then you also brought in DiVincenzo. And then DiVincenzo made you smaller. And then those guys both were in the rotation. So now you've got all these extra guards and you've got all these 6'3" guys. The Warriors definitely needed some size, but they had 3 guys who were 6'8" or bigger in Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, who they were hoping, at least in September and October, were going to be significant players for them. And when we get to the finish line, really none of them were.
Well, you know what, though? We thought it made sense at the time. Okay, you brought Looney back. You lost. The 2 biggest losses are Porter and Payton, and it felt like you brought in suitable comps. DiVincenzo will play the Payton role. Jermichael Green will play the Otto Porter role.
Except Jermichael Green we were told that last year, going into this year, if you remember the dialogue, and I remember talking about this with you, we were told that last year was the aberration, that Jermichael Green is really a 40% three-point shooter and 26% from the year prior was an aberration. But if we could look up the stats, what did Jermichael shoot from 3 this year? I think it showed that it wasn't an aberration, that his 3-point numbers were in decline, and that what we saw last year was actually probably more indicative of what we were going to get. And what did he ultimately shoot? I don't.
Well, my Wi-Fi dropped for a second, so I'm going to need a moment, Larry, to pull up Jermichael Green's stats.
I have it here.
But yeah, I will say that I don't think his name has probably not been uttered enough today. Like if we're going to go through things that at the beginning of the year,
he shot 33%.
Okay,
no, that's not true. What's for the year? For the year.
Is everybody else good on Wi-Fi? Okay, there it is. Yeah,
regular season, 37.8%.
And that's from
pretty
3?
good. That was from 3 in the regular season. And in the career, he was 36. But last year he shot 26. So he did bounce back.
37.8. Well, but for now this would be.
But that's not what Otto Porter shot. Otto Porter, that's still beneath what Otto Porter shot.
I got to admit, I was a little surprised at the gaps in Jermichael Green's presence on this team. I really thought he was going to come in and play a role. And if you go back to the beginning of the year, it's funny the way these new players sort of introduced themselves to the Warrior fans. Jermichael Green had a really good first couple weeks. Warriors weren't playing very well. Dante DiVincenzo did not. The people will forget this. Go back to the first 2 to 3 weeks, people were like, ugh, this doesn't work. And then the man caught an almost season-long heater, and he shot north of 40% from 3, and he was fantastic. And we're over here doing restaurant quality and having fun with his name and all of that.
Kerr kept telling us, hey, this guy plays great in every lineup.
Yep, because he plays both ends of the floor.
He made other people better. You could see it every night.
Right, Jermichael disappears. Long gaps, don't even play him. Then suddenly shows up in the starting lineup when Kevon Looney gets hurt. At the ultimate moment of the season, he hits a couple threes and everyone's excited about it, but then again fades back away. DiVincenzo mostly struggled in these playoffs, although his lasting image was he was the best Warrior in terms of what you would expect.
But his offense kind of went away.
But not in the last game. I think he hit. Did he hit the
last game? He was good.
Like 6 threes or something in the last game. I don't know if it was that many. He hit a lot of shots in Game 6. He was the only Warrior that outperformed expectations. He was fantastic. But I look at this season as a whole, and JaMychal Green was a disappointment.
Yeah.
He was absolutely a disappointment in terms of, I remember how I felt the day we got the news that he was being signed. I laughed. I'm like, oh my gosh. They lost GP2 and Otto Porter, and they went out and replaced him, and they're going to do it again.
I'll say this. I really thought in the beginning of the year that Baldwin, as the son of a coach, might be able to be that 22-year-old player that played like a 25 or 26-year-old player. And we got some glimpses from Baldwin that were really nice over the course of the year, but he never really gravitated towards. I thought there was a very good chance that Baldwin would replace Bielitsa, that Baldwin would give them the 6'9", 6'10" perimeter shooter who was really dependable. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
So there were some disappointments along the way, but to me, the biggest one was this frustration with where's Kuminga's minutes, where's Moody's minutes, why is Lamb playing so much, why is Jerome playing so much, and then they kind of ran out of eligibility, and then it just didn't really seem like I just didn't love the fact that those guys were given those minutes over, and I'm sure it has something to do with the way Kerr and the veterans felt like their basketball IQ was compared to the young players, but you needed to develop Moody. To me, this whole season was predicated on some development of Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, and we didn't get enough, clearly.
I mean, go back to all 4 rings. And when did somebody not yet 25 play a massive role in winning any of them?
Then why was that the plan then?
Because what was the other choice?
Well, I mean, the same way that young players are coveted always, young players are coveted always, and you could have moved those guys. You might not have gotten the equivalent to Kuminga, the equivalent to Moody or Wiseman, but you would have gotten somebody who was more ready to play. They could have been moved. Also, the inactivity at the trade deadline, Mark. I mean, they were inactive at the trade deadline for the most part. They were inactive at the buyout market. I mean, they lucked out. This could have gone worse than it actually went. Well, Kevon Looney played well in the playoffs. What if Kevon Looney sprains an ankle and is out? Well, they would have gotten bounced in the first round.
He's completely irreplaceable. Yes, you're right, and they need more depth.
They left themselves really thin in the front court, and it didn't really burn them. But ultimately, they checked out after round 2.
Here's how I see the arc of those young players from the beginning. Okay, like I think the Warriors drafted these guys thinking that the dynasty was over. That's what I think. Clay gets hurt, and you're sitting there going, and everybody, the whole world at that point was like, what's the likelihood that the Warriors are going to climb the mountain again? It was not highly likely. And so the Warriors are starting to attempt to build for their future. Little do they know, they're going to climb the mountain again with veterans on the bench. Wiseman gets hurt, right? Kuminga's not playing a role yet, and the Warriors go off and win another championship. If you could go back, if they knew that then when they were drafting, you trade those picks for veterans. Absolutely. I think if you would go back to do it all over again. But you didn't do it at the time because the Warriors, in their heart of hearts, probably thought they weren't going to win another ring. That's what I think.
Why wouldn't you, if you're Bob Myers, move them at the deadline this year?
Well, I have no idea what was available.
I don't either, but I'm just saying.
Like now you're spotlighting it into the this 1 month, and I don't know what. Obviously, Wiseman's return was. I mean, GP2 is awesome, but I mean that's in terms of value, money, cachet. That's a very small return on the number 2 overall pick in the draft.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you could make an argument that since the Warriors didn't advance to the finals and obviously are not going to win a championship this year, that's a failed trade. Because is GP2 going to be better in the years ahead? Is a 30-year-old combo, defensive guard going to be better at 31 and healthier at 31, 32, 33 than he's been the last couple of years? Probably not.
Probably not, but I don't look at it that way.
Wiseman Wiseman had about 7 or 8 double-doubles.
Yeah, for Detroit.
For Detroit.
That's fun. I have no idea what he's going to become, and maybe he'll become really good, but I never look at it that way because I hear fans all the time say that when you have a star in a championship window, you do whatever it takes right then and there. So
they didn't. when they put this team together. They had 5 guys on the opening day roster, 22 or younger. That's not putting your best foot forward. We're trying to build around Steph Curry. That's Steph and a bunch of babies.
And we can argue that was the downfall. We can absolutely argue that.
But that was their plan.
But at the deadline, do you not say, look, let's get a veteran who we think can help? And he did. He did help in the playoffs. He was very good. He ended up being the starter in the Lakers series.
I just think the Wiseman Payton deal was about $37 million of Joe's money, and that's why they was like, who cares? Oh wait, GP2, we could get out of this deal. Whoa, we're not getting out of this deal. Oh wait, what if GP2's too hurt to play? We're not getting out of this deal because it was never about Steph in this title. It was always about Joe and taking $37 million off his obligations.
I'm sure that didn't bother him, that aspect of the trade. I'm sure you're right. I also just think that's what you do when you've got Steph Curry. Let's do now. You know what I mean? I have the hardest time being concerned about James Wiseman might be good in 2 years. He might be.
Then the whole double timeline plan was bad.
Yes.
Yeah. And whoever was responsible for that, how about come forward right now? And let's be accounted for.
Well, but I mean that goes back to our whole Correa thing every time.
Whose plan was that?
What do you need? What do you need? A press conference? You need an apology? You need a card?
I just need some. I need some.
They're all the Warriors.
If it's Joe's plan, then I need Joe to say, "Hey, man, this is my plan."
Yeah.
If it's Bob's plan,
Why?
I need Joe to. I need
Why
Bob to
would
say,
they do that?
Hey, you know what? It was my plan.
Why would they do that?
Well, it's why does anybody need accountability on anything?
Well, because we're in families, and you need to like this is a entertainment. I don't need my entertainment to apologize to me unless I go and pay for a ticket and you don't show up.
I don't know, man.
Give me a show, right?
If the Niners draft somebody, it's not foreign for Kyle Shanahan to be like, that was the guy that I pounded the table to get. Adam Peters. Adam Peters said that about.
Get that.
Said that about Ambry Thomas. He's like, hey man, I loved Ambry Thomas.
Okay.
I wanted Ambry Thomas.
All right.
So now at least he's own. Oh, I'm just saying, since guys get fired when things don't go well, it would be nice to know who actually made the decisions that were evaluated.
Like if Joe Coy gives
whether they're good or bad.
If Joe Coy the other night gives us a bad joke, do I need an apology? Do I need to know who wrote it? Whose idea was this? No, man. Like, you're giving me a show. I'm not going to like everything. You're not going to make all the right decisions. Like, I'm not looking for the blame game.
But we're always asking about, why did the Giants go after Aaron Judge? Was it Farhan's guy, or was Farhan made to go after Aaron Judge? So it's okay for us to debate the Giants whose idea it is, but when it comes to the Warriors, it's like, hey, we're all going to hide out.
No, it's totally okay for us to debate. I just don't need an apology. It's on all of them.
Well, I don't need an apology. I need an acknowledgement of, I want somebody to step forward and take accountability, good or bad. Is that bad?
No, you can do it however you want. I just don't look at this as an individual thing. They are a collective group. They make decisions together.
Okay.
Right? Like, do you want Clay to come forward and be like, everyone else is awesome? I blew that.
I actually
kind of did. But
I actually like that. I actually people take accountability.
They're a team. They lost.
No, I know, and it's not going to change anything. It's not going to make them advance to the conference finals. I'm just saying, we ask for accountability. We want to find out. Not just why do we ever do an autopsy when someone dies? Why don't we? Hey, man, the person just died. Hey, we don't need it. Hey,
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Do we need the autopsy? Well, we kind of need the autopsy. We can find out a little bit more. You know what I mean? Isn't that what we're doing today? Isn't today kind of an autopsy?
I don't know.
On the Warriors season.
When you find out why someone died, does one of the body parts come out and be like, "That was my bad. That was my bad. Don't blame the heart."
The guy died at 46.
It was me, the
and
brain.
It's like nobody knows why. And then all of a sudden you realize, he's been whatever. He's
not gonna bring him back.
He's been doing something that led to it.
It's brought to you by calhope.org, and we got plenty of time for your phone calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Warriors' season is over. Is the dynasty over with it? Now, the tough questions need to be answered. Has Draymond Green played his last game in a Warriors uniform? Will they trade Jordan Poole? Will Bob Myers...
I love his snicker or his laugh. He'd be like,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Was that Kruger? Was that Kruger he's talking about? You do have a good snicker. And snicker really satisfies. I just want to say that.
Yes, it does.
So the Warrior Aftermath is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow together. Just working with you today, though. Dibs will be back tomorrow.
They said, you know what? This guy's a one and done.
Well,
get him out of here.
Yeah, you're like Anthony Davis, man, coming on one and done. We're going to rapid fire through a bunch of calls here in our final few minutes, but I also thought I'd throw this out. Steiny just texted me. Yeah, he texted me. I know. Look at everyone's head pop up. This is so funny in this. If everybody knew the culture in our building, the fact that I just said those words, Steiny just texted me. I about 3 heads popped up out of different portions of the building.
You like that? What? Steiny texted?
What happened? Is he okay?
E.F. Hutton?
Jeez. Because they know. You could text Steiny with, hey, man, my car's on fire, and I need you to come save me right now. 87% chance he doesn't even respond.
Get off me, text line.
87% chance.
He's an inconsistent texter.
And the 13% chance he does respond is just like, sorry to hear. Honestly. I mean, right? So.
Good luck with that. Love Steiny.
Exactly.
It's been a pleasure working with you. So anyway, he just texted me, and I think we're talking when I made the comment that the Dallas Mavericks and Phoenix Suns are now hosed because of these trades they made at the deadline that didn't work, gave up all their depth, their defense, their future. And he goes, would you rather be the Suns or the Warriors right now in terms of the situation they're in, roster construction, finances, and beyond? How would you answer that?
I would rather be the Warriors simply because the Warriors, I don't think, have a Ayton. Ayton wants out. Ayton's not happy. They signed him to just maintain the asset. And that's fine as long as you move him, but they didn't move him. So he's still, their chemistry, I think, is bad. And it's bad with the guys who make a lot of money. I mean, Ayton's making $30 million. Chris Paul's probably done. He's making $30 million. KD's got 47, 51, and 54 coming his way. He's played his best basketball. Yeah, it doesn't, to me, they've lost some good role players. Cam Johnson, I thought, was a really good role player for them. So yeah, they got rid of, they already got rid of, whatchamacallit, the two guard that went in Bridges.
Yep.
They moved Bridges.
Yeah, their defense and their depth. Yeah, look, the Warriors have some problems.
I don't love it.
Warriors have some problems, but I'm with you. Booker is fantastic, and KD can be fantastic, but
he's older.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be 37 at the end of his contract. 3 more years at as you said, massive numbers. Chris Paul thing, I mean, I don't know how you get out from underneath that.
You just fired your coach, who's a damn good coach that like other teams are going to have a bidding war for.
New ownership. So yeah, they're like it's some sort of a reboot. I mean, they're going the wrong direction. I mean, the Warriors did this year too. But the Suns, I hate to say it, man, last year they had their shot.
Not only that, they got nobody on their roster. I mean, do you realize that the only guys that are signed up for next year for the Suns are Durant, Booker, Ayton, Paul, Landry Shamet, and Cam Payne? That's it. All these guys, Torrey Craig, Biyombo, Warren, Damian Lee, Okogie, Landale, Terrence Ross.
That's who the Warriors could go get. Damian Lee.
They're all free agents. They got all free. Yeah. They got 10 free agents and like 6 guys under contract.
Yeah, they got work to do. Let's go to Luis in Hayward. Hey, Luis, you're on with Willard and Larry Kruger. What are you doing?
Hi, how you doing, man? Just got off work, man. Just kind of wanted to talk about, that JaMychal Green scenario and also Moses Moody. I think the Warriors should really focus on DeAndre Ayton just because, we really do have a lot of perimeter defense with Gary Payton and, and Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. I think what really was our downfall was that that big man down low. And I think DeAndre Ayton, since he's unhappy, I think with us targeting him, I think Jordan Poole, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and JaMychal Green should be our trade, and that's what I got to say.
Luis, thanks. I'm going to use this again. Same conversation we had about Brooke Lopez earlier. Cautionary tale here with the idea of the Warriors going out to get a big name, big man that you want to insert right into the starting lineup. What exactly is it you're going to do with Looney and Draymond and a non-shooting big man?
Yeah, I mean, just
that's not going to work.
And every adjustment I've seen during the Kerr era, when they really go to like their, a key fourth quarter lineup, whether it be the depth, it's getting smaller. They get smaller. They don't. How many times have they gotten bigger?
Yeah, here they need depth behind Kevon Looney.
I mean, it would be great to have a big man who could shoot it.
That's fine too. They need that changes things. If it's somebody who is prolific from the outside, I think it's what they were trying to do with JaMychal Green. It's what they did with Otto Porter. Here's what I don't have a problem with the Warriors this year: their starting lineup. I have no problem with their starting lineup. It was the most efficient lineup in the league. So if you're looking at what changes need to come to the Warriors, to me, it's not the starting lineup. Looney, Draymond, Steph, Clay, Wiggins. That's fine. What needs to happen is off of the bench, chemistry, depth. Depth behind Looney, that's fine. But I don't want some brand new 7-foot non-outside shooting starting center. I just don't think that does it for the Warriors.
It's the NBA in 2023. You can only really have one non-shooter out there at a time. You can't go 5-on-3. You have to put shooters on the floor. So to me, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for more shooters on the floor. I'd be looking for shooters in the draft. Do they need to get size? Yeah, but ideally it would be nice if they could find a big man who could shoot. Who could be that's why it was so, I think so many people were always bringing up Kevin Love through the years, because it was like, hey, Kevin loves both. He can rebound, he can shoot, he can throw the great outlet pass, and he stretches the floor. But you can't go with Ayton if you have Looney and you have Draymond. Otherwise, you're just too easy to defend.
Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, hope to do it again soon.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry we didn't get to break down round 6 in the NFL draft today.
What the
My
heck?
whole goal was to prevent you from doing it. I think I did it. So, no, dude, awesome stuff. Appreciate you being here today. Dibs is back tomorrow. Okay, what's coming up with the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by, of course, none other than Mark Grandy. For Larry Krueger, for Mark Grandy, for Lucas, and Dibs back tomorrow. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Spring is finally here, and hopefully